Chapter 6481 A New Chance for the Unfortunates. There was one more group of people who were even more suitable to pilot Karman mechs aside from infantry soldiers. There was nothing particularly wrong about converting infantry into Karman mech pilots. Even if they never came into prominence due to the idolization of mech pilots, it was incredibly cheap to train and employ these troops. As long as there was no demand for elite commandos or whatever, the cost to raise and employ an entire infantry troop from scratch for several decades could never exceed the cost of purchasing a single mech. However, most groups knew it was useless to field millions of infantry soldiers on the battlefield. A few mech companies would tear them to shreds, mostly at a distance but also up close when it suited them. The combat power of a single mech was simply too much, and their effectiveness rose when they fought alongside other complementary mechs. Infantry was only really useful in trying to conquer enemy warships, clearing out enemy fortifications without blowing everything up and occupying conquered territories. The vast majority of infantry troops were therefore trained to fulfill these roles. They were not expected to carry the war by themselves, but merely served to support the operations of mechs. Infantry was often used to clean up the messes behind by rampaging mechs. Nobody was optimistic about them, but they could not neglect their roles either, as a force without any infantry at its disposal could easily succumb against those that did not make this mistake. Now, infantry had gained a resurgence. Each of them had turned into useful assets. Their weapon handling skills, their ability to work in a military hierarchy and their mental tempering all turned them into one of the most suitable choices to put into the cockpits of Karman mechs. It only took days for many far-sighted groups to regard their own infantry forces as a reserve manpower pool for Karman mech pilots. While it would still take a couple of years for them to train the necessary skills and learn the theoretical knowledge to pilot Karman mechs competently, this was still incredibly fast compared to the traditional process of turning potentates into professional mech pilots. The manpower pool of potentates and conventional mech pilots had been shrinking rapidly. The native aliens' preference for attrition warfare had taken an awful toll on human defenders in the past few years, not just during the Red Tide offensive. If the supply of potentates wasn't so small, then the polymaths' plan to produce a huge amount of batch humans and the Red Fleet's efforts to promote the Starfighter Corps would not have happened. Many of these solutions had largely become redundant after the release of Karman mechs. While the solution was not perfect, Red Humanity already had so many infantry forces at its disposal that it should readily be able to transform billions of foot soldiers into reserve Karman mech pilots as long as the supply of yellow jackets was sufficient. At the very least, manpower was no longer the most concerning bottleneck that limited Red Humanity's war-making potential. That granted a lot of relief to leaders. They instead had to face the problem of limited war resources, which was not as troublesome to solve. Just the salvage retrieved from captured and destroyed alien warships was enough to choke the manufacturing complexes. The biggest problem facing Red Humanity was that there was still a buffer time before the conversions could be finished. 2 or 3 years might not sound like a big deal, but the front lines might not be able to last this long. This was why the various forces had turned to not one manpower pool, but actually 2 different pools that used to hold no value, but suddenly became a lot more attractive. One of them was disabled veteran mech pilots. Brain damage and other heavy physical injuries were not common in mech warfare. Cockpit breaches usually resulted in fatal outcomes. This was why most mech pilots tended to remain completely healthy or die without leaving a recognizable body behind. In the rare edge cases where the cockpits got breached but the pilots still managed to survive a heavy blow launched by a mech, defensive fortification or warship, then there was a considerable chance that they would become disabled. This was a fate that many mech pilots feared. There were even warriors who considered it to be a fate worse than death, because there was no glory in returning to civilian life. While incidents of mech pilots being forced to retire due to brain damage did not happen often, they still occurred frequently enough in a population base as large as Red Humanity for millions of them to accumulate over time. A proportion of them were actually quite promising back when they were still combat capable. There were even expert pilots among them who suffered the same miserable outcome as Benjamin Larkinson. Now that yellow jackets had become available, all of these disabled veterans finally saw an opportunity to regain their former glory and make up for the regrets of their many. Military mech forces were also extremely eager to pick them up and allocate yellow jackets to them, as they only required a month or 2 of retraining and familiarization with their new Karman mechs in order to get ready for battle. These disabled veteran mech pilots had become the best showcase of what the yellow jackets were capable of in the hands of skilled mech pilots. One of the downsides to releasing the Yellow Jackets to the public was that too much footage of amateurs failing to control their brand new machines had flooded the galactic net. Even if most of the viewers did not judge the exuberant Karman Mech pilots harshly for their lack of control, Vase still became annoyed that more and more people gained the impressions that his Yellow Jackets were weak and useless. Fortunately, the footage of squads or companies of Yellow Jackets piloted by disabled veterans started to show up and gain prominence in the news. Their ability to leverage the greater potential of the Yellow Jackets was much greater. They did not have to start off in the most simplest configuration by attaching just one modular weapon slot to the mech frame. They immediately started with 2, 3 or even 4 limbs, thereby mimicking the configurations of the conventional mechs they used to pilot. Each of them only exhibited moderate signs of unfamiliarity and lack of precise control. Piloting a mech through the Blood Pact was different from relying on a traditional man-machine connection, so these veterans had to unlearn a few habits and master new ones in order to regain their old level of combat effectiveness. Nonetheless, the approach to controlling a mech was similar enough in both cases that they did not require more than a few weeks to smooth out all of the wrinkles. This was good news for everyone, as the frontlines would start to get reinforced by a lot of Yellow Jackets in a month or less. Even if the veterans converted into Karman Mech pilots had not yet completed their retraining programs yet, they should have already spent enough time with their Yellow Jackets to avoid ending up as liabilities on the battlefield. Their entry in the most crucial contested star systems did much to compensate for the sudden deflation of the Starfighter Corps. The invention of Karman Mechs has almost collapsed the Starfighter Corps overnight. Gavin spoke with a hint of glee in his voice. There's almost no one who wants to pilot a Starfighter when they can pilot a Karman Mech instead. The only issue is that the loss of recruitment and the defection of many Starfighter pilots has gap in reinforcements. The mobilization of Karman Mechs piloted by disabled veterans will do much to address this problem, but the numbers do not entirely add up. We still need Starfighters to make up the numbers, but no matter what the fleeters do, they can't attract more people into piloting their strike craft. The only solution left is conscription, but this is a highly controversial decision. The mention of conscription caused Vase to frown. The Red War would become a lot uglier if there weren't enough mech pilots and volunteers anymore to do the hard fighting. The Starfighter Corps isn't the only initiative started by the fleeters. There is also the Auxiliary Warship Program. Can't they divert resources from the former into the latter? It is not that simple, boss. You of all should know that. Starfighters are small, light on resources, relatively simple. They can easily be mass-produced by any factory that is capable of fabricating mechs, and don't drain too much resources if the fighter craft are predominantly made of abundantly available materials. Warships, on the other hand, can only be built in orbital shipyards or low-gravity moons. It takes a large amount of highly educated naval engineers and a huge amount of capital to construct all of those shipyards. They also need to be fed with a huge amount of bulk materials on a regular basis, which also imposes a huge burden on logistics. None of the states can produce too many warships at a time. Even third-class and second-class warships require at least half a year to a year in order to complete. Quality is also a big issue, as all of the newly constructed shipyards are staffed by new and inexperienced workers. In other words, Red Humanity could not rely on auxiliary warships to save the day in the short term. At least there is another manpower pool that Karman Mechs can tap into. Vase remarked. Aside from disabled veterans, there was another group of sad and unfortunate people that suddenly became a lot more useful. They were low-aptitude mech pilots. Many potentates that discovered that they possessed suitable genetic aptitude to pilot mechs, yet only receive a score of E or D, were perhaps the most tragic people of the modern era. Each of them barely possessed the capacity to pilot mechs, yet could only make do with frontline mechs, if anyone even bothered to hire them in the first place. A lot of mech academies disdained to waste their valuable resources into training them. When the manpower pool of professional mech pilots still remained adequate, there was far too little demand for these untalented fellows. A lot of low-aptitude potentates simply gave up and proceeded to live as civilians after their spirits got crushed by the rejection of society. Yet there were still potentates that loved mechs so much that they could not bear to give up their dreams. As far as they were concerned, they were still better off than norms because they at least possessed the ability to pilot a mech, even if they would never have a chance to fight on an actual battlefield. There were still shabby mech academies that weren't picky about genetic aptitudes and gladly trained their low-aptitude mech cadets. Of course, the quality and rigor of these academic programs was not up to par with the more standard programs, but it was not as if low-aptitude pilots could make use of more advanced mechs. There were actually a lot of potentates that possessed lower-than-average genetic aptitudes, so this manpower pool was not small. They already received greater attention than before due to the increased shortage of mech units. Many of them had already been recruited to form frontline mech units, but now that the Yellow Jackets had come out, they suddenly received better opportunities. Even though the Yellow Jacket could halfway be considered a frontline mech, the difference was that the Karman system enabled these low-aptitude mech pilots to exert much stronger control over their machines. At minimum, their effective genetic aptitudes reached the C grade, which meant that they were able to control their Yellow Jackets as well as professional mech pilots with C-grade genetic aptitudes. This made an enormous difference to these untalented mech pilots. Many of them had already fallen in love with their assigned Yellow Jackets as they no longer fought as if they were partially disabled. Chapter 6482 Savior and Destroyer Karman mechs changed the lives of many people. So many red humans who previously couldn't pilot mechs due to brain damage or low genetic aptitudes suddenly gained an opportunity to prove their worth. Their gratitude towards the father of Karman mechs was enormous. Many of them even took the initiative to write letters to Vase. They expressed their deepest emotions and thanked him with the bottom of their hearts. Though Vase did not feel as if he had put a huge amount of effort into developing Karman mechs, reading these letters reminded him of how much his latest works had changed the lives of so many people for the better. The feedback from his enthusiastic customers validated his design philosophy and reminded him why he fell in love with mech design. Becoming a mech designer was not just about combining advanced technologies into an awesome war machine. To Vase, the profession was all about satisfying the people that he had dedicated his life to serve. No matter how weak or disadvantaged they may be, Vase believed in principle that he could always offer them a product to better their lives. He above any other mech designer had lived up to this aspiration by being the first to break the genetic aptitude tyranny. Vase had actually begun to feel a little more depressed and wary towards the existence of Karman mechs. After all, his mother and the Beast of Fear were convinced that unleashing Karman mechs onto the humans of the Milky Way would cause their society to plunge into chaos and anarchy. While Vase wanted to refute this assumption and argue that his Karman mechs would lead to a rise in strength and prosperity, he could not defeat the wisdom of the two true gods. The Milky Way was much different from the Red Ocean. His own analysis of the situation of original humanity also supported the conclusion that giving Karman mechs to its masses would light up the spark that detonated the powder keg. Given these predictions, was it any surprise that Vase began to see his Karman mechs as a curse upon humans rather than a blessing? Therefore, Vase actually drew a lot of encouragement from the feedback of all of the customers from the Red Ocean. Karman mechs can still be a force of good, Vase asserted to himself. At least red humanity has urgent need for them. I can't say the same for humans in the Milky Way, but they will ultimately come to terms with my works as well. Once Karman mechs became available, it was impossible for all of the norms in the old galaxy to give them up. Vase felt very much as if he was Pandora who was about to open up a box. Opening the box meant unleashing great evils to a galaxy that was unprepared to absorb so many shocks, but it also meant granting the people hope for a better future. Mechs were not inherently good or evil. They were products that could produce great changes in the hands of people. It was up to the owners and pilots of those machines to decide how they wanted to make use of the power of mechs. This was why a lot of people in the Red Ocean had taken the time to send him letters filled with praise. It would also be why the people of the Milky Way would probably blame him for everything bad that may unfold in the coming years. Vase found it difficult to accept this duality. He could accept becoming a celebrated leader and role model among the people he served. He could reluctantly accept becoming a hated war criminal among the people who suffered at the hands of his products. If he only held one of these identities, then his life would remain simple and straightforward. His design philosophy would retain its clarity and give Vase a clear direction to navigate towards. However, if he held both identities at the same time, his mech designs would have vastly different meanings in two completely separate societies. How could he keep his design philosophy coherent if he had to cater to the needs of two substantially different customers at the same time? Vase already felt tempted to focus solely on meeting the demands of red humanity while relegating original humanity as his test subjects. It was the most convenient approach to take. By ceasing to care about the demands and well-being of the humans of the Milky Way, he would have no qualms about throwing highly experimental mechs into their lap. He could realize many of the controversial and outright illegal mech concepts and design applications that he had accumulated over the years. It didn't matter if his experiments failed in the most catastrophic manner. All of the ones that got hurt were inconsequential humans from a galaxy he no longer cared about anymore. A failed experiment still yielded useful empirical data. It was not uncommon for senior and master mech designers to endure over 100 continuous failed experiments just to chase after a critical success. They were only being held back by their own morality and the prevailing laws that constrained their options. Vase had an opportunity to cast off these troublesome restraints and freely conduct any dangerous experiment that he liked with the people of the Milky Way. While Vase had to account for failure, it would be better if his experimental mechs yielded good results. A successful experiment granted Vase another useful design application that he could responsibly apply to his much more important products reserved for Red humanity. This sounded like the perfect setup, yet, Vase refused to sink to this depth and treat all of original humanity as his test subjects. The primary reason why he rejected this easy solution was because he made a promise to Master Willix. In light of all of the assistance and favors she provided to him, it was reasonable for Vase to respect her earnest plea to be merciful to the humans who resided in the Milky Way. Besides, Vase agreed with Master Willix that mech designers needed to uphold certain universal standards not because he cared all that much about original humans, but because mech designers needed to be better. As Vase grappled with his conflicting feelings, the Blue Jay fleet arrived in the reticulocorine system situated in the Torald Middle Zone. Vase originally planned to return to New Constantinople straight away, but then he figured there was no urgent reason for him to reunite with his family as soon as the Larkinson Biotech Institute had assumed more and more responsibilities, so it was well worth the effort for him to step aboard the Dragon's Den and discuss various strategically important biotech research initiatives. It was actually quite risky to travel to this destination. The 4th and 5th defensive bands were located quite close to the reticulocorine system. This made it possible for the native aliens to bypass the string of fortified star systems and directly launch an assault on this star system. The probability of this happening was low, though. There was nothing particularly worthwhile to raid or attack in this region of space. Reticulocorine V had gained a bit of strategic significance to the Larkinson clan, but the only structures built on the surface were devoted to the harvesting of soulless gas. It didn't matter if all of the structures got lost or destroyed. It should be easy enough for the Larkinsons assigned to work on the surface to evacuate from the planet and leave the star system. When the Blue Jay fleet relied on the superdrives equipped by every modern RA and RF warship to speedily arrive in orbit of Reticulocorine V, it soon became clear that the mining operation on the surface had expanded by a considerable margin. After the fall of the Emperor Tree, the Larkinsons had chosen to shift the assets of Chimera Base to the newer Emperor Base. Built on top of one of the dozens of major soulless gas deposits of the planet, Vase did not know how much of the exotic substance that the Larkinson clan managed to collect from this strategic site. It should be more than enough to satisfy the demand of every high-ranking mech built for the Larkinson clan. However, Vase did not think the quantity was enough to incorporate soulless gas into every mass-produced mech built for the Larkinson army. A finite reserve of soulless gas would run out sooner or later no matter how much of it had fallen into the hands of the Larkinson clan. Vase did not even know how much gas could be harvested from Reticulocorine V before the untamed planet ally exhausted its supply. He feared that there was no other planet in the Red Ocean that possessed the rare conditions to produce soulless gas in the environment. Vase did not want to deal with another unending alloy situation where his reliance on a rare and difficult-to-procure material would force him to resort to inferior substitutes when he exhausted his original stockpile. This was one of the reasons why the Dragon's Den remained in orbit of Reticulocorine V despite the growing risks of residing in this middle zone. If Vase wanted to make permanent use of soulless gas, then his researchers had to uncover the source and more ideally the method of reproduction of this strategic material. When the Blue Jay fleet finally came close to the small fleet that surrounded the Dragon's Den, Vase, Lucky and his Apocalypse Wardens teleported over to the bioresearch ship. "Welcome back to the Dragon's Den, Patriarch." Vice Director Maria Absalon bowed in greeting. Vase nodded in acknowledgement of the former Terran bio-researcher and took a look around the interior of the ship. He grew more and more dissatisfied with what he saw. After spending a lot of time aboard a first-class warship and visiting an extremely developed central star node, he became dissatisfied that much of the Larkinson clan's most important research projects took place within an outdated second-class research vessel. "How old is this ship?" She was commissioned 23 years ago on the date we acquired her from the Life Research Association. The vice director responded. More than a decade has passed since that time. As far as starships are concerned, this vessel can easily persist for a century without requiring any major overhauls. Her maintenance has always been good, and her organic components require less care and attention as they are self-repairing. That sounds good, but I think that the LBI needs a new home. As useful as the Dragon's Den has proven over the years, she is still a second-class starship. I think it is safe to say that if you want to speed up your research projects and conduct more high-end studies, you and your research teams need access to first-class laboratories that are equipped with much more powerful instruments. I don't want you guys to become bottlenecked by the inferior facilities of this serviceable but ultimately outdated research ship. The vice director responded with a modest smile. To be honest, I would deeply appreciate it if you can give us access to better research facilities. It is true that the labs on this ship are limited compared to the much better facilities that I used to have access to back when I was working for Terran employers. Our second-class researchers do not mind so much, but it has become difficult to satisfy the first-class biotech researchers that we have hired in growing numbers. We are able to satisfy dozens of them by transferring them to the well-equipped biotech research facilities built underneath D&D base, but they are ultimately limited in scale. We need access to a first-class full-sized research facility to work at our best. It would be best if the facility was mobile in the same manner as the Dragon's Den, but I do not dare to issue this request as there is a severe shortage of capital ships. Chapter 6483 Engineering. The descendants of the Larkinson clan Vase visited the Dragon's Den for many reasons, but his first concern was the work facilities. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had become more and more important over the years. It had constantly increased in scope and importance, but the Dragon's Den had failed to keep up with this growth. As Vase toured the interior of the capital research vessel, he could observe plenty of signs of upgrades, yet there were limitations to everything. The Dragon's Den clearly needed to spend at least a year in an orbital drydock in order to undergo a comprehensive overhaul. That was clearly a waste of time. The Larkinson clan was better off buying or commissioning the construction of a brand new bioresearch ship. Vase vastly preferred the latter solution, but 'twas unlikely that he could convince any shipyard to accept this order. The Red War raised the priority of military vessels so much that it was criminal to waste valuable shipbuilding capacity on a non-essential research vessel. Vase could forget about commissioning a replacement hull or overhauling the Dragon's Den. Vase actually owned 2 orbital shipyards himself, but Starfarer Bay and the E-66 experimental yard were both too small to accommodate a 3.3-kilometer-long capital ship. Vice Director Maria Absalon shook her head. I can understand the importance of keeping our most sensitive research activities contained aboard a starship that is fully under our control. Not only can we minimize potential leaks, but also avoid massive losses stemming from an inability to fully evacuate a fixed research site that has come under attack. It is just that the intensification of the Red War makes it risky to set up fixed research sites. This was the reason why Vase still chose to drag his feet with regards to the construction of planetary settlements. He did not want to invest a huge amount of resources into so much real estate, only for an alien fleet to swoop into orbit and bombard all of the buildup into smithereens. However, just because he was afraid of putting all of his eggs in one basket did not mean he was completely opposed to setting up small-scale labs. I think we need to bow down to reality and make a compromise decision. Vase spoke. The LBI should construct a dozen or so new research labs on various different planets, preferably in the upper zones. I am aware that it will be difficult to guarantee security and confidentiality by doing this, but we can limit the scope and priority of their research activity to minimize any potential damage. If that is not enough, we can always invest into expanding the facilities of these planetary research complexes. What do you think? The female biotech director furrowed her brows. It sounds fine in theory, but it is difficult to conduct large-scale research if all of the assignments are split up and assigned to different research labs. It is also difficult to keep the egos of different star researchers in check. There is great convenience in keeping every related research activity under a single roof. Communication over the galactic net is insecure, so we may need to resort to transferring valuable research materials as well as encrypted data containers in order to share progress with each other. It is a logistical and managerial nightmare. But it can be done, right? Perhaps. Maria Absalon reluctantly said, do not expect it to work well in the initial years. We will suffer many teething problems as we slowly transition to a more decentralized form of conducting research. However, I suppose it works well to safeguard the Larkinson Biotech Institute against alien invasions, sabotage, terrorist attacks and other potential disasters. In a time of war, the most secure option is not the most efficient, but it is the least prone to suffering ruinous losses. If you believe that human-occupied space will become much less secure in the future, then I have no objections to transitioning to a more decentralized approach. Vase gave the woman a rueful smile even as he continued to tour the dragon's den. I can't say too much, but let me just say that I do not expect stability in the new frontier to rise anytime soon. I would like to think that no one is stupid enough to launch an attack on the assets of my clan, but who knows what people will do in the future. By the way, where is the LBI currently conducting meaningful research? Aside from the Dragon's Den where we conduct most of our core research, we have also established somewhat sizable research labs on the surface of Davut 7, Okanan V and most recently Reticulocorine V, which is down below. The woman replied, "That is way too few." Vase shook his head in disappointment. "We are putting too many eggs in the Dragon's Den. If any enemy manages to sneak up and take out this ship, the LBI will mostly be ruined. The research teams assigned to those planets are probably too few to take over all of the research. They probably won't be able to retrieve all of the confidential research data and valuable materials stored inside this ship. I can't tolerate such a vulnerability anymore." The two leaders quickly discussed how the Larkinson Biotech Institute should invest in a lot of labs on various safe and secure first-class planets. "You are asking for much, sir. Many first-class planets have developed so rapidly that they are running out of land and real estate. This problem is especially egregious in the hinterland of human space. Prices have inflated to a ridiculous degree, and in many cases you cannot buy any land or structure no matter how much money you wave in front of people." Vase smirked. "That may be true in the case of ordinary people, but we are different, remember. I am the father of Carmen Mech as well as the head of the upper council of the Red Collective. My clout has grown so much that I can probably negotiate deals with the governors of those highly developed planets. I do not think that any of those groups will refuse the olive branches that I extend." The vice director thought for a moment. "That is true. I did not yet account for the latest changes. That is an error. It is difficult for me to estimate how much your clout is able to help us obtain additional footholds in the upper zones located in the rear, but if you are able to achieve results, then this will help us enormously. It becomes much easier to hire experienced and more qualified biotech researchers if we are able to offer them job positions at research labs located in these safe havens. However, everyone is aware of this, so it will not be easy to form the necessary agreements. We shall see. For now, please coordinate with my personal assistant on this matter. It is best if you can get this done without my direct intervention. If necessary, I can step in and help you conclude the deals, but I don't want to waste too much time on this. We urgently need to expand the LBI's research capacity as my demands have grown larger." The Larkinson Biotech Institute was in urgent need to expand both its high-end research facilities and its research teams. The vice director enthusiastically agreed to cooperate and do much of the hard work required to set up all of the additional labs. After the two talked about expansion for a time, they finally entered one of the research wings of the Dragon's Den. "What kind of research are you conducting here?" Vase inquired. "This is the Human Genetics Division. It is here that we conduct R&D on genetic modification of the human genome. We have developed dozens of Larkinson-exclusive genetic augmentations. We have also developed our own designer baby formulas. One of them has proven to be highly popular, but also expensive in terms of Larkinson merits." The vice director guided Vase to a research lab that clearly conducted research into designer babies. The woman accessed a terminal and called up a research document that offered a comprehensive description of a successful result. The designer babies developed by the LBI was originally based on the research that the Larkinson clan bought from the Gemini family. As controversial as this family's practices may be, the Geminis most definitely knew their way around human genetics. The LBI's geneticists and other relevant specialists managed to build upon this existing base and slowly master more and more competences. This is one of our recent but also popular results that we have achieved in cooperation with the T Institute. We have developed a designer baby formula that should allow for the conception of a fetus that has integrated a small companion spirit seed at the start. We have discovered that the sooner we integrate the companion spirit, the more time it has to grow into maturity, just as is the case with your children. This should significantly improve their cultivation talents, making them more suitable to practice not one but two methods at the same time. Now, we can bestow this advantage to any descendant to the Larkinson clan as long as their parents are willing to invest the necessary Larkinson merits. Vase looked impressed. Compared to the dangerous spiritual operations that he conducted on his then unborn children in the past, this systematic approach sounded a lot safer and more reliable. While the potency of the results might not be as great, that did not matter as the young children and their immature companion spirits would have plenty of time to grow into their power. I am impressed, he admitted. Has this formula been verified? What is needed to impart a designer baby with a companion spirit? We have not yet conducted any longitudinal studies as not enough time has passed for us to collect the necessary data. However, our geneticists and other experts are quite optimistic about the outcome, so much so that we have begun to accept volunteers who are willing to raise such children at a discount in Larkinson merits. Forming a designer baby with a companion spirit seed is not too difficult. The genes are not the most important components. It is the companion spirit fruit that we have pulped and inserted in the cultivation tank at the moment of forming the first biological cells of the new baby. The procedure sounded incredibly crude compared to all of the technological sophistication that went into forming a designer baby, but as long as it worked, Vase didn't care. Companion spirits can make our Larkinsons a lot more powerful. That said, we cannot hand them over to every clansman for free. They need to work hard and prove they earn the right to obtain them for themselves or pass them on to their offspring. Maria Absalon nodded. We have no objections to that principle, sir. The cost of this special designer baby formula is still steep even taking the current discount into account. Enough mech pilots and high-ranking members of our clan should have accrued enough Larkinson merits to afford this service. The most successful Larkinsons are able to help their next generation start off on a stronger footing. There was an implicit warning about aristocracies and suppression of the lower-ranking members, but Vase could do little about this inevitable trend. Even in a meritocracy, the descendants of the rich and wealthy had much better anorchination to Hasama more meritorious than the children of the rank and fila as long as the Larkinson clan had enough rules and policies in place to properly reward the clansmen as long as they performed well, it should be enough to keep social mobility at an acceptable level. The clan was not old enough for Vase to worry too much about this problem. There was still a lot of room for promotions. Vase began to rub his hairless chin in thought. I have a few ideas on the development of subsequent designer baby formulas. Transhumanism and posthumanism have both become ascendant. We need to make sure we can keep up with the competition, or else we will fall behind in the long run. What do you have in mind, sir? Do you think it is possible to embed a cultivation method into our designer babies? Can we make it so that they can start to cultivate right when they are still inside the wombs of their mothers? I cannot respond to that question. Chapter 6484 Auxiliary Qi Cultivation Methods. While Vase occupied his time by inspecting the Larkinson Biotech Institute and its many research initiatives, the Red Tide Offensive continued to batter against the defenses of Red humanity. After more than 6 months of continuous fighting, the defenders had endured an enormous amount of tempering. Many brave and dutiful soldiers had died, but more had risen from the ranks of mediocrity and managed to embark on the path of godhood. Expert candidates broke through in droves. The high intensity of combat, though brutal, provided excellent stimulation. The more the mech pilots around them died, the more the survivors fought to preserve their own lives as well as causes greater than themselves. Compared to previous conflicts, the rate of breakthroughs at nearly every level multiplied by several times. Years-long exposure to exotic radiation finally started to show results as many people who previously lacked the talent to step onto the path of godhood finally gained an opportunity to surpass the extraordinary threshold. Among them were many mech pilots who already satisfied all of the other qualifications a long time ago. They were highly disciplined, they were perfectly able to control their fear, and they invested a lot of emotions in their respective causes. The only factor that held them back all of these years was their lacking spirituality, but now that constant exposure to E-energy radiation made up for this shortcoming, they finally began to break through in large numbers throughout the Red Tide Offensive. The explosion of expert candidates was one of the many reasons why Red humanity managed to hold onto their remaining fortified star systems. The Red Cabal and the alien empires that operated under its direction continued to throw raiding fleets and assault fleets at the frontlines with very little regard for consumption. Although the native aliens definitely began to experience an escalating degree of strain due to all of the losses they suffered, the enemies gritted their teeth and persisted in their effort to send so many troops and warships to their graves in the hopes of finally breaking past the defenses of Red humanity. Nobody was able to count the amount of human and alien lives that had died among the stars. Frozen blood had spread in every direction, and far too many pieces of debris were left to float in the darkness of space as the salvagers began to grow picky about their yield. Among the frozen corpses and shattered chunks of metal, mechs and phase fighters continued to collide against each other as if there was no escape. Alien warships bombarded the Titan shields of orbital fortresses. The highly resilient space stations weathered the blows with difficulty and struck back with just as much ferocity with the power of their warship-grade gun batteries. A symphony of death and destruction unfolded in strategic locations such as the Viola Magnifica system. There were a limited number of port systems in the Torald Middle Zone. As Red humanity continually lost possession of them, it became more and more difficult to maintain safe and efficient supply lines. Human starships were able to travel much faster and more directly to port systems. Their FTL drives were able to dial in their coordinates from a much further distance, thereby not only saving them a lot of time, but also reducing the probability of enemy interception. Port systems therefore not only served as excellent logistical hubs, but also served as an excellent location to draw and redirect reinforcements. The fall of a port system usually meant that all nearby fortified star systems became a lot more vulnerable. This was not just because the native aliens could direct more of their available assets to assault their other targets, but because the loss of a port system significantly slowed down the arrival of reinforcements. This was quite fatal to the defending humans. They were so badly outnumbered that they had to maximize the few advantages they retained. Not only did the humans rely a lot on their defensive posture, but also managed their logistics carefully. Alien logistics was a mess. The 13 alien races, of which not all participated in the current war, only reluctantly fought alongside each other. They were rational enough to understand the need to unite against a common enemy for the most part, but that did not mean that they could erase racial grievances going back tens if not hundreds of millennia. In practice, every race had to handle their own logistical needs. There was a limited degree of trade and commerce at the star systems that the aliens designated as staging points, but it was impossible for the Orvans of Quelmers to rely on others to ship the supplies they needed to wage war on a galactic scale. In contrast, Red humanity managed their logistics a lot better. As divided as the major human players may be, their common identity was much stronger on account of belonging to the same race that had all suffered the same misfortune. Even as the temporary removal of Bridgehead 1 disrupted the war machine of human civilization in the Red Ocean, the remaining central star nodes quickly compensated for the absence and made sure that everything ran as smoothly as before. As long as the port systems still remained standing, their associated defensive bands would largely remain firm in the face of persistent alien attacks. It did not matter too much if the native aliens managed to overrun the defensive locations around them. So long as the port systems remained standing, the continuous influx of mech forces, auxiliary fleets and essential supplies barely kept the defenders alive and in an adequate fighting condition. They could even branch out and repel the alien forces that had just conquered a star system previously held by humans. Yet these counter-attacks were all too rare and only really happened after an errant god pilot passed by to cleanse the local alien infection. Aside from these rare bright spots, humans had continuously lost ground during the Red Tide offensive. The continuous setbacks suffered by Red humanity had made it harder for the soldiers to keep up morale. While the bravest and most determined among them still found ways to excel as long as they managed to stay alive, many other soldiers could not help but begin to feel as if their situation was doomed from the start. The aliens possessed too many numbers. Even the most ignorant mech pilot could guess that the native aliens could still throw 10 times more warships at Red humanity if they wanted. However, the events that recently took place in the Sapphire of the Red Ocean had given the defenders numerous reasons to regain their optimism for the future. The people in the rear had not been wasting their time. The historic unveiling of Carmen Mechs, the founding of the Red Collective and the unveiling of the Oblivion Gates all gave the human soldiers hope that their sacrifices were meaningful. Aside from renewing everyone's hope and confidence, many of the announcements did not have an immediate effect on the situation at the front lines. After all, what did Carmen Mechs have to do with all of the existing mech pilots and other servicemen assigned to many different positions? There was no immediate benefit to switching careers. Mechs still needed to be serviced. Orbital fortresses still needed to be manned by specialists. Starships still needed to be managed by officers. It was irresponsible for them to abandon their vital posts just to indulge in their childish mech piloting fantasies. Even if former mech technicians, space station personnel or starfighter pilots fought hard to switch over to piloting Carmen Mechs, their lack of training meant that they had to spend precious years training the necessary skills to become useful on that was unacceptable. The people fighting at the front lines could only hope that the groups in the rear rushed the training of Karman mech pilots as quickly as possible in order to relieve the pressure. Yet even that would take at least 2 years. The news about the Oblivion Gates also did not impress the soldiers all that much. Once they got over the excitement of regaining contact with the Milky Way, they quickly understood that the precious trade goods had no direct effect on their own. What high-level resources got swapped between the galaxies would mostly benefit the god pilots and other big shots. That might make Red humanity a little stronger, but the changes weren't tangible enough for the soldiers that were fighting in the trenches. The lack of transparency did not help matters either. Nobody knew what the evolution which obtained from the Milky Way and whether any of it would flow in their direction. The only solid piece of information they received was that the evolution which intended to use much of the imported resources to upgrade the Red Oblivion Gate. In the end, it was the Red Collective that had the most direct and immediate impact on the lives of the people fighting at the front. The year-long preparation enabled the Red Collective to start off on a strong footing. Even if most of the departments under the new super organization sounded as if they had nothing to do with the lives of ordinary people, there was one institution in particular that no human could ignore. The repository managed by the Cultivation Method Department had quickly become one of the most popular virtual portals visited by both civilians and soldiers. Just the fact that many chi and body cultivation methods were able to extend their lifespans was enough to lure even the most skeptical individuals into trying out the extensive free selection. As mech pilots began to explore what was available, they quickly learned that there was a special category of cultivation methods that were specifically designed for their profession. What are these? Auxiliary chi cultivation methods. It is not advisable for mech pilots to practice normal chi cultivation methods, especially the more advanced and complicated ones. There is a risk that practicing them will cause you to evolve into a superhuman that has gained impressive powers, but also closes the door to transforming your willpower. You can still choose to practice them if you think you have no hope of triggering your apotheosis, but if you have any desire to become an expert pilot one day, take all of the warnings seriously and do not make a careless selection. Then what am I supposed to do, then? Doing nothing is a waste of energy in the Age of Dawn. In order to give mech pilots such as yourself something useful to do, the Red Collective has compiled numerous different auxiliary chi cultivation methods. As their name suggests, they only exist to promote your evolution in a narrow scope, making sure to keep your chances of becoming stronger mech pilots intact. I highly suggest you begin by practicing the free curated cultivation methods from the Controller series. They are all geared towards beginners in cultivation and are not that difficult to practice. As long as you are diligent enough, it only takes a short time for you to gain newfound strength that will help you survive the coming battles. I see that there are more than a dozen different choices available. Which ones should I choose? It depends on your goals and specializations. Read the descriptions. For example, the Healthy Controller Auxiliary Chi Cultivation Method mainly focuses on extending your lifespan, increasing your physical regeneration and making your body a little tougher. This is the easiest option for mech pilots and is only really meant to be practiced by old, injured and retired veterans. Don't expect any miracles as it is just a low difficulty free cultivation method. If you want to increase your immediate combat effectiveness, then there are many other choices that can increase your learning ability or sharpen your combat instincts. Once you have made achievements in these free methods, you should think about spending your RC merits or war merits on exchanging for a premium method. As the curious mech pilots began to explore and try out the brand new auxiliary chi cultivation methods, they slowly began to see the difference in as little as a week. Chapter 6485 The Controller Series The auxiliary chi cultivation methods devised by the Red Collective ignited a new storm within the mech community. All of the excitement surrounding Karman mechs seemed to have little to do with existing mech pilots. Mech pilots had heard that mechs equipped with both a neural interface and a Karman system could raise the effective genetic aptitude of their bonded pilots. Unfortunately, the lack of suitable machines that possessed this configuration prevented curious and eager mech pilots to verify this exciting claim in person. It was therefore the Red Collective that increasingly occupied their attention. Unlike the Red Association that mainly focused on improving their machines, the Red Collective had worked hard to develop methods that could improve the mech pilots directly. This alone caused almost every mech pilot to develop an immediate good impression of the Red Collective. It helped a lot that all of the beginner cultivation methods were free to practice by anyone. In order to speed up the progress of mech pilots that bravely fought in the front lines, the RC made sure to invest in enough instructors that provided both virtual and in-person lessons to get them all up to speed. A lot of mech pilots hated the idea of going back to school, but the attraction of these fancy new auxiliary chi cultivation methods was so strong that they endured the indignity of returning to their school benches. Fortunately, learning the first chapters of the free cultivation methods was not that difficult. The Red Collective understood what mech pilots were like and deliberately limited the scope and ambition of the beginner methods in order to prioritize tangible results. Over the course of a single week, the more talented and diligent mech pilots had already begun to notice the results of their cultivation practice. "I feel stronger and more alive than ever. This is impressive, Mr. Rare. According to the latest physical examination, you have largely recovered from your disease. Your body cells have shown signs of rejuvenation. They are beginning to divide again. You will be feeling and looking as if you are a decade or two younger if this pattern continues for a number of months. You have made the right decision by practicing the RC's Healthy Controller Auxiliary Chi Cultivation Method. Would you consent to allowing us to utilize your anonymized data for a study? I hope to publish a paper faster than other doctors on the de-aging effect of cultivation methods." Many old mech pilots that chose to immigrate to the Red Ocean in order to live out their retirement and spend their remaining lifespan in a different galaxy never imagined that they could become spry and healthy enough by practicing a weird form of meditation. The Healthy Controller method may be the simplest of the controller series due to lacking any components that offered a direct improvement in combat capabilities, but just the fact that people could absorb E-energy to extend their lifespan and rejuvenate their cells was amazing, especially when they did not spend anything to harvest this gain. Life-prolonging treatments no longer received any attention anymore as cultivation provided everyone with a much more convenient substitute. The older the individual, the more concerned he was about their health and longevity. This was why the health-oriented exercises had immediately become the most popular cultivation method since the opening of the repository. It may take months or years for the practitioners to be able to extend their lifespans by just a handful of decades, but that was more than enough for people who otherwise had no alternatives. Of course, the mech pilots that still had plenty of years left in them had little interest in wasting their time on extending their natural lifespans. They were more liable to die on the battlefield at the hands of the native aliens. What they needed was immediate combat power. The repository offered numerous easily available options. One talent that happened to make noticeable progress was a third-class light skirmisher specialist. The middle-aged mech pilot had already begun to lose his edge. Third-raters tended to have the shortest careers as their lack of augmentations meant that they did not receive any bonuses to their lifespans. Yet when this pilot had begun to practice the Fast Controller Auxiliary Chi Cultivation method, everything had begun to change. The pilot along with other colleagues who practiced the same method began to experience a small boost in reaction speed and pattern recognition. Their intuition also became better at detecting lethal threats. All in all, the mech pilots who had begun to practice the Fast Controller method already began to enjoy the fruits of their efforts as they had managed to lower their loss rate by 15%. It was amazing to see how extensive a small improvement in cultivation could produce such a drastic result. Ha ha ha, it actually works. I knew I should have put more stock in the claims made by the RA. These cultivation methods are completely legit. My reaction speed has returned to its best state. Did I just make myself younger again by practicing this method? Pilots that practiced the Fast Controller method gained more benefits than that. Their pattern recognition and instincts had already improved by a considerable margin, both of which were vital to keeping light mech pilots alive. The native aliens fighting on the battlefield were the first to suffer from these spontaneous improvements. Whenever the two sides began to wrestle for control over fortified star systems, the light skirmishers roaming around the flanks of the battlefield had become a lot more active than before. Previously, these light skirmishers focused on harassing and exploitation. Their role was not to stand in the front lines and take hits like other mechs, but instead became responsible for annoying the native aliens and persuading them to split their forces. This was a dangerous responsibility as the light mechs had to fight far away from friendly support. If they ever got in trouble, their ability to get out of it was much lower than other mech pilots. Yet after more and more mech pilots began to practice the Fast Controller method, their ability to swoop in and get out before the enemy phase fighters caught up to them had become a lot better. The light skirmishers managed to make a lot of small time savings by optimizing their movements, achieving their objectives in less time and recognizing when they had overstayed their welcome. In dogfights against alien phase fighters, the light skirmishers managed to pull off tighter maneuvers and improve their coordination with each other. It was as if every ordinary mech pilot had become elite, and those that already performed at this level fought as if they were expert candidates. Meanwhile, other mech pilots began to show improvements in different aspects. Those that piloted rifleman mechs and heavy artillery mechs preferred to practice the precise controller method. This product of the controller series mainly strengthened the pilot's precision, situational awareness and pattern recognition traits. There were a lot of elements that were identical to the fast controller method. This was not a surprise as all of the methods of the controller system were derived from the same base. They just incorporated different combinations of modules to form a coherent nukana that directed limited resources to accentual areas of impertinent. Precise controllers gradually became slightly more accurate when they launched their attacks. The improvements may only amount to a 5 or 6% increase in hit rate, but that was already a remarkable result in the early stages of systematic cultivation. The small increase in landing shots caused a lot of ripple effects. Alien phase fighters got shot down faster, which meant that mechs got rid of the hindrances faster, thereby enabling them to tackle enemy warships a little sooner. If the increase in hit rates doubled or tripled in the coming months, then the ranged mechs would be able to make much more drastic contributions in every battle. It would be as if every mech force fielded twice as many ranged mechs. Of course, there were mech pilots that did not have any use for an auxiliary chi cultivation method that increased their ranged combat prowess. There were many different specialists who all prioritized different strengths. The skilled controller method happened to be highly favored by offensive melee mech specialists. They were able to learn sophisticated weapon handling skills faster and also improved their instincts that could help them make the right moves before they put any conscious thought behind their actions. The intelligent controller method primarily boosted a pilot's intelligence, theoretical comprehension and data processing capabilities. These were particularly helpful for mech pilots who got promoted up a tech class and needed to absorb a lot of knowledge related to piloting more complicated second-class or first-class mechs. The intelligent controller method was also helpful for mech pilots who made use of support mechs that required a lot of calculations and judgment calls. This was particularly relevant for mech pilots that utilized scout mechs, ECM mechs, combat repair mechs, external shield mechs, stealth mechs and many more. The commanding controller method on the other hand focused on improving the practitioner's ability to command on the battlefield. While it provided a small boost to intelligence, it placed much more emphasis on multitasking, battlefield analysis and leadership. The mech officers who practiced this method did not notice any differences, but it had only been 1 week. They trusted the Red Collective quite a lot and were committed to persisting in their cultivation in the hopes of becoming better leaders. Aside from these basic methods that were widely compatible with every pilot, there was also a special collection of free cultivation methods in the same series that provided more esoteric benefits. The elemental controller auxiliary chi cultivation methods enabled the practitioners to improve their comprehension and increase their affinity to a specific elemental E-energy attribute. Split into fire, water, earth, metal and wood, the instructors of the Red Collective dissuaded mech pilots from practicing these exotic methods unless they already possessed a strong preference for one of the aforementioned elements. However, mech pilots found that they could easily check whether they possessed a talent biased towards one of the 5 feet classical elements. The small group of mech pilots who were lucky enough to discover that they had a lot of talent in fire or metal were able to make much faster progress in these basic elemental cultivation methods. While their practice did not help them shoot fireballs out of their hands or promote the growth of trees, they discovered that they were slightly able to increase the performance of the hyper-technology of their mechs. These auxiliary cultivation methods are awesome. It's like using E-energy to obtain the power of an expert candidate or expert pilot in advance. We won't be able to catch up to high-ranking mech pilots entirely, but we can close the gap and become a lot more useful on the battlefield. Praise the Red Collective. This description was not hyperbole. Most mech pilots had very little idea what traditional chi cultivators were capable of, but they possessed a better understanding of high-ranking mech pilots. Their frame of reference was therefore oriented towards the champions of their professions. By practicing their chosen variations of the controller series, every ordinary mech pilot had an opportunity to master the power that used to be reserved for the greatest of their kind. This greatly motivated the mech pilots. The allure of breaking the human limit and mastering strange reality-defying powers at their current stage was so strong that more and more mech pilots practiced their cultivation methods with greater fervor. Although the widespread adoption of systematic cultivation had yet to affect their breakthrough rate, the Mech pilots still gained a lot more confidence in the future. Even if they never developed the extraordinary willpower needed to trigger their apotheosis, this chi cultivation business gave many Mech pilots a lot of ideas. Was it possible to excel in piloting mechs in a different way? What if they ditched their auxiliary chi cultivation methods and committed fully to a proper chi cultivation method instead? Was it possible for them to become cultivator pilots that combined the power of Chapter 6486 Melkor's alternative? The Controller series provided tangible gains and a lot of hope for Mech pilots who never managed to break through in the past. Perhaps they lacked talent. Perhaps they were not courageous enough. Perhaps they did not have a greater cause worth sacrificing their lives. Whatever the case, the amount of Mech pilots who remained mundane had remained huge ever since their profession came into existence. Part of the reason why expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots were so revered was because only a fraction of Mech pilots succeeded in attaining one or multiple breakthroughs. This thoroughly mythologized the heroes that managed to succeed against all odds, but also left a huge amount of regular Mech pilots behind. Many of the latter were not resigned to their own mediocrity, but what else could they do? The only reliable method to force a breakthrough was to throw themselves into repeated life and death battles, but that tended to cull everyone but the strongest of their kind. Mech pilots who did not possess the recklessness and overconfidence to proactively seek out near-suicidal challenges had very little alternatives to become extraordinary. However, that was in the past. For the first time since the start of the Age of Dawn, Mech pilots truly began to appreciate the new possibilities that this era had to offer. Previous introductions of hyper-technology mildly impressed Mech pilots, but they just treated it as another technological innovation, much like phase water. All of the benefits went to the mechs, not necessarily the Mech pilots. Systematic cultivation changed everything. More and more Mech pilots began to experience the benefits of being able to promote their own self-evolution, all without needing to pay extravagant sums of money. Of course, these Mech pilots were still in the honeymoon phase of cultivation. Once they had reached an advanced stage in their beginner cultivation methods, they would inevitably hit a plateau where any subsequent improvements became a lot harder to attain. This was the moment where they needed to switch to advanced auxiliary chi cultivation methods, which provided greater benefits and additional power. That was when the Mech pilots would begin to bleed and suffer. These premium cultivated methods cost a lot of merits or other price to obtain. They were also a lot harder to learn and practice. It was very much possible for Mech pilots to waste their investment because they lacked the talent, comprehension or affinity to get started. Even if they managed to attain initial results, it may take decades as well as regular purchases of expensive reagents in order to sustain their progress. The life of these Mech pilots would become a struggle, just like other cultivators. Only a minority would be able to overcome the successive challenges and prove their excellence at the top. However, few people outside of the Red Collective were cognizant of this reality. It was fine for Red humanity to fall in love with the promise of systematic cultivation. For now, Red humanity had yet to grapple with the reality of accessing and practicing the much more demanding advanced cultivation methods. Most Mech pilots working for ordinary organizations generally had to rely on earning enough RC merits or war merits in order to access and sustain the practice of the better options available in the repository. Members of the Larkinson clan on the other hand had more convenient options available. That was because the Larkinson clan had earned the designation of a sanctioned sect, which made it legal for the Larkinsons to develop and practice their own homebrew cultivation methods. Of course, the Larkinsons still had an obligation to submit their cultivation methods to the Red Collective for curation. No sect was exempt from this rule. This included the Larkinson clan, which was led by the high and mighty chief counselor of the Upper Council. Vase had expressed his dissatisfaction at being forced to surrender his homework to the freeloaders over at the Red Collective, but he understood that this was for the good of Red humanity. Just as was the case with the MTA and RA, only by sharing and centralizing all professional knowledge would their society be able to develop a specific sector the fullest. The business model of the MTA had proven its effectiveness many times over during the Age of Mechs. It was not shameful for the RC to copy the other superorganizations' best practices. Even if the Red Collective's cultivation method department ended up getting copies of every sect's exclusive cultivation methods, it was still fine. Not every cultivation scientist could imitate or reverse engineer the proprietary knowledge and theory of every single sect. In any case, Now that more than a week had passed since red humanity had become introduced to the wonders of systematic cultivation, the leaders of the Larkinson army attended a meeting in order to familiarize themselves with the cultivation solutions developed exclusively for their own clan. Every Legion commander transferred over to the Spirit of Bentime and attended the meeting in person. Avatar Commander Melkor Larkinson looked particularly upbeat at this time. His eyes radiated happiness despite the fact that they were blocked by his oversized visor. "You look a lot better than before, Melkor. What has made you so much more optimistic and much less glum?" Legion Commander Hugin Cinnabar of the Battle Criers asked in a friendly manner. Melkor saw no reason to hide the source of his newfound sense of confidence. "This cultivation business is a lifesaver to me. Well, you know how I have tried to break through over the years. Even as many other friends and subordinates have broken through to become expert candidates and expert pilots, my willpower is still as ordinary as always. I thought that I would never have a chance to bend reality according to my thoughts. Now that the Red Collective has opened up the repository, I tried out half a dozen of the free versions of the controller series, and I found I can make a lot of progress. Perhaps spending time with all of the design spirits has given me a head start in this. Or maybe it is because I have a companion spirit who can practice a separate chi cultivation method. I am already dreaming about combinations." Multiple Legion commanders looked at Melkor with interest. It was not a secret that the Trueblood Larkinson had been desperate to surpass the extraordinary threshold, but nothing worked over the years. If chi cultivation could give Melkor the satisfaction of becoming a powerful mech pilot, then that was a cause to be celebrated. An extraordinary life of staring death in the face and developing an uncompromising attitude was not for every mech pilot. Even if Melkor understood in his heart that mastering chi cultivation would never make him as powerful as a high-ranking mech pilot at the same level, he had already reached the point of letting go of his fruitless obsession. Sentinel Commander Sorrel Larkinson smiled in encouragement. Sorrel was a Trueblood officer who previously served as the aide of Casella Ingvar. Although he was not a mech pilot and nowhere near as good at leadership as the current Saint Commander, the living Sentinels did not necessarily need a bold leader. "I am happy for you, Melkor. Our Larkinson clan has more advantages than others. We have easier access to companion spirits, and I am sure that our design spirits can lend a hand as well. I even heard that the new exclusive cultivation methods are closely intertwined with some of our design spirits such as Ilvain and the Superior Mother. Watch what you are saying. The Superior Mother is not a design spirit. She is a supreme, and the mother of our patriarch. She is also the Oblivion Empress, who has worked together with the Valiant Evolution which to bridge the gap between the galaxies. There is nothing a supreme cannot do in this universe." Penitent Commander Valerie Chansey looked a little younger and more vibrant since the last time the Legion commanders met. She had clearly made a few attainments in cultivation herself to be able to turn back the clock to this extent. Though she had tempered her religious fervor the longer she remained a part of the Larkinson clan, she still made outbursts like this from time to time. Nobody was crazy enough to argue with her about matters relating to her faith. "When will Kedis arrive?" Vandal Commander Abis Firelight asked as he crossed his arms. "She is late. That is usually never the case. She has always made sure to be punctual." Sword Maiden Commander Sendra Larkinson Woden raised her hand. "I think she is about to arrive. Can you feel it? One of our saints is accompanying our swordmaster." It was easy to distinguish the identity of the saint as she approached the conference room. The domain of every ace pilot was unique, and the one belonging to Casella Ingvar made every Larkinson feel as if she could always lead them to victory no matter the circumstances on the battlefield. As two more women simultaneously stepped inside the secure compartment, the swordmaster accompanied by her trusty floating greatsword still managed to maintain a strong presence while walking alongside the Saint Commander. The Legion commanders simultaneously rose to their feet in respect to Saint Casella Ingvar. The most powerful woman in the chamber did not feel the need to issue a verbal response. Instead, she remained silent and took one of the distant side seats, signaling that she did not intend to take the lead in this meeting. That honor was reserved for Kedis Larkinson, who received the Patriarch's trust and appointment. The journeyman and swordmaster confidently strode to the head of the table but declined to take a seat. Instead, her back remained ramrod straight as she opened the meeting right away. "Good morning. All of you know why you are here. The Tea Institute finally obtained the certifications for all of the so-called Kant-certified cultivation methods that our clan has submitted to the Cultivation Method Department of the Red Collective. Just because Vase is in charge of 149 senators doesn't mean he gets to call all of the shots. We have to follow the new rules just like everyone else. Luckily enough, the delay has been rather small. Now that we have obtained the RC's seal of approval, we can prepare to offer and teach our own exclusive cultivation methods to our clan. The most important and relevant of them are the methods that are tailored for every Mech Legion of the Larkinson army. The Legion commanders all perked up. This was what they had been looking forward to for months. They worked together with their patriarch and the Tea Institute to develop the cultivation methods that would do much to strengthen the unique identities of their own military units. Kedis knew how important this was for everyone. Vase is, apparently, quite good at this, and the scientists over at the Tea Institute are not bad either. The Red Collective has not rejected any of our proposed methods, which means that you can trust their craftsmanship. That provided a lot of relief to everyone. It was not that they distrusted the works of their own patriarch, but it was always better to obtain independent verification whenever he developed a radically new invention. For now, our focus rests on the auxiliary chi cultivation methods that are especially targeted towards our mech pilots. As far as I have been told, their benefits are the highest for standard mech pilots and expert candidates. If a practitioner is able to advance to an expert pilot one day, then much of the gains will get subsumed by his or her willpower. There is little point for the demigod to practice the auxiliary chi cultivation method any further, as developing your resonance strength will partially yield the same gains and more. This does not include companion spirits, which can still retain their own independent cultivation. In short, the word auxiliary is there for good reasons. It is a complementary activity, not an objective in itself. If you truly want to go down further in the road of chi cultivation, then I advise you to practice one of the more dedicated options. Do you understand? Chapter 6487 Spirit Vessel Auxiliary Chi Cultivation Method. As Kedis stood at the head of the conference table, she commanded the attention of all of the Legion commanders as well as the only Saint Commander. During the Age of Mechs and Age of Dawn, it was considered strange for mech pilots to show so much respect and deference to a norm. Mech pilots acquired an innate sense of superiority from other people since the start of the Age of Mechs. Their superiority did not necessarily stem from being richer or having more subordinates under their wing. Strength was not necessarily a component either, as there were instances of third-class mech pilots looking down on first-class norms. The reason why mech pilots existed in a class of their own was because they believed they were the protagonists of the times. Everyone else were side characters compared to mech pilots who possessed the sole privilege of treading the path of godhood that led to the most powerful destination of its kind. In the face of the power of a god pilot, everything else paled in comparison, or at least that was the prevailing thought among both mech pilots and norms. It was no surprise then that the entire population of mech pilots had ingrained this sense of superiority, no matter whether they were low-ranking or high-ranking mech pilots. It was a universal trait that could not be removed even with the onset of Karman mechs. While the cultural changes stemming from the release of the Yellow Jacket designs did not have enough time to ferment, genetic aptitude would still play a role in distinguishing real mech pilots from the imitators. The Karman system developed by Vase Larkinson was anything but perfect. It was amazing because it bridged a divide that no one had ever managed to cross in the past, but the bridge came with its own limitations. Once it collapsed due to the death of a Karman mech, the Karman mech pilot had no other recourse left to persist in his career. This heavy limitation was enough to preserve the most essential interests of potentates and help them maintain their innate sense of superiority during these changing times. However, none of the mech pilots gathered in the room looked down on Kedis. She was a rare journeyman mech designer who had also proven her courage and indomitability in actual battle. Unlike mech pilots who at least gained the assurance of having thick layers of armor between their fragile bodies and their opponents, swordswomen like Kedis could only brave dangers in ordinary clothing or a relatively flimsy suit of armor at best. Any mech could easily smash her body apart up close or at a distance, no matter what fancy sword techniques that Kedis had learned. Perhaps that might not necessarily be the case anymore, as she was technically capable of forming a blood pact with a Karman mech as well, but for now she was a soldier who preferred to fight on foot. Nobody looked down on her for that. Her indomitable willpower was proof of her courage and daring. She was the most brave mech designer to exist, even exceeding that of her much more famous mentor. There was another difference that distinguished Kedis from Vase. As much as he had done to help the Larkinson clan and its diverse cast of members rise above their stations, Vase had turned into a distant political animal in the past few years. Now that he had outgrown the expeditionary fleet and had begun to schmooze with mighty god pilots and wily high officials, Vase led the Larkinson clan from such an immense height that he had lost his relatability. He no longer even physically spent any time in the heart of the clan anymore. He and his immediate family had moved to New Constantinople and decided to build an entirely different first-class branch of the Larkinson clan. All of that was way too distant to the humble second-class clansmen left behind in the expeditionary. While the Larkinsons remaining with the fleet did not necessarily lose their high opinions for their patriarch, their affection for their leader had made way for awe and cold respect. Kedis on the other hand distinctly chose a different path. Despite the fact that she received invitations to undergo ED-net training or transfer to the premier branch, she decisively chose to remain with the Sword Maidens in the expeditionary fleet. She stuck to her roots and did not fall for the temptation of greater power and prosperity. Through her words and deeds, the Swordmaster proved that her heart still lay with the Larkinsons who needed her help the most. She earnestly continued to design numerous different second-class mechs to help the Sword Maidens and occasionally other mech legions gain more powerful offensive combat options. It was therefore no surprise that even the Saint Commander herself did not object to deferring to Kedis. Other ace pilots may be arrogant and conceited enough to look down on everyone that was not on the same level as theirs, but Ksela Ingvar respected the capabilities and contributions of those who were ostensibly weaker than herself. She wouldn't be a good mech commander if she completely disregarded the individual value of her subordinates. In any case, Kedis had no trouble attracting everyone's attention as she began to introduce the new modes of cultivation for the Larkinson clan. Starting from today, the Larkinson clan shall add numerous different advanced cultivation methods to the Larkinson exchange. She announced in a more formal tone than usual. Since the development of our mech pilots is one of our highest priorities, the first batch of sect-certified cultivation methods will largely consist of exclusive auxiliary chi cultivation methods that are exclusive to every mech legion. This will serve as the foundation to the Larkinson army's differentiation and growth in strength. Commander Melkor Larkinson briefly raised his hand. What do you mean by differentiation exactly, ma'am? Katiza's eyes glinted as she began to grin. A mech force in the age of mechs is different from a mech force in the age of dawn. The mechs have changed, but not that much. A swordsman mech is still a swordsman mech even if it is integrated with hyper-technology. What truly makes a difference is systematic cultivation. The mech pilots can choose to invest their time on practicing all kinds of methods that have a wide variety of effects. We will not be the only force to do this. There are many advanced auxiliary chi cultivation methods available in the repository, and there are also many sects that are in the process of developing their own approaches. Saint Commander Ksela Ingvar understood what the Swordmaster was trying to convey. The effects of systematic cultivation on mech pilots is often described as obtaining the power of an expert candidate or expert pilot in advance. The powerful woman commented, "Many expert pilots develop unique abilities that align with their personalities and approach towards combat. Tusa has gained unnaturally good evasion abilities. Davia Stark never misses a shot no matter the difficulty. Dice is the best sword wielder by far among all of our expert pilots. Even Vincent Rickelin is able to punch harder when his ego swells in his head." With the help of the right auxiliary cultivation methods, hundreds of not thousands of mech pilots can develop identical abilities. Imagine how that would change our mech legions. The gap between standard mech pilots and expert pilots will shrink. Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens whispered. It was only now that the implications truly sunk in. The Legion commanders all understood how powerful their mech units would become if their subordinates all made a lot of progress in cultivating the advanced methods that Kedis was about to introduce. The more powerful the cultivation methods, the greater the power at their disposal. Every Legion commander therefore gazed at the Swordmaster with great eagerness. Their expectations glowed through their eyes as they welcomed any development that could strengthen the Larkinsons. The Larkinson army may have fared better than most mech forces during the Red Tide offensive, but even the Larkinsons could not avoid painful sacrifices. No matter how weird systematic cultivation could be, the mech pilots could not afford to reject a magical means of growing stronger. Seeing that everyone developed the right attitude towards this subject, Kedis continued her introduction. As far as our Larkinson exclusive methods are concerned, we will not bother with developing any low-difficulty introductory methods. The controller series developed by the Red Collective is freely available and does everything we need. The ceiling may be low and the scope of improvement may be limited, but the safety and steady progress promised by this series makes it excellent for building up a good foundation. Far more people have worked on these auxiliary cultivation methods than the amount of researchers working for the Tea Institute. We may as well not bother in the first place. This was an understandable policy decision. While it prevented the Larkinson clan from developing a large amount of expertise and practical knowledge on developing basic cultivation methods, the Tea Institute already had its hands full with more important projects. Therefore, the mech pilots of the Larkinson army are advised to wait and practice the methods of the controller series of their choice for as long as it takes to develop a basic foundation. The longer they stick with the basics, the easier it will be for them to get started with the advanced methods exclusive to their respective mech legions. The difficulty of the latter is much higher, so do not underestimate them. A good foundation as well as a mature companion spirit makes it several times easier to comprehend the first chapters of the methods that I am about to announce. The Swordmaster proceeded to spend another minute or two on sharing common sense about cultivation methods before she moved on to the exciting part. With that out of the way, let me introduce you to the first method that is specifically developed for the avatars of myth. The Spirit Vessel Auxiliary Chi cultivation method is moderately difficult to practice. To summarize what it does, it aims to turn the mech pilot into a suitable vessel for designed spirits to channel their power through. I know the avatars have already mastered a trick that does something similar, but its effectiveness will be drastically higher if the mech pilots have made attainments in this exclusive cultivation method. The avatar commander looked enthused as he understood the potential of this advanced cultivation method. Our avatar invocation method has helped us defeat tough opponents while suffering less losses than usual. Melkor said, "We have always been limited by how little we can host the power of the designed spirits that we are friendly with. If this new method can truly allow us to channel their power more effectively, then the potential is enormous. Maybe our connection with the Golden Cat can finally be boosted to the point where we can effectively execute ancestral learning." One of the benefits of invoking the Golden Cat as opposed to other designed spirits was that she had become the repository of all of the combat skills mastered by the Larkinsons. That included the remarkable fighting skills of high-ranking mech pilots. Just the ability to channel a fraction of Venerable Dice's extraordinary swordsmanship or Venerable Stark's insanely precise marksmanship was a dream to many Larkinsons. If the avatars of myth were able to invoke the Golden Cat more effectively, then learning or borrowing those skills might not be impossible. Yet their attempts almost always failed. The success rate was so low that most avatars no longer bothered with this dream anymore. With the introduction of this so-called spirit vessel method, Melkor had a faint feeling that what may have been impossible in the past was no longer the case in the future. Anything was possible in the Age of Dawn. He had to get his hands on this auxiliary chi method. He had to learn its strengths and weaknesses. He had to master it as soon as possible. Chapter 6488 Unity Auxiliary Chi Cultivation Method. The Avatars of Myth was the first mech force of the Larkinson clan. They took a lot of pride in that. They had started off at the same time the Larkinsons began to surpass the limitations of their old family. Under the leadership of Vase Larkinson, the Avatars of Myth went from a fresh new mech unit with no existing baggage to a storied mech legion with a martial tradition that had been tempered over dozens of battles. The Avatars of Myth of today was known as the original elite mech force of the Larkinson clan. Its story and traditions may arguably be the most boring among all of the other mech legions, but it was also able to adapt well to almost any circumstances. The avatars were mostly oriented towards frontal assaults, but they could also fulfill other roles due to their inherent versatility. Their mech pilots made use of offensive melee mechs, defensive melee mechs, rifleman mechs and also drone mechs in recent times. The heavy use of the Bright Warrior Mark III model and the Fei Fianna model further increased the versatility of the avatars. They could dynamically change their configurations and loadouts to fulfill every role. This came in particularly handy when the mech units lacked a specific capability such as ECM or search and rescue. Commander Melkor Larkinson had led the avatars for a long time. His relatively dull personality partially reflected on his mech legion as it never became too eccentric like the Sword Maidens of the Eye of Ilvain. This was not always a disadvantage. The avatars accepted all sorts of people, up to a limit. As long as a mech pilot was skilled and disciplined enough, he or she would certainly be able to earn a spot in this elite mech legion. Perhaps there were clansmen who accused that the avatars of myth had remained boring because of Melkor, but these voices were in the minority. The avatars fought well, and they also had their own special features. The avatar invocation method taught to every member of this mech legion was their defining technique. While it originally started off as a failed derivation of the battle formations employed by the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters, the avatar invocation method had become a mainstay of the avatars of myth. It was impossible to launch dramatically powerful attacks through invocation. The fusion of like-minded mech pilots that characterized proper battle formations did not occur because the avatars were too different from each other. What happened instead was a half-baked version that caused design spirits to connect to the minds of the avatar mech pilots and trickle a portion of their power into them. This could produce noticeable effects, but at a much weaker scale than what could be accomplished with an actual battle formation. However, invocation had its own advantages. The difficulty threshold was much lower, so every avatar mech pilot could pull off during a stressful battle situation. It was not dependent on homogeneity, so it didn't matter if the mech pilots possessed different thoughts and beliefs. More importantly, the avatars could borrow the powers of every willing design spirit. So long as the individual mech pilots in question developed a good enough relationship with a design spirit, he or she could fight with a part of the extraordinary powers bestowed by their chosen patron. They could also maintain their invocations long enough to last a typical battle. They weren't at risk of getting exhausted after pulling off battle formations just once or twice. This made the avatars a lot better at attrition warfare than the other elite mech regiments. None of this was normal in the slightest. In fact, it was not inaccurate to state that the avatars of myth already tasted a preview of what systematic cultivation was capable of. It was exactly because the avatars wielded powers beyond the reach of mortals that Commander Melkor keenly appreciated the value of the Spirit Vessel Auxiliary Chi cultivation method. Both the Patriarch and my husband contributed to the development of the Spirit Vessel method. Kedis shared an important fact. Vase is able to channel the design spirits through himself and his design spirit quite well. Joshua and his Everchanger can do similar actions. It is with their assistance that the Spirit Vessel method can teach other avatar mech pilots to imitate these methods. That sounds impressive. Abyss Firelight whistled in appreciation. I hope my Vandals get something just as good, or else we will all become disappointed. The Vandals will not be neglected. You will like what I have to share later. Kedis promised to the Vandal commander. So what is your opinion, Commander Melkor? I love it already. Melkor grinned. My avatars will be able to complete their mission much faster and with greater confidence once they can borrow a larger proportion of the power of design spirits. Few people will think that we are bland once they see us borrowing the power of the Golden Cat to improve our skills or xianxia to harden our defenses during combat. My Mech Legion will finally be able to live up to its name. Kedis smiled back. It is good to hear that you think highly of it. That said, the T Institute did make sure to attach an important warning to the practitioners of the Spirit Vessel method. Frequent exposure to design spirits can help you in battle, but also ruin your potential to ascend to an expert pilot or higher. There is a risk that mech pilots can become overly dependent on borrowing the power of one design spirit or another. If they become so reliant on this crutch to fight that they cannot properly fight anymore without this special ability, then they have become slaves to their own cultivation method. Real mech pilots must maintain their own will and confidence in their fighting skills to retain their chance to become expert pilots one day. That is why they must not become too reliant on what they can do after practicing this new method. Melkor frowned as he processed her words. That is difficult to follow. The Spirit Vessel method is all about borrowing the power of design spirits. Are you claiming that if we make use of it, we are sabotaging our own future as high-ranking mech pilots? That is one potential outcome, Melkor. This should not always be the case, or else religious mech pilots would not be able to exist. In my opinion as a swordmaster, I think it all comes down to the mech pilot's attitude towards a god or design spirit. If one of your avatar mech pilots regularly invokes the Golden Cat to the point of wanting to slavishly devote himself to our ancestral spirit, such a pathetic soldier has lost the qualifications to transform his willpower. If your avatar mech pilot was merely grateful and respectful towards Goldie, then he should still possess a strong enough confidence in himself to preserve his breakthrough opportunities. The Legion commander with a visor looked thoughtful. He even began to rub his stubbled chin in thought. The division makes sense. There is a difference between looking up at a higher existence and utterly debasing yourself before a god. Maybe it is acceptable for priests and ordinary civilians to bow down to their respective gods, but we are mech pilots. Our knees must remain unbent. Figuratively, though his eloquence left much to be desired, Melkor possessed enough knowledge and experience to be able to tell the difference. This was because his Mech Legion had a bunch of highly talented mech pilots who nonetheless hit a wall in their growth trajectory. Bottlenecks existed, and it was not that easy to develop the mentality of a greater being than your current rank. After thorough investigations, Melkor learned that they had surrendered too much of themselves to their favorite design spirits. Such a mentality could ruin promising mech pilots if they went far enough. Although this was an unfortunate outcome, the Larkinsons couldn't stop people from worshipping the design spirits. They could only advise the mech pilots who showed signs of falling into a pit of slavish devotion. Seeing that Melkor understood the implications, Kedis looked pleased that she did not have to waste too much of her time on basic explanations. Good, let me move on. The living sentinels will gain the right to practice. The 80 mech pilots can become overly dependent on borrowing the power of one design spirit or another. If they become so reliant on this crutch to fight that they cannot properly fight anymore without this special ability, then they have become slaves to their own cultivation method. Real mech pilots must maintain their own will and confidence in their fighting skills to retain their chance to become expert pilots one day. That is why they must not become too reliant on what they can do after practicing this new method. Melkor frowned as he processed her words. That is difficult to follow. The spirit vessel method is all about borrowing the power of design spirits. Are you claiming that if we make use of it, we are sabotaging our own future as high-ranking mech pilots? Although this was an unfortunate outcome, the Larkinsons couldn't stop people from worshipping the design spirits. They could only advise the mech pilots who showed signs of falling into a pit of slavish devotion, and conduct the live testing observes. The Red Collective must have gathered information from them as well, but they have not shared too much data in return. The living sentinels gained their own chance to punch above their weight. They just needed to get started with the 80 Unity method and practice their newly acquired skills against each other. The sentinels generally collected a lot of unmotivated mech pilots, but that did not mean they had to stay this way. The excitement of being able to channel so much power and let a lucky recipient gain control over it all would be magnificent. Are there any design spirits that can help our mech pilots execute this Unity technique? Legion Commander Sorrel asked. Yes, Titania is closely related to the 80 Unity method. Her assistance can make it easier for mech pilots to pool their power together. She can also help the living sentinels maintain their concentration and issue warnings. That sounds excellent. I look forward to seeing whether this method will allow our living sentinels to challenge expert mechs head-on. Chapter 6489 Large or Big. The avatars of Myth and the living sentinels were fairly bland as far as mech legions were concerned. That was not necessarily a problem as they opened their doors to all kinds of mech pilots that satisfied their minimum requirements. They just seemed a little boring compared to the more specialized mech legions. Kedis turned to the next mech legion on her list. Battle Criers, she said as her attention turned to Legion Commander Hugin Cinnabar. Up to this point, your mech legion has developed into a counter against enemy manifestations of E-energy. This was mainly for contingency reasons in the past, but now that systematic cultivation is able to turn any human into a metaphysical threat, it has become more important than ever to prepare your troops to contain such enemies. The cultivation method that we have prepared for you will help you resist and negate enemy supernatural attacks. It should also help you strengthen the effect of the Godkiller heavy luminaire crystal rifles equipped by the mechs of the Battle Criers. However, I should also warn you that this method comes with potential risks. There is a chance that you and your mech pilots will reduce the likelihood of breakthroughs. The older man's expression remained calm. It is fine. Our patriarch is far-sighted to be able to foresee the need of a mech legion that can resist these magical powers. We have spent years preparing ourselves for this purpose. We are ready and willing to accept whatever you give us. I think it is only a matter of time before we grow more relevant. If humans like us can cultivate, then the aliens will figure it out sooner or later. I bet the cosmopolitans are already working hard to tutor those phase whales. That was a scary prospect. Systematic cultivation had already produced plenty of results this early. If the aliens started to catch up and practice their own cultivation methods, then they would become vastly more powerful than before. The Mental Fortress Auxiliary Chi cultivation method is exactly what it says. Kedis explained. All practitioners must build a fortress in their mind that is primarily geared towards defending their own minds and spirits against external manipulation. The effect should be just as good as the mental defenses bestowed by strong willpower, though it will also dull your emotions if you practice it in certain ways. Later chapters of this method will strengthen your offensive capabilities as well. You will be able to impart the power of negation in your attacks that can help you break your enemy's extraordinary effects. Since much of this is based on the power of Lufa, this cultivation method is an excellent complement to mechs and weapons that already channel his power. Legion Commander Cinnabar looked satisfied. That sounds exactly what we need, Swordmaster Kedis. Our battle criers do not need to wield exotic powers. It is already enough if we can break them with our strength. The power of cultivation will only become more and more common as the years go by. We will all need to rely on your strength to proactively deal with the more troublesome enemies that are as threatening as the cultivators of old. To be honest, it would be even better if we can equip you with true mechs, but the Red Association is keeping these rare machines to themselves. I haven't seen a single true mech since it got introduced. Commander Sendra remarked. There isn't even any hype around these strange mechs that rely on these so-called complete neural interfaces. That is because systematic cultivation has not yet had time to empower so many people, and maybe aliens. Commander Melkor stated, from what it sounds like, true mechs only exist for one purpose. Maybe they can still be used to fight against more conventional opponents, but it would be a waste for them to do so. Besides, true mechs are much harder to learn and master. Maybe we need to learn a new approach towards piloting in order to use them to their full potential. Little was known about true mechs as they infrequently showed up in large settlements. They generally did not appear on the front lines as their principal enemies were not present on the battlefield. Yet, the Larkinson leaders quickly set this topic aside and focused on the other cultivation methods that Kedis was about to introduce. Commander Firelight, the mechs of the Flagrant Vandals all have speed and evasion in common, so your mech pilots will have the right to practice the small Zephyr auxiliary chi cultivation method. Just as its name suggests, it was made with the cooperation of St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. The small Zephyr method shares many similarities in that it can increase a practitioner's reaction speed, pattern recognition and intuition, but since it is an advanced cultivation method, it can go much further in the later chapters. The Vandal commander looked disappointed. Is that all? Not that I am complaining. Our pilots can certainly do much if they obtain a fraction of St. Tusa's amazing speed and evasion abilities. It just sounds incomplete compared to the methods of the avatars of myth and the living sentinels. I am not finished yet. The Sword Maiden grinned. The small Zephyr method does more than that. It ties everything together by helping the practitioners grow their affinity towards the wind element. It is not a particularly strong effect, but those who already possess an existing bond with the windy energy attribute will be able to progress much faster than others. At the later stages, mech pilots will truly be able to evade attacks at almost the same effectiveness as a low-tier expert pilot. The mech needs to be able to keep up, though. That sounded a bit better to Commander Firelight. He was not entirely sure why it was so important to develop an affinity towards wind when the Larkinsons fought most of their battles in space, but this was probably some kind of cultivator nonsense. That is more to my liking. I am sure the rest of the Vandals will be happy with this as well. I have a question. Since this is called a small Zephyr method, is there also a corresponding large Zephyr method? Kedis nodded. It is in the works, though last. I heard the cultivation scientists over at the Tea Institute have not made up their minds whether to call it the Big Zephyr method or the Large Zephyr method. It is an ancient tradition that has gotten lost in translation or whatever. What I do know is that the follow-up cultivation method may not be an auxiliary method anymore. What do you mean by that, Swordmaster? I mentioned earlier that auxiliary methods are especially designed for mech pilots as they don't imperil their chances of becoming expert pilots or higher. The Swordmaster said, they are what our patriarch refers to as willpower cultivators. The boundary to expert pilot is a life-changing threshold. This is important because crossing this boundary will determine whether a person can become a willpower cultivator or chi cultivator. If a low-ranking mech pilot decides to switch from the small Zephyr method to the big or large Zephyr method, that person has already chosen to abandon his chances to step on the traditional path of godhood in favor of becoming powerful in a different way. Since it is all systematic, there is much less dependency on luck and serendipity for breakthroughs. This was quite an important distinction. If there was one aspect about breakthroughs that mech pilots hated, it was that there was no progress bar or any other indication whether they were close to breaking through. This was especially a huge problem for standard mech pilots. They could only make rough and usually inaccurate estimates of how close they were based on their own self-evaluations. For example, Commander Melkor had times where he felt he was close to breaking through, but did not know how much further he had to push himself to become an expert candidate. There were also periods where he felt he had only made 5% progress towards triggering his breakthrough, when in reality he was closer to 50% or higher. The lack of information was maddening. Many more mech pilots than Melkor suffered from the same problem. The advantage of systematic cultivation methods was that they were usually structured into multiple chapters. Every practitioner should also have much more tangible information on how much progress they have made and how far they needed to go before reaching the next stage. In any case, the commanders present in the conference room could foresee that many flagrant vandals who had yet to attain much success in pushing up their willpower may feel tempted to switch to the follow-up chi cultivation method. I would like to remain informed about the development of this next book. Commander Firelight requested. Kedis nodded. I will pass that on to the Tea Institute. Do not expect to see quick progress. Figuring out the cultivation steps at the later stages becomes exponentially more difficult, especially when no one really knows what people are capable of at that point and what they need to do in order to become stronger. We may have to wait until dozens of flagrant vandals have completed the final chapters of the small Zephyr auxiliary chi cultivation method. She soon moved on to introducing the next method. Are we next? Sword Maiden Commander Sendra eagerly asked. Not quite, Kedis said. I have a special plan in mind for my fellow Sword Maidens. Please wait until the end. It is the Penitent Sisters that are next. Penitent Commander Valerie Chansey sat straighter as she awaited her gift. In cooperation with the Superior Mother, we have devised the single-phase Mastery Auxiliary Chi Cultivation Method. The Swordmaster introduced. Penitent Sister Mech pilots should choose one of the 6 phases of existence of Hexism to master: life, death, godhood, damnation, dust and woman. The more they practice the chapters associated with a single phase, the more their affinity will align with their choice. They will develop various powers and abilities that are related to one of the phases. Every penitent sister can pray to the Superior Mother for guidance, but whether she will answer your doubts or lend a hand is not certain. This was exactly what the penitent sisters have been dreaming for. This auxiliary cultivation method immediately conquered the penitent commander's heart. The former Hexer even asked a question. Is it possible to master 2 or more phases of existence at a time? Many of us already have companion spirits. It should be more than possible to let each of us practice 2 phases at a time. Even if there are penitent sisters who do not have them yet, what is stopping them from practicing all 6 phases at the same time or in sequence? Kedis raised her palm. Slow down. You are asking way too many questions. I do not have all of the answers, but from my understanding, it is possible for a companion spirit to master a different phase of existence, but we cannot be sure about the results. As for trying to practice multiple phases yourself without the involvement of a companion spirit, that is not recommended. Doing this at the same time will cause your domain to get confused and split. It will lose focus and prevent you from making further progress until you have reconciled the conflicting attributes somehow. It is safer to do it sequentially, but the time it takes to make progress will increase more and more as it becomes harder to incorporate new stuff. I am not the right person to answer these questions. You are better off praying to the Superior Mother for clarity. Thank you. I shall do that. You have already provided a large amount of clarity. The single-phase Mastery Auxiliary Chi cultivation method had a lot of potential. It possessed greater depth than the other cultivation methods. Commander Chansey even felt that it faintly promised every practitioner to follow in the Superior Mother's footsteps. Chapter 6490 Conflicted Kedis. Almost every Mech Legion received their exclusive auxiliary chi cultivation methods. The Legion commanders all felt how much care and attention the clan had devoted to their troops. The Larkinson army served as the indispensable protectors of the Larkinson clan. Without the armed forces under its control, the clan would have never been able to survive all of the successive challenges and thrive to this day. In a dwarf galaxy descending deeper into the throes of war, it became more important than ever to secure every possible advantage. This was why all of the Larkinsons were highly receptive towards embracing mystical power. Many mech pilots found this cultivation business to be weird, dangerous and unfamiliar. It was decidedly out of their comfort zone, and they could not help but worry about what would happen if they suffered an accident. Mistakes related to mechs mostly caused the machines to glitch and malfunction. The mech pilots usually remained safe due to the separation between metal and flesh. Systematic cultivation did not offer this safety buffer. To cultivate was to promote their own self-evolution. To put it in a different way, they directly tinkered with their own lives. Nonetheless, those who fought most often against the native aliens feared systematic cultivation the least. The Larkinsons were already more accustomed to weirdness than usual, so all of these strange new methods were merely an extension of an existing pattern as far as they were concerned. Almost all of the Legion commanders were grinning at the moment. The Larkinson clan was bound to rise even further after its clansmen began to practice the clan-exclusive cultivation methods. The civilians and non-mech pilots could all choose from a variety of advanced chi cultivation methods. While they were not that different from the premium versions available in the repository, they represented the future direction that the Larkinson clan wished to take. A future where every clansman could become extraordinary, and where the most excellent among them may have a chance to gain the power of gods one day. As Kedis briefly indulged her own introspection before she resumed her presentation, she directed her attention towards the relatively new Legion commander of the Eye of Ilvain. Derek Cronin was a relatively unfamiliar figure among the leaders of the Larkinson clan. He was a former third-rater and a former citizen of the old Ilvain Protectorate. That meant his background was similar to that of the former Legion commander. After the now maligned town Melon got exiled from the clan, the Eye of Ilvain suffered a leadership vacuum. Derek Cronin had little choice to step up as he was the only military officer and devout Ilvainan that could muster measure of respect among the insular Ilvainans. Even so, it was hard for the members of the Eye of Ilvain to lift their heads up these days. Even if they had nothing to do with Town Melon's missteps, they still felt their honor had been tarnished by the distorted expert pilot's missteps. Kedis thought that the Ilvainans were taking the betrayal of their former leader a bit too personally. It was difficult to shake them from their current malaise. The Ilvainans were incredibly close and tight with each other. They literally treated each other as close brothers and sisters. Their common faith and belief in the great prophet's words bound them together regardless of their blood. This made it much more difficult for the Ilvainans to get over the affair. Perhaps they needed a reason to close the chapter of the past and open up a new one. The cultivation method that Kedis was about to present might be able to do the job. Commander Cronin, the Swordmaster addressed the man with a slightly gentler tone. The Eye of Ilvain is still underperforming in the past half-year. While your troops are fighting adequately enough that few of us have complaints about whether they are doing their duty, their heart is not entirely in the fight. My apologies, Swordmaster. We are coping, but it is difficult for us to move on. I have been trying to nurture the rise of new heroes that can replace our former commander's role, but it will take time to see whether they have what it takes to serve as our new exemplars. Kedis nodded. It is good to hear that you are pursuing a solution. Perhaps our gift may help. Our clan has devised the Temporal Vision Auxiliary Chi cultivation method for you and your fellow Ilvainans. Compared to the other methods, it is the most difficult one to cultivate. This is mainly because it is more abstract than the others. You see, practitioners who cultivate this method much exercise and strengthen their prescience, their pattern recognition and their weapon precision. On top of that, the method also seeks to increase the practitioner's affinity towards time. That caused multiple people to look surprised. Time affinity. Even if many of the gathered officers possessed a shallow understanding of systematic cultivation, they already understood that there were certain E-energy attributes that were much harder to work with than others. The time attribute ranked at the top in terms of difficulty. It was hard for any cultivator to develop an affinity for time and be able to use that to manipulate this highly abstract and obtuse concept. Even Commander Derek Cronin had an inkling that this may not entirely go smoothly. Are you sure, ma'am? Kedis smiled. Your Ilvainans will not be alone in this. The cultivation method is devised in cooperation with the Great Prophet. As long as your devoted members pray to him, he may reach out to them and give them a little help in comprehending the power of time. Of course, he is not their personal nanny or tutor. He is willing to lower the difficulty threshold, but he won't do all of the work for you. If there are Ilvainans that fail to develop any affinity to time, then they may be better off practicing one of the more general chi cultivation methods offered by our clan or the RC's repository. Perhaps it may even be better if these mech pilots transfer to other mech legions. Hearing that Ilvain himself may reward its devoted worshippers with his personal guidance melted all of the Commander Cronin's concerns. The man bowed in gratitude. Thank you. I shall make sure that all of our Ilvainan mech pilots will prove themselves worthy to receive the Great Prophet's grace. This is an advanced cultivation method, Kronos. It is not as easy to progress as the simple ones. You need to take into account Ilvainan mech pilots who cannot get started or who can only progress at a snail's pace. Before you develop any misunderstandings, this outcome is not necessarily due to a lack of piety and devotion to Ilvain. Every human is different. We all possess inherent or acquired talents and inclinations. Some of your mech pilots may not be cut out for developing a relationship with time. The Ilvain commander looked thoughtful at that. I understand. We should account for failure and a possible schism between those who manage to practice the temporal vision method and those who are not compatible with the scriptures. I know what I need to do to prepare our legion for the future." There was no need for Kedis or the others to mention anything further. It was not good form to interfere with the internal situation of another Mech legion. The Eye of Ilvain needed to be able to sustain itself and solve its own problems. Now that every Mech legion got their new cultivation methods aside from the Sword Maidens, Kedis saved the best for last. She turned to Commander Sendra Larkinson Woden of the Sword Maidens. As far as legion commanders were concerned, Sendra had worked to preserve the soul and traditions of the original sisterhood to the present day. The mechs, the technology, the enemies and the level of prosperity had changed drastically in the last 2 decades, but the Sword Maidens still remained the same in essence. This was not just due to the efforts of Commander Sendra. Kedis, Venerable Dice and the distressingly smaller number of original Sword Maidens had gone above and beyond to keep the original blueprint of Lydia's Sword Maidens alive. Of course, changes and adaptations could not be avoided. None of the old-school Sword Maidens wanted to keep everything exactly the same. They used to live much shabbier lives in the past. What was wrong with embracing stronger mechs and making use of much better training facilities? "Let me be honest with you all," the Sword Maiden said as she began to grasp the hilt of her bloodsinger. "I am split on the development of the Sword Maidens. A part of me wants to stick to promoting traditional swordsmanship among our fellow sisters, knowing that only a minority will be able to exceed their mortal limitations by sheer force of will. This approach towards cultivation has never been about trying to comprehend the laws of the universe or systematically building a fancy palace in your mind. True willpower cultivation is about being more stubborn than ordinary humans and trying your very best to bend the reality around you. I unambiguously believe that this is the purest and most proper approach that traditional swordsmen and swordswomen must pursue in order to stay true to themselves and their swords." Kedis grew more animated as she spoke. She channeled her excitement into her sharp aura as well as her personal greatsword. She sounded like a true warrior at this time. However, I have to acknowledge that what I have learned in the past few months and years is that there is no single correct approach towards swordsmanship. I have heard vague descriptions from Vase that there is a high chance that the alien swordsmen from Messier 87 fight by harmonizing with the power of the environment rather than appropriating it by force. I can roughly understand how this works. I have even used my own insights to help with developing a few chi cultivation methods that should resemble the cultivation used by the sword-wielding natives of Messier 87. Her tone clearly lost a bit of fervor at the end. "You sound upset," Saint Commander Casella Ingvar softly remarked. "What is the problem, Kedis?" The female swordmaster sighed. "I don't like it. I don't like to turn swordsmanship into an art that is more about manipulating the power of energy than trying to cut your enemies apart with your overwhelming willpower. A chi swordsman is too dependent on the external environment to amplify his power. That is a clear vulnerability because unlike mechs, energy radiation is not exclusively under the warrior's control. Everyone is able to harness energy. Willpower cultivators can even claim their sovereignty over it and deprive access to their enemies. So you think that setting your sword maidens upon the path of chi swordsmanship is setting them up for failure?" Casella guessed. "I suppose so, Casella. I know that many more sword maidens can become moderately more powerful by practicing a form of chi cultivation that is compatible with their swordsmanship, but is this what our sword maidens will end up as? Sure, they may become as impressive as the Apocalypse Wardens introduced during the founding ceremony, but I cannot help but feel that a strong enough sword saint or ace pilot can forcefully erase all of their tricks and completely annihilate them if desired. I do not want to lead the sword maidens into the wrong path and cause them to die at a greater rate due to the inherent weaknesses of their cultivation approach." Casella gave the woman a sympathetic look. "I can understand your concerns, but do you deserve to make this choice for your sisters? They are all mature enough to be able to make their own decisions. Just tell them the pros and cons of different cultivation methods and let them decide on their own future direction. Perhaps there will be many sword maidens that end up making the wrong choice, but that is life. Those that wish to wield the power to bend reality by force must be prepared to fail. Even if they end up squandering their potential, at least they tried." Chapter 6491 Sword on the way. Now that Kedis made a decision, she announced her intentions for their sword maidens. "For now, the sword maidens as well as the heavenswarders within our clan should practice the preparatory sword adept auxiliary chi and body cultivation method. Different from the other ones, this method not only seeks to improve a practitioner's affinity to the metal attribute, but also seeks to strengthen her fitness. A strong body often results in better swordsmanship. We have made sure it is compatible with most of the people that aspire to become better sword maidens of Heavenswarders, but it works out better if they already possess an existing talent in the metal element. Why is it a preparatory method? Commander Melkor curiously asked. The word, preparatory, is included to make it clear that this is only a rudimentary method. I do not want my people to have any misunderstandings about that. Its ceiling is low and the improvement in power is relatively limited. I tried hard to improve the aspects that can increase the chances of achieving a breakthrough in willpower as opposed to the alternatives. Does that mean that if the sword maidens are Heavenswarders who practice it will not be able to make any significant attainments if they fail to break through? That is correct, Kedis said. Ideally, I would like the sword maidens to commit to this approach. Many sisters will not be able to break through despite the harsh training and sacrifices they endured, but life isn't fair. I would rather have 10 of my sisters turn into powerful expert pilots and gain the power to protect the rest of us than have 1,000 sword maidens break through as sword-wielding chi cultivators. I feel we firmly need to stick to the elite approach for our sisters. What do you think, Sendra? The sword maiden commander made a firm nod and adopted a firm if almost cruel expression. Your thoughts coincide with mine. Before we joined the Larkinson clan, we endured many greater hardships than now. We have it so much easier these days, but that is not an excuse to grow soft. We cannot allow the name of the sword maidens to degrade. Every true sister must work hard to break their limits. There should be no complaints from them about accepting the toughest and riskiest field assignments. Whether a breakthrough occurs or not, we must not let the possibility of dying deter us from becoming stronger. As long as we commit to this course, we will eventually be able to produce enough breakthroughs to make this effort worthwhile. This was a risky approach, but one that could pay off well. The sword maidens did not have as much interest in giving every sister an equal opportunity to grow stronger. They instead chose to commit to the development of future champions. The preparatory sword adept auxiliary chi and body cultivation method is ultimately supposed to serve as a precursor to willpower cultivation. Kedis emphasized, there is no good reason to practice it anymore if a sword maiden has chosen to forego the chance to become an expert pilot and become a chi cultivator instead. I think it would be appropriate to transfer the sister in question to the Heavensward Mech Legion. Commander Valerie Chansey looked intrigued. Have you finally decided to organize the Heavenswarders into a formal Mech Legion as opposed to letting them run around in small mech units? The Swordmaster nodded. They deserved to have their own Mech Legion long ago. I have not been in a hurry to raise it because I wanted to do it right. Previously, there was not that much that set the Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders apart. These days, I think that can be changed. The Heavensward Mech Legion should be positioned as a broader and more accessible club for sword wielders. There will be a small measure of overlap with the Living Sentinels, but I do not think it should pose too much of a problem. The Heavenswarders should still be fairly serious about swordsmanship. Everyone grew thoughtful at that. This was a big step. The addition of a new Mech Legion demanded a lot of administrative work as well as shifting of assets and resources. It wasn't difficult to create a new Mech Legion in the past, but that was because the Larkinson clan was a lot smaller at the time. Now that it had grown so much, every change involved a lot of work. It couldn't be helped. One of the reasons why Kedis pushed to organize the Heavenswarders under a formal Mech Legion was because it would become even more troublesome to implement it in the future. Is it necessary for us to maintain 2 dedicated Mech Legions based on pure swordsmanship? Commander Sorrel Larkinson asked. It is not as if the avatars of myth or my own Living Sentinels reject the recruitment of serious swordsman mech specialists. We have already absorbed a fair number of Heavenswarders who cannot join the Sword Maiden Mech Legion due to their gender. You are correct about that, Sorrel, but I can see the merits in organizing them in a single cohesive Mech Legion. Commander Sendra retorted. Mech Legions like yours have adopted broad and versatile mech doctrines where swordsman mechs are merely treated as offensive tools. It is different in the case of my sword maidens. We can do so much more with our swordsman mechs because we know them best and drill more complicated and effective tactics. Once the Heavenswarders grow much more powerful with the help of chi cultivation methods, they can pull off even more stunts. To keep them within the avatars of the Living Sentinels will only constrain them from using their best swordsmanship to the fullest. That will not happen within this new Mech Legion. That was a powerful argument in favor of Katiz's proposal, but it did not convince everyone. The conference room began to play host to a mild argument and discussions about the pros and cons of forming a new Mech Legion. The Avatar commander suddenly recalled an important piece of information. Kedis, did you decide to push for the creation of the Heavensward Mech Legion because of the strange self-animated sword that carved its way out of that metal sphere? The Swordmaster glanced over at Melkor. That is an astute observation. I was working on this proposal longer than that. Seeing the Heavensward smuggle its way into the Red Ocean has made me decide that it is better to do it now than later. I do not want to give that bossy weapon an excuse to complain that I have been dragging my feet or neglecting the former citizens of the Heavensward Association. I see. Will we have to prepare for the arrival of the Heavensward? Kedis paused for a few seconds as she tried to decide how to formulate her answer. I do not wish to sound vain or arrogant, but I am almost 100% certain that the Heavensward is on its way for a reunion with me. She slowly stated, I don't know why the sword chose to enter the Red Ocean at this time when it has always been content to remain in the galactic rim of the Milky Way. Whatever its motivations, as long as it does not hold any ill intentions towards us, having this weapon by our side will probably do more good than harm. It was already powerful in the Milky Way. Now that it has entered a galaxy that can feed it with F energy every minute of the day, it is probably growing even more powerful as we speak. We may be able to take advantage of that by borrowing its power to defeat tough opponents, but I am afraid that it will try to push its own ideas onto us. No matter what, we cannot allow ourselves to become its slaves, no matter how benevolent it may appear. The surprise transfer of the Heavensward caught Kedis off guard and unprepared. She truly did not know how to handle this soon-to-be developing situation. Perhaps other people might become ecstatic at the thought of being able to stay in the same room as an impressive grand work. They would even be willing to kill their own parents just to wield such a mighty relic. Kedis was not one of those people. She only recognized the arrival of trouble. The Heavensward possessed a mind of its own. It was impossible for a mere swordmaster to control it in any way. Fortunately, the sword was not a complete wildcard to her. Kedis had the pleasure of wielding it or a phantom version of it years ago. That brief moment of contact and cooperation had given her a good insight into what the ancient and respectable weapon was like. Kedis recalled that she had become impressed by its former wielder's swordsmanship and the swordsmith's craftsmanship. Just the thought of the Heavensward trying to impose its own ideas onto her and her fellow Larkinsons made her concerned. What if the sword wanted more from Kedis and the Larkinsons? What if it overreached and tried to take over her mech legions? Powerful relic or not, Kedis would not allow her fellow sword maidens and Larkinsons to become completely subservient to the intelligent sword. Let us leave aside the Heavensward for a different meeting. We do not know what it intends to do, why it is heading in our direction and whether it will stay with us. The Swordmaster calmly said, for now, we need to plan the adoption of systematic cultivation for every mech legion. Now that you know what your subordinates will be practicing in the future, do you have any suggestions? Commander Melkor raised his arm. I do. Since there are auxiliary chi cultivation methods, there should also be proper chi cultivation methods. How much of the latter is available? Not much, to be honest. Kedis replied. Most are still in the works. The Tea Institute prioritized the development of the auxiliary chi cultivation methods because of the need to enhance the combat power of all of our mech pilots first. If you, your companion spirit or anyone else wants to become a full-time chi cultivator, our clan will gradually release more and more certified chi cultivation methods. If you are not patient enough to wait for that, you are free to spend your war merits on exchanging a premium curated cultivation method in the RC's repository. We cannot guarantee that you can switch to practicing a Larkinson exclusive method afterwards, though. There is a chance that you will build an irreversible foundation that cannot be removed without suffering massive consequences. Choose carefully. That caused Melkor to frown. During the meeting, he had become more and more impressed with the possibilities offered by chi cultivation. It might not sound as powerful and absolute as becoming a high-ranking mech pilot, but he could exercise much more control by selecting which chi cultivation methods he wanted to practice. Since Melkor happened to possess a companion spirit, he was not locked with a single choice. He could practice 2 chi cultivation methods at the same time in the hopes of producing impressive synergies. Alternatively, he could also choose to have his companion spirit become a full-time chi cultivator while leaving his main self open in the hopes of breaking through one day. Even if that day never came, his powerful companion spirit might be able to make him powerful enough to satisfy his need for power, if only barely. Other Legion commanders made similar calculations. Their command responsibilities often meant that their ability to step onto the path of godhood had crashed. For example, Sword Maiden Commander Sendra had become a lot more mellow and less eager to blindly charge forward now that she married Venerable Brutus Larkinson and became a mother. For mech pilots and mech commanders like that, the stabler and less demanding requirements of chi cultivation was a much better fit for their current lifestyles and outlook. By the way, what does our patriarch think about all of this? Does he plan on pushing Carmen mechs onto us as well? Chapter 6492 The Implications of Universal Transcendence. I have spoken briefly with Vase about systematic cultivation over the galactic net. Kedis answered the last question. He is fully supportive of any attempt to make our Larkinson stronger. He is fond of high-ranking mech pilots, but he is also optimistic about chi cultivation. The latter will become a growing trend in our society. It is foolish to neglect it, or worse, reject it altogether. Those that commit to chi cultivation without hesitation will rapidly grow more powerful in the coming years. Our clan cannot afford to be left behind. Chi cultivation is not only useful for mech pilots. It is also useful for other Larkinsons. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar reminded everyone. Our mech designers, mech technicians, tactical officers and so many more people will all become stronger, faster, smarter and be able to postpone their retirement by decades if not centuries. Baseline humans will cease to exist in any form. Everyone will become superhuman. That is not a process that we can change. The only difference is to what extent we have grown stronger. That is a process that we can control. The logic was very clear. E-energy radiation had the capacity to directly fuel chi cultivation. It was a huge waste to let all of that energy fly past or allow the human body and spirit to passively absorb it in an inefficient manner. Systematic cultivation turned a natural but highly wasteful process into an artificial but much more brutally efficient strengthening cycle. A part of Kedis did not like it. Compared to the painstaking struggle of trying to hone oneself into an excellent warrior before proceeding to break that limit through willpower alone, the more structured progression pattern of chi cultivation did not sound so challenging, at least at first. Having read through a dozen modern chi cultivation manuals herself, Kedis found that their makers felt a compulsive need to classify and categorize everything. Big cultivation steps got split up into multiple smaller steps. This made it easier to make steady incremental progress, but deprived the practitioner of her freedom and ability to deviate from the standard recipe. It all seemed too precise and clinical to Kedis. It was as if they wanted to turn every chi cultivator into a precise machine. There was little room for variation and choice, which was probably one of the goals. Less variance usually resulted in less accidents. Perhaps she was mischaracterizing modern chi cultivation as she had very limited experience with them. The later chapters of most cultivation methods were purportedly a lot deeper and more profound. In any case, not even Kedis could afford to ignore chi cultivation herself. She did not necessarily need it as a swordmaster, but she definitely needed to rely on it to remain competitive as a mech designer. Yes, even mech designers gained access to their own forms of auxiliary chi cultivation methods. The Red Collective already included several cultivation method series that were tailor-made for mech designers of any rank and tech level. Kedis enjoyed the rare luxury of being able to acquire useful skills at a reasonable effort through her access to the mech designer system. However, that did not negate her need to improve her basic attributes such as intelligence. Becoming smarter and more creative helped enormously in all aspects of mech design. It was one of the key reasons behind Vess's overwhelming success. Unfortunately for Kedis, the system had suddenly decided to take a 1-month-long break after it decided to undergo an upgrade or whatever. She would not be able to exchange any cheap but necessary enlightenment fruits anytime soon. This unexpected interruption served as a small wake-up call for her. It reminded her that she needed to take Vess's warning seriously about not growing overly dependent on the system's services. Who knew whether it would disappear permanently rather than temporarily one day? Kedis finally recalled that she was doing just fine before Vase introduced the system to her. It was not difficult for her to restore her old mentality and design her mechs without thinking about what sort of system goodies could help her improve her work. With the rapid gains that she had already made in the past year, Kedis grew more and more confident that she would be able to advance to the rank of senior mech designer sooner rather than later. She previously thought that absorbing enough knowledge to reach the standards of a senior mech designer would take her the longest. It took long hours of solitary study to master all of the advanced sciences and engineering wisdom of a second-class mech designer. The study burden was at least 10 times worse if Kedis aspired to become a first-class mech designer. The meeting continued for half an hour. Many commanders freely raised topics and asked tricky questions about systematic cultivation. They could never be too careful, as a matter as big as this directly affected the success and survival of all of their troops. Kedis also mentioned another important priority. Now that our patriarch has jumped into a high position in the Red Collective, he is able to do much more than before. It should be easier for him to obtain first-class combat carriers, which means that our clan can also field more first-class mechs. He is currently split between recruiting existing first-class mech pilots and promoting them from the ranks of our mech legion. The latter used to be unthinkable outside of allocating an ED net quota to our second-class mech pilots, but this cultivation business changes everything. As long as our best and most promising mech pilots practice the intelligent controller auxiliary chi cultivation method to a high stage, they should be smart enough to acquire the bare minimum of first-class mech piloting certifications at an accelerated timeline. The gathered mech commanders all looked surprised. They never thought about it, but now that Kedis mentioned it, it may actually be possible for a second-class mech pilot to become a first-class mech pilot a lot easier than before. In the past, it took millions of MTA credits, 5 to 10 years of continuous training and education and a huge amount of effort for second-raters to competently pilot a genuine first-class mech. This was without taking the much more difficult to control first-class multi-purpose mechs into account. The leaders in the conference room gained a whole new appreciation for systematic cultivation. Even the weaker auxiliary chi cultivation methods opened up brand new opportunities for a huge amount of mech pilots. The more far-sighted among them also made a connection between systematic cultivation and the new elites program. The synergy between the two was incredibly strong. The new elites program granted the bravest and most dutiful mech pilots of any background opportunities that were previously reserved for the wealthiest and most talented first-raters. However, many of the goodies that mech pilots could obtain through war exchange were not so easy to digest. Auxiliary chi cultivation methods could help mech pilots overcome some of the hurdles in their way and rise up much faster than before, thereby allowing them to take better advantage of the benefits of the new elites program. People such as Commander Melkor and Commander Sendra realized at this time that even third-class mech pilots could become first-class mech pilots as long as they worked and fought hard enough. Any mech pilot has a chance to qualify for the premier branch of the Larkinson clan. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar noted, unless there are unavoidable circumstances, each of our mech pilots can earn enough merits and improve fast enough to pilot a first-class mech within a decade, if not less. What is important though is that we keep winning. That was easier said than done, but everyone became more motivated than before. What about us? Melkor asked. What if Legion commanders such as ourselves work hard and become eligible to become first-class mech pilots? Are we allowed to resign from our current positions and transfer to the premier branch? Kedis smiled. If that is what you truly want, I do not think that Vase will mind. None of our mech legions have set up formal first-class mech units as of yet, but it is only a matter of time before that happens. If you think that you have already spent enough time leading the avatars of mechs, then you are free to transfer leadership to a subordinate that you trust to be able to do a good job. I think it may be better if we rotate leadership of the mech legions on a regular basis. The Saint Commander proposed. None of you should hold onto your positions for an entire generation. There are advantages and disadvantages to maintaining such a long continuity, but I think it is better that the mech legions must ultimately become strong, independent institutions as opposed to your personal kingdoms. This is not an urgent issue at the moment. We don't know whether we will be able to live past this year. We can discuss a solution later when we can afford to think about the long-term implications of raising the frequency of leadership shuffles. Is there anything else you would like to discuss? A brief pause ensued before the leader of the Penitent Sisters asked a question. Since all humans will undergo massive improvements with the help of systematic cultivation, I fear that the changes to our clan and society will quickly spin out of control. Yes, I am aware that the Red Collective will not sit around and let us descend into anarchy, but it is still too new to be able to enforce its laws everywhere. I don't think that our clansmen will intentionally hurt others with their newfound powers, but accidents are a different matter. Then there are others who have begun to practice all manner of cultivation methods. I think we need to bolster our security to guard against both internal and external threats. We are already doing that, Kedis said, maybe not against the threat of cultivators, but we are hardly defenseless. Our planetary branches are the most vulnerable against outside threats, but it should be easy enough for them to invest more in their defensive measures. As for potential dangers from our own ranks, I believe that the Golden Cat is more than up to the task of warning us of any dangerous cases. Naya, Goldie communicated without bothering to manifest herself in the conference room. That was a definite confirmation from the ancestral spirit. What if something truly unforeseen happens? The Penninent commander pressed. The Red Collective warnings reminds me of what went wrong with Town Melon and Laney Larkinson. Accidents can happen on the battlefield, and when mech pilots have become superhuman, their ability to damage everyone and everything around them has become much stronger than before. Then we need to rely on tougher means to restore order. Kedis responded. We cannot afford to be too reluctant to resort to force. I hope that our clan won't suffer too many of these incidents, but I can never guarantee what will happen in the future. I have learned that there is a greater chance to make mistakes when attempting to practice the more advanced and complicated chi cultivation methods. The side effects can include personality shifts, extreme mood swings, a growing propensity towards violence, and so on. This is an outcome that can occur without malice or fault. Those who are more desperate to chase after power are more prone to take the wrong turn. This is not much different from mech piloting. If you want to make greater achievements in chi cultivation, then you must pay a greater price and brave greater dangers. This is also why talent is so important. If you are talented in a specific form of cultivation, you can make great achievements without making so many sacrifices. Is there an easy way for people to ascertain their talents, Swordmaster? Not as far as I know. This should be a priority of the Red Collective. Just wait. Chapter 6493 The Maturation of Kedis. Once the mech commanders of the Larkinson clan finally wrapped up their meeting, Kedis continued to spend her time on other affairs. She handled the administrative work that was necessary to get the ball rolling on forming the Heavensward Mech Legion. Fortunately for everyone, the Larkinson clan had long anticipated this need. The Heavenswarders pretty much half-organized themselves since the day they volunteered to join the Larkinson clan in order to follow the woman they thought could elevate their swordsmanship to a higher level. Numerous notable leadership candidates had also emerged. Kedis was not in a hurry to appoint one of them to lead the Heavensward Mech Legion. Excellent swordsmanship allowed them to gain the respect and awe of their fellow brothers and sisters, but it did not necessarily translate to superior management and battlefield leadership qualities, as she herself had learned the hard way. Sometimes, a seemingly mediocre leader such as Avatar Commander Melkor Larkinson or Sentinel Commander Sorrel Larkinson may end up as the right person for the right job. Instead of taking risks, it may be better for an organization to build itself up at a slow but steady pace. Before trying to do anything adventurous, it was better to focus on completing the basics and build a strong foundation. In any case, Kedis felt optimistic about the future of the Heavensward Mech Legion. Once the ancient relic sword arrived from afar, she could easily predict that the members of this new Mech Legion would get all fired up and become more motivated to earn glory on the battlefield. They certainly needed it, as the fighting in the Viola Magnifica system had never ceased. The native alien forces had not yet committed to a full assault in recent weeks, but they made sure to harass the outlying defensive strongholds. From moonbases to fortified asteroids, the native alien forces persistently sought to dismantle these defensive outposts before commencing their decisive attack. The defending humans never expected to maintain these disposable defensive assets. They only sought to delay the native aliens and create opportunities for ambushes and surprise attacks. Half of the strategically important port system therefore descended into a period of frequent skirmishes and small-scale battles. Although the intensity of combat was not too high, the cost to both sides was still considerable. Precious mechs, phase fighters and occasionally warships were getting felled at a constant rate, causing both sides to bleed precious assets that could be used to give them an edge in the upcoming battle. Such encounters had become more frequent as of late. Red Humanity's strategists and tacticians had continually refined their combat approach over the past half-year. Although fighting in this way was not always optimal, it helped to limit the losses after suffering a major setback. It also offered the participating fighters a good amount of tempering without exposing them to excessive risks. It should not be a surprise that Red Humanity favored this approach in the hopes of producing more expert pilots and ace pilots. What was strange was that the aliens occasionally showed signs of tacitly cooperating with their human opponents. A competitive spirit had emerged between both sides. No matter what disagreements they may have with each other, neither the humans nor the aliens wanted to lose a fair fight. Many soldiers had come to enjoy the current pattern of warfare. The risk of dying was not too great, and the battles rarely escalated to a point where they needed to stand their ground or face certain death. Of course, the native aliens were not doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, if their physiologies even included these organs. There were times where they lulled their human opponents into a false sense of security before launching a sudden all-out attack that involved more phase lords than usual. This was why the defenders assigned to the Viola Magnifica system could never truly let down their guard. Swordmaster Kedis Larkinson had presided over the expeditionary fleet for a while now, and she became more and more concerned about the immediate future. The 4th Defensive Band had managed to stop the native aliens from pushing any deeper for a remarkable period of time, but it was already becoming more and more tenuous. She intuitively felt that she wouldn't have to wait too long before it finally collapsed. Then they would have to retreat to the 5th Defensive Band, which was the only proper wall left to keep all of the hostile raiding fleets and assault fleets out of human-occupied space. It was not that Red Humanity attempted to erect more defensive bands. There were many voices on the galactic net who accused their leaders for being stupid by not investing resources into forming a 6th defensive band. The problem was that it already took a huge amount of resources and logistical assets to prop up the existing defensive bands for so long. The 1st and 2nd collapsed too soon to make any difference, but the 3rd and 4th continually managed to stand firm against relentless alien assaults due to timely and plentiful reinforcement and resupply runs. From the perspective of human leaders, it was more cost-effective to prop up the existing defenses than to frequently erect new ones from scratch. While that certainly ensured that humanity's current borders remained as strongly defended as before, the problem with this policy was that the more internal defenses and strongholds had badly lagged behind. There were still the occasional strongholds and fallback points, but they were too loose and isolated from each other. Many analysts pessimistically predicted that Red Humanity was as good as done once the 5th Defensive Band got breached. The solution to avoid this calamity therefore became very simple. Red Humanity simply had to keep hold of the remaining 2 defensive bands at all cost. This responsibility became more and more difficult to bear when Kedis and other clever and perceptive soldiers in the Viola Magnifica system smelled a grand assault on the horizon. The Swordmaster felt more and more burdened by the responsibility of navigating the Larkinsons under her auspices through the coming ordeals. Back when she was young, she never imagined that she would become such a worrisome leader. Sharp, sharp, heaven, heaven, her possessed bloodsigner cried out as the greatsword bobbed up and down in the air. Can you feel the approach of the heavensward? Sharpie, her companion spirit, apparently possessed greater sensitivity towards the relic, heaven. Heaven, heaven, the Swordmaster sighed. The contamination of her companion spirit gave her cause for concern. What if Sharpie automatically succumbed to the authority of the heavensward? All of the heavensward saints in the past got forcibly converted into the sword slaves of the powerful relic, and that was when the ancient weapon was still in a power-saving mode. Now that the heavensward had entered into a much more favorable medium-energy environment, Kedis suspected it could do way more with its endless variety of powers. What if the old blade decided to make good use of its partially rejuvenated state and take matters into its own hands? There was nothing Kedis, Saint Commander Casella or any of the other strong combatants in the Viola Magnifica system could do to resist the Grand Work's actions. Kedis started to understand why Vase felt so aggrieved whenever he interacted with the likes of the Evolution Witch. Their patrons likely harbored goodwill towards them, but that did not mean their meddling was necessarily welcome. Both the Evolution Witch and the Heavensward were so powerful that they could ignore a lot of pushback. They were not confined by any normal rules and could do anything so long as they did not cross any bottom lines. With the help of Sharpie's relations with the Heavensward, Kedis roughly estimated that the powerful self-controlled weapon would probably arrive in another week, maybe longer if it got distracted along the way. I wonder how the Heavenswarders back in the majestic Teal Star sector are feeling, Kedis mused. The Heavensward Association were probably devastated at the loss of the sword that symbolized the second-rate state. Fortunately, there were so many swordmasters over there that they should easily be able to keep their traditions alive. Kedis even guessed that the departure of the Heavensward may actually lift a burden off the state and allow its swordmasters to flourish without an overbearing presence at the top. The fact that the Heavensward may actually come and shift the burden onto herself and her subordinates was not a good development. The woman kept her concerns even as she wrapped up her work related to the Stormblade Samurai Mark II project and proceeded to move back to her grand stateroom deep inside the spirit of Bentime. Many Larkinsons greeted or saluted her with respect along the way. Kedis always made sure to take the brief amount of time to nod in acknowledgement, though she did not go further and chat with the clansmen. Now that she had assumed the burden of leadership, Kedis became a lot more attentive on how she presented herself and spoke to her fellow Larkinsons. She briefly paused in front of a reflective surface. Compared to how she looked when she was young, Kedis looked so much more mature and weathered. Her body remained as athletic as ever. She never let up on her exercise and sword training. Her unnatural green hair had made way for a relatively short cut of more natural-looking red hair. Her slightly ornate Larkinson uniform may lack rank insignia, but still conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. Part of this was due to a combination of Kedis's intelligent demeanor. Another part of it was due to Sharpie's willpower. Both factors caused her demeanor to become less aggressive but no less dangerous. As the mech designer and swordmaster continued to study her appearance, she liked how she had managed to progress her demeanor. She shed many of the follies of her youth and managed to exude an undeniably mature and reliable temperament. This was a quality that not even Vase was able to match. As brilliant as he had proven himself to be, there was always something about Vase that made people think that he had become incorrigible. There was always a rebellious bone inside him that continually pushed him into making unconventional decisions. Kedis spent a lot of years with Vase, so she certainly understood why he ended up this way. She could not bring herself to imitate her former mentor that closely. The more responsibilities she assumed, the more she felt the need to remain steady and avoid excessive risks. Of course, she did not go as far as to deny her own nature. She still grasped her bloodsinger in her hands and boldly chose to accompany boarding parties into disabled but not destroyed enemy warships every now and then. Only by letting her greatsword shed actual blood would she be able to progress as a swordmaster. Kedis still had aspirations to become a sword saint and eventually a sword god, so she insisted on participating in these boarding actions despite the vehement objections of her husband and almost every other Larkinson. Every native alien species presented difficult challenges in boarding combat. The Orvans liked to rely on excessive firepower and traps to hinder boarders from taking over their home ships. The Nuncers were the most fun to fight against as they disdained tricks and usually liked to fight their enemies head-on, though often taking advantage of their superior mass and numbers. The Zamiles were the most awful species that Kedis had the pleasure to fight against. The less said about the disgusting slime-like race and their horrendously sticky organic warships, the better. While Kedis certainly appeared to grow a lot younger and wilder whenever she indulged in her need to fight with her bloodsinger, she otherwise made a conscious effort to keep herself restrained. There was one decisive reason why she made an effort to grow up and become more responsible. "Mommy, you're back, Mommy." Kedis smiled with genuine joy as she bent down to embrace Kyrian and Myra. As a mother, she wanted nothing more than to raise her children and see them grow up in front of her eyes. I am home. Chapter 6494. Kyrian's future cultivation as leaders and role models. Both Kedis and her husband led busy lives. It was difficult for them to spend enough personal time with each other, especially when the Red Tide Collective loomed over everyone's heads. Nonetheless, neither wife nor husband refused to sacrifice their family time. They were not always able to return to the grand stateroom and enjoy a family dinner together, but they tried to be present often enough to keep their children fulfilled. It was only after Kedis returned home that she let down her guard. Her tough persona faded away as a matronly vibe took its place. As a collection of bots began to deliver numerous dishes on the dining table, everyone began to take their seats and partake in their meals. As the Larkinsons filled their stomachs, they began to chat about what they had done for the day. One topic immediately stood out to the children. Everyone in school is talking about cultivation. Kyrian Larkinson spoke while chewing on a piece of garlic bread. Their moms and dads have started to grow noticeably stronger or smarter after they began to practice. We all want to cultivate as well, but the stupid repository doesn't give us access to them. Why do we have to wait until we are 12 years old before we begin to cultivate? Kedis smiled in a good-natured manner. Systematic cultivation is dangerous. Even the free methods that are deliberately designed to be easy to learn and master can lead you in the wrong direction if you make mistakes or worse, think you are better and try to make careless changes. Children as young as you and your sister are too imaginative and not calm enough to stick to instructions. It is irresponsible to let you cultivate when you are so young. Her son couldn't accept this answer. But when I talked to Andraste, she bragged to me that she had already been practicing a rudimentary cultivation method before the Red Collective was founded. Her father developed a method just for herself. She told me that children who obtained companion spirits don't have to wait until they are 12 before they can begin to cultivate. They can start early. As the children of one of the most prominent couples of the Larkinson clan, it went without saying that both Kirian and Myra already received their companion spirits. It was trivial for Kedis and Joshua to secure a pair of companion spirit fruits for their lovely son and daughter. That meant that Kirian made a valid demand. The 12-year age limit set by the Red Collective had little meaning for children who developed their spiritualities in advance with the help of their companion spirits. Every companion spirit was inherently intangible and made out of E-energy. That meant that even the weakest of them possessed an inherent talent in E-energy manipulation and absorption. In other words, if a child obtained a companion spirit, they essentially possessed enough spirituality of an ordinary adult, if not more. Venerable Joshua laughed when he heard how impatient his son had become. "What did I tell you about trying to grow up too quickly? You are not even 10 years old yet. Slow down. Wait until you are older before deciding what you want to become. If you commit to a cultivation method too early, you will lock yourself to specific jobs. It will be too late for you to change your mind. I already know what I want to become." Kirian stubbornly pushed back at his father. "I want to become a mech pilot just like you, Dad. If my genetic aptitude isn't good, then I want to become a swordmaster like Mom, but also become a Karman mech pilot at the same time." One of the greatest gifts that Vase had given to a huge amount of children living in the Red Ocean was that he single-handedly broke the nightmare that was looming over their heads for years. Each of them dreaded the day they turned 10 years old and went through the infamous genetic aptitude test. Once the examiners put a strangely shaped helmet onto their heads, little boys and girls would soon learn whether they were a part of the lucky 3.5% or the deeply unfortunate 96.5% of the population. Even if they were still young, every child was clearly aware that it was much likelier for them to fall into the latter category. That was why children were so afraid of it, to the point where they actually wished they would never grow older than 9 years old just so that they could maintain their blissful ignorance for a longer period of time. This was why children around the age of 10 or younger cheered the loudest when Vase finally announced his historic Yellow Jacket models. The existence of Karman mechs and the revolutionary Karman system permanently liberated all of these young and sensitive children from the fear of discovering that mech piloting was forever beyond their reach. Kedis and Joshua exchanged glances with each other. Many of these children were not quite aware that becoming a Karman mech pilot would be tough because human society could never allow all children to pursue this career option. The genetic aptitude tyranny may have been cruel to the people who grew up under its reign, but it also played an important moderating function. The development of genetic aptitude was not entirely random, but it was so uncontrollable that it may very well be the case. Neither rich or poor could influence the development of a child's genetic aptitude in any meaningful way. This meant that there was a sense of fairness in the mech community. The rich and powerful could not monopolize the mech piloting profession. The poor had a chance to become heroes on the battlefield as long as their genetic aptitude was high enough. All of that threatened to change once Karman mechs became available. The limiting factor that prevented people from becoming mech pilots was not genetic aptitude, but other factors such as background and capital. Of course, Kedis and Joshua were both powerful and wealthy enough to allow for both of their children to dedicate their lives to becoming Karman mech pilots. They were not the ones who stood to lose in this new contest. They were much more concerned for other parents and children. The Larkinson clan had a need for talented and loyal mech pilots, but their demand was not high enough to accommodate every single child with a dream. Sooner or later, the clan needed to formulate a policy that raised a lot of barriers to prevent too many of its descendants from becoming Karman mech pilots as opposed to mech designers or starship personnel. The amount of manpower required to fulfill those other responsibilities were much greater. It was impossible for any organization to sustain itself with mech pilots alone. The combat power of a mech force was not decided by the amount and quality of mech pilots alone. The support structure around mech pilots was just as important. The clan needed to think carefully on which children were allowed to become Karman mech. "Let us wait until you are 10 years old before we decide further whether piloting mechs should be your future, Kirian," the mother said. "As for practicing a cultivation method, I will see what I can arrange for you. As far as I know, there is another reason why children under the age of 12 cannot responsibly practice cultivation. Their comprehension is usually too poor to make great achievements. You can only practice the simplest methods, and only the first chapters at that. Don't expect to make much progress unless you are a genius." Kirian was a designer baby and had been raised under good conditions. He was not stupid, yet there was still a gap between himself and a genuine monster like Andraste Larkinson. Both children dedicated a lot of time on practicing their swordsmanship, but Andraste's study load was much higher due to her superior capabilities. While Kedis could afford to grant her son powerful augmentations and help him enroll in a first-class school, she was reluctant to subject Kirian to so much pressure when he was still so young. Besides, if her son wanted to become a swordmaster or expert pilot so badly, developing his heart could make a much more positive difference than stuffing lots of theoretical knowledge in his head. The simpler auxiliary chi cultivation methods are sufficient for you, Kedis told her son. Don't obsess too much over them. Just use them to increase your comprehension and speed up your studies. If you truly want to become a strong warrior like your father and I, then you need to be more active rather than sitting around while engaging in mental gymnastics several hours a day. There is an inherent contradiction between chi cultivation and willpower cultivation that cannot be reconciled. You can either choose to overcome wall by chipping away at its weak points, or bashing it apart by relying on brute force. The former approach is clever and efficient. The latter approach is powerful but much more difficult to attain. It is up to you to decide which one you prefer the most. I don't want to outthink my problems. I want to outfight them. Kirian decisively spoke. Since Dad has become an expert pilot and you have become a swordmaster, there is no reason for me to be any worse. I will completely work to become a swordmaster or expert pilot myself. Hey, I just thought of something. Since I have a companion spirit, is it possible to become an expert pilot and swordmaster at the same time? Venerable Joshua made a noise of concern. That sounds crazy. I don't know what will happen. As promising as it sounds, I don't think it will be easy to accommodate two different kinds of willpower in the same body. You could either become the most powerful warrior of red humanity, or you might literally split yourself apart if you can't reconcile two different but equally powerful wills. Don't mess around with things like this. Your mother is right. Cultivation becomes most dangerous when clever little munchkins like you think you can game the system. What if it works? If I can really become an expert pilot and swordmaster at the same time, then I can become twice as strong as you at the same rank. Though Kedis liked to believe her son was clever and educated enough to know that his proposal had a high chance of producing a deadly accident, she still worried whether he would try to pull it off anyway. Fortunately, it was anything but easy to surpass the extraordinary threshold through willpower. Trying to do it twice in a reasonable timeframe was even less likely. So far, Kirian was too young to possess the qualities that could trigger a breakthrough. Kedis would rather have her son muddle around for a few decades before finally deciding on his future course as a soldier or anything else. If he insisted on following the footsteps of his mother or father, then Kedis at least wanted him to develop only one form of extraordinary willpower. Here his companion spirit that had not broken through in this manner could easily increase his versatility and fault tolerance by practicing a complementary chi cultivation method. This was the ideal cultivation plan that a worried mother had devised for her rambunctious son. However, Kedis was afraid that if she tried to impose it on him, Kirian would just rebel and try to pull off an extreme stunt out of her sight. Oh Kirian, raising children was never easy. Despite the fact that Kirian had turned into a growing source of concerns, Kedis never ceased to love her son. It was precisely because she worried so much about him that she wanted to shower him with love. Chapter 6495 Diligent Myra. As the family continued to partake in their dinner, Kedis eventually proceeded to shift her attention to Myra. Unlike her son who possessed black hair but already started to shape up into a small swordsman, her daughter lacked the sharp edge that came with training weapons and learning how to kill in the most brutally efficient way possible. Both Kedis and Joshua were already more than satisfied with raising their son into a mighty soldier or warrior. Fighting could never be avoided in this day and age, and they wanted at least one of their children to be able to protect their loved ones by themselves. Myra therefore had the luxury of pursuing other career options. The mother and father therefore made deliberate choices to steer Myra away from more violent professions and develop a liking for more peaceful and productive pursuits. Fortunately, Myra developed an early love for designing mechs. She deeply looked up to her mother and built up a keen interest in learning how to play around with EMCHS. Just like little Marvane, Myra had already begun to play with Meccano sets. Although her progress was not particularly fast, the fact that she was enjoying the process of putting different parts together and trying to invent better configurations was already enough to make her parents satisfied. How is your progress at school, Myra? My teachers say that I am doing well. My companion spirit helps me learn and remember the study material faster. I am also getting better at calculating sums. My math teacher even allows me to study ahead and try to solve equations from the textbooks meant for older students, but it is harder for me to do so. I get stuck more often and have to skip to other problems. Can you look at my work and help me solve the most difficult problems? Kedis smiled indulgently at her daughter. Math is easy and fun at first, but it can quickly get more and more complicated. If you ever get stuck, don't try to look up the answer on the galactic net or ask me how to solve it. Just go over the latest chapters of your textbooks and try to find a connection between theory and problem. As long as you think hard enough, you will figure out the answer eventually. Only by doing this over and over will you train your problem-solving skills. Mech designers have to solve hundreds of problems like this every day, and their difficulty is much harder the more sophisticated your mech becomes. If you cannot solve the low-level problems of these textbooks, you can forget about designing mechs in reality. It was not quite fair to expect her daughter to solve problems in textbooks meant for students who were several years older than herself, but Kedis believed her precious girl was up to the task. Can I cultivate as well? Myra pleaded. I have heard that there are many methods that can directly make you smarter. I can solve these problems much easier after I have begun my practice. No, Kirian may be old enough to dip his toes into cultivation, but you are still too young. The risks are too great, companion spirit or not. Wait until you are as old as Kirian before you ask me this question again. You'll be old enough to improve your control over yourself. We will also know much more how chi cultivation methods work with cases like yours. Right now, we still do not fully understand the positive and negative effects of cultivation in relation to children with companion spirits. Unlike a certain infamous Larkinson mech designer, Kedis was not so eager to use her own children as test subjects. The reason why she reluctantly allowed her son Kirian to practice an auxiliary chi cultivation method was because of his slightly greater age and the mental tempering that came with repeated swordsmanship practice. Having taught Kirian herself, Kedis had already sought to mold her boy into an indomitable swordsman. This made his mentality harder and better able to resist external shocks. Myra lacked this quality, so she wouldn't be able to endure as much stress. It was better for the girl to take it easy for a few years. Kedis continued to chat with her daughter. Her lips curled in pride when she saw the shadow of herself in her daughter. In fact, the mother felt proud of both of her son and daughter. Kirian had taken after the swordmaster side of Kedis. The mother felt that Kirian would definitely be able to inherit her swordsmanship legacy. The one regret that Kedis had when training Kirian into a swordsman was that he would not be able to join the Sword Maidens. Unless he made the radical and somewhat risky decision to undergo a medical procedure that could turn him into a woman, Kirian would not be able to join the Sword Maidens. Kedis did not really feel upset about this. She would have insisted on bearing another daughter if she deeply wanted to dedicate an offspring to the Sword Maiden Mech Legion. The truth was that she never felt a strong urge to do so. To Kedis, the Sword Maidens was a sisterhood. Every member of this elite and highly offense-oriented Mech Legion was a sister in thought if not in blood. All true Sword Maidens had long shed their attention towards bloodlines and fully embraced each other as their new family. It felt wrong for Kedis to specifically raise one of her daughters so that she would become eligible to become a Sword Maiden. The Swordmaster did not see the point in this as she already had many sisters in the Sword Maidens already. The addition of her daughter only added one more relative to the lineup, which did not sound impressive in the slightest. In any case, Kedis felt no regret if none of her female descendants ever chose to join the Sword Maidens. Her love and affection towards the Sword Maidens compelled her to do whatever it took to keep the Mech Legion pure. The sisterhood developed by its members remained untainted by selfish and corrupting thoughts, and she would never wish to break such a treasure. Myra, since you have been playing with Meccano for a while now, have you developed a preference for a specific mech archetype? Have you taken a liking for swordsman mechs like your mom, or do you prefer to work with other mech types? Myra scrunched her face in a cute manner. I can't make up my mind. I love all of the mech types, mommy. I tried to put together multiple swordsman Meccanos with the basic melee Meccano set, but it's too boring. I don't want to play with mechs armed with only swords all of the time. I tried to put together a Meccano armed with swords, spears and halberds. I really like that last one. It has so many different ways to cut that you can do a lot with this weapon. I don't know why it is more popular. I have also been trying out the basic ranged Meccano set, but the toy weapons only fire weak light rays or tiny foam bullets. It is fun to see the tiny weapons fire a dozen times, but then it gets boring. I am thinking about designing a doom crawler next. I haven't made that before. You shouldn't try to explore radically new configurations too soon. I think you have plenty more mechanos that you can design with the existing sets. I won't buy additional sets for you as it will only do more harm than good. Hearing about Myra's latest explorations with Meccano caused Kedis to frown. The mother felt slightly disappointed that Myra had not yet developed her love and passion for swordsman mechs. Another part of Kedis felt concerned that Myra may have become too flighty or indecisive. All of that bouncing around reminded the journeyman mech designer of Vase. The patriarch of the Larkinson clan also possessed a restless spirit. He never seemed content to design many variations of the same mech or mech type. He always chased after novelty, which was one of the reasons why he worked so hard to innovate. Was Myra beginning to develop in the same sort of mech designer? It would be scary if that was the case. As her mother, Kedis felt an undeniable responsibility to educate her little girl and firmly teach her that the best approach towards mech design was to pick a narrow range and stick to it for the rest of her career. My girl, the future mech designer of the Larkinson clan. Joshua spoke as he already began to imagine the splendid sight. Be patient, Myra. It will still take many years before you can graduate as a mech designer. That gives you plenty of time to decide what sort of mechs you want to design. There was not much more to talk about with Myra as she was still too young. It would take years before she participated in a genetic aptitude test and found out what sort of talent she possessed. Wait, her eyes suddenly lit up as she recalled a previous but related discussion. Joshua was sharp enough to notice his wife's distraction. What is it, Kedis? I suddenly had a good idea. One of the problems associated with systematic cultivation is that people are unclear of their talents and affinities to different E-energy attributes. I was thinking, can we develop a way to measure the relevant data and calculate the talents and affinities of a human? I think we can prevent many people from making decisions that they would regret due to incompatibility. That sounded like a helpful suggestion. Information about systematic cultivation was still too sparse and inconsistent. Modern society thrived on information. Bad or unknown data could ruin anyone's. Even Joshua recognized the immense value of being able to precisely determine one's cultivation qualifications. That sounds like a great idea, my dear. How will you be able to implement such a device? I have my ideas, Kedis tested as her thoughts spun for a moment. The test has to be conducted on a spiritual level. The MSTS is perfect for this. It already exists and it has accrued a monstrous amount of data that allowed it to reach a more perfect state. It should be able to conduct discrete measurements on the mech pilot's spirit to quickly ascertain that person's qualifications. That only works for mech pilots and maybe Carmen mech pilots. Joshua retorted, maybe the Golden Cat can gather this information on her own initiative. She is already connected to every clansman. Kedis still shook her head. You may very well be right, but it is not a universal solution. The MSTS has the advantage that it can be accessed by people outside of our clan, though only after paying us in phase water. We may as well introduce a new service while we are at it. These are also the soldiers whose qualifications we need to know the most. The Swordmaster became more and more optimistic about expanding the functionality of the MSTS, but she needed to have a good talk with Vase in order to implement this demand. In fact, Kedis also wanted to talk to him about expanding the MSTS. She understood a part of the reason why he had restricted its proliferation. It cost energy to operate a new instance every time a mech pilot connected to it. The MSTS became a growing burden to maintain upon active use. Earning a profit within 24 hours was not always guaranteed. Previously, the MSTS had to be run sparingly in order to avoid draining its reserves. Now, abundant access to E-energy radiation caused everything to enjoy a glut of energy. The main problem that hindered the proliferation of the MSTS had crumbled after the start of the Age of Dawn. Not only was the MSTS able to maintain a positive energy balance a lot easier than before, it also began to acquire more complex and mysterious characteristics due to constant E-energy exposure. Chapter 6496 Teach Me. Vase spent a lot of hours aboard the Dragon's Den. He toured every department and inspected every major research project. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had expanded quickly and became highly productive. It also experienced a lot of growth pains, but good management helped to smooth over many issues. The main factors holding the LBI back was that it assumed way too many responsibilities in so little time. Vase recognized that he was partially to blame for that. He kept on acquiring cool new stuff before ordering his pet biotech researchers to conduct R&D on his new acquisition. Doing that once or twice was not a big deal, but doing it many times over significantly burdened the LBI's workload. Now that you have seen how we have become burdened by too much work, I hope that you can reconsider your past decisions. Vice Director Maria Absalon eventually made a final plea when the long and exhausting tour came to an end. We can vastly increase our progress if we collaborate with the Phase Lord Department of the Red Collective. Their researchers have developed a systematic approach to human Phase Lord cultivation that has broken much new ground. We can overcome many hurdles and borrow many existing solutions if we work side by side with our peers in the RC. Doing so will force us to share our own research progress with the collies, but they will also have to share their insights into adapting phase water organs for human usage. We consider this to be a fair trade. Vase frowned, signaling that he was not happy with this proposal. That is unacceptable, Vice Director. My concern isn't about earning a profit or loss in a transaction. It is confidentiality. Letting too many outsiders work on core phase water organs that will become a part of my combat system is a huge security risk. Not only will it increase the chances that our collaborators may slip in nefarious bioprogramming, but they will become much more aware of my strengths and weaknesses as a phase lord, thereby allowing them to prepare highly effective countermeasures. Vase did not think that he could rely on the goodwill and promises of other people and groups. He still decided to keep everything in-house. The Larkinson Biotech Institute had its flaws, but he was certain it remained in the palm of his hand. He could not say the same for other research institutions. Despite knowing that the Red Collective was far ahead in terms of understanding and deciphering human phase lord cultivation, Vase still believed in the importance of doing everything himself. He was already preparing for a contingency where the support structure of human civilization no longer loomed above their heads. Vase did not spot any strong indications that human civilization in the Red Ocean may enter a freefall in the future. However, his intuition had become quite strong, and it currently told him that he would be a fool to rely on the assumption that everything would remain the same. The Milky Way was not the only galaxy that would undergo major upheaval in the near future. While that strengthened the argument that the LBI needed to become more self-sufficient, leaning too much in this direction would slow everything down. That was unacceptable to Vase. He needed to upgrade and expand his phase water organs sooner rather than later. Vice Director Absalon, if you truly wish to transact with the Phase Lord Department of the RC, you are permitted to do so under limited circumstances. If you can exchange knowledge that is vital to you with knowledge or goods that are not too critical, you can go ahead. Knowledge sharing may be good for our civilization as a whole, but we cannot selflessly dedicate ourselves to the good of our race if we cannot address our more personal needs as well. The current woman in charge of the LBI smiled in evident relief. Thank you for heeding my words. This measure alone can significantly reduce our work burden on the phase water organ projects. Make sure to prioritize research on the lesser collie organ. Its functions are incredibly useful to me and can help me become more productive. You can slow down progress on studying the other phase water organs as long as you are confident that you can speed up your progress on the research that matters. After Vase stated his demands, the work visit finally came to an end. Just after he picked up a board looking lucky and returned to the terrace, he received an unexpected call from Kedis. Guessing that she may wish to talk on more substantive topics, Vase sighed and settled in his office at the design lab before he accepted the communication request. Hello, Kedis. What brings you here today? The Sword Maiden went straight to business. There are a number of topics I want to address with you. First, I'd like to share the feedback and reception towards the introduction of Larkinson exclusive auxiliary chi cultivation methods. Overall, the Legion commanders have been highly receptive towards them. It is hard to say whether they will remain enthused once their subordinates start to practice the advanced methods on a wide scale, but for now they are swayed by all of the possibilities. That is natural. The ones that we have devised for our mech pilots cannot be any less effective than the premium curated cultivation methods available in the repository. The gathered leaders are also sharp enough to wonder how a companion spirit might change the game. They are already researching the available options to develop the most optimal combinations according to their vision. Vase curled his lips into a smile. I am not surprised. You can do a lot more when you have a little incarnation at your disposal. You and I are excellent examples of how we have managed to leverage our companion spirits to enhance our capabilities. That said, I cannot rule out the possibility that the wrong choices can lead to anti-synergy. Our clansmen need to receive enough instructions about the dangers of recklessly mashing two volatile and incompatible attributes together. Do you truly believe that will become a problem, Vase? Yes. Don't underestimate people's stupidity. Most of these guys haven't honed their sensitivity to the point where they can instinctively feel that what they are doing is dangerous. We need to treat this with a firm hand. The two talked a bit more on the problems that may arise with the introduction of Carmen Mechs at an early stage. There was no need for either of them to impress anyone at the moment, so they did not hold back when sharing their criticism. Alright, enough chatter about this, Keddies. What is the true reason why you called me? You are radiating a noticeable sense of urgency. If you want the simple answer, it is because I have developed new ideas of the MSTS. Have you forgotten about it already? One of the reasons why our Larkinson Mech pilots and the pilots of other well-known Mech families have been able to adapt so quickly is by frantically training inside the simulated space generated by the mental simulation training system. I have not forgotten about the original reason why he made this device. That was not entirely true. Vase had become so swamped with responsibilities that his determination to improve the MSTS continually got pushed down his priority list. Upgrading the MSTS became more and more important, especially when Vase considered a huge amount of influx of Carmen Mech pilots. It would be much easier for them to prove their ability to pilot mechs ahead of time if they were able to experiment freely with their techniques and methods. Vase eventually sighed. The fact of the matter is that I don't have the time to upgrade the MSTS right now. I have too many obligations. I urgently need to help my wife complete the designs for the Amaranto Mark III, Riot Mark III and the Minerva Mark II. Their expert pilots have already waited too long to obtain upgraded machines. The Swordmaster's expression softened. You are correct about that. They do deserve to receive their new machines. Anticipation for the Minerva Mark II is especially high in our clan. That said, improving the MSTS has the potential to benefit far more mech pilots than the Larkinsons and our allies. With the continued spread of living mechs and Carmen Mechs, the MSTS can quickly help mech pilots acquire new skills and improve their existing ones in a vastly superior simulated environment. Vase truly felt torn between these two priorities. He really wanted to work on the high-ranking expert mechs for the next few months while also designing the Rule Breaker project on the side. He suddenly gained a brilliant new idea. Wait, Keddies, your schedule should be rather clear after you have finalized your Stormblade Samurai Mark II project, correct? His former student nodded. That is correct. I was thinking about designing a swordsman Carmen Mech as well as a machine that is suitable for the Heavensward Mech Legion. Oh, have I mentioned that we should finally get serious about raising this Mech Legion? I have no objections to it as long as everything is done properly. I imagine that the unexpected arrival of the Heavensward may have given you plenty of motivation to get the ball rolling. I can't deny that it has played an important motivating factor. Keddies admitted. I think it is prudent for us to not give the powerful sword a reason to grow upset at us. In any case, we can handle the work involved with raising the Heavensward Mech Legion. That should keep you a little busier, but not to the point of where you can assist me. Keddies, would you like to work on the MSTS on my behalf? What? I do not understand anything about the underlying technological principles behind the operation of the MSTS. I do not have the qualifications to work on this game. I disagree. Vase shook his head. Even if you are not quite as aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows, you are a fast learner. I can tutor you on the bare basics needed to understand the mystical design and programming of the MSTS. Perhaps it is better to introduce a fresh perspective on this project. It doesn't matter if you lack the skills to modify the MSTS. You can always share your ideas with me. I can decide what to implement and what I should leave alone. This gave Keddies greater confidence in her new assignment. This was a good opportunity for her to learn e-technology and enrich her own options. Vase made a big step today. Keddies could tell how much he had to overcome his paranoia and suspicion in order to give Keddies the right to make changes to a mysterious realm with wonderful applications. She was partially afraid that she might botch her work and trigger a flood of accidents that ultimately led to the destruction of all of their work. That was not a good reason for her to reject change. The situation in the border regions had always grown worse over time. Keddies had already decided to unveil her ability to cut a tear into a different dimension once the Heavensward arrived. As long as the weapon chose to stick around and allow Keddies to swing it every now and then, she already planned to use this ancient grand work as the ultimate excuse to explain all of the drastic improvements. Nobody knew what exactly the Heavensward was capable of. However, recorded history already described many different dazzling powers. The weapon was meant to be used, no matter in war or in peace. Before the Heavensward was about to arrive and change her life trajectory forever, Kedis focused back on the original request. If Vase was willing to let Kedis improve the MSTS, then she would definitely do the best possible job. Teach me, please. That is what I am for, Kedis. Vase grinned. Chapter 6497. Do you dare accept the evolution witch's favor? Vase gave Kedis a crash course in e-technology over the galactic net. He was not able to devote too much time on these tutoring sessions, but he made sure to give the Swordmaster plenty of reading material and homework in order to help her get accustomed to using her new theories. There was not much he could convey to her under the current circumstances. This was why Vase kept everything simple and stripped out any superfluous steps. He should have taught her e-technology years ago, but he had become so busy after the Great Severing that he had neglected this particular obligation. The good news was that Kedis already comprehended a part of the basics of e-technology. She had to be able to master at least this much in order to imbue her characteristic swordsman Mechs with her swordsmanship styles. After verifying where she stood in this field, Vase understood that he needed to broaden her skill set. She could invest more time in deepening her existing skills and applications in her own time. What he needed to do right now was to broaden her horizons by giving her a lot of new tools and theories. By expanding her theoretical framework, Kedis would be able to figure out how to piece different fundamental building blocks into more advanced amalgamations that could be used to solve more complex problems. That was all Vase sought to do in the next few days. He did not want to be greedy and eat up too much of his time. Kedis had ultimately chosen to go her own way instead of inheriting his design philosophy. There was no need for Vase to bestow her his entire heritage of specializations. She wouldn't be able to digest it because she lacked the passion and interest for his more profound works. All he needed to do was to give her a broad primer on e-technology so that she could paint her canvases in her own distinct style. The MSTS already carried a strong flavor of Vase and Vulcan. They exercised their creativity and added the functions they believed were important. However, their perspectives could only encompass so many features. A substantially different mech designer such as Kedis might be able to recognize gaps and develop new functions that Vase could have never imagined. In fact, if this little experiment yielded successful results, Vase even thought about giving Alexa Administrator access to the MSTS as well and see what she could do with it. As a highly educated first-class mech designer, her outlook on mechs was substantially different. He looked forward to seeing what she might add to the MSTS on her own initiative. In any case, Vase continued to teach and tutor Kedis about the basic aspects of e-technology that the latter had not already learned or fully comprehended. Since e-technology was still a very new discipline, there was not much ground to cover. Vase also lacked a strong enough foundation to be able to effectively teach the vaguer and more esoteric concepts. While Vase made a conscious effort to make his teaching simple enough for a mech designer like Kedis, the woman clearly needed more time to fully digest what he taught. "This is all I can spare to you at this time," Vase said in an apologetic tone. "You should review the study material that I have transmitted to you in your own time. They contain a combination of standard theories compiled by the Red Collective and additional notes that convey my personal understanding. The latter is what makes my work unique, but don't lean too hard on it. You have reached the stage in your career where you need to innovate rather than imitate." The physical projection of Kedis nodded in understanding even as she petted Lucky's back. "I know, I am not a novice or apprentice anymore. I think I need to spend a couple more weeks completing my homework. Once I am done, I already have a good idea on how I want to apply my skills." "Oh, would you like to share your proposal?" "Not yet. I am not confident I can implement it in your MSTS. I don't want to introduce a promising idea to you, only to come back later and tell you I can't get it to work." "Suit yourself, then." The pair talked a bit more about how Kedis should access the MSTS and what she needed to pay attention to when she began to work on the underlying programming and logic engines. The MSTS is entirely based on E-energy, but it has become so much more after years of exposure to a lot of mech pilots. While there is definitely an element of mysticism going on, the programming is based on modern standards, so you don't have to be afraid of getting lost in all kinds of obtuse descriptions. Kedis smiled at that. "This is good to hear. If the logic of the MSTS is at least somewhat understandable, I should be able to wrangle it with my own programming capabilities. Thank you again for teaching me your personal insights on e-technology." Your take on this new field is much different from others. It will be difficult for me to make my own mark, but I will try my best. After giving Keddies a few more tips, the two eventually ended their last remote teaching session. Lucky lost his comfortable perch when the connection cut off. The cat could only float in the air and gaze at Vase before snobbishly turning his head around. Meow meow meow. Vase rolled his eyes at his cat, but did not bother to waste his time on this matter. He had a lot of work to do due to his new responsibilities, and he preferred to complete as much of it as possible before the Blue Jay fleet finally returned to New Constantinople. As he dealt with various issues, he received a strange offer out of the blue. Normally, his personal assistant threw away every proposal that turned out to be junk for one reason or another. The amount of people trying to scam Vase or take advantage of him was astronomical. If not for the expansion of his staff, it would have taken forever to sort through all of the incoming messages that were not immediately labeled as spam. Even if a proposal made by a third party sounded rather dubious, as long as it seemed legitimate enough and satisfied the interests of the Larkinson clan, Vase was not entirely opposed to signing an agreement, but only if there were strong guarantees in place. Vase almost froze when he read through the letter. He looked up at Gavin with a certain degree of unease and trepidation. Is this legitimate? Yes. The proposal is sent straight to Professor Vector Loban, who promptly verified its authenticity before transferring the documents to myself in person. The codes and other markers match. The contents of the files are authentic. The seal of the God Pilot can be faked, but absolutely no one dares to commit such a suicidal act. Impersonating a God Pilot in any way was a dead sentence in a society that revered them as gods in human form. Now that Vase gained a bit of reassurance, he quickly skimmed through the letter for the 5th time in order to make sure he had not missed anything critical. The evolution which is actually willing to reward me by personally helping Saint Isabel Coden heal and reconstruct her body in advance. That is what is offered in the letter, boss. The lack of any timeframe makes it unclear how long it will take for our most heavily injured high-ranking mech pilot to regain her body and fighting capabilities, but I estimate it may take 2 years or less. That is a much more favorable time frame for us than the 5 years projected by the Larkinson Biotech Institute. No offensive, Vase, but if I had to choose between the original plan and the Evolution Witch's proposal, I would go for the latter 100% of the time. Vase had a different take on this matter. He knew what the Evolution Witch was truly like. That woman never did any charity and always had an ulterior motive in mind. Had the God Pilot embedded a trap in this seemingly innocent and sincere-sounding proposal? Was there a greater plot behind this seemingly simple process? Was she intending to poach Saint Isabel Coden under his nose? His paranoia refused to accept the most obvious outcome that divine Lucy Miyazaki casually found out about Isabel's situation and gave her charity. While Vase struggled to find an answer, Gavin applied his logical reasoning to the situation. It is highly unlikely that the Evolution Witch is willing to betray your trust and compromise Saint Isabel. You should get a verbal promise from her just to be certain. It is not an insult to make this reasonable demand. Still, Vase gnashed his teeth. The LBI formed a 5-year plan. One of them involved buying out a first-class genetics research institution. The next step is to develop a cybernetic body so that Isabel can come back better and stronger. The plan may be slow, but it should have been steady and comfortable. If the Evolution Witch can rebuild Saint Isabel's body in a short time frame, then I cannot responsibly ignore this offer. Gavin shook his head in disbelief. Have you considered that the Evolution Witch is helping you gain a strong protector and alien killer out of the goodness of her heart, as well as a genuine appreciation for an up-and-coming ace pilot? Perhaps she believes that we cannot afford to let every injured saint languish in their recovery pods and wants to restore them to their peak conditions as soon as possible. The current state of the Red War is precarious. Any ace pilot that can be brought back to the battlefield will make us a little more secure. Depending on how long the treatment lasts, there is a significant chance that we won't have an ace mech ready for her. Vase grumbled. My wife and I plan to take our time on the Promethea Mark II project. If we can expect Isabel Coden to return healthy and eager to pilot a powerful new machine, she may have to wait half a year or longer just to obtain her coveted machine. That was anything but optimal. His wife might adore the opportunity to participate in the design of a powerful ace mech, but she would definitely grow angry at the disruptions of her schedule for the upcoming year. Do not decide this matter on your own. Gavin urgently advised his superior. Think about it, share it with your friends and colleagues that you can trust to remain discreet. Gather their feedback and decide what must be done to Saint Isabel Coden. Was Vess's need to control the variables strong enough to resist the incredible convenience of leaving Isabel's body with the leader of the RA transhumanist faction? Who knew how adventurous the human biodisaster could be? She probably could not wait to conduct live experiments. The two choices offered an extreme contrast with each other. One of them offered a steady and low-risk way of restoring and improving Saint Isabel. Vase would always hold the initiative and had no obligation to share it with others. The other one offered great convenience and speed, yet there was too much of a risk that Isabel would get compromised along the way. Vase genuinely suffered a dilemma. Both options had their own pros and cons. Once he added them all up, their scores roughly remained equal to each other. This certainly did not help Vase make up his mind whether he should take the evolution witch at face value, or assume that her offer turned out to be another poisoned chalice. Hours passed by without any resolution. AAAAAARGGGGH. This too difficult. Vase practically wanted to tear his hair out. This dilemma was driving him nuts. Chapter 6498. Who chooses? Only a fool like you would think about rejecting the evolution witch's goodwill. You don't know her as well as I do, Gloriana. Everything she says has double meanings and everything she does is tinged with ulterior motives. The evolution witch's infamy is completely justified. She is your backer. She is on your side. Why are you being so unreasonably suspicious about her motivations? Get a grip, Vase. Saint Isabel Coden deserves better than remaining stuck in a vat with just her brain and parts of her spine intact. Who knows whether the LBI that you love so much is capable of fully reconstructing her body? You are expecting far too much from your biotech researchers. Rather than make this uncertain gamble, we are all better off if you transfer Saint Isabel to the evolution witch's care. Vase let out a frustrated grunt as he pushed back against the projection of his wife. You are being too naive. This situation is anything but simple. You are disregarding the value of keeping all of our efforts in-house, and you are overestimating the evolution witch's good intentions. Just because she is a god pilot doesn't mean you have to chuck away all of your common sense and engage in blind obedience. I cannot believe how you can still remain stubborn when the life of one of our precious ace pilots is at stake. Do you think Saint Isabel wants to remain incomplete and infirm for 5 whole years? It is pure torture for a model soldier like herself to remain stuck in recovery. Your caution is well-founded at times, but this time you are completely off the mark. You are being too paranoid for no good reason. I am just doing my due diligence as a clan leader. It is you that is wrong. You accuse me of being paranoid, but the way I see it, you are way too gullible for your own good. The clan would have been ruined already if you were in charge. You insolent boy, do not accuse me of being incompetent when you have failed to arrange superior treatment to Saint Is. Vase emphatically transmitted the command that forcibly ended the call. It also blocked any form of communication from his wife for at least 2 hours. It also transmitted an instruction to his personal assistant and his staff to not convey any messages sent from his wife. He had issued this string of commands so often that he had turned it into a custom macro command. It only took a single thought to activate this handy sequence of instructions. There were times when talking with his wife could lead to productive results, and there were times when they were less than useful. As much as Vase grew annoyed at his wife's lack of caution, he could not entirely dismiss her arguments. She was not actually stupid. She just tended to put way too much undeserved trust in female authority figures. If Vase removed this particular factor, he could still find arguments that favored the evolution witch's proposal. As tricky as she may be, she still adhered to a bottom line, even if it was a lot lower than that of other god pilots. In any case, the evolution witch had formed a close partnership with his mother, so it was unlikely that the female god pilot would stab him in the back anytime soon. That did not mean that the evolution witch was not allowed to do anything at all. She could, legitimately, attempt to poach Saint Isabel Coden and bring the ace rifleman mech expert under her wing. The god pilot would be obligated to pay compensation to the Larkinson clan, but no amount of goodies could make up for the loss of a young ace pilot that had not only demonstrated enormous offensive capabilities, but also possessed excellent growth prospects. How could the Mechers possibly resist the urge to convince Saint Isabel to fight on behalf of the Red Association? Although Vase believed that Isabel Coden had developed a moderate attachment to the Larkinson clan, it was not as strong as it could have been. Unlike Tusa, Janzi and Joshua, who married fairly early and already began to raise kids among the Larkinsons, Saint Isabel remained committed to her career. Vase was not aware that Isabel possessed any notably strong friendships within the clan. This meant that there was an absence of strong anchors that could keep her tethered to the Larkinson clan. As long as an outside force offered enough incentives, Isabel Coden may very well choose to go elsewhere. The best way to avoid this possibility was to prevent Saint Isabel from getting into contact with the Evolution Witch and the Mechers. As Vase mulled over his dilemma, he began to feel more and more inclined to stick to his original plan. The only problem was the expected recovery period. 5 years was way too long for his liking. So much could happen during the Red War. People were still uncertain whether the 4th defensive band would fall within a month and whether the 5th defensive band might fall within a year. The ebb and flow of warfare constantly changed, but those who understood war the best could still imagine the next broad steps. Their predictions of the future were pessimistic. It became a lot more important to get stuff done in the short term than to plant a lot of seeds hoping that they would sprout a few decades later. Vase could not afford to make more ideal decisions if they failed to yield any returns in the immediate future. Short-term gains mattered above all. If the Evolution Witch did not try to poach his precious ace pilot, Saint Isabel Coden might be back and ready to fight in as little as 1 or 2 years. He sighed. He needed to gather more opinions in order to make sure he got his priorities straight. I think your wife, as unpleasant as she may sound at times, is correct on this. Gavin said, you are placing your own interests above the well-being of a young ace pilot who has suffered more fatal wounds than anyone else who is still alive today. She deserves all of the relief she can get. If you gave Isabel a choice, I am 87% certain that she would accept the Evolution Witch's offer in a heartbeat. No one wants to remain comatose and without a proper human body for so many years. What if the Evolution Witch snatches my ace pilot? Then she is gone and you need to accept that, Vase. You can't get it right all of the time. You took a risk, and you lost. The consequence is that you have lost direct control over an ace pilot, while the Red Association is able to field another powerhouse. From your own perspective, you have undoubtedly suffered a heavy loss, but from the perspective of our society as a whole, you have allowed one powerful key combatant to return to the battlefield much sooner than anticipated. This is a great contribution and will make fighting against the native aliens much less stressful. Gavin made a good point. There were times where humans must show solidarity to each other and make sacrifices for the greater good. It was just that, Vase did not really like to allow other people to take advantage of him. The Larkinson clan had painstakingly invested in Saint Isabel Coden's growth. Vase and Gloriana earnestly designed the Promethea for her when she advanced to the rank of expert pilot. The clan also accelerated her growth by feeding her with general cultivation elixirs. The Larkinsons put so much effort into raising their champions in the hopes that they would mature and become powerful enough to dominate entire battlefields in their own right. Was it reasonable to ask for a return on investment by having a powerful ace-ranged specialist fight the Larkinson clan's enemies and earn lots of glory, prestige and war merits in the process? When a high-ranking mech pilot developed a Saint Kingdom, then that was the point where he or she could truly dominate a battlefield by himself. Vase hated the thought of losing out on such a strong ace pilot if he let her get moved out of sight. He decided to look for further feedback. What do you think, Alexa? His direct discipline looked thoughtful. Unlike your wife, we Terrans understood the capriciousness and power plays of the Red Association much better than others. The Mechers are highly duplicitous and often try to get away with incidents that would not provoke any further action. It is always prudent to take a step back and calmly take stock of your situation before making a decision. So do you think we should give Isabel Coden to the Mechers for treatment and other stuff? The physical projection of Alexa Strian paused for half a minute before issuing a reply. Isabel herself should be the one to make this decision. Since she has not left any next of kin in the clan or this dwarf galaxy as far as we know, you have the right to decide on her treatment. This is a heavy responsibility, and you have an obligation to choose what is best for her, not necessarily what is best for you or the clan. Of course, it is best to form an arrangement that satisfies all three of you, but that is not always possible. What is your recommendation then, Alexa? Do not make a hasty decision, Alexa strongly recommended to Vase. As long as you still harbor doubts and concerns, try to resolve them. It is best if you communicate directly with the Evolution Witch, or a transhumanist who is responsible for this matter. Good communication can erase a great amount of misunderstandings and bring the two sides together. By that time, you should be able to make a much more sober and rational decision. In other words, Alexa indirectly rebuked Ves's haphazard way. He lived his life he preferred to take frequent action and climb the wall that I have never been able to ascend. Vase still appreciated her words. You have done the right thing by putting yourself in the perspective of the wrong student. This is what every proper mech pilot should do. The fact that I failed to assume the right perspective was because I strayed from the mech designer's creed. A mech designer existed to serve mech pilots. This was a fundamental rule and principle that all mech designers should abide by, but rarely managed to do so in practice. Alexa's physical projection smiled in response. You are welcome. Back to the topic at hand, I think you can afford to delay your decision by a week or two. Be warned, however, that the longer you remain undecided, the greater the chance that all of this would lead to massive explosions. There is a time limit. Doing nothing is worse than committing to a single path. I see. I shall definitely take your words under advisement. By the way, how much have you progressed since you initially came up with the idea of building living mech dynasties? Do not get me started. Alexa looked glum again. Original research is always the hardest path that we can pursue. It is still necessary for us to understand in an age of rising resentment and conflicts. The greater the violence, the less researchers are able to invest their time into materials science. Both Vase and Alexa understood the importance of original research. They did not want the clan to be filled with unimaginative engineers that were doing the bare minimum to remain employed on the ship. After Vase talked with a few more other familiar friends and family, he gradually started to lower his objections towards sending Saint Isabel Coden to the evolution witch. Perhaps he had grown up and matured. Perhaps he was acting too impressionable to a crowd of strangers. Perhaps he ate the wrong food and felt bad all day. Whatever the case, Vase was gradually letting go of his paranoia and letting trust fill in the void. Chapter 6499 Acceptable condition. After holding lots of talks with his advisors and subordinates, Vase eventually made a decision. He accepted the evolution witch's offer. Against my better judgment, I have decided to put my trust in the evolution witch and put Saint Isabel Coden in her direct care. Vase announced to Professor Vector Loban after he called him into his office within the Tarrasque. The transhumanist liaison smiled in response. You have made the right decision. Given your history with our leader, I am not unsympathetic towards your lack of trust towards her. However, I can assure you that we are all working for the same cause. Red humanity must survive. Her divinity has been working tirelessly to uplift red humanity and increase our advantages so that we may stand a chance in the current war. Saint Isabel Coden is an unquestionable asset in our fight against the native alien menace. Strong offensive specialists are especially in high demand. Alien phase leaders rely heavily on their formidable bulk and defenses to withstand repeated attacks, allowing them to survive normal killing blows and enabling them to come back again and again. As a mech designer who kept up with the developments at the front lines, Vase understood what Vector meant. Phase lords may not be as outstanding as high-ranking mech pilots at roughly the same level, but they all excelled in saving their own lives. No matter whether they were martial or erudite, all alien phase lords required a huge amount of effort to kill. If they got in trouble and believed that there was a good chance that they might die, they never behaved like brave and battle-hungry ace pilots and persisted on the battlefield in the hopes of surpassing their limitations. Cowardice was not necessarily a sin to phase lords. The aliens abided by a different culture where it was more permissible for their gods to run from the battlefield. Their brainwashed worshippers would even put their own bodies in the path of their enemies just to give their craven gods a better chance of making it out alive. All of these factors meant that it was always an uphill battle to contain and eventually take the life of a phase lord who was determined not to stand his ground. After going over these truths, Vase gained a much better appreciation of Saint Isabel Coden's value. She held great promise in the Red War. Back when she was an expert pilot, she already possessed the capacity to burn down huge alien warships left and right. She often had to constrain her deadly purple flames because nobody wanted to be left with worthless burned husks as salvage. Now that she had become an ace pilot, she finally gained the power necessary to burn down phase lords with her persistent and awfully sticky purple flames. By leveraging the amazing complementary fire abilities of her companion spirit Kuroshi, Vase even had a hunch that she was capable of burning lesser phase lords to death right away. How could any group not adore such an amazing offensive asset? Red humanity was currently stuck in a defensive posture. Everyone's efforts primarily focused on holding ground instead of trying to slay as many alien champions as possible. This was a problem, because the Red Cabal and the races that answered its call were not short of manpower and war assets. The native aliens kept throwing phase fighters, warships and the poor aliens that crewed them like they would never run out of cannon fodder. While there was a limit to how far they could go with their attrition warfare, their phase leaders ensured that no alien dared to disobey the instructions of their gods. The alien hierarchy was too strong. Any fleet led by a phase lords was characterized by absolute obedience and absolute suppression of fear. It was nearly impossible to break enemy morale under those conditions. If the native alien forces assaulting human defensive positions withdrew, it was because their gods issued the command to do so in order to preserve whatever combat power was left. What mattered was that the native gods anchored the fighting spirit of the native alien forces. Few aliens were suicidal enough to repeatedly throw themselves against the desperate but determined human defenders, knowing that many of them would get wiped out by the end of the day. Yet because of a combination of religious fanaticism and ingrained institutional obedience, the native aliens willingly allowed themselves to be driven to their deaths just because their gods expected them to obey. The way the phase leaders had indoctrinated their population to serve them on an unconditional basis sounded completely reprehensible to Vase. While the setup certainly sounded incredibly strong and inconvenient when everything was working correctly, it had one glaring weakness that could cause everything to collapse at once. As long as the phase lords leading the alien fleets died, the remaining phase fighters and warships lost a lot of cohesion. The faith of many aliens would collapse. After losing their divine mandate, none of the remaining alien commanders possessed the capacity to command the confused and panicking alien soldiers. The sooner the alien phase lords got taken out, the fewer humans would die due to withstanding the determined assaults of alien forces. Saint Isabel Coden therefore became a prime asset for both the Larkinson clan and any other force that could command her loyalty. Could Vase truly bring himself to move Isabel out of the control of his own clan and put her in the care of a super organization with a history of poaching high-value mech pilots? He had no choice. From the moment he started to think about what was best for Saint Isabel Coden and human society as a whole, only one answer was acceptable. Vase needed to let go of his selfishness and accept the opportunity to restore Isabel Coden to her prime in advance. 5 years was way too long of a recovery time. As capable as the Larkinson Biotech Institute had become in the past few years, its restoration capabilities paled in comparison to the Evolution Witch and the Red Association. Even though Vase had made a decision, he still wanted a few assurances. Before I pass Saint Isabel Coden to the Evolution Witch's care, I would first like her to sign a written contract or at least give me a verbal promise. Vase insisted. Don't worry, I have no intentions of binding her with excessive demands or having her fall into a trap. I just want her to make one single promise. And that is, the Evolution Witch much respects Saint Isabel Coden's whenever possible. Vase said, it is currently not possible to ask what she wants because she is currently comatose, but once she recovers to the point where she can adequately think for herself and communicate her demands, her divinity must hear Isabel out and respect her opinion. This is what the ace pilot deserves. In no way should anyone attempt to railroad her into pursuing a path that is not of her own choosing. If your leader cannot bring herself to make this simple but essential promise, then I would rather leave the injured ace pilot under our own care. I shall pass that on through the right channels. I personally see no issue with your reasonable request. If the Evolution Witch can still be reached, she should be able to give you an answer within a day or two. Vector said, good, I hope I am not wrong about you. Don't use bureaucracy and stuff as an excuse to avoid an answer. I don't believe the Evolution Witch is busy to the point of becoming unreachable. Now that they had handled this important issue, the two senior mech designers began to talk about other topics. You have already started to work on your next Carmen mech design project, but there are clear indications that it is not meant for the mech market of the Red Ocean. That's right, Vase frankly admitted. For the record, I am not designing it on my own initiative. I am working on it on commission from the Oblivion Gate Consortium. If you want more answers, go talk to the organization that is able to span 2 galaxies due to its possession of the Oblivion Gates. I don't dare to refuse this commission. The first batch of Carmen mechs designed for the Milky Way play a vital role in the plan of the new consortium. A mech designer as clever as Vector Loban must have been able to deduce the ill intent and the unpleasant implications of this Carmen mech design project. It did not seem like it, but the transhumanist faction had made a lot of targeted preparations in the past half-year to maintain stability. It took a lot of clever planning and extensive preparations just to prevent human society from spinning out of control after learning about the Carmen system. What would happen if the MTA of the much larger and more densely populated Milky Way got completely caught off guard by a revolutionary series of mechs that enabled every norm to become a mech pilot? Human society would completely upend itself overnight. Despite the many awful implications of the Rule Breaker project, Professor Vector Loban clearly knew that it was not his business to meddle in this problematic affair. He schooled his expression and smoothly shifted the topic. Do you have time to fit another Carmen Mech design project in your schedule? It is time for you to think about meeting the demand of the upper end of the mech market. He was right. Vase had been neglecting this important issue. I am not sure whether my schedule can permit me to split my time on another project, but I will see what I can do. Vase shared his preliminary thoughts on their new project. I don't have too many substantive thoughts on what we should design at the moment. I think we should think about designing a humanoid modular mech platform similar to the Bright Warrior Mark III, but that sounds too generic. I am aware that the early Carmen Mech designs don't necessarily have to be too excellent or optimal. It is better to aim for a versatile and broad set of base models that offer a lot of room for customization and upgrades. Still, I don't want to settle for such a passionless idea. Vector frowned at that. I can understand your need to design a mech that meets the inflated expectations of your potential customers, but you do not need to start a revolution with every new product. It is completely acceptable for you to seek stability and release a serviceable but not particularly excellent mech model. You cannot delay your work just because you are not feeling inspired enough to innovate in your next mech design project. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I still think it is a waste to rush this project when I can do better with the right inspiration. Don't dismiss the importance of this condition. Give me a little time. If I don't manage to get fired up, I suppose I can force myself to work on this essential project. Do not take too long. The more weeks pass by without meeting the demands of the more well-off individuals, the more pressure we will have to bear. On the other hand, catering to their demand will earn you their universal gratitude. You should be able to understand how many doors you can open by fulfilling the dreams of many powerful but jaded individuals. That was reason enough for Vase to hurry with this project. Acquiring the goodwill of so many powerful leaders should help all of his future endeavors. However my upcoming Carmen Mech for this market will turn out, I will definitely add a biodome to the design. I will need you and Lady Romanda's help to ensure the Carmen Mech pilot will be able to survive the worst and retain his piloting qualifications. I don't want a cheap barely acceptable version this time. I want the premium stuff, so if you aren't doing anything important, you can start your work in advance by figuring out how to build a much tougher and more damage-resistant biodome. Good idea, Vase. I shall explore this demand in my own time. Chapter 6500. Small confrontation in the family. You made the right call, Vase. You have earned my respect. Vase looked up from his daily paperwork as a certain ace pilot strode into his main office. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson possessed a special status in the Blue Jay fleet. He was the ultimate guard and protector. He was also an honorable soldier who abided by his promises. For that reason, he gained the authority to enter almost every compartment of the Tarrasque without needing to ask for access permissions. That was why he was able to enter the office compartment despite the fact that Vase specifically ordered it shut and prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing his work. There were moments when Vase needed to be alone, or at least alone enough to be able to let down his guard and ponder about all kinds of problems without getting bothered by distractions. The only people he permitted in the compartment at this time were the two silent but fairly unobtrusive Apocalypse wardens that stood guard. Even Lucky had scurried off after getting bored. Vase looked forward to spending a bit of time to plan out his schedule for the next couple of months, but it appeared he had to set that aside in order to placate the strongest and most important ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. You did right by St. Isabel. Tusa continued as he leaned against the desk and stared at Vase. I did not expect you to let go of your desire to cling to her at all cost. You have changed too much over the years. They say power corrupts, and spending time with you is like seeing those words of wisdom unfolding right in front of me. I don't particularly like what you have become. I vastly prefer to hang around with the Vase of the past. Yet we cannot choose the relatives we have. Besides, even if I like your old self more, he was so weak and incapable that he can't help anyone. Your current self may have grown a lot more deplorable than before, but at least you have gained enough power to protect your clan. The fact that you still have enough heart to care about the lives and well-being of all of the Larkinsons that have signed up to your dream is your redeeming factor. Vase resisted the urge to sigh. He had heard about incidents like these. When expert pilots and ace pilots grew powerful enough, they began to question the people and organizations they served. If there were any flaws, the high-ranking mech pilots would not be able to ignore them forever. There came a point in time where the stubborn soldiers became increasingly more sensitive towards the faults that tarnished their masters. So long as the expert pilot or ace pilot perceived that his employer was too corrupted, dishonorable or a detriment to people, it was not unusual for the powerful champion to decide to quit. The Mechers always maintained a standing invitation to ace pilots that possessed an upright reputation and demeanor. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson could easily join the MTA and become one of its honored standard bearers if he wanted. He would have to break his oath to the Larkinson clan, but ace pilots tended to have ways to break their promises without suffering the consequences. The ace pilot could sufficiently discredit the other party. He could also try to reason that continuing to serve a corrupt institution would only perpetuate injustices. As long as the reasons sounded valid enough, they could be used as proof to convince the brain-damaged, self-righteous fools to betray their employers. This was also one of the reasons why so many parties worked hard to uphold their reputation and honor. They had tangible value, and there were serious consequences to losing them both. Vase knew that he had engaged in a lot of controversial behavior in the past. He had no intentions to adjust his behavior, so it was a given that he would continue to engage in deplorable behavior in the future. Just the fact that he was working on the Rule Breaker project, which had great implications for a huge number of innocent civilians in the Milky Way, proved that St. Tusa was right to feel concerned. Was it truly honorable to continue to offer his strength to the current patriarch of the Larkinson clan? An ace pilot with justice in his heart should never compromise too much, or else he would only end up corrupting his ideals and the convictions he held dear. High-ranking mech pilots were the strongest idealists among their peers. Their stout hearts and their unwavering commitments to their causes literally sustained their extraordinary power and status. From the perspective of Vase, high-ranking mech pilots were not entirely human anymore. They had magnified their obsessions to the point where it controlled their minds and bodies like puppets. Perhaps one of the reasons why the road to no return was so difficult to traverse was because ace pilots needed to shed or convert all of their remaining humanity into the obsessions that had grown monstrously more powerful. Whatever the case, St. Tusa had become one of the many ace pilots who aspired to survive that dreadful transition. So long as he was serious about becoming a god pilot, he had to abide by all of the demands that could help him survive a transition that killed far too many promising heroes. In that sense, a conversation like this had long been overdue. St. Tusa must have harbored his doubts towards Vase a long time ago, but there was no hurry to bring forth a confrontation. Tusa still had reasons to stick with Vase. There was no better pair of mech designers that could help the Dark Zephyr reach his full potential than the Miracle Couple. Even so, if Vase crossed too many lines, then there came a point where an ace pilot had to let his conviction take precedence over his greed to obtain a better living mech. No matter what you may think of me, I am a mech designer. I am a service provider. Everything I do is to help mech pilots such as you fight your enemies better and benefit the people around us. Vase said in a tired voice. You sure have the nerve to claim that you are a servant of the people when you clearly harbor dangerous intentions towards the people of the Milky Way. Hey, when a god pilot and a terrible chi cultivator true god orders me to design a bunch of Carmen mechs, I can't say no. I am not responsible here. If you have any problems with my Rule Breaker project, you can take it up with the aforementioned powerhouses in the old galaxy. Hey, not so easy now, right? Not only can they kick your ass, there is no feasible way you can travel to the Milky Way at the moment. I don't mean to belittle you, but please don't try to accuse me of stuff when I am not in charge. Until you can become a god pilot, you will continue to remain under the thumb of more powerful individuals who hold actual power. Tusa stubbornly crossed his arms. Nice attempt to use your devil tongue on me. I can accept your arguments, but that does not mean you can escape all culpability. You cannot shake my misgivings towards you that easily. However, you are family and you care for the Larkinsons. You don't brazenly abuse your power or engage in unnecessary acts of cruelty, mostly. You have also begun to care more for the big picture and become more aware of how your actions can affect the lives of many others. Even your intentions towards the people of the Milky Way are not too bad. I can accept your excuses, but there is a limit to my tolerance. This was a warning from Tusa to not go too far. Vase most definitely got the message. I am not going to change the way I solve my problems. Vase spoke from his own heart. We do not live in an ideal society. Perfect solutions do not exist. I can only make sure to do what is right for myself, my clan and occasionally red humanity as a whole. I am not capable enough to do more than that. I am not even a master mech designer yet. Don't listen to all of the hype. I can't single-handedly bring down society by myself. Don't try to place too many expectations on me when I am just one man. You are not just one man. Tusa rejected the patriarch's description of himself. I do hold high expectations for you, because you have proven many times that you are more than an ordinary mech designer. You are like the second coming of the polymath. There is no way I can treat you like I treat your wife or any of the other mech designers working for the clan. I do not think it is unfair to hold you to a higher standard, as you have way more power and influence than any senior mech designer in this galaxy. I am not the only one who is paying attention to you. There is no need to mention anything about Janzi, and the other expert pilots are observant as well. You have founded the clan on the basis of honor and kinship. I hope that you can still stay true to your own intentions and words after spending so long in a high position. Vase grimaced but leaned back in his chair. This is how the game is played, Tusa. I don't make the rules. Until I become powerful enough to flip the board, I can only play along with everyone else. Perhaps one day I will become a star designer that can dictate an entirely new set of rules to others, but I will still have to rely on strong and dependable helpers such as you to build a better society. You don't have to offer your service to me for free. I will make sure you are amply rewarded for your continued assistance. Do you think that ordinary ace pilots can obtain a masterwork ace mech as good as the Dark Zephyr? I think my intentions to deliver a strong machine like that to you is enough to prove my sincerity. It does. For the moment, as I have said, Vase, my tolerance has a limit. The tension in the air grew stronger. Though Tusa did not pose a physical threat towards a phase lord like Vase outside of the cockpit of his mech, a half-god with a domain field should never be underestimated. Vase deliberately clapped his hand. Okay, is the show over now? I have already made arrangements with the Mechers to pick up St. Isabel Coden from the medical care facility and ship her over to wherever the evolution witch can be found. Her treatment is out of my hands from that point. Whether she returns in a healthy state or chooses to come back at all is up to Isabel herself. You know what I think. What is on your mind? I think the evolution witch can't resist the urge to recruit Isabel. However, our ace pilot will not be tempted to defect to the RA. Vase began to grin. Do you know why? Isabel is a loyal soldier. More than that, she believes in me. I have brought her out of the Sentinel Kingdom and allowed her to rise to a height unreachable by many others at record time. I may not be too powerful at the moment, but I am growing quickly. She can grow just as fast as long as she continues to remain in my service. While I admit that I have many flaws, can you always rely on the fact that I offer the greatest care to the mech pilots who depend on my services? That is because I am a mech designer, and serving the needs of the strongest mech pilots of our clan has always been my first priority. You are not wrong. Vase steepled his fingers together. I also think that any mech pilot who thinks that others will invest more care and attention towards servicing the needs of mech pilots, such as you, is delusional. The Red Association is already filled with many talents. The Mechers will never appreciate ace pilots such as you and Isabel as much as our design department. You are the Larkinsons who we have painstakingly nurtured and enabled. Our commitment to you goes beyond transactions. We are all family in the end. Just as I am willing to tolerate your insolence, I would please ask you to give me the same courtesy and continue to tolerate my own actions. Chapter 6501 Part-time piloting. The Blue Jay fleet finally returned to New Constantinople. Just as expected, no incidents had occurred despite the fact that the journey took a little longer due to taking a detour. Vase looked forward to returning to D&D base and reuniting with his family in person. After that, he wanted to put all of the exciting events behind him and return to his greatest passion, which was designing mechs. As the Blue Jay fleet settled into orbit of New Constantinople 8, Vase headed down to one of the hangar bays to see off an ace pilot. Now that you have safely made the journey back to this star system, I am no longer needed to keep you safe. Saint Tusa declared to Vase as he wore his custom piloting suit and looked ready to depart. The Blue Jay fleet and the armed forces of the Devas ancient clan should be strong enough to fend off most possible attackers. I have already heard that the Red 3 is in the process of upgrading the local defenses as well, so your position should be quite secure. Having me around won't really change that much, so I prefer to make myself useful elsewhere. The front lines of the upper zones are still under pressure and could sorely use my help. The sooner I leave, the better. Vase sighed. He would have preferred to keep Saint Tusa around despite the friction that had emerged between them. He had too few reliable protectors by his side. However, Vase could not dismiss Tusa's argument either. In the interest of safeguarding human civilization, it was better if Tusa returned to acting as a troubleshooter at the front lines. A highly mobile and difficult-to-catch ace light skirmisher could provide relief in many future battles. Agreed. The ace mech voiced his own opinion. This star system is boring. None of the aliens are stupid enough to mount an attack on it. My partner and I will just grow bored even as our compatriots are dying and fighting far away. Our calling lies in the border regions. We shall not rest so long as there are still aliens who are trying to invade human space. Since there was no way to stop Tusa and the Dark Zephyr from doing what they wanted, Vase simply shrugged and accepted this decision. I won't lie and say I am happy to let the two of you go. I can understand that you are still needed at the front lines, though. It is actually a failure on the part of the Larkinson clan that we have yet to form a proper first-class fleet that can support you and fight alongside you. We will be able to form it eventually, but that requires more time. For now, the best way for you to fight is to rotate as a freelancer as you have been doing before. Tusa nodded and placed his hand on the battlefield. I am glad you understand. Just as you are serious about fulfilling the responsibilities of a mech designer, I am also serious about my own job. As a mech pilot and a particularly strong one, my place lies on the battlefield. I cannot ignore the drastic consequences of letting the most besieged star systems fall to the native aliens, thereby putting another region at risk of getting overrun by the native aliens. You have a good heart. Vase complimented. If you go, make sure your ace mech doesn't take any heavy blows. It is really troublesome to repair an archimech away from any knowledgeable technicians or engineers. The maintenance crew accompanying you and the Dark Zephyr are still incapable of performing many repairs. Don't worry, I will make sure I won't get hit, Tusa confidently said. After a bit more chatting, the ace pilot decisively entered the cockpit of his machine and departed from the hangar bay. Vase meanwhile returned to the design lab and addressed the senior mech designers who were left. Jovi, Vector, I will be in touch with you as soon as I have come up with a good idea for our next Carmen mech design project. Romonda, you are with me. Since you have decided to work for me, I will help you get settled inside D&D base. The status of Romonda remained a bit awkward for the moment. She remained a branch member of the Devos ancient clan, but also served as the secret liaison of the Horizon Cell of the Cosmopolitan movement. That latter part was ordinary grounds to have her arrested for treason before letting her get executed, but Vase saw no profit in that course of action. As much as Vase despised the Cosmopolitans regardless of which galaxy they happened to reside in, he was not above using them to his own advantage. In the Milky Way, his mother and her fellow conspirators were probably trying to contact the Cosmopolitans over there in order to form an unholy alliance. In the Red Ocean, Vase wanted to obtain a precious information channel that could give him a much better understanding of what the crazy Cosmopolitans were up to. He did not want to get caught off guard like he was in the past. He at least accepted the notion that the Cosmopolitan movement had grown far too old to maintain a single united front. Many of its cells had spent so much time apart from each other that they had diverged into entirely different organizations. Depending on their leadership and the challenges they faced, the cells had radicalized to different degrees. Their experiences had also shaped their culture and moral bottom lines in many unique ways. From what little Vase managed to discern from Lady Romonda Devos, the Horizon Cell most definitely sounded like the more reasonable ones. Of course, that did not cause Vase to let his guard down entirely. Moderate or not, any part of the Cosmopolitan movement still possessed the fundamental delusions and willingness to act on them. No Cosmopolitan was entirely safe. The reason why Vase tolerated Lady Romonda to the point of inviting her to work and live in D&D base was because he perceived very little individual threat from her. There was little she could do to him in the absence of an army at her disposal. Despite the enormous danger she put herself into, the woman still believed in her mission. She was a cosmopolitan who could actually recognize that recklessly continuing to support the native aliens by transferring intelligence and technological secrets to them would ultimately result in total human extinction. So long as helping Vase would maintain a certain degree of equilibrium between red humanity and the native aliens, Romonda should remain a valuable ally and intelligence asset. However, once the balance of the Red War shifts in the favor of red humanity, her reliability should drop. The more red humanity was able to gain the upper hand, the more Romonda turned into a liability. Vase accepted this condition. He was confident he could keep Romonda under control. At worst, he could always arrange an accident for her. That would be best, as exposing her for a traitor would cause her to spill inconvenient information. Such a solution was still too far away. Red humanity was doing anything but good at the moment. Vase should start worrying about the damage that Romonda could do once the war had finally taken a turn. Let's go. Right, the older woman said. After a small delay, Vase and his entourage soon teleported back to the surface of New Constantinople 8. Papa. You're back. I missed you so much, Papa. Oh, calm down. I am not going anywhere. Vase grinned as he reunited with his wife and children. He had been absent for too many weeks, so that made this reunion especially heartfelt. He made sure to reserve the rest of the day to spending time with his children. Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane all remained as cute and lovely as ever. That wouldn't last, so that made these days all the more precious. His wife also greeted his return with a smile, but her eyes clearly conveyed she had a bone or two to pick with her husband. She was willing to keep her opinions to herself, though. She did not want to spoil the reunion for the children. Once Vase played and chatted with the kids up until late evening, he and his wife gently put them all to bed. As Vase finally tucked Aurelia to bed where she lay next to a watchful Clixie, he leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. Papa, yes, my golden girl. Can I pilot a mech? Both Vase and Gloriana blinked. What brought this question on, my dear? The mother said with a touch of concern. You never expressed a strong interest in mech piloting before. That was because piloting mechs was reserved for norms, Mama. I have almost no chance of developing a good genetic aptitude, Aurelia said as she started to cuddle with the Rubarthan sentinel cat. Now that Papa released his Carmen mechs, anyone can become a mech pilot. I think that going forward, everyone who can afford to will become a Carmen mech pilot. It will be as common as firearms possession. Statesmen, bureaucrats, law enforcement and so on will all become part-time Carmen mech pilots just because they want to possess the power to protect themselves if necessary. They don't want to delegate all of their security to others. If necessary, I want to fight as well. Vase understood what his daughter wanted. Oh, Aurelia, Gloriana said as she stroked her hand on her daughter's head. It did not take much thinking for Vase to make up his mind. I see, you have made a wise choice. I cannot bear to refuse your request. I am fine with letting you become a part-time Carmen mech pilot, as you have described it. You don't want to become a soldier, but you want to be able to fight if enemies show up at your doorstep. That is unfortunately a risk that you have to bear simply because you are my daughter. I have made many enemies, and some who think they are clever will try to kidnap or kill you just to get back at me. If a situation like that ever happens, I would be much more reassured if you possess self-defensive capabilities. Aurelia looked up with a sleepy smile. So can I. Yes, I will think about how to do this correctly. I can't enroll you into a mech academy and become a full-time mech cadet. You will have to take part-time classes outside of your regular schooling in order to steadily gain the proficiency needed to pilot a powerful Carmen mech pilot. Be prepared for a hefty study load as I don't want you to pilot a machine as simple as a third-class night mech. A daughter of mine should definitely be able to pilot an advanced first-class Carmen mech, preferably a rifleman. What about a first-class multi-purpose mech? Aurelia asked. Absolutely not. Gloriana rejected this proposal. If you insist on this course of action, then you need to know your limits. There is only so much you can learn in your limited free time. Earning the qualifications to pilot a first-class multi-purpose mech is extremely arduous, even for the more talented and intelligent first-raters. It is better to master a more limited set of skills well than try to spread yourself too thin. I agree with your father. Specializing in piloting a first-class rifleman mech is the best choice. You solely need to improve your marksmanship as far as weapon skills are concerned. You do not have to fight by getting close to your enemies, and your mech should be fast and nimble enough to stay clear of incoming threats. Becoming a good marksman while piloting a Carmen mech should also allow you to become good at handling firearms outside of the cockpit. Vase had never thought of letting his children become part-time Carmen mech pilots, but now that he was thinking about it, he recognized that there was a lot of potential in this proposal. Chapter 6502 Greedy Carmen Mech Proposal. After Vase and Gloriana put their children to bed, they retired to their own bedroom and got ready for a short rest. Meow, Lucky yawned as he rested on one of the pillows. While Vase had changed into his pajamas, his mind was not on sleep, but on what mechs he should design next. Carmen mechs were in extremely high demand right now. Vase knew that there was little use in designing other mass production models at the moment because the demand for them was not as high. The market clamored for more Carmen mechs. Even his fellow Larkinsons wanted to get their hands on Karman mechs that were qualitatively superior to the Yellow Jacket. There was nothing wrong with the Yellow Jackets, but everyone could immediately tell that they were clearly budget models designed for the lower end of the market. The Larkinsons had grown spoiled ever since Vase first showered them with one premium mech model after another. The clan had never been particularly short of money. The success it had attained in the mech industry and over its various expeditions had enriched the clan's coffers and allowed it to take better care of its mech forces than many other private organizations. This was why the Larkinsons had the luxury to look down on the Yellow Jacket models. Few if any of them wanted to shackle their futures to what may possibly be the cheapest and weakest Karman mechs in existence. This was why Vase urgently needed to design a more powerful and advanced Karman mech that catered to the upper end of the market. However, that was not the only priority on his mind. Aurelia's request caused Vase to turn his attention to another potential market. Now that mech piloting had become available to 96.5% of the population, a huge amount of norms wanted to get into mech piloting, possibly from scratch. They all required at least 5 years of training to achieve minimal combat effectiveness with a simple Yellow Jacket mech, but that was far too little to match the skill level of a typical professional mech pilot. Perhaps the practice of auxiliary chi cultivation methods might allow the inexperienced Karman mech pilots to accelerate their learning ability and master their skills considerably faster than before. Vase was not sure how effective this could be, but he did not think the effects would be too exaggerated. It was safer to let a young Karman mech cadet undergo 8 to 10 years of schooling as was standard. Teenagers tended to undergo a rapid growth period during their academy years. They were highly responsive to focused training and improved extremely rapidly if the conditions were right. What Vase wanted to do was to cater to these future talents and heroes by designing a highly versatile Karman starter mech that could grow alongside their young bonded partners and mature into a powerful combat mech after applying continuous adaptive upgrades. This was not a simple mech to realize. It's like designing a training mech that is designed to be easily transformed into a fully capable combat mech, one that must also be modular and highly adaptable to other mech archetypes. It was already difficult to design a good training mech or modular mech platform in isolation. Trying to fit both roles in a single comprehensive modular mech design exceeded the limit of what normal mech designers could accomplish. Sure, if they tried hard enough, they could probably cobble up a shabby solution together, but it would absolutely underperform as both a training mech for mech cadets and a combat mech for professional soldiers. What Vase aimed to realize was a Karman mech that could remain somewhat competitive with the prevailing training mechs on the market at the start, but also transition into a decent modular mech platform after undergoing a really easy overhaul. This is crazy, yet can it be done? Vase grew more and more excited at the prospect of undertaking such a challenge. It would test his skills and force him to develop all kinds of creative new solutions. The technical demands of this project would exceed every other mech he had designed in the past. Much could go wrong if he attempted to design such a mech. The sheer amount of moving and adjustable parts needed to design such a monstrosity exceeded the normal limits. This was dangerous because more parts translated into more failure points. There was always a risk of components breaking down or malfunctioning due to one reason or another. It became a lot more difficult for maintenance crews to inspect the conditions of every individual component and replace them before they broke during the worst possible time. Vase had never been particularly gifted in this fine and intricate technical design work. He knew his own strengths and weaknesses. His approach towards mech design had often been described as sloppy. He was willing to tolerate small errors and shortcomings so long as the holistic package aligned with his vision. That was an approach that worked particularly well for simple mech designs with high tolerance for errors such as the brand new Yellow Jackets or the highly robust ultimatums. However, this training and combat Karman mech concept would be anything but simple. Vase was not making his job easy by trying to do too much with a single mech frame. Was he up to the task? He was not too sure, but he was willing to give it a try. The choice of collaborators was crucial. He needed to cooperate with mech designers that could help make up for his shortcomings but also believed in his vision. He soon turned to his wife, who was sitting in front of her vanity doing woman stuff. "Gloriana, what is it, Vase? Did you come up with a new mech concept?" "I did. Our first daughter has given me quite a bit of inspiration. Let me explain what is on my mind at the moment." Vase quickly summarized his train of thought to his wife, skipping a lot of explanations because he knew she was knowledgeable enough to fill in the gaps herself. After he conveyed his idea, his wife furrowed her brows while putting down her hairbrush. That is, an ambitious idea. Normally, I would never allow you to design such a greedy Karman mech. You are trying to fuse two kinds of mechs that diverge far too much from each other. Training mechs are designed with safety, longevity and economy in mind. They need to be easy to pilot from the beginning, which clearly reduces many advanced operations that can only be implemented in more high-end machines. However, by demanding that the owners of this training mech be able to convert it into a fully capable combat mech, you need to develop a conversion plan that retains as many parts of the former as possible, but also offer far superior performance from those very same starter components. His wife clearly understood the heavy challenges that Vase needed to tackle if he tried to design such an ambitious Karman mech. That last description was the most crucial challenge that Vase needed to overcome in order to turn this project into a success. What Gloriana said was correct. To put it in a different way, Vase needed to design a training Karman mech that was not only safe and harmless to pilot for Karman mech cadets in their teens, but also perform like a powerful premium Karman mech when their bonded pilots had grown up and graduated from the mech academies. It may just be possible to realize such a complicated mech if Vase stuck to a single mech type such as a rifleman mech, but that did not satisfy all of his demands. Vase wanted to take this a step further and design a Bright Warrior Mark III-like modular mech platform that could easily be transformed into any common mech archetype. I know it is difficult, honey, but it can meet the demands of so many people that I don't need to design any other Karman mechs for a time. Vase explained his reasoning. I know it is taboo to attempt to meet the demands of far too many people at once, but I am not necessarily looking for excellence. What I want is to design a good enough training Karman mech in a good enough modular Karman mech platform. As long as it can perform adequately well in all fronts, my goal has succeeded. Third-party mech designers are free to license the design and develop their own specialized variants that perform significantly better at their narrowly defined roles. His wife still disapproved of his ambition. You are letting your past successes inflate your confidence. Just because you have been able to break the genetic aptitude tyranny does not necessarily mean you are skilled and experienced enough to solve this technical puzzle. You need to rely on a completely different set of knowledge than what you are usually good at to design such a solution. If you were a star designer or a renowned master, then I would have wished you good luck, but you are still short of reaching that standard. This mech proposal of yours is the product of your own hubris. I know you want to save time and design one mech that can fulfill the roles of two different machines, but there are good reasons why very mech designers have tackled this challenge. She raised a couple of good points. Not even older and more seasoned mech designers dared to tackle such a complicated project. It was far too easy to produce a mediocre mech design that barely made any ripples in the mech market. It was too much of a risk to commit to this sort of project. The mech market strictly divided training mechs and combat mechs for good reasons. One should never be used to fulfill the functions of the other, or else a lot of accidents could occur. I have only heard rejections from you. Do you have any more constructive feedback for me, or is telling me my mech proposal sucks all you can share, Gloriana? You know I cannot design a training Karman mech or an advanced combat Karman mech in isolation. Aside from disabled veteran mech pilots, every Karman mech pilot starts out as a completely blank slate. He has to practice with a genuine training mech for at least a few years before he can graduate to piloting a real combat mech. Unlike potentates, a norm cannot switch from one machine to the other. He is stuck with the first Karman mech that he has bonded. That is why I cannot easily simplify this mech concept. Vase was being limited by the greatest weakness of the Karman system. If Miss Alexa Strian had already begun to make attainments in the development of her revolutionary living legacy mechs, then he could push aside such a convoluted solution. A Karman mech pilot should be able to pilot a training Karman mech during his academy days before transferring to a combat Karman mech belonging to the same mech dynasty. However, Alexa was still at the early stages of fleshing out her design philosophy. There was still a lot more room for growth and optimization. Vase did not dare to incorporate her experimental work too soon on a project as important as the second commercially available Karman mech of the Red Ocean. While Vase lamented that his direct disciple had not yet been able to come out with her first proper living legacy mechs, his wife offered an alternative solution. HMPH, you accuse me of overlooking the need to provide constructive feedback, but that is because you are too short-sighted to recognize the obvious response to my criticism. As far as I am concerned, you must rein in your greed by simplifying what is not essential. In my opinion, the demand for high modularity must go. Why must you design a training and combat Karman mech that can fight as a swordsman mech, a knight mech or a rifleman mech depending on the configuration? It is much more realistic if you limit yourself to designing a rifleman Karman mech that can fulfill the roles of both a training mech and a combat mech. This way, you can perfectly meet Aurelia's demand for a suitable machine to enable her part-time Karman mech pilot career. That, actually doesn't sound so bad. Chapter 6503 Simplified Objectives. Vase paused for a time. He mulled over Gloriana's response and found that she had raised a good point. He was already stretching his capabilities by setting a goal of designing a training mech and combat mech in a single package. Since he had made such a difficult demand right at the start, the last thing he should do was to add another major complication. High modularity was a demand that always added a huge amount of complexity to a mech design. The overall performance of the entire package dropped the more a mech designer wanted to branch out and add new possibilities. Trying to tack on this burden to a Karman mech design that was already troublesome to design was indeed pure hubris, as Gloriana described. The proposal she made therefore sounded quite reasonable. Vase did not like it that her suggestion massively reduced the scope and usability of the resulting end product, but his wife presented additional arguments to back up her position. Vase, she said as she turned around and pinned him with a judgmental stare. You are trying to do too much at once. Karman mechs are new, so no one is demanding you to cater to everyone's needs right at the start. Learn how to walk before you learn how to run. It is much more sensible for you to incrementally expand the lineup of Karman mechs with basic and familiar options over time. Cover the basic mech archetypes first, according to the needs of the customers as well as our society. Considering that there are many people who aspire to become part-time Karman mech pilots such as Aurelia, it is best to satisfy their needs first. For these civilians who are not expected to devote all of their time to polishing and perfecting their piloting skills, you need to give them a machine that they can easily learn and master. The two started to form the same brain wave. Now that Gloriana espoused her own thinking on the subject, Vase easily picked up the arguments that she had not yet voiced. Of course, he almost jumped to his feet. You are right that I shouldn't aim so high at the start. Right now, a lot of civilians want to pilot a Karman mech, but are unwilling to commit the life of a full-time soldier. It may be better to train them as reserves that can form a planetary militia if the planet they are on is under attack by the native aliens. Given the needs of the Red War, we don't need to provide an abundant supply of Karman mechs that cover every mech archetype such as light skirmishers or heavy artillery mechs. It is best to keep it simple. Rifleman mechs are an ideal choice for a Karman mech meant for reserve duty. It is the sort of Karman mech that I would want my firstborn daughter to pilot. Gloriana nodded in agreement. Piloting melee mechs is more demanding to civilians who lack the mindset of a warrior. I am not concerned about letting Andraste pilot a swordsman mech because she is skilled with swords and possesses a fighter's mindset. Aurelia is lacking in this aspect despite being older. Even if we arrange her to practice her swordsmanship, being able to execute sword techniques in a training ground is one thing, trying to utilize them in combat against other mechs or deadly alien opponents is another thing. It is far too easy for inadequately trained and insufficiently tempered mech pilots to make mistakes or lose their courage far too easily. They will break too soon and cause a rout that can quickly go out of control. As a mech designer who had fought enemies up close in a number of battles, Vase understood quite well how fearsome it was to confront opponents at point-blank range. While it was important to possess good fighting skills, mentality also played an outsized role. The braver the mech pilot, the greater the probability of overpowering an adversary and winning the bout. Mech pilots needed to suppress their instinctive fear of putting themselves in a lot of harm by putting their machines in front of dangerous enemies. They needed to keep enough of their cool to maintain a bit of situational awareness and prevent themselves from getting ambushed from another direction. If necessary, melee mech pilots might be asked to charge straight at a formidable enemy warship that was bristling with gun turrets that could swat them down in a flood of unrelenting firepower. Not just anyone could fulfill these risky missions. This was not an age where peasants could be conscripted into shabby armies and be sent to the front lines so that they could die in droves. In contrast, ranged mech pilots had it much easier. Even though they also had to bear risks whenever they entered the battlefield, they usually weren't the priority targets. Rifleman mech units usually maintained a healthy distance from the enemy. It was much easier for them to maintain their situational awareness, and their ranged armaments also allowed them to make moderately effective contributions without letting them get too close to the enemy. By maintaining their distance from the enemy at all times, it was also much easier for rifleman mechs to disengage from the battlefield and retreat in good order. This should be an incredibly attractive condition to many part-time mech pilots who lack the courage to persist in the battlefield. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. As far as most people are concerned, it is considerably easier to train their marksmanship as opposed to swordsmanship. Many civilians already undergo basic training in the operation of firearms as they are useful for self-defense purposes. It will be difficult for them to master more advanced operations such as firing while performing dynamic maneuvers or landing consistent hits at longer ranges, but it is not necessary to master these skills in order to turn these part-time Karman mech pilots combat effective. If we truly need to rely on a large amount of conscripts to help win our battles, it is not possible for them to perform advanced or dangerous maneuvers. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the decision to design a premium Karman mech that focused solely on mid-range ranged combat was the best choice he could make at this junction in time. Even though the limitation of sticking to a rifleman mech archetype denied a lot of potential customers the satisfaction of piloting the machines of their choice, Vase could not satisfy everyone all at once. It was better to do one job well than many jobs poorly. As Vase began to visualize how such a Karman mech would look like, he roughly imagined a rifleman mech made of premium materials and enough adaptability to accommodate a moderate range of Karman mech pilots. Once a Karman mech cadet had graduated from the Mech Academy or a qualified training program, he should be able to convert his training mech into one of several standard configurations of rifleman mechs, and many more unofficial conversion options created by third-party mech designers. By foregoing melee options first, you can be assured that you can design a good rifleman Karman mech, Gloriana commented. It is a luxury to service every comprehensive need during the early stages of your Karman revolution. Focusing on rifleman mechs will most likely satisfy the immediate demands of at least half of your potential customer base. It is not that the other mech archetypes are unimportant, but their priority is not as high, so you can take care of them later. In fact, it is better to delegate the design of a Karman Space Knight and a Karman Light Skirmisher to other design teams or even other mech companies. You only need to provide the base templates, which should at least come in the form of a basic ranged option and a basic melee option. I see. You make another good point. I do feel bothered with the lack of time. I still want to design conventional mechs as well. There are many ideas that are simply not suited to be turned into Karman mechs. I should develop a couple of good templates that other mech designers can adopt and alter to suit their own specializations. He understood where Gloriana was going. It was impossible for Vase to devote so much time and attention to designing the Karman version of a spearman mech or whatever. As long as he and his design team already released a swordsman Karman mech or whatever, a third-party mech designer could easily design a variant that was optimized for wielding spears or axes. What mattered now was that Vase set the standards by developing those two initial Karman mech designs. His wife made another remark. By the way, Vase, the terminology you have used is inconsistent. You mention rifleman Karman mechs in one instance, and Karman Light Skirmisher in another instance. If you want to be consistent, you should have referred to the latter as a Light Skirmisher Karman mech, but this is awkward to use in practice as we normally do not attach the word mech after Light Skirmisher. Whatever the case, I suggest you simply place the word Karman in front of the mech archetype in order to remain consistent. So instead of using the phrase rifleman Karman mech, it is much more convenient for everyone if you use the phrase Karman rifleman mech. The latter also rolls much easier off the tongue. Vase scratched his head for a moment. You are right. To be honest, I never thought so much ahead that I would bump into this issue. Anyway, I agree that I should stick to designing two basic Karman mechs that can serve as templates for many different Karman versions of other mech archetypes. You should consider who you should put in charge of those projects. Gloriana said, you may be able to do it, but your workload is already heavy. It is better to put your trust in your colleagues and let them take the initiative. My design department isn't as small and haphazardly organized as it was in the past. We have hired many competent journeyman mech designers, and while not all of them can adequately design first-class mechs that can meet the demand of first-raters, we can compensate for this by adding one or two first-class mech designers to the design team. Since you raised this subject, I suppose you already have a number of candidates in mind. Vase made a guess. Gloriana impishly grinned. That is correct. For the Karman training and combat rifleman mech combination, I would like to put Harry Kaikonen in charge. He is the most competent ranged weapon specialist in the design department. So far, he did not receive too many opportunities to stand out, but I believe he is competent enough to lead this project. Are you confident enough in his work to let Aurelia pilot a Carmen rifleman mech of his design? Yes, as long as he has not made any major errors, I have no problem with this decision, Gloriana said. Not that we will allow our precious daughter to remain bonded to a mass production model. Both of us must upgrade and customize her machine so that it best reflects her strengths and adequately compensates for her weaknesses. In fact, our daughter should not be the only person to receive this treatment. I am interested in designing a custom Carmen rifleman mech for myself. Wait, you want to become a Carmen mech pilot? Vase became stunned at her revelation. He never seriously thought that his wife, who couldn't even hurt a fly, actually wanted to pilot a Carmen mech herself. As far as he knew, Gloriana had always thought that fighting in the mud was beneath a woman of her station. Do not form any misunderstandings. His wife narrowed her eyes. I am purely interested in piloting a Carmen mech for two reasons. First, I want to be able to defend myself as a last resort. Our clan has a penchant for getting embroiled in conflicts, and I am tired of lacking any sort of agency in any dangerous situations. Second, I am a mech designer. If I want to comprehend the authentic piloting experience as closely as possible, I will have to experience it firsthand. The Carmen system may not be completely identical to the neural interface, but there should be enough similarities to derive a large amount of useful lessons. You should design a Carmen mech for yourself as well. I already thought about it. My idea for my own Carmen mech is not that simple, though. I will probably design it at a later date because I need it to work with my Phase Lord physique. Chapter 6504 Talent Factory. Vase was not in a hurry to design his polymetal mech. He wanted to accrue more experience by designing other Carmen mechs first and learn how different people adapted to their own machines. He was much more focused on designing a set of proper Carmen mechs that could service the needs of both part-time and full-time Carmen mech pilots. He had two overall segments in mind for his next projects. The first group was children around the age of 10. While they were limited to piloting just one machine, Vase still felt it was worthwhile to educate them in the traditional way. At least, the mech academies should test the talent and qualities of the Carmen mech cadets to filter out the incompetent and focus on raising elites that would otherwise disappear due to their inadequate genetic aptitudes. The end goal was not to raise a large army of elite Carmen mech pilots that could only fight so long as their biodomes remained intact. The real purpose for investing in them and drawing out their potential was to produce as many breakthroughs as possible. Unlike chi cultivation, willpower cultivation did not depend on an orderly process. Only by making the Carmen mech pilots persist in their training and throwing them in all kinds of life and death would they be able to sublimate their willpower. The reason why ace pilots and god pilots were so rare in the age of mechs was because the total population of mech pilots was limited from the beginning. Only 3.5% of the population had the potential to pilot mechs, but the proportion of actual mech pilots was smaller than that due to many reasons. Now that the existence of the Carmen system opened up mech piloting to the rest of the population, a huge amount of people gained the opportunity to step onto the path of godhood. The next Carmen mech design project that Vase had in mind was precisely meant to facilitate this process. Vase briefly paused when he realized that the goals of his rule breaker project overlapped with his current idea. He inwardly shook his head. The two may possess a few similarities, but they were ultimately different in many ways. Unlike the MW Carmen mechs that he intended to design in a hurry, the RO Carmen mechs that he was formulating with the help of his wife were supposed to be based on much more proper and safer design principles. The Red Ocean was his primary mech market. He had no thoughts about defying the laws of the Red Association. The mechers over here were his allies, so it was incredibly stupid to test their bottom line. Vase needed to make sure he kept his thoughts about his RO mech design project separate from his MW mech design projects. It would be catastrophic if he mixed them up by accident. After a bit of effort, Vase managed to set aside his momentary confusion and focus on what was important. It sounds like you are serious about wanting Carmen mech yourself. Vase spoke up. I applaud your initiative. I am happy that you are learning how to defend yourself. There are lots of scary enemies in this dwarf galaxy alone, so it is always better if you have the ability to fight enemies comparable to mechs. I don't expect you to be able to do anything more than that. You are not soldier, so there is a limit to how effective you can be on the battlefield. I would be much more reassured if you design a custom Carmen mech for yourself that is mainly focused on defense, escape and utility. You don't have to fire any weapons in order to make a contribution in battle. Gloriana snarled and crossed her arms. You are disrespecting me. I am not a fragile flower in a vase. You yourself are proof that mech designers can fight as well. You are correct that I will definitely design my own perfect Carmen mech for myself. I will need you to complete your Carmen Rifleman mech design first so that I can develop a variant that matches my vision. You do not need to give me unsolicited advice. I am a woman. Vase rolled his eyes. He had no confidence that Gloriana could make herself more effective on the battlefield than a run-of-the-mill mech pilot. She did not possess any form of killer instinct, fighting spirit, grit and so on. She was a complete civilian who had only incidentally witnessed violence from a short distance away. None of her experiences indicated that she could withstand the rigors of battle. As much as she tried to claim otherwise, perhaps she secretly understood this truth as well, so she wanted to orient her own Carmen mech around a ranged combat platform. Since you insist on going your own way, then be my guest. Vase eventually said, if your protection detail does its job, there should never be a chance for you to rely on your own Carmen mech to fight your way out of a crisis. Something has gone horribly wrong if that is necessary. The two turned back to the original topic. Vase and Gloriana had decided that the best way forward was to design a Carmen ranged mech and a Carmen melee mech. Gloriana's suggestion of letting Harry Kaikkonen, a second-class journeyman mech designer who specialized in precision laser weapon systems, lead the former project was a bold proposal. While Vase did not necessarily look down on journeyman considering that he had designed amazing machines himself when he was at that rank, he still worried whether Harry was up to the task. A Carmen mech design as important as this should be designed by a team of master mech designers, Gloriana told Vase. Yet when have we ever abided by this common sense? We rarely involved master mech designers when we designed our highly successful mechs. Masters are strong, but we are not weak either. We do possess a number of shortcomings compared to proper masters, but your design philosophy has so much promise that you are able to keep up or surpass their usual efforts. With at least one senior mech designer contributing to the Carmen mech design project, we shouldn't be afraid that the end product will look crude and unrefined. She was right about that. A lead designer did not necessarily have to be the best or most competent mech designer in the team. Vase had collaborated with the likes of Master Moira Willix and Master Benedict Cortez in the past. Their fundamentals were much broader and stronger than his own, but they had been more than capable of withholding their full power and giving a junior like Vase enough room to utilize his design philosophy to the fullest. Now, Vase had to take the role that used to be occupied by those masters and make sure to give Harry Kaikkonen enough space to implement his own design philosophy. I haven't worked with Harry as of late, so I am not too sure if he is up to the task, Gloriana. I will listen to you and give him the benefit of the doubt. Who knows, maybe he is just as brilliant as I am in my own field of specialization. You will not be disappointed by his performance. Gloriana boasted, he has been working hard to keep up and surpass his peers. What I am impressed about the most is that he has studied your notes, textbooks and design files related to your luminaire crystal weapons. He has even communed with the illustrious one a number of times just to understand this alien tech better. At this moment, his mastery of luminary crystal technology cannot quite catch up to yours, but what makes him stand out is that he has already begun to forge his own path. He has attempted to apply his own design philosophy and design applications onto luminaire crystal technology, allowing him to develop energy weapons with a significantly different style from yours. Now that certainly sounded a remarkable accomplishment. Ordinary mech designers should not be able to accomplish all of this in a short amount of time. Harry Kaikkonen must have faced an uphill battle when he tried to comprehend this field of alien technology. The study material was filled with gaps. Luminaire crystal technology also operated on a different form of logic that was not entirely compatible with human thinking. Furthermore, the true potential of this tech was also intertwined with hyper-technology and e-technology. If Harry Kaikkonen could overcome all of these difficulties and achieve his own breakthroughs in the field of luminaire crystal technology, then Vase felt much more reassured about letting him take the lead on this important Carmen mech design project. I didn't know that he had made so much progress. Vase admitted, serves you right for underestimating our journeyman. Gloriana smugly grinned, we are not the only mech designers of our generation to excel. You originally recruited all of those young and talented journeymen from the Face Shaper contest and other places in order to turn my design department into a talent factory. Enough time has passed for the most notable and hardworking among them to produce certain results. While I am not confident that Mr. Kaikonen will be able to advance to the rank of senior mech designer within the next 5 years, he is already considerably more useful than an average journeyman. Vase felt amazed that Harry was able to make so much progress in so little time. He felt he had grown too arrogant as of late. It was not a good development for him to feel that he had grown so quickly that he had left all of the journeymen of the design department in the dust. In truth, the gap between Vase and the journeymen shouldn't be as vast as he thought. The latter were constantly working hard to improve and close the gap. That was expressly why Vase and the Larkinson clan recruited them. Those without talent and growth potential shouldn't have been able to get in the first place. Perhaps Vase had been shouldering too many responsibilities by himself to remember that he had gathered a lot of capable subordinates by his side. Vase mistakenly assumed that only he, Gloriana, Kedis, Alexa and most recently Romonda were the only mech designers in the design department that could lead serious design projects. However, the over 25 or so other second-class journeymen that he had recruited during his past business trips were no pushovers either. Now that they all had access to systematic cultivation, it should be a lot easier than ever for them to break the shackles of their second-rater limitations and quickly master a lot of new knowledge. I will have a good talk with him tomorrow, Vase promised to his wife. At least the decision on who to appoint as the lead designer for the swordsman mech version of a Carmen training and combat mech is clear from the beginning. No one else but Kedis is qualified to take charge on this project. I won't pick a master who is specialized in designing swordsman mech over a genuine swordmaster. Gloriana had no objections to this choice. Kedis will be happy to hear your decision. She will want to do the best job possible in order to prepare the finest Carmen swordsman mech for Kyrian. Her son is roughly as old as Andraste, so the two will most definitely benefit from her work. Kedis was also a journeyman mech designer, but neither Vase nor Kedis had reasons to belittle the sword maiden for that. Her dual professions made it so that no one dared to underestimate her swordsman mech designs. The two continued their discussion about how they should tackle the two upcoming Carmen mech design projects. They ended up staying awake past midnight and only reluctantly surrendered themselves to sleep in order to recover their mental balance. Chapter 6505 The first phase of the Carmen Revolution. The next day, Vase handled his daily chores before paying a visit to the design lab that he had not visited in many weeks. This was the downside to going on a business trip. He became so caught up in other affairs that he got cut off from the intimacy of the mech designers who earnestly worked to make the Larkinson clan more prosperous. His relationships with the various mech designers also deteriorated due to isolation. So much had happened during his last trip that it seemed as if an entire lifetime had passed. Vase could barely recognize people such as Victor Macmillan, Harry Kaikonen, Adrian Marceau and Kelsey Ampatok. Only his relationship with Alexa Strian remained the same, and that was because they corresponded on a regular basis due to their master-disciple relationship. Perhaps it was not all that bad for him to develop a bit more distance from the other mech designers. Ever since he appointed Gloriana as the director of the design department, she had become their go-to leader. It was better for his wife to manage relations with all of these restless talents, as Vase simply did not have the time to waste on such trivial obligations these days. Vase was completely fine with maintaining an aloof and distant image to these mech designers. His many accomplishments already caused a huge gap in status to emerge between himself and his fellow professionals. Even now, many of them looked up at him with eyes filled with awe and worship. The father of Carmen Mechs was not an empty title. The Larkinson mech designers couldn't believe that the person who single-handedly broke the genetic aptitude tyranny was the very eccentric senior mech designer who they ultimately worked for. It was no wonder that he had remained so busy in the past half-year. Each of the lead and assistant mech designers felt incredibly lucky to be able to enter the clan and join the design department before Vase made his historic contribution to society. So many people would have killed to be in their place. In any case, since so many mech designers looked at him with starry eyes, Vase felt it was appropriate to hold an impromptu announcement. He briefly exchanged glances with Gloriana before he addressed the gathered mech designers. Good morning, everyone. You have all seen the broadcasts of what I have done over at the Yernstall Central Star Node, so I will not bother repeating redundant information. Now you know why I have remained absent in the design lab all of the time. The Swarm project's confidentiality was so high that I could only work on it in the more secure design labs deep inside the Tarask. Now that the existence of Karman mechs and the Karman system is out of the bag, there is no need to go through such lengths to protect our secrets anymore. Everyone reacted differently to the revelation that they were in the presence of the man who made mech piloting possible for every human. Vase could not perceive their true feelings in their faces, but he could sense it in their spirits. Some of them felt jealous or envious of him. Others only had the purest admiration for his historic accomplishments. Then there were the arrogant and overconfident journeymen who thought they could match or surpass his accomplishment one day. Vase silently marked the mech designers who fell in the latter group. Only mech designers who did not get overly affected by other people's works and harbored big dreams about realizing great mech of their own had a higher chance of attaining greatness than others. The Karman revolution is upon us, Vase stated. We have entered a historic period where the demand for a large variety of Karman mech designs is overwhelming, but the supply for them is vastly insufficient. Already, third-party mech designers are busy at work with designing variants of the original Yellow Jackets, but there is only so much they can reshape a Wasp mech before they override the effects of the Karman system. A Karman mech could only work if its Karman system remained functional. Since it was a set of organic components that worked entirely based on E-technology, it became especially important to preserve Ves's design philosophy in the mech design. However, the more other mech designers tried to mess around with one of the Yellow Jacket designs, the more their own vision and design philosophy replaced the original essence that made it so valuable. Go too far, and the Karman system simply stopped functioning entirely because it had been reduced to a collection of useless organic tissue. It was absurd to convert a low-end first-class Yellow Jacket into a high-end first-class multi-purpose mech while still retaining the ability to form a blood pact. There were only 3 ways to solve this problem. The first solution was for Vase to design a high-end first-class mech of his own that could be used as a base for a proper first-class multi-purpose mech. The distance between the two was much smaller, so there was a higher chance of preserving the Karman system. The second solution was for a brilliant rational mech designer such as the Polymath to figure out how to simulate Ves's design philosophy and design a proper first-class Karman multi-purpose mech. Vase personally had little confidence that this could happen without his personal tutoring. Better masters had tried and failed to simulate his design philosophy because it was so counterintuitive and fundamentally different from the established paradigms in the field of mech design. The third solution was for him to realize his design philosophy and advance to the rank of master mech designer. Doing so would allow him to permanently carve his design philosophy to the Red Kingdom, thereby turning it into a public good that every mech designer could access. This was the most proper and systematic solution to disseminating the special design applications of successful innovators. Since the second and third solutions were not viable at the moment, Vase could only address the needs of the mech market by focusing on the first solution. Everyone else knew this as well, which was why they were looking at him with eager and hungry expressions. Vase began to grin at his people. Since the Yellow Jacket alone is not enough to satisfy market demand, we will have to make up for that. I don't intend for our design department to exclusively focus on designing Karman mechs going forward, but we will definitely have to design a handful of them in order to give our society what it needs the most. For now, we will embark on 2 different Karman mech design projects. Both of them will center around the concept of a training mech that can easily be upgraded into a fully capable combat mech after the bonded mech pilot has completed his academy training. While my complete ambition is to release a Karman mech for every major mech archetype, my time and energy are limited, so I will only start with a rifleman mech and a swordsman mech for the time being. Everyone understood the logic behind the choice. I am sure that each of you are clever enough to understand that these 2 upcoming Karman mech designs are also meant to serve as the templates of many different derivative Karman mechs. I do not have the time to design all of those mechs in person, so that is where you come in. There are a broad range of specializations in our design department, so after we have concluded the 2 projects, I will leave it up to you to design the remaining Karman mechs based on the archetypes that we have yet to employ. This delighted a lot of journeymen. The work that you will soon embark upon will set the standard for Karman mechs in different product categories. Your Karman mech designs might not be the best, but with my supervision, you can be sure that the Karman systems integrated in your derivative works will remain fully functional, so you can rest assured that you can fully realize your own vision in your projects. This was a small but important advantage that could only be attained by mech designers who worked alongside Vase. Whereas third-party mech designers had to restrain their eagerness to transform an existing mech design into unrecognizable variants, the members of the design department faced no such limitations. Vase just had to show up every now and then and make small contributions to the ongoing works to ensure his touch still remained alive and well. This was the crucial advantage that would ensure that the works of these journeymen were bound to grow popular and occupy an undeniable place in the history of mechs. I cannot understate the importance of the Karman mechs that we will design over the course of the next year or two. Vase seriously stated, each of us are less than a century old. Not a single master mech designer is among us. It would be ludicrous to think that we can design a series of historic bestsellers that may also serve as the standards upon which other mech designers will use as the measuring sticks to their own interpretations of Karman mechs. The opportunity to work on these vital Karman mech design projects is a privilege, not a right. I expect for each of you to step up and carry your own weight. It would be best if you can develop innovations of your own that can make our collaborative works shine brighter. If we find out that you are not able to keep up with our demands, we will not allow you to work on the initial batch of Karman mechs that we will release in the next few years. He normally didn't care too much about what the journeyman mech designers worked on at normal times, but this was different. The early phase of the Karman revolution was all about setting standards and creating a base upon which all other Karman mechs would flow out from. Vase felt an undeniable responsibility to ensure that the public properly adopted and familiarized itself with this wonderful new product category. The care and attention he dedicated to the integrated of Karman mechs in the Red Ocean completely contrasted to his much more reckless and haphazard attempt to dump the Rule Breaker project into the Milky Way. Vase groaned a bit as he nursed his forehead. Whenever he made this comparison, he felt as if his head was about to split in half. It was too difficult for him to maintain two completely contradictory approaches towards mech design. It would have been better if two completely different mech designers tackled these separate priorities on their own, but that was not possible. Vase could at least keep them somewhat separate if he worked on them sequentially, but that was not possible either. His mother expected him to complete the Rule Breaker project in a couple of months, and he could not afford to delay the development of his new set of training and combat Karman mechs either. He could only hold in his discomfort and forge his way ahead. So what if he became a model mech designer in one galaxy, and an utterly depraved war criminal in the other galaxy? At least he would be able to service the needs of more people than most mech designers dared to imagine. One of the fastest ways for mech designers to progress was to make a difference in the lives of many people through his works. The more people he affected with his mech designs, the more a mech designer made his mark on society, thereby making his presence more real and substantial. Nobody could become a master mech designer by hoarding his mech designs and refusing to share them to the wider community. Vase enjoyed the rare but extremely precious advantage of being able to cater to two different mech markets as opposed to one. If he leveraged this advantage properly, it might not be unrealistic for him to advance to the rank of master mech designer only a few years later than the polymath. I probably won't be able to beat her record, but I will get close enough that it doesn't really matter. Of course, Vase did not forget about the other requirements. He still needed to make a lot of progress in designing his elemental Karman mechs. Chapter 6506 The Luminaire Inheritor. After Vase made his announcement to the design department and sorted out his messy thoughts, he called Harry Kaikkonen to his office. Compared to the other journeymen in the design department, Harry possessed a strong sense of confidence as well as admiration towards Vase. Vase took this as a good development. The second-class mech designer not only gained a lot of confidence in his recent improvement, but also maintained his strong respect towards his superior. Patriarch, take a seat, Harry. Vase activated his desk terminal and called up the journeyman's recent logs and design files. Even though he only spent a short amount of time skimming through the records, Vase already gained a much more comprehensive understanding of what Harry Kaikkonen had been working on since he joined the design department. I see that you have devoted much of your energy to mastering Luminaire crystal technology. Can you tell me the reason why? I mean, you already developed your own understanding of energy weapon systems. For what reason have you decided to pursue this obscure and incomplete alien technology? Because I can, Harry replied with a steady voice that conveyed his confidence. Not everyone has access to Luminaire crystal technology to begin with, but I am different due to becoming a part of your clan and design department. Since you have made it available for study, I do not want to waste this opening by ignoring this tech and its obvious potential. Didn't you struggle to learn it due to its obvious alien technological principles, much of which has been lost in time? It is one thing to try to learn alien technology with full documentation available, but what I have been able to recover from an alien ruin and borrow from the Red Association is anything but complete. It is a risky choice to commit so much to understanding and mastering foreign technology. If you are too obsessed with it, you may end up losing the ability to progress further if you end up getting stuck in your studies and research into deciphering the working principles of luminaire crystal technology. Vase spoke these words out of genuine concern for Harry's future. The journeyman was one of the few ranged weapon specialists in the design department. Even if it was not so difficult to hire young and talented journeymen with similar specializations these days, it was troublesome to recruit and indoctrinate replacement mech designers. I understand your concerns, sir, but I have made my own calculations. Harry responded without losing any of his composure. I stand by my choices. From the moment I first got in touch with luminaire crystal technology, I fell in love with it. The power and potential of the energy weapons developed by this extinct alien race is far more advanced and multidimensional than any conventional human tech that I have encountered. Maybe the Rubarthans have developed powerful energy weapon systems that can rival the power of luminaire crystal technology, but I do not think they can get close to matching the versatility of this alien tech. The luminaire race is utterly unmatched when it comes to surpassing the limits of light and crystals. When they combine the two with their intricately powerful tech, they can produce miracles that almost no machines can match. That reason alone is enough for me to commit to this field. The burning passion in Harry's eyes made it clear that the obsession had already taken root in his mind and spirit. It was too late to dissuade the energy weapon specialist from falling into the rabbit hole of luminaire crystal technology. Vase slightly grimaced. Well, you are an adult as well as a journeyman mech designer. You are entitled to make your own decisions. Can you tell me what you are trying to accomplish by working so hard to master luminaire crystal technology? Why certainly, sir. Harry Kaikonen already expected to answer this question. As you know, my specialization lies in precision-focused laser weapon systems. I rely on the use of organic focusing crystals that can dynamically adjust their convexity to produce precise focus at specific distances, thereby making my weapons more deadlier without increasing their energy usage. My work on these laser weapon systems has enabled me to develop a good foundation in crystallography, which has helped me understand and appreciate the value of luminaire crystal weapons much better. Luminaire crystal technology was not just about producing exotic light beams, but also the crystals that were able to produce these bizarre effects. It is not the composition of the crystals that make luminaire weapons so strong and effective. Vase argued, the choice of materials definitely plays a role, but that is far from enough. It is the alien circuitry that is somehow carved inside the crystals that turns them into luminaire crystal weapons. That is the true secret to this alien tech. How are you able to grapple with the luminaire circuitry when no manual exists that can teach you how they work or how you can develop new patterns? Harry's smile faded a bit. That is indeed a serious problem. I have tried my best to overcome the gap in theory. I have spent many days in the lab and workshop on experimenting with luminaire crystals in order to gather large amounts of empirical data. I have spent my MTA merits to secure interviews with the researchers that have worked on luminaire crystal technology to learn their personal insights. I have also taken the initiative to reach out to the design spirit known as the Illustrious One for advice and assistance. As if on cue, Vase felt a new presence appearing inside the office. The Apocalypse Warden bodyguards that were silently staying vigil in the same room suddenly grew tense, but Vase quickly waved at them to relax. The new arrival was friendly. In a clear show of support, the Illustrious One chose to manifest a small part of himself in this space. Only a small and weak ball of light showed up. The design spirit clearly felt it was not necessary for him to present a more complete alien visage. Even so, the Illustrious One already conveyed his sincerity by making this small effort. The ball of light enthusiastically bobbed up and down before circling above Harry's head. Vase was not too surprised that the Illustrious One had decided to hook up with Harry Kaikonen. The journeyman mech designer was the second mech designer in the Larkinson clan after Vase that took luminaire crystal technology seriously. As a design spirit that was based on the remnant of a dead but powerful member of the luminaire race, the Illustrious One probably hoped that Harry Kaikonen would either restore the forgotten tech of his people or do it justice by building on top of the original alien foundation. Luminaire crystal technology was the only concrete legacy that its inventor race had left behind in the cosmos. It would be a pity for the scraps that remained after the erosion of time to become neglected to the point where they became completely forgotten. Have you decided to become his patron? Vase asked the illustrious one directly. The ball of light bobbed up and down as a clear sign of approval. That is, good. I would have liked to spend more time on developing luminaire crystal technology further, but my design philosophy comes first. I cannot do this tech justice anymore. It is better if I can pass the baton to another qualified mech designer who harbors enough passion to bring it to a greater height. Vase used to be a lot more passionate about luminaire crystal technology, but that was in the past where he had the time and energy to engage in such frivolous explorations. He could have chosen to turn it into a serious minor specialization, but he eventually declined to do so. His development in this tech had stagnated as he spent his time on other projects. Aside from that, his inclinations had also changed. Rather than embracing the power of light, he had turned to the power of darkness. While Vase did not regret the decision to turn the darkness-y energy attribute into the third major component of his nascent domain, it definitely caused him to feel more estranged with the alien tech that he relied upon to make his ranged mechs stronger, and this may be one of the reasons why Vase did not hide any of his work and research related to luminaire crystal technology and freely put it up for exchange in the design department. Letting Harry Kikkonen inherit his existing accumulation in luminaire crystal technology resulted in the most ideal outcome. Vase did not feel jealous or resentful at all that Harry had chosen to take up this mantle and earn the illustrious one's friendship and support in the process. The Larkinson clan maintained relations with many design spirits. Vase may have created a lot of them, but his intimacy with them varied considerably. He was only particularly close with a handful of them. The remainder were free to make their own decisions on who they wanted to befriend. As Harry continued to work with luminaire crystal technology, the journeyman would definitely grant the illustrious one greater satisfaction than Vase had ever done. Even so, just having the intention was not enough. Harry needed to prove he had the ability to realize the lost potential of luminaire crystal technology if he wanted to avoid getting stuck in his career. Gloriana told me that there is reason for me to feel assured that you are the right person to handle this difficult and incomplete tech. That is correct, sir. You still remain skeptical of my abilities. You are right to harbor doubts towards me, but I will prove to you that I can do more with luminaire crystal technology than many other mech designers. Let me introduce you to Lightbringer, my companion spirit. Before Vess's eyes, Harry Kikkonen began to withdraw a shining cube light from his forehead. Most companion spirits tended to take on the shapes of animals. A few came in the form of humans, but rarely did they assume the appearance of inanimate objects. Harry deliberately shaped his companion spirit into a cube, and not just any geometrically shaped object. Vase widened his eyes as he gazed at a spiritual copy of a crystal cube. That is, it is a close replica of the relic crystal cube that is used to burn the unique luminaire circuitry inside half-complete luminaire crystals. Harry replied, "This is the core component of luminaire crystal technology. In order to be able to understand and eventually surpass the original boundaries of this alien tech, I turned my companion spirit into a cube myself. I hope this shows my depth of commitment to exploring this exotic tech to the fullest." Vase still looked gobsmacked. He never imagined that Harry would make such a daring and unconventional choice. "Why a cube?" Harry grinned. "Because according to the notes that you have left behind, luminaire crystal technology is inherently intertwined with hyper-technology and e-technology. Without an e-energy medium that is fully under my control, it is difficult for me to truly grasp the principles behind this tech. Ever since I transformed my companion spirit into this shape, I have already begun to grasp those lost principles. I have only touched the surface of what is possible, but as I continue to explore the secrets of this cube, I am confident I can understand how luminaire circuitry works." "Are you trying to return luminaire crystal technology to its former glory?" "Not exactly." The ambitious journeyman shook his head. "As much as I adore this tech, I am ultimately a human, not a member of the luminaire race. My ultimate ambition is to develop a humanized version of this tech that anyone can use. Once I have mastered luminaire crystal technology to an extensive degree, I intend to move beyond imitation and restoration and go all in on creation. It is my deepest wish to develop a human derivative of this tech that is ultimately stronger, more rational and more easily applicable." Vase finally learned why Gloriana had taken a liking to Harry Kikkonen. It turned out that both of them harbored similar ambitions. They were both mech designers who aspired to master a difficult but promising form of alien technology, only to convert the insights they learned into adapted conventional technology. Chapter 6507 ERC Luminaire Crystal Weapons. Vase and Harry talked more substantively about luminaire crystal technology. Since both of them possessed deeper knowledge and insights into this alien tech than many other mech designers, they were quickly able to discuss in depth about advanced topics. They both enjoyed the exchange as they possessed different interpretations of the same subject. By sharing their own thoughts and perspective on the same tech, they expanded their horizons and learned new facets about luminaire crystals that they never could have devised by themselves. As they spoke, Vase became repeatedly impressed by Harry Kaikkonen's take on luminaire crystal technology. The journeyman not only understood Vese's own writings and designs on luminaire crystal weapons, but had already begun to branch out and develop his own knowledge base on the same subjects. Lightbringer has greatly assisted me in understanding how the extinct luminaires treated their own tech, Harry said as his cube-shaped companion spirit bounced around his hands. I have not been able to decipher the working principles or underlying theories that underpin luminaire circuitry, but I have accidentally managed to discover the functions of a few circuits that have remained unused in your previous products. A few circuits inside Harry's companion spirit began to light up, causing it to convey a sense of excitement. The demonstration ended shortly after that, but Vase remained impressed by the mysterious display. What did you do, Harry? I triggered the activation of the alien circuitry that I mentioned before. It is difficult if not impossible to understand their function from the outside, but now that my companion spirit is literally a close replica of a crystal cube, I have gained an instinctual understanding of it, which is why I know how to activate these circuits. After a few months of experimentation, observation and analysis, I have recently managed to convert these initial gains into a new design application. I believe that you will be pleasantly surprised by what I have managed to make. It is a luminaire crystal weapon unlike anything else you have made. Oh, a few months is a remarkably short time for you to derive a completely new design application based on luminaire crystal technology. Can you show me what you have made? Why certainly, sir, Harry replied before glancing back at the two heavily armored soldiers dispatched by the Red Collective. I would like to retrieve a firearm that I am carrying on my person. Please do not overreact. Vase waved at his Apocalypse Wardens yet again to relax and withhold their judgment. His new honor guards were still unfamiliar with him, so they did not understand all of the rules and customs that his previous guards had picked up over years of loyal service. Even if Harry wanted to attack Vase, the journeyman had virtually no chance of success. Vase was not only enjoyed the protection of super-class defensive gadgets, but he was also a phase lord whose true body was much more massive than his human-scaled facade. It was unthinkable for an infantry weapon to be able to threaten his life, so Vase did not care in the slightest if Harry pulled out a weird high-tech gun. If Vase made a horrible misjudgment and got himself killed over it, then that was completely his fault. Fortunately, that extremely unlikely possibility did not happen this time. Harry simply retrieved an infantry-grade luminaire crystal weapon. A lot of thought and care had been put into its design and fabrication. The crystals were polished so smoothly that they almost became as reflective as mirrors. Harry also carved a lot of unnecessary facets that nonetheless made the outer components of the weapon look like a jewel in the shape of an energy pistol. While the gun had not reached masterwork quality, it was still a fine artisanal product made with enough sincerity. It was a clear expression of individuality and personality. Harry had clearly tried to distinguish his work from the luminaire crystal weapons designed by Vase. After showing off the gun while making sure to never point its muzzle in the direction of Vase, Harry began to look around for a target. Do you have a target I can shoot at, or should we move to the firing range? There is no need to bother with that. This is a second-class firearm, right? It is not even transphasic, though I see that it does incorporate a lot of hyper-materials. Anyway, you can go ahead and shoot at one of my Apocalypse Wardens. Their defenses are in a whole different league. Are you sure? Are your guards okay with this decision? One of the Apocalypse Wardens merely responded by raising a thickly armored hand and performing an inviting gesture. That was as clear of a signal as any. Harry Kaikkonen rose from his seat, turned around and adopted a beginner's shooting stance optimized for the use of directed energy weapons. Just because he dedicated his career to designing laser weapons and more recently luminaire crystal weapons did not necessarily mean he excelled at using them in person. I am about to fire a standard hyper laser beam in 3, 2, 1, now. Flash. The entire office lit up for a moment as a bright red hyper laser beam struck the azure energy shield generated by the Apocalypse Warden's sizable combat armor. Ordinary people would have squinted due to the sharp spike in luminosity, but a phase lord like Vase was able to observe the discharge with his eyes open. Even though he had not pulled out any scanners that could spit out precise numbers, Vase had enough experience with laser weapons to roughly gauge the damage output of the weapon. That is, not that different from a luminaire crystal pistol of my own design, Vase honestly replied. I take it that you have fired this shot in order to set a baseline, is that correct? The journeyman mech designer nodded while maintaining his rigid stance. That is correct, sir. This is a degree of output that is attainable by the best luminaire crystal weapons outside of masterworks that you can make based on the available materials and mass limitations. It represents the current ceiling of what our clan can produce. What is that I have managed to surpass this baseline with my own small want to show you innovation. You mean the luminaire circuitry that lit up in your companion spirit? Vase asked with growing curiosity. Yes, after months of research and development, I have successfully managed to devise a means to carve this luminary circuitry into my crystal products and connect it to a proper trigger. This adds an additional means of enhancing the firepower of the weapon that is not comparable to other existing methods such as true resonance. Let me demonstrate. I will use my companion spirit for this in order to amplify the difference, but I can produce this effect without it, though the results won't be as obvious. Harry flipped a switch that caused the luminaire crystal pistol to activate a different mode. He then proceeded to stuff his companion spirit into the weapon, causing the crystalline contraption to glow and feel as if it came to life. No, that was not all. Something else was taking place. Vase narrowed his eyes. He did not sense that the flow of E-energy radiation had changed all that much, but he was nonetheless able to feel as if more energy was accumulating from within than before. I am about to discharge a hyper-laser beam that is considerably more damaging in 3, 2, 1, now. FLAASH. A slightly brighter and more powerful hyper-laser beam flooded the office in red before striking against the same Azure energy shield of the bodyguard as before. This time, the energy shield clearly struggled a little bit more to block the damage from the gun. Vase remained wide-eyed as he processed what he just witnessed. He had already managed to pick up a few clues, but it was only when Harry pulled the trigger that he was able to notice the difference. Have you managed to discern the difference, sir? Harry asked as he slowly lowered his gun. I think I do. If my suspicions are correct, you have somehow managed to pour your emotional excitement into the luminaire crystal pistol. The new luminaire circuitry pattern that you have managed to adapt into the weapon is strangely able to absorb your emotional energy and somehow alter the properties of the resulting energy beam. If my estimates are correct, mixing your excitement into the laser beam has caused it to become at least 10% more powerful. That was an amazing result if Harry managed to attain this performance boost without increasing the production cost of his luminaire crystal pistol. In other words, this proof of concept alone proved that Harry Kykkonen was able to design a more powerful luminaire crystal weapon than Vase himself. While Harry had briefly explained that he was able to add this power to his luminaire crystal weapon due to learning how to properly utilize a luminaire circuitry pattern, Vase was not able to replicate this process by himself at the moment. Harry sat down again, this time with greater confidence than before. He carefully secured his pistol and placed it on the desk. Vase reached out and carefully lifted it to identify the components that could be responsible for boosting its power. So this gun can weaponize the emotions of its wielder. How the hell did you manage to come up with this design application? I believe that this is an inherent trait to luminaire crystal technology. The journeyman mech designer began to share his theory. I cannot present you with any convincing proof, but my experience with working with luminaire crystal technology has led me to form a hypothesis that this alien tech base is not only inherently compatible with the energy, but is also fueled and controlled by the strong emotions of its original alien users. Despite their small sizes, I believe that they possess a much greater capacity to experience emotions. They have sought to exploit this by developing crystal-based tech that can help them channel the power of their heart into much stronger and more pronounced effects. That was quite a lot of information. Much of it may be baseless speculation, but Vase couldn't help but feel that Harry's unfounded theories may actually have a basis in truth. Vase looked at the gun with a much greater sense of appreciation. I never suspected that this might be the case. It seems that even I haven't fully managed to discover this truth about the luminaire race. There is no need to blame yourself, sir. As far as I am aware of, the researchers of the Red Association are also oblivious of this possibility. So far, I call a firearm that is able to make active use of this luminaire circuitry pattern an emotionally reactive charged or ERC luminaire crystal weapon. There are distinct strengths and weaknesses to this design application. The main advantage is that there is little burden to adding and activating the necessary luminaire circuitry to a weapon. I cannot add it to any existing luminaire crystal weapons. Unfortunately, I would have to redesign and fabricate the luminaire crystal rifles of all of the mechs that are making use of it in order to bestow them with this benefit. Vase casually waved his hand. That's fine. It is already good enough that you can make the next generation of luminaire crystal weapons stronger. What else? The most notable disadvantages are that it can only absorb one strong and highly focused emotion at a time, and that every emotion produces a different effect. The magnitude of the effect also differs depending on the emotion and other factors. Not every emotion that can be experienced by a human can increase the firepower of an energy attack. There are those that can actually make them weaker. Finally, baseline humans cannot produce strong enough emotions to produce drastic firepower amplifications. The effect of ERC luminaire crystal weapons cannot reach their full potential when wielded by ordinary soldiers. Conversely, their effectiveness increases much more dramatically when wielded by humans, as well as companion spirits, who are capable of producing much stronger emotions. There is one particular kind of user that has shown excellent compatibility with my new design application. Vase quickly figured out the answer. High-ranking mech pilots. Exactly, sir. Harry enthusiastically grinned. Expert pilots and especially ace pilots should be able to produce vastly greater power amplifications with my ERC luminaire crystal weapons. Would you like to view a test shot made by Venerable Davia Stark? Show it to me already. Chapter 6508 The Power of Emotions. Vase did not have the faintest clue how a quality as intangible as emotions could enhance the firepower of an energy weapon to such an extent. It sounded completely ridiculous on the surface. At least hyper-technology had a positive effect on human machines because they somehow drew on the power of E-energy radiation from the environment. In this case, the chain of cause and effect were clear, logical and consistent, which was why many scientists easily adapted to hyper-technology even if they lacked comprehension on the fundamental nature of hyper-materials and E-energy. What Harry Kikonen managed to stumble upon during his explorations of luminaire crystal technology did not conform to any existing paradigms. It violated the law of conservation of energy, at least on the surface. It was just too strange to assume that emotions alone could directly generate a huge amount of joules of destructive energies. Vase would not be too surprised by the amplification if an expert pilot such as Davia Stark wielded the ERC luminaire crystal pistol. However, the person who fired 2 test shoots at the Apocalypse Warden just now was a simple journeyman mech designer. Even if it appeared that the journeyman in question not only possessed a companion spirit, but had already begun to practice the auxiliary chi cultivation methods suitable for mech designers, his spirituality did not amplify his emotions all that much. What would happen if a different sort of extraordinary individual wielded the same weapon? Expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots were especially noteworthy for drawing strength from their convictions, which was directly related to their strong emotions. It was practically impossible for a high-ranking mech pilot to emerge that was completely devoid of emotions. They were extreme figures who cared so much about their causes that their emotions practically exploded their willpower past the extraordinary threshold. Strong feelings and motivations such as love, hatred, kinship, altruism, duty, greed and desperation enabled these mortal humans to surpass the limitations of their race and attain transcendence. Vase had never heard of a technological solution that could enable ordinary people to draw upon the power of their emotions to strengthen their attacks, especially to this degree. Since a journeyman such as Harry was able to attain an 11% increase in firepower just by channeling a specific emotion, what would happen if a true emotional powerhouse wielded the same gun? Not everyone was equal. Compared to a mech designer, an expert pilot possessed much stronger emotions, and could even amplify them with their willpower. Harry projected a piece of footage in the air. It showed Venerable Davia Stark wearing a protective suit of armor while standing inside the shooting range that was used to test experimental firearms. Harry appeared in the footage and carefully presented a much larger and more intimidating luminaire crystal rifle to Venerable Stark. Compared to the energy pistol carried by the journeyman mech designer, the rifle handed over to Stark was clearly designed to serve as a scale model of a weapon that the Amaranto would wield. The visual design of the weapon conveyed the impression that it was an evolution of the instrument of vengeance. Harry had taken the design of the original weapon and updated it with his own technological advancements as well as his own visual aesthetics. This is one of the early prototypes of the upgraded version of the instrument of vengeance. Harry explained just to make it clear. Director Gloriana has graciously invited me to participate in the Amaranto Mark III project for the purpose of furthering the development of the existing primary weapons of the Amaranto. This is the first test of the rifle that incorporates my new ERC tech. Venerable Davia Stark held the weapon with great familiarity. She had used the real instrument of vengeance more times than she could count while piloting the Amaranto. After Harry conveyed his instructions to her, he retreated to an observation room before the expert pilot began to assume a firing stance while bracing the long rifle against her shoulders. It would have been a lot more convenient for her if she could anchor herself or the weapon onto a solid fixture, but that was not how the Amaranto opened fire with the instrument of vengeance. Venerable Stark tried to imitate her living expert Mech's shooting stance as much as her human body could accomplish. This helped a lot as she was able to leverage her familiarity to draw upon all of the skills that she usually employed when she was interfacing with her Amaranto. A floating countdown appeared before and above her field of vision. 3, 2, 1, fire. Stark pulled the trigger at the right timing. The hyper laser beam that erupted from the long crystalline barrel looked powerful enough, but it also appeared rather lacking in Vess's eyes. The metal target dummy's torso impressively melted a bit after getting struck, but the heat-resistant alloys still managed to do a good job at preserving the rest of the all-in-all. The first attack was decent, but not much else. The only other praise that Vase could give was that Venerable Stark had managed to land a precise shot at the center of the torso despite handling the rifle for the first time. The prototype weapon did not benefit from the willpower reinforcement of true resonance, nor the conversion of additional power derived from Harry's so-called ERC tech. It was just a standard hyper laser beam that was clearly meant to establish a baseline. What happened next caused Vase to pay a lot more attention than before. Venerable Stark, please flip the switch that activates the ERC mode. After that, you should take the time to enter into a state of excitement. The female expert pilot frowned. I need clarification. Excitement is too broad of a word. By excitement, I mean the emotion that people experience after passing a difficult exam, winning a battle with minimal losses, or winning a gambling bet. Perhaps it is better if you think about joy and happiness. These words almost sounded foreign to the woman who had once lost everything she cared about in her past life. Try as she might, she clearly struggled to evoke genuine joy. Nothing she experienced in the past decade gave her an excuse to feel happy. All of those victories and all of the progress the clan had made failed to stir her heart. Harry Kykkonen clearly learned that Venerable Davia Stark tended to be one of the more serious and driven expert pilots, which was probably why he wanted to test his ERC tech with this particular emotion first. However, he clearly underestimated how little joy Stark actually possessed. After a bit of struggle, Stark finally began to smile again, if only in a forlorn manner. She clearly drew upon a memory from her past, back when the Sand War hadn't ravaged much of the Komodo Star sector. It did not take her too much effort to discover that a small component had begun to suck in her relatively weak excitement. The prototype weapon began to glow brighter as a consequence. A brighter and distinctly more golden flash than before briefly overloaded the recording sensor. When the light levels quickly turned to normal, Vase shifted his attention to the data readings included in the log footage. An overall firepower boost of 23%. Vase gasped, and this is without leveraging the power of true resonance. Harry grinned and nodded. That is correct. Excitement is one of the weaker emotions that Venerable Stark can muster, but she can already increase the power of her weapon to this extent. Do note that using excitement to augment an energy attack also adds other effects besides a straightforward enhancement in firepower, but the effect is not too consequential at this scale. I should also add that the boost derived from her emotions is stronger if she wielded my energy pistol as opposed to this scaled-down version of the instrument of vengeance. Vase looked intrigued. Why not conduct the test with a Luminaire crystal pistol? Because I calculated that it would be dangerous. There are good reasons why Davia Stark is wearing a suit of combat armor during these tests. I inferred that if the increase in firepower vastly exceeds the energy carrying capacity of the Luminaire crystals, they may be prone to malfunctioning or outright exploding. I even conducted a test to confirm this theory. Harry briefly projected a second piece of footage. This time, Venerable Stark wielded a prototype ERC Luminaire crystal pistol that looked well constructed on the surface, but was actually a lot weaker beneath the surface. This was a weapon that was deliberately made out of cheaper and inferior materials. The Luminaire crystals that made up the pistol shouldn't be able to handle too much stress. When Venerable Stark carefully channeled what little joy and excitement she possessed into the ERC Luminaire crystal pistol, nothing special happened at first. It was not until she was close to opening fire that the weapon started to show clear signs of instability. The weapon started to release cracking noises. The brighter and more energetic light glow grew more erratic. Heat started to emulate from the crystal pistol in an uncontrollable fashion. Shortly after Davia sensed the mounting threat from the gun, she decisively threw it out, causing the weapon to explode shortly before it reached the target dummy. Boom! The explosion wasn't too dramatic, but it still could have hurt the expert pilot up close. Damn. Vase commented, "Are luminaire crystal weapons that fragile? They can be under the wrong circumstances. According to my testing, I have ascertained that ERC luminaire crystal weapons can only tolerate so much energy at a time, even when it is generated by the newly activated luminary circuitry pattern. There are several measures that can increase the maximum energy capacity of the weapon. You can increase the mass and volume of the ERC luminaire crystal weapons. You can also use stronger and more superior materials to synthesize the crystals. You can also dial down the conventional power output of the energy weapon in order to stay within the safety limit." All of that made sense. The first two measures were only relevant to mech designers. The last measure gave the mech pilot a bit of agency on how far he or she should approach the limit. "I understand, Harry. We will just have to make sure that the ERC luminaire crystal weapons paired to high-ranking mechs are larger and comprised out of quality materials." Now that Harry explained one of the fundamental limitations of his new tech, he resumed the playback of the original footage. "All right, now that we have tested the amplification born from your excitement, please take the time to evoke your sadness and channel it into the same weapon." This was much easier to accomplish for the expert pilot. Even though the tragedy that had befallen the Komodo Star sector had taken place a long time ago, Venerable Stark could never allow herself to forget those past traumas. Thinking of all of the populated planets that had been scoured by sand caused the expert pilot to shake for a moment. However, she eventually remembered her instructions. She steadied her stance and poured as much of her sadness into the weapon as she could. A faint sense of gloom emanated from the footage as the luminaire crystal rifle actually started to dim in brightness. The distinctly weaker and less threatening hyper-laser beam that shot out of the muzzle struck the target dummy with utmost precision. Yet the firepower left much to be desired. According to the data readings, the attack was at least half as weak as the baseline, making it seem as if leveraging the power of sadness had been counterproductive. However, the power of sadness also induced another transform in the energy beam that caused Vase to gain a much stronger appreciation of this attempt. When he studied the target dummy a little further, he noticed that the beam may have 1111 construct than an attack of this magnitude could produce. Vase couldn't explain how a single emotion could produce such a strong deviation. "I find it strange as well, sir. I have no theories to share with you that can explain why this happened. All I can state is that I have confirmed that leveraging the emotion of sadness can consistently produce similar results." Chapter 6509 Davia Stark's emotional range. After demonstrating how Venerable Davia Stark could weaponize her excitement and sadness to produce energy beams with different effects, the test resumed. She began to repeat the same sequence with different emotions. Disgust or contempt. This produced a dim, brown laser beam that only inflicted surface damage onto the targeting dummy. Although Venerable Stark was able to muster up a lot of contempt before she channeled this emotion into her weapon, it did not appear to have done too much. "I speculate that the luminaire circuitry pattern converts the emotion of contempt into a different expression," Harry Kikonen said. "If you study the data readings related to the luminaire circuitry pattern, you will notice that it exhibits energy activity that is more commensurate with higher activity levels. Yet for the effect to lead to an energy beam of reduced power seems wrong and counterintuitive. You think that it is producing another effect? Yes, maybe multiple effects. The potential issues are that the emotion of sadness cannot be properly expressed through a simple hyper-laser beam attack, or that it does not have any offensive component to begin with. Luminaire crystal technology originally encompasses far more than energy weapons. It is a complete tech base that can be used to generate or provide defenses, propulsion, heating, shelter and much more. The applications that we have managed to recover only encompasses a fraction of what luminaire crystal technology is capable of. I believe that the purposeful channeling of specific emotions may respond much better if we make use of luminaire crystal devices other than firearms." The theory made sense. In fact, Vesk knew it was true because he had visited the ruins of an ancient and decrepit settlement belonging to the luminaire race in the past. He had witnessed small alien structures made out of luminaire crystals. While they were able to shoot light beams as a form of defense, they probably possessed a lot of other functions as well. Even though Vase clearly witnessed the fact that luminaire crystal technology was a complete tech base that could be used to construct all kinds of useful objects, he had always fixated on luminaire crystal weapons and never thought about using the same tech for other purposes. That was a pretty embarrassing cognitive error. It was yet another sign that he was ultimately not committed enough towards luminaire crystal technology to do it justice. Vase felt inferior towards Harry in this aspect. Despite the fact that he was a journeyman who had not yet made any notable accomplishments, Harry Kaikonen's passion, sincerity and dedication towards luminaire crystal technology easily allowed him to put himself in the shoes of the ancient luminaires and imagine what they built with their dazzling crystals. Having a passionate mech designer like Harry become the Larkinson clan's go-to expert and custodian of luminaire crystal technology worked out extremely well for Vase. It was not just pure technological advancements that helped his clan grow stronger. It was the alternate perspectives and differences in mindsets that could truly lead to the development of fantastic innovations. You know, I never seriously thought about making a tower shield or a flight system out of luminaire crystals before. Vase mused. It may be interesting to explore whether you can make them powerful and cost-effective enough to utilize them over more conventional products. That would require a lot more research than I can currently devote my time towards. I am a weapon specialist. I will remain stuck in the trial and error phase for years if one attempt to develop a luminaire crystal tower shield. Harry admitted, maybe it won't take that long, but I understand what you mean. For now, energy weapons are the priority. Anyway, please continue the playback of the test footage. I am curious to see what other emotions can produce strange effects with your ERC luminaire crystal rifle. The projected footage continued to display the other tests. Shame or embarrassment. It took a bit of effort for Venerable Stark to channel this emotion. She had experienced plenty of shameful and disgraceful moments in the past. Each of them left horrible scars onto her heart. Harry's request was not an easy one to fulfill for Venerable Stark. Her expression grew pained as she evoked a semblance of the great shame she felt after failing to protect the lives of billions of innocent civilians. The energy beam fired from her rifle was tinged in orange, but also inflicted significantly lower damage than the baseline. Again, both Harry and Venerable Stark suspected that the emotion of shame possessed another effect, but they did not have the capability to identify it at the moment. Love and affection. This was the first time Venerable Stark truly struggled to channel an emotion. No matter how hard she tried, she simply could not bring herself to muster any of the love towards her deceased relatives. While she was barely able to muster up a bit of affection towards the Larkinsons she had fought alongside with for years, her effort was surprisingly feeble. It was not possible to gather high-quality test data if Venerable Stark was unable to muster up enough love and affection. However, Harry thought of a possible solution. Wait, think about your relationship with the Amaranto. Your living mech has served as your most trusted and reliable partner for years. She has covered your back in every battle since she fell into your hands, and she will become even stronger and more magnificent after we have completed the Amaranto Mark III project. As soon as Venerable Stark switched her mind to the Amaranto, her love and affection bloomed like the rising of a sun. The power of her earnest devotion towards the Amaranto caused the luminaire circuitry pattern to glow and accumulate considerably more energy than usual. Fortunately, Harry had deliberately constructed the luminaire crystal rifle out of high-quality exotics and hypers, so it was still able to withstand the increase in power. As soon as Venerable Stark pulled the trigger, a bright and uplifting pink energy beam blasted forth and caused the torso of the metal target dummy to explode. Whoa! Vase reacted with surprise at this result. That is a considerably impressive result. The best part about it is that it should be replicable by virtually any of your customers. Harry said that a smile. Regardless of their interpersonal relationships, any mech pilot who adores his living mech should be able to replicate this result. The stronger their bond towards their machine, the greater the increase in power output. This is the safest and most reliable means of weaponizing the emotions of a mech pilot that I have come across so far. Relying on other emotions can be dangerous. I know what you mean. It was not wise to instruct high-ranking mech pilots to fight while feeling overly excited or sad. Expert pilots and ace pilots were highly emotional to begin with. Their combat effectiveness and combat approach changed significantly according to their mood swings. Not all emotions were suitable for every occasion. Love was therefore a practical choice as it lifted up the mech pilot's mood at the cost of only moderate mental distortions. Of course, this was not a certainty. Venerable Stark's love towards her Amaranto was intimate but also fairly pure. This was not the case for other relationships. More tests needed to be performed in order to understand the full interactions between the emotion of love and ERC luminaire crystal weapons. The test continued. Altruism and sacrifice. This was a surprisingly easy mentality to channel for Venerable Stark. She was a highly driven woman. She no longer lived for herself, but for the sake of others. Davia Stark had forsaken her personal life, her relationships with people and the mundane pleasures of mortal humans in pursuit of greater power. The energy beam released by her luminaire crystal rifle was pure white and overwhelmingly bright. The target dummy did not stand a chance. There was a strong suspicion that the power of altruism also produced another effect, but none of the sensors and scanners managed to detect anything strange. The high-tier expert pilot had to pause and catch her breath for a few minutes. While Davia Stark had done well in channeling the power of altruism, she also expended a bit too much of herself in the process. Pride and arrogance. This session appeared less like a test of Harry's prototype ERC Luminaire crystal rifle and more like a psychological inspection of Davia Stark's mental state. Fortunately, the expert pilot did not appear to think much of it and obediently tried to channel the right feeling of pride. Even though her pride had suffered multiple blows due to witnessing the rise of 3 ace pilots among her peers without being able to join them, that did not mean that Davia Stark had become humble all of a sudden. She still possessed the pride and arrogance of a high-tier expert pilot that most pilots still had to look up to. If that was not enough, her ranged firepower still remained the highest, at least until St. Isabel Coden was ready to get back into the saddle. The energy beam fueled by Davia Stark's pride was rich in purple. It demolished the torso of the target dummy, but also eroded the edges of whatever was left. Vase narrowed his eyes at this display. Parts of these demonstrations looked a little familiar to him. He had a suspicion that the colors corresponding to different emotions might not be random. Soon, the final test had arrived. After Harry gave Venerable Davia Stark a few more moments to reset her mind, he finally requested her to evoke a very common human emotion. Anger and rage. Venerable Stark did not need any time or special preparations to enter into this mindset. She merely had to recall the many injustices she witnessed a long time ago in order to convert into a vessel filled with rage. Her face began to scowl while her willpower subtly began to shake the surroundings due to fury. She lifted up the rifle, took aim at the latest target, dumped overwhelming anger into the weapon as possible, and dumped as much of her. The Luminaire crystal rifle quickly began to get stuffed with hot and violent power. The weapon already began to glow in red as if it was trying and failing to contain the heat. At one point, faint cracking noises started to sound. A dangerous situation has occurred. The prototype weapon's maximum energy limit has been reached. Venerable Stark, you need to open fire right away. The weapon cannot withstand so much fury. As much as Stark wanted to keep channeling more anger into the weapon, she had no choice but to abide by the request. The expert pilot's intuition already warned her that her weapon could explode like a bomb if she pushed its limits any further. From the moment she opened fire, the sensors became flooded with red and heat. It took a bit longer for the optical sensors to restore their normal vision. The entire target dummy got obliterated. All of it had disappeared to the point where only scraps were left. That was not all. The energy beam was so powerful that it had struck the Azure energy shield and drained its capacity by a huge margin to prevent any further damage from occurring. Whoa, Vase said as he became utterly impressed by how much anger could amplify the damage inflicted by the ERC Luminaire crystal rifle. Channeling the power of anger does not merely lead to a strong increase in firepower. Harry added, it also penetrates defenses easier and can destroy particularly tough objects. That wrapped up the initial testing session. Vase had gained a lot from watching the footage. His understanding of ERC Luminaire crystal technology had not increased all that much, but he had a much better idea on how it could augment the firepower of his customers. Chapter 6510 Classic Combination. Damn, if your ERC tech is so powerful, we should implement it into all of the mech designs that make use of Luminaire crystal weapons. That might not make as much of a difference as you think, sir. What do you mean by that, Harry? As proud as the journeyman may be for presenting successful research results to his superior, he could not hide the limitations and shortcomings of his tech. It was best to be upfront about the downsides of his new design application in order to prevent the clan from making any premature decisions. Harry pointed at the projected footage. The aftermath of the latest and final attack still made a profound impact on Vase. What he did not notice at first was how visibly drained Venerable Stark had become. The expert pilot was made of sterner stuff, so she did not lose her combat effectiveness right away, but was clear that channeling her emotions and discharging them through the prototype weapon had exacted a toll on her mind. This made sense. No source of energy was truly unlimited. There was a limit to how many emotions a human could generate. Venerable Stark had entered a state of partial exhaustion that reminded Vase of expert pilots who had used up much of their extraordinary willpower. So, there is a limit. Correct, Harry responded. This is one of the constraints of ERC tech. No matter whether we are talking about standard mech pilots, expert pilots or ace pilots, they can only muster up their emotional strength for so long. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. I see. This is not as good as I expected, but it is still an acceptable limitation. Why do you say your new tech might not be as useful? Because the amplification effect from channeling emotions becomes proportionately weaker when we are dealing with larger and more powerful luminaire crystal weapons. So far, I have only given you demonstrations based on infantry-grade ERC luminaire crystal weapons. I have yet to test my invention on a mech-grade luminaire crystal rifle. I still need to perform calculations and make adjustments to the weapon design to ensure it can properly channel the power of a scaled-up luminaire circuitry pattern. That sounded troublesome. Vase would have liked to get his hands on actual empirical data on how a mech-sized ERC luminaire crystal weapon performed. So are you saying that if the weapon becomes dozens of times larger, the emotions produced by a single human becomes so small in proportion that the amplification will become minimal? Exactly, sir. Harry grimaced. I assume that many forms of systematic cultivation that have recently become popular can strengthen a person's capacity to produce strong emotions, but it will take time to observe a massive difference. The living mech may be able to infuse the same emotion into the luminaire crystal weapon as well for additional power, but I do not expect this to significantly change the outcome. Vase frowned and tapped his fingers against his desk. Then this tech should only be effective for expert pilots and stronger. Is that what you are thinking? That is my preliminary conclusion. All of this is still contingent on testing. Once I have worked out the kinks and developed the first prototype ERC luminaire crystal rifle that is scaled for mech usage, I will transfer it to the expeditionary fleet so that Venerable Stark and a number of other Larkinson pilots can test its performance. I will be able to present you with more definite answers at that time. For now, it is safest to assume that my ERC tech is only effective for high-ranking mech pilots. That was a small disappointment, but not an unexpected one. The logic was clear. There did not appear to be any obvious ways to boost the firepower of these weapons by exploiting this newly discovered circuitry pattern. Vase accepted the advantages as well as the limitations of Harry's new design application. Despite its many shortcomings, ERC tech still had a promising future considering that Harry Kykkonen only just developed it. There was plenty of room for improvement. Now that Harry had completed his new presentation, the two mech designers soon talked more specifically about the first mech design project where ERC tech may play an outsized role. The journeyman mech designer called up the incomplete design schematic of the Amaranto Mark III project. The Amaranto Mark III project is progressing slightly behind schedule, sir. Harry Kykkonen reported to Vase. Director Gloriana has invested her time and energy into developing the special structural composition of the expert rifleman mech. She has managed to solve many difficult problems related to developing an archimech frame that is largely based on solarium and diverness alloy. Her tests so far indicate that the physical defenses for the high-tier expert mech will not be too bad while still being able to provide strong light energy amplification. Unlike the Riot Mark III project and the Minerva Mark II project which feature more balanced configurations, the Amaranto Mark III project still adhered to the concept of extreme firepower. Both Vase and Gloriana had made a risky bet by committing to a mech frame that largely amplified the expert mech's offensive performance. To be honest, Vase already thought that the use of diverness alloy would provide the Amaranto Mark III with a ridiculous degree of amplification compared to the previous edition. Adding an ERC tech on top of that would multiply the firepower of the Amaranto even further. Vase grew concerned as he studied the design schematics. He hadn't paid attention to the Amaranto Mark III project as of late, but now that he took a look at it, he was not quite sure whether the mech frame could bear all of the power and stress of charging up a single shot. What if the Amaranto Mark III blew herself apart in the process of charging up to full power? Are the Amaranto Mark III and the Instrument of Vengeance resilient enough to withstand the energies that she is capable of gathering? Vase asked. Harry regained a bit of his confidence as he provided his answer. The director and I have spent many hours to fortify the Amaranto Mark III. The Instrument Mark III will become considerably larger and bulkier in order to raise its energy capacity. We will also take care to acquire and combine the best exotic materials regardless of the cost in order to increase the physical toughness and heat capacity of the luminaire crystals. Furthermore, we have also chosen to use an uneven proportion of charge mate and heat mate as the resonating exotics of the Amaranto Mark III in order to give Davia Stark further control over the emissions of her expert mech. Charge mate and heat mate, the classic combination of resonating alloys. As far as I can recall, they are ace mech grade resonating exotics. I have no problem with incorporating them into the Amaranto when Davia Stark has broken through, but right now she is still an expert pilot. There are dangerous consequences to letting expert pilots attempt to resonate with materials beyond their ability to tame. This was not a trivial issue. According to the theory that exotic materials were the degenerated remains of powerful beings who lived in past eons, resonating materials happened to possess a touch of the lingering soul of those terrible life forms. An expert pilot did not possess the resonance strength and domain to fully grapple with these dangerous resonating materials. They would have to fight an uphill battle every time they wanted to amplify their ace mech with true resonance. What was worse was that the untamed resonating materials may actually produce a backlash where they actively attack the expert pilot, possibly in the middle of an ongoing battle. Despite all of these known dangers, Harry Kaikkonen seemed confident in this design choice. Director Gloriana has personally made the decision to integrate charge mate and heat mate in advance. She judged that the usual conventions do not entirely apply in this case. Venerable Davia Stark's willpower is naturally more resilient than others, and she can also count on the support of her companion spirit Veil, which oddly takes the form of a black crow. Stark might not be able to leverage the full power of charge mate and heat mate as a high-tier expert pilot, but even partial use can already make a difference considering how effective they are when utilized by ace pilots. This is not the first time mech designers have made this decision. Your wife is confident that it can work because the classic combination that you referred to has proven to be remarkably stable and devoid of many risks. Vase could not fault Gloriana for her logic. He had investigated this classic combination in the past when he devised an energy weapon configuration for the Dark Zephyr Mark III. Charge mate, which could produce additional electric energy upon resonance, and heat mate, which could reduce heat upon resonance, had both proven to be reliable in practically any high-ranking mech that heavily depended on the use of energy weapons. They expanded an ace pilot's options and made it so that the ace mech's performance could easily surpass its technological limitations by leveraging the reality-defying properties of extraordinary willpower. Heat management will be a huge problem if there are many factors that can amplify the firepower of the luminaire crystal weapon, Vase said in thought. I can see why Gloriana wants to implement a lot of heat mate into the mech frame. I suppose she could have chosen inferior expert mech grade substitutes, but it will take a lot of trouble to disassemble the Amaranto Mark III and replace her resonating exotics if Davia Stark breaks through. In other words, this design choice only truly made sense if Venerable Stark managed to advance to the rank of ace pilot in the short term. If the guest pilot remained stuck as a high-tier expert pilot for years to come, then the use of two ace mech grade resonating alloys would turn into a shackle that held Stark back. Though Vase felt the urge to suggest a more conservative approach towards the Amaranto Mark III project, he eventually decided not to do so. His wife made this choice for a reason, and he was willing to respect her judgment. Vase had always thought that Venerable Davia Stark was bound to become more powerful. She was far more motivated and emotionally invested in her goals than most other high-ranking mech pilots. His only job was to supply her with the right living mech to ensure that this would never become a limitation to her growth. He had a small hunch that Davia Stark would not end up like his uncle or his grandfather. She might break through and become an ace pilot immediately or shortly after she received her long-awaited Amaranto Mark III. If that was the case, then all of this effort would pay off, because there was very little need to make too many changes to optimize the Amaranto Mark III for an ace pilot as opposed to an expert pilot. It is kind of strange that Gloriana did not opt to select a resonating exotic that can further amplify the firepower of the Amaranto Mark III. Vase commented, "We do not have access to materials that are strong enough to withstand the catastrophic buildup of energy if we made such a choice." Harry shook his head. "Besides, it is not worth it. Venerable Stark must already devote much of her concentration and energy into activating multiple forms of amplification. Trying to increase the firepower of a weapon with true resonance will wear her mentality down even faster. We wanted to extend the Amaranto Mark III's longevity in the field, so the combination of charge mate and heat mate can facilitate this goal." That made sense. There were potent resonating materials available that could directly augment the firepower of an energy weapon. Charge Mate and Heat Mate were a lot more flexible and could also be used to extend the deployment time of an ace mech. This combination was good for enabling the Amaranto Mark III to fight non-stop at lower intensities for many hours at a time. Chapter 6511 The Amaranto's charm. Out of the 3 high-ranking mech design projects currently in development, Vase and Gloriana both had their favorites. The Amaranto Mark III project, Riot Mark III project and the Minerva Mark II project all had their highlights that pushed the boundaries of mech design to a new frontier. The Amaranto Mark III project offered unparalleled long-range striking capability. The Riot Mark III project reveled in chaos and unpredictability. The Minerva Mark II promised to become a conductor of large-scale battles. The 2 upcoming expert mechs and single ace mech all possessed their own unique flavor and personality that made them utterly different from other high-ranking mechs. No one would be able to mistake them from the works of other mech designers. While Vase injected his love and expectations in each of the mech design projects, he looked forward to realizing one specific living mech in particular. Selecting a favorite was difficult for Vase. Even though the Minerva Mark II was supposed to become a fully fledged ace mech, he did not find it too attractive on an emotional level. The Ace Command mech possessed strong features and promised to amplify Saint Commander Casella Ingvar's impressive command field, but it seemed rather boring in other aspects. Perhaps it was because the Minerva Mark II mainly amplified Casella's existing capabilities, and did not actually introduce any new and revolutionary abilities. This was a shortcoming that Vase needed to address by developing an ultimate module that could complement her combat approach. He had fallen behind in this aspect. Vase needed to make progress in this assignment quickly if he wanted to avoid getting on his wife's bad side. Anyway, compared to the relatively bland Minerva Mark II, Vase felt a much stronger affinity for the Amaranto Mark III, the Riot Mark III. The Amaranto was his first true, extreme, mech, and she had become the first masterwork among the high-ranking mechs he designed from the ground up. Her firepower had saved many Larkinsons as well as living mechs from death, and she could always be counted upon to land the right shot at the right time. She held a special place in Ves's heart, and would have been more perfect if she was piloted by a dedicated Larkinson mech pilot. The Riot was not an expert mech that Vase especially loved from the beginning, but he had conquered his heart over time. He did not particularly like the pilot of the expert Spearman mech, but the Riot possessed a strong sense of grit and resilience that allowed the machine to stand the test of time. The living mech had grown stronger and more exceptional with each passing year. The 2 made for a strong contrast. The Amaranto had always been one of his highly regarded works from the beginning, and it had maintained its place even as newer mechs attempted to steal the spotlight. The Riot was a scrappy expert mech that Vase looked down upon in the beginning, but slowly earned his appreciation through hard work and struggle. It was agonizing for Vase to pick a favorite between the 2 living mechs. While Vase always ranked the Everchanger and the Devil Tiger as his most favorite works, the Amaranto and the Riot had both made compelling cases on why they have earned a place just below. After a few minutes of mental struggle, Vase ultimately made his choice. They are both good mechs, but the Amaranto is just a little more remarkable. The Amaranto Mark III promised to be a game changer, especially if Venerable Stark was able to advance to the rank of ace pilot in the near future. Even if Davia Stark became a newly promoted junior ace pilot, her fantastic new machine should definitely grant her enough firepower to threaten lesser phase lords from a comfortable distance. That did not necessarily mean that the Riot Mark III was inferior. Venerable Rosa Orphan still had room for growth, and so did her battle partner. As long as they continued to temper themselves during the Red War, they may be able to undergo enough sublimations to reinvent themselves. They were like diamonds in the rough that needed to be cut enough times to become dazzling jewels. Vase let out a sigh. He missed this. He missed the wonder and excitement that accompanied every high-ranking mech design project. He had spent too much time on mass production models as of late. There was nothing wrong with them, but the reality of designing mechs destined for mass production meant that Vase had to make a lot of compromises during the design process. Designing a high-ranking mech was like realizing a dream. Designing a mass production mech was more akin to setting up a factory. Both kinds of mechs presented Vase with interesting challenges, but he would never remain satisfied with working on one of them for a long time. He couldn't be like Gloriana, who completely eschewed mass production models in favor of dedicating all of her design time to high-ranking mech design projects. He would eventually grow bored and frustrated at the lack of connection to the greater community. He also couldn't remain committed to designing mass-production mechs despite the fact that he was directly able to serve a lot more customers this way. The limitations of budget and other practicalities prevented him from implementing all sorts of amazing high-end technologies. As Vase thought about the current state of the Amaranto Mark III project, he had plenty of reasons to feel amazed at all of the technological innovations and enhancements in the works. The differences between the Amaranto Mark II and the Mark III had become so great that Venerable Davia Stark would definitely become at least twice as effective as before regardless of any breakthroughs. After Vase sorted out his thoughts and conducted a little research, he called a meeting with both Gloriana and Harry Kaikkonen. Both mech designers already knew why they had called over, though Gloriana looked a little annoyed that he summoned her as if she was a servant. Gloriana immediately crossed her arms and tapped her foot. "What do you want to talk about this time, Vase? I was in the middle of a design session, you know. I wanted to talk about the current direction of the Amaranto Mark III project." Vase stated as he gestured to the newcomers to sit down. "I haven't been able to devote my full attention to this project and all of the other ones that you have been working on in the past half year. The Evolution Witch herself insisted that I devote as much of my attention to rushing the Swarm project to completion as possible. You should be able to guess the reasons why. Now that I have completed my obligation, I can finally give the Amaranto Mark III project the attention it deserves from me. I intend to make up for lost time." His wife did not look all that happy after hearing his explanation. "We only recently talked about setting up 2 new Carmen Mech design projects, remember? These projects require your attention as well. Do you have enough time to complete your assignments for the high-ranking mech design projects?" "It won't be a problem, Gloriana," Vase confidently replied. "I will remain involved in the projects, but since I won't be leading them, it will be up to Harry and Kedis to do the heavy lifting. I am just there to provide support related to living mechs in the Carmen system." "Is that doable for you, Harry?" The only journeyman mech designer in the office nodded, though he did not convey as much confidence as before. "I shall do my best to meet both of your expectations. I may be lacking in experience, but I believe I shall not lead the Carmen Mech design project that I am responsible for astray under your guidance." "Good. In any case, I did not call you over here in order to talk about the Carmen Mech design projects. I want to share my own ideas about the Amaranto Mark III project now that I have caught up with the latest developments." "Do you approve of Harry's work?" Gloriana asked as if she was a proud parent showing off her pupil. Vase smiled back. "I do. I am fine with letting him take charge of the Carmen Rifleman Mech design project, and I am also okay with letting him design the updated version of the Instrument of Vengeance. I do recall that I promised to turn the main weapons of the Amaranto Mark III into ultimate modules. I have fleshed out my plans with regards to these 2 weapons. I have not forgotten. I was hoping that you would make progress in this task now that you have returned." Gloriana responded. "You distinctly promised to collaborate with the Red Fleet in order to integrate that strange alloy called E343F00334R into the Instrument of Doom. Have you made progress on this front?" Not yet, but my relationship with the RF has warmed up during my most recent business trip. I do not expect to encounter a lot of barriers if I request their technical support in my attempt to redesign the Instrument of Doom. The weapon pretty much behaves like a small warship-grade cannon already, so the fleeters should be able to offer plenty of relevant advice. I will leave this completely up to you, Vase. It will be your fault if you fail to deliver the necessary results in time. The Amaranto Mark II currently relies more on the Instrument of Doom than the Instrument of Vengeance due to the nature of the enemies we are encountering as of late. The Instrument of Vengeance was a weapon that possessed quite a lot of power, but mainly stood out in terms of accuracy and finesse. It was best employed against tricky or fast-moving opponents whose weak points were hard to strike. The Instrument of Doom was a weapon that personified brute force. It possessed both firepower and penetration power in spades, but was a lot bulkier and clumsier to use in the field. That was generally not a problem if the Amaranto mainly exchanged firepower with enemy warships. The Instrument of Vengeance is currently underutilized, but I do not intend to keep it that way. Vase presented his own vision for the weapon. It is a weapon that excels at long-range sniping. We just need to make that more pronounced. You told me half a year ago that we can definitely make the weapon a lot more useful by making it more effective at ranges far beyond anyone's ability to strike. Gloriana nodded. I did tell you that. I suggested that we invest the power of Ilvain into the Instrument of Vengeance. Have you been able to persuade him to lend his cooperation? There is no need to ask the Great Prophet. Vase said with a grin. If he can truly predict the future, then he should have already anticipated our request. He should have already agreed to anchor a piece of himself inside the instrument of vengeance and allow Venerable Davia Stark to borrow his foresight in combat. What matters is that we design the instrument of vengeance in a way that can effectively enable it to inflict effective damage at a range of several light seconds away. That was easier said than done. To laymen, a light second sounded like a measurement of time, but it was actually a measurement of distance. A light second was simply the amount of distance that light could traverse in vacuum. That was currently 300,000 kilometers per second, which already represented a ridiculous distance. There were far too many variables that prevented conventional weapon systems from effectively damaging targets at that distance. Ilvain was able to control one of the variables, thereby turning an insurmountable problem into a non-issue. That did not mean that the other problems could be dealt with so easily. One of the main reasons why directed energy weapons tended to become ineffective at extreme ranges was because their beam convergence was almost never completely perfect. So long as the energy beams were even slightly convergent or divergent, they began to spread apart into an enormous cone after traversing so many kilometers. What the Amaranto needed was an instrument of vengeance whose focusing crystals were so perfect that they were able to produce completely parallel energy beams. This was an extremely challenging technical problem. Chapter 6512 A new ultimate module. Perfect beam convergence was impossible to attain in reality. No energy weapon could produce completely parallel beams where all of the light photons or energy rays shot forward without ever intersecting with or drifting away from each other. The weapon in question needed to be built according to a level of precision and control that not even the best materializers could attain. It was easy to design a perfect weapon in a virtual or imaginary environment, but reality was messy due to the influence of many variables that simulation programs could never fully replicate. Normally, it is impossible to produce perfectly parallel beam alignment in reality. Vase told Gloriana and Harry. However, there have been instances where this has actually been produced. The easiest way to generate energy beams that are so parallel that they can strike at targets at cosmic distances is to rely on the reality-defying willpower of high-ranking mech pilots to smooth out any imperfections. His wife crossed her arms. We know that already, Vase. We have already conducted an investigation into this phenomenon. If the expert pilot or ace pilot possesses the right specialization, then it is indeed possible for this to happen. However, the concentration and effort needed to forcibly align a flawed energy weapon is considerable. I fear that Davia Stark will end up exhausting herself after firing half a dozen shots at extreme distances. This is not compatible with my vision for the Amaranto Mark III. The battles fought during the Red War are not only larger in scale, but also tend to drag out over time. We cannot make the marksman mech too exhausting to use, or else Venerable Stark's firepower will not be available during the moments where we need it the most. One of the best moments for ranged mechs to strike was at the end of a battle. As long as the native aliens withdrew their remaining forces, ranged mechs were able to chase after their prey and take potshots without encountering as much counterfire as before. The breakdown of order and the messy disposition of rearguard forces usually created a lot of gaps in the defenses of the enemy fleets. Damaged and partially disabled warships fell out of formations and turned into vulnerable prey. It was especially crucial to pursue enemy phase lords before they successfully got away. Letting these alien powerhouses retreat with their lives intact would negate much of the work put into damaging them in the first place. Only by harvesting their lives would red humanity be able to gain a little more breathing room. I am aware of what you said, Gloriana. Vase responded. A problem that can be solved with technology shouldn't be addressed with extraordinary power. It is the job of the mech designer to arm an expert pilot such as Venerable Davia Stark with tools that can ease her burdens. Doing the opposite is counterproductive. I have been thinking about how we can solve the beam convergence problem from a technological approach. Did we not ascertain earlier that there is no feasible means to produce perfectly parallel beams with the current state of human technology? Not even Harry here has a clue on how to accomplish this, and he knows more about converging energy beams and focusing crystals than both of us. It is possible the polymath or the resonance smith can present a technological solution that is close enough to make the Amaranto Mark III effective at striking targets that are over 1 million kilometers away, but we are far short of meeting this standard. His wife was correct. Their technological prowess and access to materials was not good enough to solve this problem in a more conventional manner. One possible solution that Vase could employ was to use one of the favors he saved up to request the help of a star designer. He had done it once before by requesting the formula for Yondu milk from the xenotechnician. It turned out that he had largely wasted this favor as divine Lucy Miyazaki ended up importing the authentic version of Yondu milk from the Milky Way. Should he exchange one of the favors that he had left to request the personal intervention of a star designer? Vase actually felt tempted to do so. It would turn the Amaranto into an undeniably useful asset in the Red War as well as many conflicts to come. The ability to strike at extreme ranges with total precision and reliability was an advantage that almost no force possessed. The Larkinson clan could completely take advantage of Venerable Stark's unparalleled sniping capabilities to assassinate troublesome opponents when they least expected an attack. The Amaranto Mark III would also become extremely useful in pursuits. It would take much longer for fleeing opponents to escape the effective striking distance of the deadly expert marksman Mech. Vase decided not to expend a precious favor. There were many ways he could put it to better use. It sounded wasteful to expend such precious social capital on a boon that mainly favored a guest pilot as opposed to himself. He decided to solve this problem with his own means. He considered this a test of his design philosophy as well as his own capabilities. A problem like this that cannot be solved with pure conventional technology can be addressed with more unconventional technology. Vase explained his thoughts. The most direct solution is to borrow the power of Ilvain as we have discussed before, but I am reluctant to rely too much on his power. He is not a design spirit that has a strong affinity for the Amaranto. I also think that Venerable Davia Stark is less than enthused about the prospect of praying for Ilvain for his guidance. She is a woman that possesses a strong sense of responsibility. She would rather take action on her own than rely too much on others to fight her battles. Gloriana thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is true. I have always been uncomfortable with the idea of adding Ilvain to the Amaranto Mark III. There is logic behind this combination, but Ilvain does not fit the marksman Mech's theme. Basing a design choice solely out of logic and practicality is an inadequate measure. If you can present us with a better alternative, then please share your idea. Vase smiled and projected the incomplete design of the Amaranto Mark III in the air. He zoomed in the image of the wireframe model and removed the Mech frame so that only the instrument of vengeance remained. The design of the current iteration of the rifle was not complete, but it also showcased the undeniable influence of Harry Heikkönen's work. The rifle had always been rather long and sizable, but the vastly increased strain that the weapon was expected to withstand in the future made it necessary to increase its volume by a large extent. The weapon had become so large and unwieldy that it was almost completely unsuitable for use at close range. While the Amaranto Mark III could technically hold it like a spear and poke at incoming enemies with a bayonet, the rifle was ultimately not designed to function like a polearm. In any case, Vase did not call up the design in order to criticize the excessive size of the weapon. He zoomed in the image even further and highlighted the areas that should normally be occupied by the focusing crystal. Many, though not all energy weapons contain focusing crystals that are mainly responsible for controlling the beam convergence of the resulting output. Vase said, in most cases, people are already fine with good enough results. Modern industrial fabrication can already produce focusing crystals and energy weapons that can ensure that energy beams remain relatively coherent and effective at distances that range up to thousands of kilometers. With a bit more effort and controls, an energy weapon can even strike at large and relatively immobile targets on a semi-reliable basis that are tens of thousands of kilometers away. Of course, this is mostly the case when fighting in the vacuum of space. None of this was new to Gloriana and Harry. In fact, this was downright basic information. There was a reason why Vase felt the need to rehash this basic knowledge. I have decided to turn the instrument of vengeance's focusing crystal and the surrounding elements into an ultimate module. I could have predicted that months ago. What is important is how this ultimate module of yours is actually able to help Venerable Stark land a precision shot at a target that is over 1,000,000 kilometers away. Vase began to radiate more confidence at this point. Oh, the idea behind my ultimate module is simple. In order to enable the Amaranto Mark III to land an accurate shot at such distances without relying on the guidance of an external party, I believe we have to make a compromise. The one I have chosen for this is losing the surprise factor by letting the Amaranto fire a calibration shot first. A calibration shot? Gloriana furrowed her brows. Yup. In other words, Venerable Stark will attempt to take aim at a distant target and configure the settings of the instrument of vengeance according to her and her battle partner's intuition, judgment and calculations. It is not necessary for them to get every parameter right. What matters is that they get close enough to unleash a good calibration shot. This attack will most likely miss. The probability of nailing the target is almost zero. What truly matters is that this shot provides enough quality calibration data for Stark and the Amaranto to quickly adjust the settings of the focusing crystal to discharge the execution shot, a fully charged energy beam attack that should hopefully strike the target. The two mech designers sitting opposite of Vase became speechless. What is the matter? This is ridiculous. If it was that easy for Venerable Stark to land her shots at such extreme distances, then we wouldn't need an ultimate module in the first place. Besides, the sequence that you have just described does not seem to have anything to do with an ultimate module. Harry provided more constructive feedback. We have contemplated this approach before, but deemed it unviable. The calibration data from the first shot has to be analyzed and processed in a short amount of time. The longer the delay between the first shot and the second shot, the lower the value of the calibration data, as the target has probably already moved far away from its original coordinates. Other circumstances such as temperature, space debris, relative motions and so on have also begun to diverge to a significant degree. Even if we attempt to speed up the calculations and shorten the delay between shots, it still takes precious seconds to fully charge and accumulate all of the power for the execution shot. This will mean that Venerable Stark and her Amaranto Mark III cannot rely on pure calculations and must always make predictions in order to plug the correct numbers at the correct time. This is why we have decided it is better to land one successful shot right away than relying on a two-step process. Both mech designers had good reason to express their skepticism towards Ves's approach. He already thought about these problems as well, but he believed his work may actually be able to solve this problem. This is why the focusing crystal and the processors that control its beam convergence are not made of normal parts. I instead intend to turn them all into an ultimate module. This means that they will be governed by the subordinate spirit of the Amaranto Mark III. The two-step execution crystal will be entirely dedicated to making the sequence work, and will rely heavily on E-technology in order to get the job done. Neither Gloriana nor Harry understood the true implications of these words. Why is this important, Vase? Humans are able to cultivate and gain all manner of amazing and reality-defying powers. Is this correct? Yes. Companion spirits can also engage in cultivation, correct? Living mechs are also able to cultivate. It is difficult to notice the differences, but that is because they are already so big and strong that the absorption of E-energy takes longer to produce material transformations. Is this also correct? Yes, I suppose you are correct. Since ultimate modules are essentially carriers of the companion spirits of the living mechs, who says that they cannot cultivate by themselves? What if the ultimate module practices a custom chi cultivation method that can make up for the shortcomings of Venerable Stark and the Amaranto Mark III? Do you think it is possible for my proposed two-step execution crystal to assist them in performing the right adjustments and correct their aim right after firing a calibration shot? This, Chapter 6513. The magic of ultimate modules. Vase only took a short time to come up with the concept of the two-step execution crystal, but he had already fallen in love with the idea. Sure, the solution sounded a lot more convoluted than relying on Ilvain's guidance to land an accurate shot at extreme ranges the first time, but it was a much better fit for the Amaranto Mark III. Ace pilots such as Venerable Davia Stark clearly wanted to rely on nothing else but her own power and that of her battle partner. Forcing them to beg an external party for help each time they wanted to perform a difficult action would cause their willpower to develop flaws and ultimately stagnate. Unless Venerable Stark converted to the Ilvainan faith or somehow triggered a massive mental shift that caused her to become a substantially different expert pilot, she would never feel comfortable with relying on outsiders for guidance. Throughout her career as an expert pilot, Venerable Stark had unceasingly trained and improved her marksmanship skills. Every battle she participated in gave her the opportunity to exercise her ability to hit distant or rapidly moving targets no matter the challenge. Just like Saint Tusa became ridiculously good at evading incoming attacks after putting his life and the life of the Dark Zephyr on the line, Venerable Stark also became incredibly skilled at predicting the evasion patterns of her targets and exhibiting enough superhuman accuracy to ensure her energy beam attacks struck their marks. However, even Davia Stark had her limitations. Ves's plan was therefore simple. If her skills, experience, judgment, intuition as well as the assistance from the Amaranto Mark III was not enough, then perhaps the additional help from the ultimate module may be able to bridge the remaining gap. After Gloriana and Harry Kaikkonen got over their initial shock reactions and mulled over Ves's proposal from a more critical perspective, they roughly understood the merits of this idea. I can see the logic in this two-step execution crystal of yours. Gloriana said, the challenge in landing a successful execution shot is to process the data from the calibration shot as quickly and correctly as possible. You assume that Venerable Stark and her battle partner will not be able to accomplish this by themselves, so you add a third entity, this time internal, that is completely specialized in processing and performing accurate judgments based on the calibration data. Leaving aside the unconventional nature and properties of ultimate modules, this is not an uncommon approach to solve a problem such as this. Harry said in a thoughtful voice. Mechs that rely heavily on predicting patterns are usually augmented by AI processors that are specifically programmed to perform specialized tasks. A light skirmisher that needs to fly faster can mount additional external boosters. A space knight that needs to block more damage can carry an external shield generator module. What each of these solutions have in common is that their footprints are relatively light, but their positive impact on the performance of the mechs are greater. If this two-step execution crystal can truly perform the functions as described by Professor Vase, then it may be able to turn the Amaranto Mark III into an extreme-range executioner. Vase grinned. I am glad that you have figured this out. The ultimate module for the Instrument of Vengeance is meant to unlock a new capability that is otherwise impossible to attain through conventional means. While this solution is admittedly imperfect, Venerable Stark and her battle partner can ultimately land her attacks on extremely distant targets by relying on their own strength. No matter whether the ultimate module can cultivate by itself, it is still a part of the Amaranto Mark III, so it cannot be treated like an external party. While Harry appeared to be open-minded enough to buy Vess's arguments, his wife was a bit more difficult to persuade. Your story sounds good, Vase, but what if one of the many assumptions that you have made fail to reflect our actual reality? Vase maintained his confidence. Then give it more time. The Instrument of Vengeance has gained the potential to grow on its own with the help of this ultimate module. At the start, a living two-step execution crystal starts out fresh and relatively weak, but will quickly grow stronger after feeding from the spiritual feedback of a strong high-ranking mech pilot. The ultimate module will begin to advance its cultivation and form ultimate runes, many of which may be derived from Ilvain, the Illustrious One, Titania and other helpful design spirits. However, the two-step execution crystal is only learning from them by absorbing their ultimate runes. It will never rely on the design spirits during actual battles. Give a hungry man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you teach him how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Harry quoted, "This is a brilliant solution now that I think about it. There is still an unwelcome reliance on an unnatural and unscientific factor, but at least it is internal to the Amaranto Mark III system, which reduces potential vulnerabilities and makes the living mech more self-sufficient." Even Gloriana started to get around to the idea. As Harry has mentioned, this is hardly a perfect solution, she said in a more composed tone. However, I have to admit that your solution has a greater chance of working than the alternatives that I have devised on my own. It sounds as if you are cheating by exploiting the advantages of the e-technology mechanics of your ultimate modules, but this is your strength, so I can understand where you get your confidence from. I can say for now that your proposal is worth trying, if only because it is the only viable solution so far that does not cost an excessive amount of resources to test in reality. If your two-step execution crystal fails to deliver on its promises and has no long-term prospects, then we can always remove it from the mech design and start over. The project lead made a logical and mature decision. Vase actually expected that he would have to endure the screeching of his wife a little more, but she acquiesced a lot sooner than expected. This was strange because his proposal actually contained a lot of sketchy aspects. He had been waiting to explain the mechanics of his two-step execution crystal in more detail, but his wife had essentially thrown her hands up and gave him permission to proceed in advance. Perhaps Gloriana already predicted that she would not be able to stop his initiative. He did not like how she already started to take failure into account, but this was also a reasonable decision to make from her perspective. Not every mech designer was able to keep his promises. Since Gloriana accepted his proposal to develop the ultimate module that he believed would best suit the Amaranto Mark III, the vision for the Instrument of Vengeance became complete. Aside from the expected material and technological upgrades that required little thought and ingenuity, the old and new version of this special Luminaire crystal rifle had at least two major distinguishing factors. Harry Kaikkonen's ERC Luminaire crystal technology was meant to add another layer of firepower amplification and attribute modification. Vess's two-step execution crystal promised to vastly increase the effective range of the Amaranto Mark III at a reasonable cost. One of the main advantages of the proposed ultimate module was that it did not demand a heavy consumption of power from Venerable Davia Stark, especially if it had more time to grow and develop its capabilities. While Vase did not expect the two-step execution crystal to completely automate the calibration process, it was already extremely helpful if it could take over much of the burden from the expert pilot. The more work the ultimate module was able to complete, the lower the burden that Venerable Stark had to bear in order to land a shot at extreme distances. She would be able to conserve her extraordinary willpower and reduce her mental strain even if she repeatedly nailed shots that everyone else thought impossible. Another added advantage to this proposed solution was that it had a ridiculously high growth ceiling. Ultimate modules were alive, so they possessed the capacity to evolve and transcend their limitations. One day, the two-step execution crystal may transform into a powerful high-level artifact in its own right. Vase felt incredibly satisfied with this solution. It largely conformed to his design philosophy and would remain relevant for many years without requiring active input from himself. The only caveat was that there was a chance that he did not possess the capability to realize this promising idea. If the ultimate module was unable to execute most of the steps that it was designed to accomplish, then it would turn into a useless burden. Let us talk about the instrument of doom. Gloriana changed the topic. As much as I dislike the fact that my beautiful and elegant expert marksman Mech resembles an ugly cannoneer Mech whenever it is wielding the Luminaire crystal cannon, the firepower is undeniably strong. It needs to become much more powerful if we want this weapon to keep up with Davia Stark's demands in the future. This is the most promising weapon that we can use to land the killing blows on Phase Lords when Venerable Stark finally breaks through. That did not necessarily mean that the weapons wielded by other ace mechs were ineffective against the native alien gods. However, there were many weapon types that were heavily disadvantaged when employed against physically imposing opponents. Even if the ace pilot had ultimately decided to reject the title Phase Bane, he had already fallen in love with the superior reach and lethality of this Terran mech weapon. A good weapon can make all the difference in a confrontation against a massive Phase Lord. When St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson took off for the frontlines with the Dark Zephyr Mark III, he made sure to pack the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear as well. Tusa did not even think of employing the pitiful knives of his ace light skirmisher against his gigantic adversaries. Vase actually preferred to keep the precious Tier 3 Destroyer Spear within his reach in case he needed to borrow its destructive edge. In person, he was also afraid that the Dark Zephyr might get trounced on the battlefield and lose hold of this precious weapon somehow. Then, Vase recalled that destroyer weapons had no longer turned into an endangered species in the Red Ocean. The Terrans of the new frontier may not be able to reproduce them, but the Terrans of the old galaxy should still be able to produce new ones as if nothing had changed. With the creation of the Oblivion Gates, Vase should be able to import a batch of medium to high-tier destroyer weapons from the Milky Way. The challenge lay in making contact with a friendly and willing Terran trading partner. Perhaps he could leverage his friendships with the Strian Ancient Clan or Devos Ancient Clan of the Red Ocean to establish contact with their counterparts in the old galaxy. His mother already planned to form an unholy alliance that dragged in every potential source of opposition towards the Big Two. There were bound to be Terrans in this messy coalition. If Vase asked his mother nicely, she might be willing to negotiate with the old Terrans to trade for a pair of destroyer knives and other requested arms. Vase inwardly shook his head. He could think about the possibilities of intergalactic trade later. His mother and her fellow conspirators were way ahead on this front. All he knew was that his mother owed him a lot for agreeing to work on the Rule Breaker project. She had no choice to refuse to pay back this favor by transferring a batch of precious destroyer weapons to the Red Ocean. What other goodies originating from the old galaxy could he ask for that were not too troublesome to import? Chapter 6514 Inflated Ambitions. After Vase concluded his meeting with Gloriana and Harry, he gained a much more solid direction on how to contribute to the Amaranto Mark III project. His wife already handled much of the assignments related to the project. She had become incredibly invested in trying to design a mech frame that successfully incorporated a much greater proportion of offensive-oriented hyper materials than normal. If she succeeded, then the Amaranto would become one of the boldest and most interesting high-ranking marksman mech in the Red Ocean. The design of the latest incarnation of the Instrument of Vengeance was on the right track. Now that Vase devised the two-step execution crystal, all he needed to do was to realize it step by step until it turned into a viable and working ultimate module. In contrast, he still did not have a good idea on how to augment the instrument of doom. Since his wife was growing more and more impatient about his delays, he decided to address this issue as soon as possible by scheduling a meeting with the recently promoted Commodore Zonrad Rees of the Red Fleet. Before he met with the RF officer aboard his flagship, Vase decided to spend more time catching up with the other mech designers in the design lab. The mech designers he sought out first were Michael and Xanthar. It had been years since he last tutored them in person. He had let the two young mech designers go in order to let them find their own path to success. Vase could have given them more help. He could have guided them for a few years more. He could have sent them off for EDNet training. He could have assigned other lead designers to teach them their craft. He did none of that. Instead, he let the two Trueblood Larkinsons to fend for themselves in the design department, putting them on the same starting line as all of the other low-ranking mech designers who mainly performed assisting work. This was not a glamorous job, nor one that allowed them to put their stamp onto a mech design. However, it was the trajectory that launched the careers of many mech designers that eventually became successful. It was difficult for a mech designer to learn the right lessons from all of the grunt work while also devoting much of their free time for additional study and private design work. Vase had confidently thrown Michael and Xanthar into this harsh but fair work environment in order to test them and prevent them from getting spoiled. He wanted to avoid that last outcome at all cost. A spoiled mech designer might be able to coast along pretty easily at the start, but they would hit an insurmountable wall by the time they sought to realize their design philosophy. It was not until journeymen and seniors had to rely on their own initiative, ingenuity and problem-solving capabilities that the unworthy began to suffer for their inadequacies. If Vase continued to give Michael and Xanthar handouts on a regular basis, then the two mech designers would never be able to develop the right attitude and skills related to solving difficult problems by themselves. It was better for them to struggle with overcoming the relatively low-level design problems that low-ranking mech designers typically encountered during this stage of their career. That was how Vase managed to climb his way up as well. Of course, Vase was well aware that he could not be used as a proper example as he depended a lot on the system to improve his skills and sub-skills. He actually felt tempted to give Michael and Xanthar access to the system for this reason, hoping that they would be able to follow a similar trajectory to his own and achieve success in a remarkably short time. Vase eventually rejected this proposal. The reason why he chose to withhold the system from the two young mech designers was not because of lack of trust. Michael and Xanthar were Larkinsons through and through, and they had never exhibited any signs of rebellion or wanting to become independent. The issue was that Vase ultimately did not think it would be conducive to their growth, at least at their current stages. They at least needed to be able to advance to the rank of journeyman mech designer by relying on their own power and prove they possessed true passion and the willingness to work harder than ordinary mech designers to realize their ambitions. While this sounded like a healthy plan, the problem was that this phase was taking an awfully long time. That caused Vase to harbor doubts about whether he had made the right decisions for the two apprentices. On the surface, Vase shouldn't really have any complaints. Not every mech designer was a prodigy or a lucky bastard who was able to become a journeyman before reaching the age of 30. It was pretty normal for journeymen to arise at the age of 50, 60 and maybe even while breaking through at a later age granted the mech designers less time to advance to senior and master. Late bloomers were actually incredibly common in the mech industry. Besides, with the onset of systematic cultivation, age had become even less of a concern. People gained easy access to free curated cultivation methods that could easily double their current lifespans if they devoted enough time and effort into their practice. As long as the Red War and subsequent conflicts did not collapse all of human civilization and turned red humanity extinct, then Michael and Xanthar would have all the time they want to find a way to become journeymen and higher. Yet, was Vase really satisfied with allowing these two brats to take their sweet time to advance to the next rank? As a highly celebrated mech designer who managed to become a senior at around 40 years old while being married to a woman who managed to make a similar accomplishment, Vase grew increasingly less satisfied with the slow progress of his two once students. While he was on his way to the section of the design lab where they could be found, Vase tried to make up his mind on what sort of stance he should take. Should he be lenient and patient with them for doing their jobs at their own pace, or should he express anger and disappointment at their lack of notable accomplishments over the years? Vase failed to make up his mind by the time he reached their workplace. He decided to withhold his judgment and hear them out in person. Sir Patriarch, good afternoon, apprentices. I am here to check up on your progress. I hope you haven't been wasting the time I gave you since our last proper meeting. You might not be my direct disciples, but I still consider myself responsible for your education and progress. Let's sit down and have a good talk. Very well, sir. Michael and Xanthar both looked fairly young and tender, just like how they appeared back when they were still studying under Vase. However, their temperament had changed considerably. If Vase had to describe it, it was that both of them had lost their immaturity that they still possessed during their adolescence. They had grown calmer, more weathered and more prepared to face the realities of their difficult careers. At least the two had grown up to the point where they appeared to possess the right mindset of a journeyman. Then why had they failed to attain their breakthroughs? What was holding them back? Once the three sat down at a nearby work table, Vase steepled his fingers and gazed at the apprentices with a critical expression. Neither of you are stupid, so you must have guessed why I have come. Let me state in advance that I am not prejudging you. Every mech designer is different, and you are still in your 30s, which is still a prime age for apprentices. What I care about more is whether you have spent your time fruitfully. If you are lingering in your current ranks because you have been messing around and not employing your advantages to the fullest, then I am questioning whether you deserve to stay in the design department. After all, I do not want you to stay here if the work environment is making you too comfortable and complacent. Mech designers rarely tend to make good progress if they feel too fulfilled. It is the absence of fulfillment that produces the strong motivation that we rely upon to create works that surpass the normal standard. Both younger mech designers nodded with serious expressions. We have not been wasting our time, sir. Michael spoke first. To be honest, the main reason why we are still apprentices is because we chose to pursue more difficult and ambitious design philosophies. We could have settled for more modest goals, but, if we did so, we would never be able to reach your level of success and contributions. We don't want to end up as average mech designers. We want to become a pillar of the Larkinson clan and a legend of the mech community like you. Both of us are aware that we can never get close to reaching your height if we choose to commit to narrow and less ambitious design philosophies. Xanthar echoed his fellow Trueblood Larkinson's intent. This is why we deliberately set our targets high, teacher. We decided that if we wanted to pursue our careers to the fullest, we either try to rise as blazing stars, or fail to get off the ground at all. We don't want to settle for becoming another average or faceless mech designer in the crowd. We would rather fail outright and admit that we are not as talented and lucky as you. So far, I think our progress will surprise. We have not yet managed to reach our first goal, but I think we have gotten rather close. Vase did not know how to feel at the moment. He distinctly felt it was his fault that his students had chosen to enter a high-risk, high-reward trajectory when they did not necessarily have the qualifications to pursue such a difficult career direction. Not everyone was suitable to become the stars of the mech industry. For every massive success story like the Polymath and more recently Vase, there were millions if not billions of unexceptional mech designers that failed to achieve galaxy-wide renown. That did not necessarily mean the latter were failures. These quiet and unassuming mech designers were able to achieve modest successes that were more than enough to make them content. What was wrong with becoming a humble journeyman or senior? Even if they managed to work their way up to becoming a master mech designer by pursuing a fairly low-grade design philosophy, there was no reason to belittle their accomplishments. Any contribution was helpful no matter how small or modest. In fact, Vase knew that many mech designers ended up getting stuck and failing to attain any further progress not because they were selfish or lazy, but because they bit off more than they could chew. Cases where overambitious mech designers such as Michael and Xanthar aimed too high, yet failed to live up to their inflated expectations were distressingly common in the mech industry. Right now, it remained to be seen whether the two former students had what it took to become a legend in the making like Vase. Vase adopted a stern expression as he faced the two dreamers. Every mech designer has a right to dream. Choosing a design philosophy is a deeply personal choice that is tied into your passion. If you are not satisfied with more modest goals, then it is indeed a valid choice to chase after a more ambitious idea. Far be it from me to dissuade you from doing what your heart thinks is right. However, reality rarely accommodates your personal desires. Don't forget that both of you must all earn your keep in the design department. So many mech designers want to work in this design lab that I cannot justify the decision to keep you around when there are more deserving professionals around. In order to establish whether the two of you are still worth subsidizing, I want to hear what you are trying to accomplish. The two mech designers did not look too surprised after hearing this. They already made the psychological preparation to account for what they have been doing over the past few years. That is fair, teacher. Vase gave them a cold smile. Now that we are on the same page, let's start with you, Xanthar. Chapter 6515 EEE Munitions. When Vase notified Michael and Xanthar Larkinsons that he wanted to have a discussion with them, the two apprentice mech designers understood quite well that their reckoning had come. This was the moment where the two younger Larkinsons had to account for their decisions and the progress that they had made since the start of the Age of Dawn. Many people had welcomed the hyper-generation and managed to take off like a rocket after they successfully took advantage of the new opportunities. Vase was the definite example of this kind of a success story. It took remarkably little time for him to develop many useful inventions, most of which did not seem to have any direct relations with mech design. It was only after he released his historic Yellow Jacket models that he cemented himself as the most successful mech designer of the younger generations. No one dared to accuse him that he had gone astray in his mech design career anymore. It was not easy for other mech designers to grow up in the shadow of such a giant of the industry. How could other Larkinsons possibly harbor any pride and conceit towards their own works when they paled in comparison to the celebrated works of their patriarch? In that sense, Vase had a negative impact on the workforce of the design department. Mech designers were humans as well. They possessed the capacity to feel envy, jealousy and inadequate. A lot of mech designers working for the design department must be suffering from a case of inferiority complex. Continuing to work for a highly successful mech designer who had not yet managed to realize his own design philosophy must have exerted a lot of pressure on all of his juniors. Vase was only just beginning to comprehend the severity of what it was like to work under him. Michael and Xanthar suffered the worst from this problem as they had received his personal tutelage. It was absolutely unacceptable for them to end up as ordinary mech designers after receiving so many privileges. Whether Vase had inadvertently ruined the two Trueblood Larkinsons that he once hoped could inherit his burdens and prop up the Larkinson clan would soon become clear. Xanthar did not take much time to compose his words. He began with an apology. Before I explain the current direction of my research, I want to say sorry to you for failing to meet your expectations. You must have looked forward to having me take over your knowledge related to luminaire crystal technology and carry forth your research. The alien tech fascinated me for a time, but the more I studied it, the less I cared about it. Energy weapons don't excite me as much as big explosive cannons. I never became satisfied with the mechs that I have designed that made use of luminaire crystal weapons. That was a regretful outcome. Vase felt a little disappointed that Xanthar failed to embrace luminaire crystal technology, as it had lots of promise. The sting was not as painful as it should have been. It's okay, Vase said. Another mech designer has taken over the mantle of furthering the development of luminaire crystal technology. We are far past the point where I have to rely on an apprentice like you to develop the future iterations of luminaire crystal weapons. I am glad that you managed to bring Harry Heikonen into the design department. Xanthar said with a smile. He talked to me multiple times in order to collect my own opinions and insights on luminaire crystal technology. The more we exchanged with each other, the more I became impressed by his love and diligence towards this alien tech. I already concluded by the end of our first talk that he could take luminaire crystal technology much further than I can ever manage. Okay, Xanthar, since you have decided to abandon luminaire crystal technology, what have you been doing instead? The younger mech designer assumed a more eager posture as he was ready to share his true passion. As I have mentioned a moment ago, I adore big guns. I want to arm all of my mechs with large and heavy cannons so that they can blow apart enemy mechs, warships or whatever else they are assigned to destroy. I think that I will mainly design heavy artillery mechs in the future, but I am also willing to design other mech types if there is enough demand. I don't necessarily love the cannons themselves, but the explosive munitions that they can launch towards their targets. I like anything that explodes. It doesn't matter if they come in the form of artillery shells, missiles, rockets, torpedoes or mines. My design philosophy is all about making them stronger and deadlier. That is what I have been spending much of my free time on. I have dedicated years to developing an original new technological paradigm of explosive munitions that requires a completely different form of defense to withstand. Vase immediately grew intrigued. The focus on munitions sounded familiar. He had recently completed his collaboration with Lord Richard Brownstone, who reveled in developing exotic new rounds for his kinetic weapons. So far, the biggest difference between the two was that the Rubarthan senior mech designer preferred to work with solid projectiles. while Xanthar had taken a liking for explosive projectiles. That was not enough to make the latter special. It was easy for mech designers to develop new explosive shell types. What mattered was that their solution offered superior performance at affordable prices. Not many professionals were able to meet this standard. Oh, I can hear the passion in your voice. You also sound confident in your current research direction. What is it exactly that you have been working on as of late? Xanthar Larkinson used his comm to call up footage of a test run of his munitions. He had taken a generic heavy artillery mech and replaced the standard munitions of the artillery cannons with his own custom-developed ordnance. The test involved a heavy artillery mech firing the new explosive shells at a target dummy protected by a fixed Azure energy shield. Under normal circumstances, a heavy artillery mech had to fire dozens of explosive shells to exhaust an Azure energy shield of this strength level. When the generic artillery mech fired the first shell, the projectile slammed against the surface of the energy shield and exploded, just as predicted. There was nothing special about the blast. It was moderately powerful, but that was all. The Azure energy shield rippled slightly and in a pattern that suggested that the explosive shell was laced with hypermaterials. So far, Vase had not seen anything that distinguished this shell from the ones that any mech force could buy off the shelf. What was special about Xanthar's work? It was then that he noticed a subtle detail. His gaze only strayed briefly towards the target dummy, not expecting to find anything amiss, which was why he became surprised that he noticed a change. "Did you manage to spot it, teacher?" Xanthar grinned. The damage unleashed by that detonation partially bled through the Azure energy shield and affected the target dummy. Even if only a fraction of the power of the explosion has ultimately managed to dent the exterior of the dummy, this is already a major accomplishment. It was not unheard of for weapons and munitions to be able to partially or completely bypass energy shields. It was a lot more difficult to accomplish with the most powerful transphasic hyper-energy shields, but as long as the circumstances were right, there were still ways to penetrate or bypass this layer of projection. The most familiar instance to Vase was Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr's ability to employ the leap of true freedom to bypass every obstacle on a conceptual level and reach their destination on the other side of a powerful energy shield in an instant. Whether Tusa managed to pull it off by phasing through a completely different dimension or a more direct form of teleportation, he was one of the few mech pilots that could completely ignore any barrier. The Phobos piloted by Venerable Zimro Belson also possessed a similar if lesser capacity to bypass active transphasic energy shields. Some of the fiends spawned from the Geist system were able to pass through these barriers and quietly infiltrate the interior of enemy starships and find a way to open up a gap in the defenses to lead in other destructive fiends. Then there was Lucky, whose phasing ability had continually improved ever since he gained this power. As far as Vase was aware of, the Gem Cat was able to pass through weak to moderate strength energy shields with difficulty. Given that he already witnessed instances where stuff got through energy shields in the past, Vase shouldn't be particularly surprised that Xanthar had also managed to find a way. There was a huge difference, though. As the footage of the test continued, the heavy artillery mech slowly fired its heavy artillery cannons OND-1. Every explosive shell launched by this machine struck the dome-shaped energy shield at slightly different angles. Much of the explosions ended up getting blocked by the energy shield, but there was always a small proportion of destructive energies that somehow managed to pass through the protective layer and impact the target dummy. After firing over a dozen explosive shells, the dummy still managed to retain its original shape, but it clearly looked as if it got beat up by a mob. Vase grew impressed. No matter how Xanthar managed to attain this result, the use of multiple shells that otherwise did not appear to be remarkable indicated that the cost of his new innovation was not too high. This was incredibly significant as the previous examples were all special cases that demanded a huge amount of investment in order to produce those results. As for the heavy artillery mech in the footage, all Xanthar needed to do was to load in experimental shells that were probably economical enough to mass produce. The biggest issue was that the explosive munitions were clearly half-baked at this stage. The bleed-throw rate was not high enough to grant the attacker any advantages, but this was just the start. The difficulty in this line of research was the first step. As long as Xanthar managed to figure out a way to pass at least a tiny amount of damage through an energy shield, he had successfully created an opening which he could expand in his follow-up research. He just needed to figure out how exactly he managed to bypass the energy shield and how to multiply the yield until he created a form of munitions that could inflict effective damage onto targets protected by barriers. "How did you manage to produce this result?" Vase eventually asked. "E-energy," Xanthar straightforwardly answered. I took inspiration from the Destroyer of Worlds and how she is able to make her main cannon attacks so amazingly powerful. I don't dare to hope to reproduce what she is able to do with her godlike power, but what I wanted to create for the mech community is a more affordable and widely available means of enhancing the power of explosive munitions that anyone can use. The answer I came up with is to imbue the explosive ordnance with their spiritual equivalent. Think of it as implanting E-bombs into physical bombs. If everything goes right, I will eventually be able to develop a Class 2 design philosophy that will probably be called E-energy explosive munitions, or EE munitions in short. That might actually work. Vase never imagined that E-technology could be used to produce such an interesting concept. It took a lot of time and experimentation for me to get this far. Xanthar said in order to explain why he remained stuck as an apprentice for so many years. I studied much of the internal notes, articles and textbooks that you have written on living mechs in order to develop the right E-munitions. That was not enough for me to achieve a breakthrough in my research, so I also approached the researchers over at the T Institute for advice and additional study material. That helped a lot, but what truly allowed me to get so far is the use of my companion spirit. In order to prove how much he had dedicated himself to this line of research, Xanthar proudly unveiled his companion spirit. Mawa, Mawa. A green cat made out of swirling and volatile energies emerged from Xanthar's forehead. Meet Alfred. I took inspiration from the Destroyer of Worlds and focused on growing a cat that could enhance the power of any explosive device. So far, he is able to do a decent job at that. In fact, the main reason why I have been able to achieve limited success in my research so far is because I have attempted to reverse engineer the explosive imbuement ability that Alfred has naturally developed according to my own desires. Vase had a sense of déjà vu when he gazed upon Alfred. The green cat reminded him a lot of a much more powerful orange cat. Vase found it rather shameless that Xanthar attempted to solve his problem by copying the companion spirit of the Destroyer of Worlds. It was also incredibly cheap for Xanthar to produce his research results by trying to reverse engineer the ability of his own companion spirit. However, no one could fault him for figuring out a much more convenient way to realize his ambitions. This is brilliant, Vase honestly expressed. I applaud your ingenuity. You have managed to produce a result that hardly any other mech designer can imitate by relying on the resources and advantages at your disposal. You have not wasted them at all. I have much greater confidence that you will be able to break through as a journeyman as long as you have managed to raise the bleed-throw rate above single digits. Chapter 6516 Taboo Mech Idea. Vase was fair to Xanthar. If the young apprentice mech designer squandered his resources or failed to make use of his opportunities, then Vase would have dressed him down. Yet now that Xanthar had proven through his own actions over the years that he had methodically worked to attain a result that was impressive enough to earn everyone's appreciation, he deserved an applause for making this much progress in a difficult research direction. Sure, his current results did not seem impressive at all. There was still a long way to go from producing a proof of concept to developing a mature design application. This was why Xanthar had yet to become a journeyman. A journeyman mech designer was a professional that had already managed to develop a working mech design that was reflective of his design philosophy. It did not have to be too practical or economical, but it definitely had to possess at least a bit of real substance in order to serve as the permanent source of strength of a journeyman. Now that Vase managed to gauge Xanthar's progress, he understood that his former student should not take too long to finally surpass the extraordinary threshold for real and become a high-ranking mech designer. What sort of EE munitions are you aspiring to make? Vase asked with clear interest in his voice. I have devised multiple concrete applications that should be useful to many customers, teacher. The first form of EE munitions that I am trying to develop is close to what you have already seen. I want to devise a means to mass-produce explosive rounds that are all implanted with E-energy explosives. The point is that when the physical shell explodes, it will simultaneously trigger the detonation of the E-energy warhead, causing an eruption of power that not only amplifies the original explosion, but also damaged anything related to E-energy such as hyper-energy shields. What else? Well, a more advanced form of weapon system that I have been dreaming to develop are EE munitions that are entirely made out of E-energy. Xanthar grew more passionate as he unveiled his next idea. This is admittedly similar to the strange hyper-energy beams that can be fired from a weapon like your Grey Lotus. I want to develop a cannon that is similar to gun, but instead of firing energy beams, it can launch E-energy projectiles that should theoretically be able to bypass many forms of obstacles and directly detonate inside a mech frame or the interior of an enemy warship. Vase could definitely see a lot of uses for such a weapon. Even without significantly strengthening the physical attack power of the conventional warhead, including a means of damaging any form of E-energy manifestations made it a lot easier to destroy Azure energy shields, disrupt the true resonance of high-ranking mech pilots and maybe even inflict real harm on the comparatively weak and vulnerable spiritualities of gigantic phase lords. I think that hyper-energy shields and hyper-alloy platings should be able to resist such attacks. Vase explained. The resonance shields and Saint Kingdoms of expert mechs and ace mechs should be even more effective at blocking these spiritual attacks. However, as long as you can launch enough of them at the enemy, they should definitely be able to exhaust the intangible defenses of the targets, so they should at least be useful in one capacity or another. You will need to conduct a lot of research in order to fully understand how your E-energy explosive warheads can undermine different enemy types. I shall do so as soon as I can develop a weapon that can launch pure E-energy warheads. Xanthar promised. The eager apprentice mech designer shared a few other ideas. From EEE torpedoes that were designed to annihilate the spiritualities of every crew member of a heavily shielded enemy warship to shield breaker shells aligned towards the space attribute that could quickly destabilize transphasic energy shields and Azure energy shields, the possibilities were endless. The depth and breadth of ideas clearly indicated that Xanthar had a solid idea on how to derive practical applications from his initial theoretical framework. As long as he was able to advance to the rank of journeyman mech designer, he should quickly be able to realize the low-hanging fruit that did not take much effort to realize and establish a foothold in the mech market. Vase did not fear that Xanthar would fail to attract a willing audience for his products. Their usefulness was as high as living mechs. If the younger apprentice did not lie by stating that most of the effects of his EE munitions was largely based on E-technology and could easily be attained with the use of inexpensive hyper-materials, then he should be able to design products that offered immensely compelling value propositions. This was the key to attaining critical success at the journeyman stage. Whether Xanthar Larkinson was able to realize all of this amazing potential remained to be seen, but Vase no longer had any reason to dissuade him from pursuing his chosen ambition. You have big dreams, Vase stated at the end. What separates idle dreamers from innovative mech designers such as myself is the ability to realize your ideas. In order to bring your fantasies to life, you must work hard and boldly tread new ground that others have not traversed. This is not always a rewarding or easy direction for mech designers to follow, but it is one that has the potential to yield the greatest reward. I can foresee that if your EE munitions live up to their promise, your work shall become as famous and desired as my living mechs. The smile that bloomed on Xanthar's face was the happiest and more fulfilled one that Vase had seen from a mech designer. Thank you for your encouragement, teacher. I have repeatedly tested my patience and persistence these past few years. I have seen other mech designers such as you, your wife and Ketty's progress by leaps and bounds while I have still remained stuck at the initial research phase. However, now that I have gotten far enough to produce a small but positive research result, I hope that my days of working without producing any worthwhile mech designs will soon be over. It did not matter too much if Xanthar suffered a few more setbacks during his research and remained stuck as an apprentice for 5 or 10 years. As long as he kept studying, experimenting and trying out all kinds of strange ideas, he would continue to accumulate more data and knowledge. His theoretical framework would grow more expansive and enable him to explain a lot more phenomena than before. Vase did not really care what Xanthar planned to do next because he was already set on the path of success. The remaining twists and turns might cause Xanthar to go off track or gain the precursor to another useful design application, but he should eventually be able to become a journeyman sooner or later. As Xanthar beamed due to receiving the personal recognition of a legendary mech designer, Michael on the other hand looked a lot more nervous. Vase hoped that Michael did not appear apprehensive because his work for the past few years was much more disappointing compared to his fellow former student. Michael, Vase addressed the other young mech designer. It is your turn now. Last I checked, you were working on developing highly autonomous living mechs. To be honest, I do not think this is an idea worth dedicating your life for, because living mechs already have the potential to control their own mech frames by themselves. If you insist on pursuing this line of research, you will only end up acquiring almost the same design philosophy as myself, but with a few differences that may or may not lead you astray. Michael maintained a serious expression as he nodded. I agree with your assessment, sir, which is why I have sought to find a better argument to justify the existence of such mechs. I won't explain the journey that I have taken and the explorations that I have made. After an extensive period of theorizing and observation, I have found one potential demand that my work may be able to satisfy, and that is immortality, life after death, to continue to fight an unfinished war. Vase looked flabbergasted. What did all of this have to do with his autonomous mechs? Those are high-minded words, Michael. How do they tie into your design philosophy? The young apprentice clearly looked hesitant to share his idea. It was only until Xanthar jabbed his elbow into Michael's side that the discussion resumed. It is like this, Patriarch. I want to design a living mech that fuses with its mech pilot. Well, a better way to put it is letting the living mech absorb the mech pilot. This way, the human will be gone, but his mind and personality will still live on inside the living mech. With the release of your new Karman mechs, this service is no longer exclusive to potentates anymore. Really, I know it sounds crazy, but I think that there is a large market for this kind of living mech. There are many reasons why people would want to obtain the capacity to merge a human with a mech. For example, you can save the life of a dying human by letting a living mech proactively absorb his mind and spirit. This will enable the converted human to still live on after his first death and contribute to the survival and prosperity of his race when he would have ordinarily disappeared from life. The converted human would also be able to accompany his descendants in the years to come, maybe even letting his children or grandchildren pilot his new body. That sounded incredibly repulsive to Vase for a moment. However, once he got over his instinctual disgust, he could actually find reasons why this might be a good idea. Vase even saw how Michael's potential design application could attain excellent synergy with Alexistrian's living legacy mechs. The two of them could work together to develop an entire dynasty of living mechs whose spiritual foundations were originally comprised of members of the same family. Of course, the consequences of turning this into reality was bound to evoke a lot of controversies. The very notion of converting a human into a non-human entity for the purposes of survival and exploitation was a definite taboo in human society. If the red humanity was not already locked in a war that it was on the verge of losing, then Michael's insane idea would never have any chance of getting accepted. As it was, the air of desperation that had spread throughout the new frontier had made many people a lot less resistant towards more extreme solutions. If Michael dared to pursue this idea in the Milky Way, then the MTA would have cracked down on him a long time ago. It was still questionable whether the more tolerant Ra would allow Michael to persist in his current aspiration. Perhaps he may only be permitted to design mechs with this special capacity under constant supervision. Wait, Vase suddenly froze as an extremely daring idea came to mind. Have you ever thought about what would happen if one of your living mechs is able to absorb the spirit, mind and willpower of an expert pilot or ace pilot? Michael's lips twitched. I did, but I lack the knowledge to predict what would happen or if it can even happen. My assumption is that if the willpower of the mech pilot is too strong in proportion to the spiritual foundation of the living mech, then the latter will never be able to absorb the former. However, if the process is able to go through, then the high-ranking mech pilot should absolutely be able to establish himself in his new giant mechanical form. Nobody knew whether any of this was true. Such a taboo mech sounded incredibly dangerous, but also held a lot of promise. Vase was not quite sure yet whether he was willing to support Michael's ambitions, but he had certainly found a bold research direction for himself. Chapter 6517 Man-Machine Conversion Process. Vase felt disturbed at the turn that Michael Larkinson had taken with his prospective design philosophy. It was already bad enough that Michael wanted to design autonomous living mechs. It became even worse now that Michael wanted to tie his machines with absorbing the souls of their own mech pilots. Even if Michael had the best of intentions when he devised this solution, it introduced a huge amount of ethical and legal problems. If Michael remained in the old galaxy, then Vase had much less qualms about letting Michael get his way. It would have been perfect actually. The Milky Way was no longer his primary concern, and the demand for this kind of life-prolonging mech was undoubtedly greater in a low-energy environment. The masses over there lacked easy access to life-prolonging treatments. The space peasants that deserved to be called this way had too few opportunities to acquire them and extend their lifespans. The low viability of systematic cultivation deprived original humanity of a cheap and accessible way for humans to promote their self-evolution and extend their lifespans through their own effort. Another issue that created a lot more fertile ground for Michael's taboo mechs was that there was a huge number of old people living in the Milky Way. The demographics of the old galaxy and new frontier diverged enormously from Cash Other. Back in the Milky Way, the last cataclysmic war that engulfed all of human space happened over 4 centuries ago. Although humans had never gotten rid of the phenomenon of war, the conflicts that broke out since the start of the age of mechs were akin to brush fires. From a galactic perspective, humans were not at risk of driving their species closer to extinction. Many parts of the old galaxy had enjoyed peace for many generations, thereby creating room for a lot of old people who had retired from the workforce. Many of them had begun to suffer health problems and did not have any expectations of finding relief or extend their lifespans. Not all of them were resigned to their fates. There should definitely be a considerable proportion of old fogies that would do everything to transfer their minds and spiritualities to living mechs. Compared to the alternatives available to these poor and forgotten folk, becoming a living mech and permanently getting rid of the frailty and other weaknesses of their failing mortal bodies was more than worth the price. All of these factors and more clearly made Michael's proposed design philosophy a lot more useful in the Milky Way. It would have been great if Michael got left behind if that was the case. His journey to realize his design philosophy would have remained difficult, but his chances of winning over a huge amount of buyers should also be immense. Alas, Vase and Michael had to work with what they got. Red humanity's demographics obviously leaned towards the younger end. When the Greater Beander gates first opened up, the ones that were willing and able to enter the new dwarf galaxy largely comprised of rich and highly skilled people that sought to build new lives in the new frontier. Old people had little business with the Red Ocean. Their lives were already set once their bodies started to deteriorate due to their advanced ages. How could they possibly pay back the money needed to earn a quota for passage to the new frontier? Few pioneers and colonists wanted to bring dead weight to the Red Ocean. They mainly sought young to middle-aged professionals who could form the bedrock of entirely new states and contribute to its development for many decades. As such, the proportion of people who were actually old in the Red Ocean was distressingly little. Very few people grappled with the onset of ailments that caused their bodies to age and decay during their twilight years. The demand for Michael's mechs would therefore become a lot more limited. Perhaps there were a lot of injured veterans from the Red War that were unable to obtain proper treatment and were currently suffering. However, it was rather questionable whether the Red Association would even permit for Michael to sell his living mechs to these desperate customers. The taboo mechs crossed way too many bottom lines. The negative impact on the mech industry would be significant as people would permanently change their opinions on mech designers, and not for the better. Vase sighed multiple times as he ran his fingers through his hair. "All right, Michael, you have presented your case, or at least the beginnings of it. I would like to answer a few questions for you, is that all right?" The nervous but still optimistic apprentice mech designer nodded. "Ask away. First, how do you name your brand of living mechs? What do you call the process that in Tower Chold be able to allow Neonla to live in another form?" The keyword is conversion, Michael stated with considerably greater conviction than before. "For now, I refer to my works as living conversion mechs. The process that enables the living mech to absorb the minds and spirits of their mech pilots and allows them to take root inside their new metallic shells should be called the man-machine conversion process." Conversion. This would probably turn into the core attribute of Michael's domain if he was able to progress his design philosophy a lot further. It was a sophisticated word, but when used in this context, it sounded like a euphemism to a much more macabre ritual. "Are you aware of how much the Red Association and a lot of other squeamish leaders will react towards your so-called living conversion mechs?" Vase asked. Michael's eyes shone with optimistic anticipation. He even began to grin in a manner that reminded Vase of himself whenever he gained inspiration. "I am more than clear about the obstacles that I might face in society, sir. Regardless, just as how you managed to convince the public to embrace your living mechs on a wide scale, I should be able to build a case for my conversion mechs as well. I just need to highlight the benefits and find enough early adopters who can transform their lives for the better after conducting the man-machine conversion process. Once we have built up enough word of mouth about the amazing benefits of my products, demand will grow organically as there are always people out there who have strong reasons to abandon their weak and tiny human bodies for well-engineered war machines made out of damage-resistant alloys." Michael's plan sounded far too simplistic, but the underlying logic was still valid. He could indeed build up a case for his living conversion mechs by letting the people who needed them the most make use of them first. The Red Association would probably adopt a wait-and-see attitude and observe whether Michael's living conversion mechs truly allowed humans to live in a completely different form. What happened next heavily depended on a lot of different factors such as the state of the Red War or the policies favored by the Mechers who gained the right to pass judgment on Michael's works. No matter what, Michael's subsequent path ahead was bound to be filled with thorns. As his former teacher, Vase felt an obligation to check whether Michael had invested his time in the right research direction. He could never allow this overly ambitious apprentice to ruin the lives of many mech pilots due to preventable oversights. Have you been able to design and fabricate a working version of a living conversion mech? Michael's expression faltered a little. Design, yes; fabricate, not so much. What's the matter? The apprentice mech designer called up his mech design and transferred the files over. Vase immediately began to examine the mech design. He recognized a lot of aspects of his own living mechs in Michael's work. However, Michael had made a conscious effort to develop his own design style by making his machines more human-like, as if to more closely mirror the human form. There was an almost organic quality to the mech design due to all of the unnecessary curves and articulation in the design. All of it added to a certain weight that was meant to support a life-changing ritual. Yes, ritual. Vase was surprised to note that Michael had actually based his core design application on the mysticism of rituals. It looked as if he managed to get his hands on a few scattered cultivation science books related to rituals. He subsequently proceeded to cobble one together that was meant to transcend a human by adopting a superior metal form. There were plenty of parts about this entire ritual that felt dodgy, unrefined and downright unreliable. However, Vase appreciated the ingenuity and hard work that Michael had put into its development. The apprentice mech designer had invested his passion and love for mech design into the conversion ritual. He managed to overcome many difficult obstacles and figure out new mechanisms that could not be found in the records he had access to. No matter whether it worked or not, Michael had undoubtedly grown as a mech designer by engaging in an earnest form of invention. Yet just because Michael acted in a manner befitting an ambitious mech designer did not necessarily mean his mech design deserved to be realized. "This experimental mech design of yours is too immature," Vase said without bothering to hide his disappointment. "I can sort of understand what you have done and what you are going for, but this mech design is like a ladder made out of random sticks that you picked up outside of D&D base. Some sticks are thick and solid enough to support the weight of a person, but there are others that are far too thin and fragile to be relied upon. Do you understand what I am saying?" "I do," Michael said as he knew his own work best. "I have done a good job in designing some parts of my experimental mech, but I have not done so for other aspects. This is not acceptable in my case as the success of my living conversion mech is not determined by the average quality and reliability of all of its parts, but the properties of its weakest components and systems. If there is one aspect about the man-machine conversion process that is poorly designed and highly prone to failure, my experimental mech can never be safely utilized." Vase grimly nodded. As a responsible mech designer, he could never allow Michael to go through with fabricating this experimental mech. It did not deserve to be realized. There was little point in arranging a testing session where Vase arranged a condemned criminal that could serve as the guinea pig for the unverified man-machine conversion process. Michael's mech design needed to be straightened out first before overly ambitious apprentice earned the right to bring up the topic of human experimentation. He knew that as well, so Michael never dared to express an intent to fabricate his flawed mech design. Vase now faced a difficult decision. Did Michael deserve to be praised for his innovation and be encouraged to continue his problematic research direction? Or did Michael have to be admonished for violating too many taboos and straying too far away from the fundamental purpose of mechs? Vase did not want to force Michael to throw away years of earnest research. Even if the young apprentice was able to salvage his accumulation thus far and reorient himself by switching to a less controversial design philosophy, there would still be a lot of waste. Yet, Michael knew what he was doing. He played with fire with the awareness that he could get burned at any time. Mech designers needed to account for their own design choices and career choices. An inability to cope with the consequences of their own choices would ultimately impede their growth and prevent them from making further progress, especially in the later ranks. How should Vase respond to this situation? Chapter 6518 This kid. When Vase thought about rebuking Michael for violating a lot of taboos and developing a ritual that had a high chance of killing the mech pilots of his own product, he couldn't summon the motivation to commit to this choice. As principled as a mech designer he may be, he felt like a hypocrite if he accused Michael for committing misdeeds that Vase already committed. Had Michael gone astray? Not necessarily, at least by the standards of Vase. The more rigid adherence to the rules and regulations imposed by the Red Association may harbor very different opinions about Michael's work, but Vase appreciated his bold attempt to develop the man-machine conversion process. Even if it entailed a lot of potential dangers to the mech pilots that might become exposed to it, Michael's intentions still remained noble. He never meant his potential customers any harm, and genuinely sought to better their lives by providing them an alternate way to live. Mech designers were ultimately service providers. They designed mechs to solve the problems of the mech pilots that they pledged to serve. Most people tended to interpret this principle with limited notions on how mech designers should better the lives of mech pilots. Vase preferred to adopt a much more expanded approach to solving problems. He did not hesitate to venture into other fields and fulfill needs that no one expected from a mech. Looking at Michael was looking at a younger and less fortunate version of himself. In his struggle to design and popularize his living mechs, Vase had borrowed a lot of conveniences from the mech designer system. While Michael had likewise benefited a lot from the benefits and infrastructure of the Larkinson clan, these advantages paled in comparison to the ones available in the system. It was pretty admirable that Michael managed to get this far given his circumstances. He never lost his heart and continued to commit his heart and soul into his chosen research direction despite how many people would object to his taboo conversion process. Could Vase bring himself to crush Michael's earnest dream? No. Did that mean that Vase should just smile, pat Michael on the head and encourage him to continue his illegal research? Not necessarily. After a bit of thought, Vase eventually realized the fundamental reason why he struggled to find a resolution to this case. He felt he did not possess the right to judge Michael. What Michael had done went beyond the jurisdiction of a teacher. Only one authority had the right to pass judgment on Michael and his work on living conversion mechs. Vase briefly struggled with his decision before he ultimately chose to go through with what came up in his mind. He decided to pass the buck. Michael, he spoke up in a voice that conveyed the seriousness of this moment. Before I say anything else, I applaud your initiative and your courage. You have chosen to stray off the beaten path and find a unique direction to develop your mechs towards. You have made an inspired decision by trying to develop a radically new design application for living mechs that I haven't even thought of. I know how difficult it is to pioneer a new field, but there is always a price to pay for making unconventional decisions. In your case, the legal and ethical implications of your work is too great for me to handle. I have no choice but to turn to the Red Association to figure out what to do with your research. The apprentice mech designer looked afraid. Michael knew very well that his work would not be met with approval of most mech designers, especially the ones that represented the authority of the Red Association. The mechers were the managers, caretakers as well as the enforcers of the expansive mech community. Their persistent efforts ensured the rise and prosperity of a reliable mech industry and a huge mech market. One of the reasons why the MTA and the RA were able to keep mechs ascendant for so long was because they always applied the rules fairly, at least on the surface. The mechers understood extremely well that for mechs to maintain its dominant place in society, every industry and market process needed to be handled fairly and without bias. This was bad news for Michael. If the RA stuck to the letter of its laws, it would definitely prohibit living conversion mechs without a doubt, and sanction their creator at the same time. Vase gave the apprentice an encouraging smile. Relax, Michael. There are certainly problematic elements in your case, but none of it is serious enough for the mechers to treat you as a criminal. At most, they will label you as a scientist that has pushed too special about it. Besides, one of the main reasons why I want to call in the RA is because I think the transhumanist faction will take an elevated interest in your work. Instead of remaining uncertain whether the sword of Damocles will fall onto you, it is better to proactively pick the smallest possible knife and drop it onto your own neck. I'm sorry, that was a bad analogy. I will call one of my pals over. If he is not preoccupied with anything, he should be arriving fairly quickly. Fortunately, it did not take too long for the mecher in question to arrive. Since the Red Association had recently upgraded the anti-teleportation defenses of D&D base, the invited guest was not able to arrive directly in the office. He had to teleport at a designated area outside and pass through multiple entrances before arriving at the design lab. Soon enough, Professor Vector Loban arrived in the office. I assume you are already aware of our discussion, and what I am expecting from you, right? The other senior mech designer nodded. I am. You have made the right choice, Vase. We would have come to Michael sooner or later, but it is better that you have brought me in on your own initiative. Just to be certain, are you willing to transfer responsibility over deciding what must be done with Mr. Michael Larkinson and his design work to the Red Association. I am willing. Vase confirmed. What about you, Michael? The young mech designer helplessly shrugged. Do I have a choice? Hello, Michael. The new arrival approached the apprentice and offered his hand. You may have already heard of me or seen me visit Vase a number of times, but let me introduce myself properly to you. I am Professor Vector Loban, a biomech designer and an esteemed member of the RA transhumanist faction. I am attached to the Blue Jay fleet to serve as a direct liaison between your patriarch and my faction. Well met, Professor. Vector smiled wider. There is no reason for you to feel concerned. Your work, while flagrantly violating a number of the rules that our association has set, has remained entirely theoretical and imaginary thus far. You have invested much of your love and effort into developing a radical new solution that can potentially save the lives of many people. I can understand your eagerness to bring it into reality. You have had opportunities to fabricate experimental mechs and test your highly unreliable man-machine conversion process many times, but you have exhibited satisfactory self-control. These are qualities that we greatly appreciate in a mech designer. You have demonstrated the courage of a mech designer that is not content with being average, but also exhibited the caution that is necessary to avoid accidents that can prematurely end your career. Michael Larkinson quickly grew relieved. The praise even inflated his pride and satisfaction over his work. He had lost much of his apprehension towards the Raw and no longer maintained much wariness towards Vector anymore. What a sublime example of manipulation. Professor Vector Loban continued to maintain a refined but relatively gentle bearing. It was the posture of a mecher engaging in friendly conversation with a humble space peasant. Now, you are not in trouble, but we are not entirely certain how to handle your case. I will need to interview you and examine your research in much more extensive detail before I am capable of making a decision that will directly affect your future as a mech designer. Vase, I need to bring Mr. Michael to another office so that we can talk in depth with each other. I estimate it will take 2 hours to conclude our discussion. Vase waved his hand. Go ahead, take all the time you need, Vector. As for you, Michael, cooperate with my friend as best you can. Be completely truthful and transparent even if you have to share our clan's trade secrets with him. If you truly care about your research direction, then do your best. This is your chance to pursue your passion. The young Michael nodded in understanding and stood up without any further words. He proceeded to follow Professor Vector out of the office so that they could enter another room. Will Michael be all right? Xanthar cautiously asked. Vase smiled back. Definitely. As the transhumanist had said, Michael's work only exists in a bunch of electronic files. The mechers have always made a strong distinction between fantasy and reality. Anyway, now that this is over for the time being, I suggest you go back and put your time to good use. Once Vector and Michael are done, you can come back to hear the Ra's verdict. Okay, teacher. 2 hours and 13 minutes went by fairly quickly. The two mech designers emerged back out with different expressions. Professor Vector looked as if he was a cat who got the canary while Michael appeared both confused and maniacally happy. Vase and Xanthar immediately returned to the main office so that they could all hear what was to become of Michael. The transhumanist did not drag out his verdict. After an informative and illuminating discussion with Mr. Michael here, I have conferred with a number of colleagues over at the transhumanist faction. We soon came to a consensus on how we should respond to this affair. What is your verdict? Vase asked as he tried to hold in his impatience. We have extended a formal invitation to Michael Larkinson of the Larkinson clan to join the Red Association, naturally under the auspices of the transhumanist faction. What? Vase reacted with shock. He had guessed the transhumanists would be lenient towards Michael because his work partially aligned with the goals and ideology of their faction, but to outright invite him to become one of their own was much more amazing. Xanthar also looked shocked at his fellow Larkinson mech designer. He never imagined that Michael had gone as far as to impress the mechers to such an extent. Congratulations, Michael. Vase genuinely felt happy for him. You have managed to gain the best kind of appreciation of the greatest mech authority in our civilization. Once you join the transhumanists and gain their extensive support, your research will be able to progress by leaps and bounds. Designing and fabricating a truly safe and reliable living conversion mech has become a lot more viable once you are able to gain the support of the RA. Michael thrust his palm out further before Vase could continue to speak. Teacher, you are mistaken. I rejected the invitation. Rather than join the Red Association and work with complete strangers, I prefer to stay in the Larkinson clan and collaborate with my fellow clansmen, almost nothing makes me happy than to design mechs with many other Larkinsons by my side. I won't have all of that if I transfer to the Red Association. This kid. Vase became speechless for another time. Every time he thought he figured Michael out, this confounding clansman unveiled another surprise. Why the hell did he reject the holy land of mech design in favor of remaining in the much smaller and vastly more limited Larkinson clan? Chapter 6519 Choose Your Future. Both Vase and Xanthar grew stunned when they heard that Michael not only received a direct invitation to join the Red Association, but actually rejected it outright. It did not look as if Michael put much thought behind his reaction. He straightforwardly snubbed Professor Vector Loban, paying no heed to how his response might offend the mechers. No way. Xanthar struggled to keep up with this development. Did you really say no to the Raw? I did. I know what I want. I did not work so long as an apprentice mech designer and received the care of Vase and his clan just to abandon them at the first possible opportunity. Michael reasoned with a surprising degree of rationality. I wanted my living conversion mechs to serve my fellow Larkinsons first and foremost. I want to save their lives by having their machines absorb their pilots from the moment the latter is on the verge of death due to imminent cockpit breaches. I wanted to design my mechs for the Larkinsons who took care of me and helped me rise up from an ordinary third-rater all the way up to this point. Your loyalty and dedication to my clan is admirable, but you don't have to stick around, you know. Vase complimented Michael. However, there are instances where leaving the clan is expected and sometimes even encouraged. If the mechers truly want to employ you, then there are likely more reasons in favor than against. That is not the case for me. Michael stubbornly replied. Leaving the Larkinson clan is an unacceptable demand to me. I am a Larkinson and have always dreamt of serving our clan. I want nothing more than to be like all of our other brothers and sisters and do my part in helping each other get better. Now that I am on the cusp of being able to seriously pay back the clan for everything I have gained from everyone, I do not want to end up feeling like a traitor for the rest of my life for running off to the Raw at this time. The Larkinson clan had been a little too successful in indoctrinating its members. This should normally be an advantage to Vase and the clan, but this time was the opposite. Vase couldn't believe how Michael made such a politically inept decision due to his blind loyalty to the clan. Even when Vase made it clear that he was willing to give Michael a rare exemption and bless his entry into the Raw, the stupid kid still insisted on snubbing the Red Association. Michael, I do not think you understand the full implications of your decision. Vase growled in frustration. What Professor Vector is offering you is not just a place among the mechers. He is also giving you an opportunity to commit to your current design philosophy and allow you to further your ongoing research with the permission and active support of the transhumanist faction. Do you understand what I am saying? You won't be allowed to do anything related to living conversion mechs if you insist on staying in our clan. I know, but can't I have it both ways? I don't want to leave the Larkinson clan just to continue my existing work. Michael sounded a lot more torn and frustrated at this time. Can't you ask for an exemption from the mechers? Vase shook his head. Maybe I can, but I am unwilling to trade my social capital for this favor. Even if I secure this pricey favor from the mechers, it still won't benefit you all that much. Look at us. We can't support the ambitious research that you must embark upon if you want to help people transform into actual mechs. Only when you join the Raw and work together with the researchers of the transhumanist faction will you gain access to the best research facilities, extensive access to their internal library, and receive all of the human test subjects that you need. I don't need so many luxury benefits in order to conduct my research. Trust me, you do. This is not a matter that you can afford to take lightly, especially since your work puts actual human lives at risk. Look, the most important advantage to working for the mechers is not the material benefits. The most essential advantage that is relevant to you is that you can get away with doing stuff that would get other mech designers arrested. The members of the Red Association are the arbiters of the laws governing the mech industry. That means that they govern their subjects harshly, but also gain the ability to apply a more lenient set of rules to each other. As long as you work under proper supervision, the mechers will give you enough leeway to explore and flesh out your man-machine conversion process to the fullest. Although Michael was a fanatically loyal Larkinson, he was also a passionate apprentice mech designer. At this moment, these two identities came into conflict with each other. This was the reason why Michael experienced a duality of immense emotions. Your patriarch is completely correct, Mr. Michael, Professor Vector said. We will not force you to join the Red Association, but there are consequences to every decision. I can promise you that if you join and work under the transhumanist faction, we will do what we can to enable your current line of research. If you choose to maintain your membership of the Larkinson clan, then we cannot allow you to persist in your dangerous and illegal research on living conversion mechs. While Vase and Vector belonged to different organizations, they were totally united in their cause at this time. Both of them were mech designers who only wanted what was best for Michael. Vase let out a dramatic sigh. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. As a Larkinson, I would love for you to stay, but I don't think you will be very useful to us if you do. As a mech designer, I would much prefer it if you do what is best for your career and the future of the mech community as a whole and join the one organization that can help you realize your ambitious vision. The kid's defenses finally began to crumble. Choose your future, Michael. Vector pressured the young apprentice. What do you desire more? Would you like to remain a Larkinson and lose what may very well be your only chance of becoming as great as Vase, or would you like to become a part of our massive association and enter an entirely new world of mech design? Michael clenched his fists and lowered his head. If I do as you say, and accept the invitation, will I still be able to remain at least a nominal member of the Larkinson clan? Vector stared down at Michael with a serious expression. You are far from the first scion of a powerful clan, family or dynasty that has asked this question. The short answer is, no. You cannot maintain your existing oaths and contracts with the Larkinson clan. You need to make a clean break with the past and dedicate yourself to the mission of the Red Association. From the moment you become a Mecher, you no longer exclusively serve the Larkinsons. You will become a servant of Red humanity as a whole. That means that you can still help your former clansmen, but you cannot put them ahead of other humans. You can never be permitted to maintain double loyalties. Have I clarified your doubts, Michael? I understand, Professor. I guess it is nothing less than what the Larkinson clan demands of its own recruits. One of the necessary steps that you will have to take if you want to join our association is to sever your bond with the Larkinson network. We have been working hard to set up our own kinship network. This is the best means for you to start the next phase of your life and integrate with your fellow Mechers. The mention of getting cut off from the Larkinson clan caused Michael a lot of distress. He looked as if Vector had just punched him in the stomach. Leaving the clan he cared so much about and bidding farewell to all of the Larkinsons that he lived and worked alongside with for so many years was an emotionally difficult turning point. Yet Michael knew that this was the only way for him to be able to pursue his dream to the fullest. Only by working within the structure of the greatest mech authority of the Red Association would he be able to design living conversion mechs that could turn into lifesavers for many people. I will do it if I must. The two grown mech designers bumped fists with each other. Vase smiled as he witnessed this moment of intimacy. Although it took a bit of browbeating, Vase and Vector finally convinced Michael to make the best possible decision for his career. This was a satisfactory conclusion to this affair. From now on, any violations committed by Michael Larkinson was none of Vase's business. The transhumanist faction agreed to take over all responsibility for his works, and of course, that also meant that the transhumanists stood to harvest the most gains from Michael's works, but that was exactly why they took a shine on the young apprentice. The only thing about this development that Vase found regretful was that Michael and Xanthar would be going their separate ways. Both of them still retained the honor of being his former students, but their progress would probably diverge a lot from today onwards. How exciting! Chapter 6520 The Crumbling Monopoly. You gave him up too easily. He. Meow. After returning from the design lab and enjoying supper, Vase and his immediate family enjoyed a bit of quality time in the living room. While Aurelia and Mervain sat on the ground in order to play a virtual board game with Lucky and Clixie, Andraste had wormed her way onto Vase's lap and cuddled up against his chest. I want another kiss. Vase grinned and leaned down to plant another kiss on her forehead. Another one, Papa. That's more than enough for you, young lady. Ah. Vase playfully pulled Andraste's adorable cheek, causing the girl to grow even fussier. Ma. A black-haired companion spirit angrily jumped out of Andraste's head and began to whack at Vase. Moreau. However, a fluffy purple-haired cat jumped out of Vase's own head and tackled the younger and smaller companion spirit. Blinky proceeded to give Yika an impromptu bath. Stop it, Papa. My companion spirit doesn't even get dirty. She doesn't need to get licked. Doesn't matter. Blinky can give Yika a bath anytime he wants because he is stronger. If Yika doesn't want it, then she can come and beat him in a fight. Might makes right. Are you listening, Vase? An annoyed Gloriana burst out as she felt neglected while sitting on a luxurious club chair. I am, Vase nonchalantly replied even as he began to tickle his adorable 8-year-old daughter. As tough as she liked to present herself to be, Andraste was still a kid at heart. He, it tickles. I know what you are trying to say, Vase said as he continued to multitask. Michael has grown into an asset. He is one of the few mech designers who has learned how to design a living mech, and his research direction holds a lot of value to the transhumanists, who have always been working on achieving transcendence by shedding their mortal human frailties. Since you are cognizant of all of that, why did you not demand any concessions from the Red Association? You practically let the transhumanist faction poach Michael from our clan for free. Vase smirked as he gazed in her direction. Is that what you think? I can assure you that this is not the case. His wife clearly looked skeptical. Oh, then explain it to me. How does the wily and insightful Devil Tongue interpret this transaction? When Vase no longer tickled his daughter, Andraste took the initiative to turn around and pound at her father with her little fists. You're so mean, Papa. Vase just ignored her blows and continued to plant kisses on his little girl's head. He loved his daughter so much. First, we need to establish that Michael likely does not hold much value to our clan. He began to explain. We do not have the authority, the resources and the facilities to fully support the development of his design philosophy. While his man-machine conversion process may be useful to the Larkinsons, it is not worth bothering if Michael is not permitted to test it in reality. He could always switch to an alternative and more acceptable design philosophy, Gloriana suggested. Michael is a talent that may take a bit more work to realize his potential, but that does not diminish his value too much. I believe you are underselling his worth. Even if your assessment is accurate, there are still opportunity costs, Gloriana. Michael has worked on his living legacy mechs for a number of years now. If we tell him to set aside this effort and start over with another research direction, he will not only be forced to spend years on exploring a different design philosophy, but also get demoralized at the same time. He will remain stuck as an apprentice mech designer for at least several more years, thereby causing him to squander a significant chunk of his golden years. Age is no longer as scarce and precious as before now that systematic cultivation is able to extend everyone's lifespans. Vase shook his head in disagreement. Time is always precious. Do you want Michael to remain stuck as an apprentice even as the two of us become masters one day? Now that Michael has progressed to the point where he is almost ready to advance, it is incredibly wasteful to have him start over. It is for his own good that he switches over to the Red Association. That is what I am questioning, Vase. I do not deny that it is better for Michael to continue to develop his current design philosophy in an organization that can enable him, but is it best for our clan that he leaves? That is why I am in doubt of your decision. It feels to me that you have given away a treasure for a pittance. Not a pittance, Vase retorted. The relationship between me and the Red Association is complex and multifaceted. The same goes for my relationship with the transhumanist faction in particular. I have helped the Mechers a lot, and they have helped me in return. It is impossible to quantify and itemize each and every favor that we have traded to each other. However, what matters is that we always treat each other fairly. If passing Michael on to the transhumanists has put me at a disadvantage, then they will figure out a way to compensate me and bring our relationship back to an equilibrium. I would do the same if the situation was reversed. Gloriana crossed her arms and frowned. That is a relationship based on actual trust and friendship. I am highly doubtful that you actually trust the Red Association to this extent. Haven't you always maintained a considerable degree of skepticism towards the Mechers? Where is the Vase that sought to maintain his distance from association? That Vase is still here, but he has evolved. He asserted. I hate to say it, but now that I have gained more experience in politics, I have learned that I cannot rely on crude and simplistic methods anymore. There is an art to politicking in relationship management. I cannot afford to become estranged or alienated from the Red Association at this junction. It is better to keep our relations warm and active by taking the initiative to send gifts every now and then. This will also encourage the Mechers to extend favors to us in return. A Larkinson mech designer who has learned how to design living mechs from the father of Carmen Mechs himself is more than an ordinary gift. Gloriana spoke through grinding teeth. Do you understand the implications of this action? You have long dominated the mech market and forced the Mechers to collaborate with you because you held a monopoly on designing living mechs. Your Carmen Mechs are especially highly desired, yet because you are the only mech designer who can develop them, the the Ra did not hesitate to strengthen the defenses of D&D base as well as upgrade the mechs and warships of the Blue Jay fleet just to keep you safe. Now that the transhumanists have gained a living mech designer of their own, you are no longer unique anymore. My monopoly on living mechs was never going to last, Gloriana. I already taught people such as Alexa, a bunch of other low-ranking mech designers in the design department and my students over at the Eden Institute how to design living mechs. The RA was probably waiting to recruit one of the latter any day now. Michael is a better choice as he is much further ahead than others. That makes this situation even worse. The Red Association has to spend less time and effort to upgrade Michael's augmentations and have him undergo accelerated training and learning to bring him up to standard. Once he is ready, he will soon begin to design all manner of exclusive living mechs for the Red Association. He may even be able to design his own Carmen mechs now that you have submitted the complete mech designs of the Yellow Jacket line to the mechers. Your monopoly will be much sooner than we originally anticipated. To put this in your own crude language, handing Michael over to the Ra is no different from punching yourself in the face. That is a bit overblown, honey. Andraste. Gloriana spoke with a sharp and commanding tone. Yes, Mama. The little girl turned her head and blinked at her mother with her adorable eyes. Please punch your father in the face. Do so as many times as you want. Yay. The red-headed girl eagerly did as instructed. She fearlessly began to throw punches at her father's face even though she failed to inflict any meaningful damage. Vase was not amused, though. He took hold of her body and turned her around so that she laid on her lap. He then proceeded to swat her in her behind a few times. Bad girl, what did I tell you about blindly listening to your mother? Not every order she gives is a good idea. Think before you act. Wah! Andraste grew embarrassed to the point she jumped away from her father and ran over to her mother. Gloriana smiled lovingly at her second daughter as she embraced her child. She soothed Andraste. Oh, dear, your father is so mean, right? The mother said as she gently planted kisses on the growing girl's head. Andraste eagerly nodded her head. He is a meanie. Vase rolled his eyes. His wife and children were far too prone to theatrics. Ahem. While I admit that your words are not entirely without merit, there is a difference between letting the Ra wait longer to hire an inferior mech designer that can barely put a living mech together and taking the initiative to hand the mechers a superior alternative. We don't owe the association anything in the former case, but we can expect to gain a hefty gift in return in the latter case. If I am on track to lose my monopoly on living mechs, then I want to do so on my terms. Besides, there are other benefits to letting Michael into the transhumanist faction. What benefits are you talking about? Well, this is sort of like an arranged marriage in that we have established a more enduring relationship with the transhumanists. Vase replied, we have almost become like family now. Even if Michael is obligated to put the interests of the Red Association ahead of everything else, all of the love and attachment he has built up for the Larkinson clan hasn't disappeared overnight. His growing value as a mech designer means that his opinions will become increasingly more respected. He can give our clan a lot of subtle help by advocating for policies in favor of us. He may defend us against detractors inside the RA that we may not even know of, and he may also speed up the adoption of living mechs among the powerful mech forces under the association. Whether Michael still remained loyal to the Larkinson clan or not, he would definitely engage in different forms of advocacy once he joined the ranks of the Red Association. Gloriana finally began to look a little more convinced. Perhaps she was not willing to concede this fight against Vase, but she did not completely discount his arguments. You should have worked harder to keep Michael and negotiate exemptions for him to continue his research on living legacy mechs in the clan. Do not lie to me and tell me that is impossible. Your relationship with the transhumanists should already be good enough to request such favors. That's not a good idea. Vase shook his head. There's another reason why I was a little eager to send Michael away. I recognize parts of myself within him. I recognize that he shares the same hunger and drive to stand out from the crowd, which encourages him to push the limits of what is possible, or permissible. This is not necessarily good. If Michael has taken after me in these specific ways, then he is a disaster in the making. I don't want to keep this ticking time bomb around so that it blows up our entire clan one day. Now that I have transferred him over to the transhumanists, it has become their problem, so we are not culpable for any damage Michael does in the future. His wife's expression flattened. Are you serious? You eagerly sent Michael away because you think our clan cannot accommodate two controversial troublemakers with low impulse control, despite the fact that they also have the potential to become one of the most brilliant and innovative mech designers our industry has ever seen. I suppose you are correct. You idiot. Chapter 6521 Killing Efficiency. While Gloriana still did not agree with sending Michael to the Red Association, the deed had already been done, so her opinion was irrelevant. After Vase endured her admonishments, they moved on and went back to work. In the next few days, nothing particularly noteworthy happened. The most interesting event that happened was Vase briefly meeting with Commodore Zonrad Rees in order to secure the RF's cooperation in the development of the Instrument of Doom. Your request is not that easy to meet, Vase. The Fleeter told Vase during a brief personal meeting. It is 10 times easier to arrange a collaboration between our weapon engineers and your design department if you did not set any demands regarding the selection of materials. Insisting that we use E343F00334R as a core material for the Luminaire crystal cannon of your high-ranking ranged mech completely changes the nature of your demand. How so? Vase curiously asked. There are only a small number of naval engineers and material scientists that possess the knowledge and security classifications to work with this experimental alloy. The work that they do for the Red Fleet is absolutely crucial. Assigning them to work on a project that bears no direct relation to our organization will cause delays in other important projects. Newer generations of warships that are armed with superior technologies will enter the battlefield later than expected, causing all of Red humanity to suffer significant losses. Do you truly believe that this price is worth the gains you stand to make if we help you develop this overpowered mech cannon of yours? When the Commodore put it this way, Vase felt a lot more reluctant than before to persist in his request. However, Vase did not let Sigrun's attempt to guilt-trip him succeed. What you just said is way too abstract and unrelated to my decisions, Commodore. I don't believe that the schedules of your RF are so tight and inflexible that delays in one area causes a cascade of delays in other areas. That just sounds stupid and completely unbecoming of a superorganization as great as the RF. Also, I am confident that the Instrument of Doom empowered by this super-class alloy can provide greater value on the battlefield than a dozen of your latest warships. Friend or not, Sigrun could not allow Vase to trample on the dignity of the Red Fleet so easily. That is an exceedingly bold claim, Vase. Do you have any proof to back up your outrageous assertions? Not per se, but think about it. You should already possess details of what E343F00334R can do. When you combine its properties with one of the most powerful energy cannons that a high-tier expert mech or ace mech can wield, you get a compact weapon that might not necessarily be able to match the raw damage output of a sizable warship, but is much more effective at killing key targets. By that I mean phase lords. For all of your vaunted tech and warships, the Red Fleet has always struggled to kill phase lords. I have read the statistics. Out of every force out there, the RF is one of the forces that are least capable of landing the killing blow on enemy phase leaders. Mechs do not actually perform better. The RF flag officer quickly retorted. Their individual success rates are actually significantly lower. They only achieve better results because there are many more mech forces than naval warfleets, and every individual mech force can easily field thousands to hundreds of thousands of mechs on a single battlefield. Vase wanted to smack his palm on his face. That is a deceptive comparison, and irrelevant to boot. Both mechs and warships suck at killing phase lords because they are too weak or clumsy to land effective killing blows onto phase lords. However, there is a glaring exception to these statistics, and they are ace mechs. Although it is still difficult for any ace mech to kill a phase lord, they are responsible for harvesting the lives of most native gods during the Red Tide offensive. Their efficiency is much higher than other combat assets no matter whether you treat them individually or as a whole. As much as Commodore Rees wanted to argue back against Vase, he could not contradict hard numbers. I am aware of what you are referring to, Commander Rees said. There are still differences between ace mechs. Do you truly think that venerable Davia Stark, who is merely a high-tier expert pilot at the moment, can use the proposed Instrument of Doom to attain the same degree of killing efficiency against phase lords as the likes of the Gamer, the Messenger of Silence in the fleet's heart? The mention of the latter caused Vase to grow amused. Both the mechers and the fleeters shared a love-hate relationship with the controversial ace pilot. It couldn't be helped as the fleet's heart became infamous for being an ace mech commander who loved commanding warships in battle. He was incredibly effective in large-scale battles that erupted frequently during the Red Tide offensive, but neither the mechers nor fleeters dared to take pride in his accomplishments. The very existence of the fleet's heart had become a taboo of sorts to the Red Association and the Red Fleet. They had learned that it was better for them to remain silent and pretend very hard that he did not exist. If not for the fact that the fleet's heart was able to use the combined advantages of his Ace Mech sniper rifle and the interdiction capabilities of his subordinate warships to entrap and kill his fair share of phase lords, he wouldn't have become so much more famous in the past half-year. However, this conversation did not center around this eccentric ace pilot. Vase quickly reoriented his thoughts. I do think that Davia Stark has the potential to kill a phase lord, Vase boldly claimed. Granted, she probably has to advance to the rank of ace pilot first in order to gain the capability to do so on a regular basis, but you know what she is like. Davia Stark and her Amaranto have the highest single target killing power out of all of the champions in our clan. Arming her with a Luminaire crystal cannon that possesses both extremely high firepower and exceptional penetration power can definitely be employed as a killer weapon against phase lords. In order to guarantee the latter, the use of EE343F00334R or an equivalent material is essential. An ace mech can make much better use of the quantity that I have left in my vault than any warship. Commander Rees frowned but did not refute this argument. This was one of the greatest advantages of high-ranking mechs. They borrowed the power of true resonance to dramatically increase the properties of every material and component, allowing them to increase their performance by 1 or even 2 orders of magnitude. That is a yield that could never be attained by conventional warships. The only vessel that came close was the Dominion of Man, but she was a unique Carmen dreadnought that was currently lost with Bridgehead 1. Okay, you have convinced me, Vase. I will take this up with Admiral Mealy, who will likely make the final decision on whether to assign the necessary scientists and engineers to cooperate with you on the development of an EE343F00334R empowered mech energy cannon. I hope that you are aware that you are granting exceedingly extravagant treatment to a single expert pilot. The amount of firepower that will eventually fall into her hands can easily be used to breach the hulls of warships and possibly annihilate other ace mechs with a single attack. Vase only grinned after hearing that. Good. This is exactly the kind of exaggerated firepower we need to turn the tables against those huge and massive phase lords. I have fought against them in person, so I know exactly how frustratingly difficult it is to overcome their defenses and inflict telling blows against them. The new and improved instrument of doom should give my clan the capital to single-handedly deter enemy phase lords from attacking a strategic location. This will ultimately benefit Red humanity a lot more. Whether that was true remained to be seen. They ended the meeting after Commodore Rees promised to get back a definite answer within a week. Meanwhile, Vase met with Vector again in order to catch up with a few recent developments. How is Michael doing? He is still in transit to Yernstall, where he will formally be inducted into the Red Association. The transhumanist replied, he is a low-ranking mech designer of great interest to us, so I can assure you that he will receive the corresponding treatment. Those of us who are aware of his potential and inclinations have provisionally designated him as a talent that is worth developing. This effectively means that he will receive similar treatment that Jovi and I have received. Vase looked impressed. The mechers tended to provide excellent treatment to young but talented mech designers. Michael would definitely be able to improve quickly after receiving so many luxurious benefits. However, the Raw did not treat these talents with so much extravagance for free. These high-potential mech designers had to work hard in order to complete demanding assignments that were especially tailored to match and slightly exceed their limitations. Michael would become subjected to years of demanding education and high-pressure design exercises. If he failed to endure the pressure and improve quickly enough, then his status within the association would drop, causing him to lose much of the free benefits. The Red Association was fair in its own way. Its mech designers had an opportunity to receive the best treatment, but they had to bear greater burdens as recompense. Do you think that Michael has the potential to become a senior mech designer in his 40s like us? Vase asked. I do not think so. Vector emphatically shook his head. Jovi and I are born within the association and have been raised according to much higher standards than Michael can imagine. He is only just beginning to enter our organization, so he must start from zero in multiple aspects. It will still take years for him to properly integrate within the RA. All of the delays will make it unlikely for him to become a senior mech designer at the same age range as us, although systematic cultivation may help him pass numerous important thresholds much sooner. This may especially be the case since he possesses a companion spirit as well. That is such a cheat. Vase grinned. Oh yeah, the two factors can indeed accelerate his progress by a considerable extent. Many of our fellow mech designers in the previous years have never been able to take advantage of cultivation and companion spirits, but the ones that emerge afterwards are different. The next generation of up-and-coming mech designers will surely be a lot younger and less experienced as a whole. 2337 Technically speaking, Vase and to a limited extent Jovi could also be regarded as part of this cheating generation of mech designers. Vase made use of a companion spirit long before other mech designers, and Jovi was the first mecher to receive his Eye of Providence. The fact that they were able to become seniors in their 40s had a lot to do with the conveniences provided by their companion spirits. Vector Loban deserved much greater respect because he was able to become a senior mech designer by relying much more on his own merits. In any case, Vase felt reassured that the Red Association saw promise in Michael and was willing to invest a large amount of resources into his professional development. What about Saint Isabel Coden? Vase changed the subject. How is she doing so far? I cannot say for certain as I do not have any information on her status. By my estimation, her body should have either reached the evolution witch's side directly, or been transferred to an excellent medical facility where she can undergo pre-treatments. Will she truly be able to recover in 1 or 2 years? The evolution witch will not lie about this. You can rest assured that she will fully cooperate to help your ace pilot get back on her feet in the shortest possible timespan. Chapter 6522 Demons on the Rise. Vase did not believe that the evolution witch would prioritize Saint Isabel Coden's recovery so highly. It was a lot more probable for the god pilot to spare a small moment of her time on accelerating Isabel's tortuous and complicated healing trajectory. That was enough. If the godlike powers of divine Lucy Miyazaki could shave several years from Isabel's normal recovery timeline, that was already good enough for Vase and the Larkinson clan. Vase hoped that giving the transhumanist faction a large favor by handing over Michael Larkinson without a fuss would encourage the mechers to put more effort into helping Saint Isabel regain her full body. As Vase resumed his normal design activities and spent a lot of time on developing the two-step execution crystal for the Instrument of Vengeance, he made sure to keep up with other developments as well, though not as diligently as before. The news from the front lines rarely sounded optimistic. The best outcome that listeners in the rear like Vase could hope for was no news, because that meant that Red Humanity's strongholds hadn't suffered another costly beating. As far as the Red Collective was concerned, the organization was still in a rapid expansion phase. Many plans had been formed in advance and were now being executed. New plans had to be made once the old ones expired, but it was the job of the lower council to draft the new bills, propose the addition or removal of clauses and negotiate compromises between different lower councilors and power blocks. It was not fitting for a senator and a leader at that to go down the trenches and participate in this political mud fight. Vase just needed to keep track of major developments so that he would know how to vote when the time had come for the lower council to pass a bill to the upper senate. His semi-regular virtual meetings with his chief of staff over at the Astral Octagon also enabled Vase to remain loosely connected to the gossip and trends that were proliferating in the sapphire of the Red Ocean. The honeymoon period of systematic cultivation is about to end in the near future. Eliza Mo Regadan warned her superior. We have tried to prevent it as much as possible, but the first confirmed instances of demonic cultivation have already taken place here and there. Many individuals who have gained access to illegal cultivation methods have failed to suppress their greed and have preyed on their fellow relatives, neighbors and other humans in their desire to gain a large amount of power in a short amount of time. The pressure exerted by the Red Tide offensive has driven more individuals to desperation than we projected. Vase grimaced. That is bad news. If they want power, they should try and become Karman mech pilots instead. Demand still vastly exceeds supply, sir. The production of yellow jackets has become so extensively reserved that there is no possibility to obtain the Karman mechs on the open market. People cannot wait for curated cultivation methods to reach the later stages or for a yellow jacket to become readily available for purchase at reasonable prices. When the people of our society have become demoralized, they lose trust in all institutions. They only trust the power that they can readily clutch between their fingers. This is where the more destructive but easier to practice demonic cultivation methods can find fertile ground. This was an inevitable outcome. Red Humanity was made up of a huge diversity of people. There was bound to be a lot of bad apples among the population. Can you give me a look at the confirmed cases? Certainly, sir. I cannot transfer the complete files over the galactic net, but I can show you a number of still images. She first transferred over an image of half a dozen comatose patients. All of them are brain dead without any immediate cause or explanation that can justify their conditions. Due to the abnormally heightened frequency of encountering comatose individuals, our investigators quickly visited the patients and confirmed that their souls have been extracted. They soon proceeded to analyze a large amount of log and observation data and tracked down every suspicious individual. This process of elimination quickly brought them to the perpetrator. The image changed to show a clearly deranged man whose eyes displayed pure madness while his hair had fallen from his head. To his credit, the demonic cultivator put up a mean fight. Eliza explained, he had fed on more souls than the ones obtained from the brain-dead patients, and was able to suppress and manipulate the souls of our investigators. One of them almost lost consciousness while another was on the verge of becoming hypnotized. That sounded like a much more serious threat than Vase thought. The investigators had to be chi cultivators themselves, so they should have been able to put up a resistance. For them to be brought to their knees by a single demonic cultivator was a distressing occurrence. How did this incident conclude? The investigators brought one of your pacifier mechs along. This is standard practice, because as soon as they activated their glows, the demonic cultivator immediately lost access to much of his powers. As soon as he was no longer able to dominate the minds and souls of our investigators, it was child's play to put him into custody. I see. I am glad to hear that one of my old products can be of use. The sales of the pacifier mech line had definitely multiplied as of late. What else can you share with me, Eliza? The chief of staff displayed another image which showed a much more macabre crime scene. This one showed a literal cult gathering. Over 50 hoodwinked and likely brainwashed cultists had gathered in a large basement. The floor, walls and ceiling had all been carved with strange symbols and lines that the Red Collective had deliberately blurred in the image. The markings hold power in themselves. Eliza said, it is dangerous to proliferate accurate images of them as others may be able to copy them, thereby subjecting other victims to their malevolent effects. How do these markings affect people? The woman transmitted another still image that showed the aftermath of the ritual conducted by the unwitting victims. The entire basement had turned into a bloody sight. For whatever reason, the cultists had gone utterly mad and brutally fought against each other with their knives, fists, teeth and nails. Many bodies got torn apart, and blood spilled in abundance. Once most of the cultists had perished from the awful wounds they inflicted on each other, much of the flesh that spread across the blood-soaked ground had started to converge in the center. A large amount of flesh amalgamated together around the cult leader and only survival. His body swelled into an ugly and highly asymmetrical flesh giant. When Vase studied the exceedingly ugly and discordant shape of this monstrosity, he immediately made a conclusion. This guy failed. He did. When our enforcers arrived on the scene, they were able to neutralize the mutated cult leader by relying on their firearms. They only needed to rely on their cultivation and defensive equipment to resist the mental pollution generated by the bloodied markings and the insane ravings of the perpetrator. Getting gunned down by infantry-grade firearms represented a clear failure to these demonic cultivators, powerful in record time. So how did this mess go wrong? Vase asked. 2 reasons. First is the lack of true comprehension by the cult leader. Many demonic tomes are difficult to read at best. No translation can properly convey the full context of their archaic meanings, which often reference concepts that cannot be described with modern words or deities that have long been forgotten. I have a feeling that this will become a recurring problem for many demonic cultivators. Vase guessed. The second is the lack of proficiency in executing instructions. Our investigation revealed that the cult leader had not been precise enough when he made those carvings. The power in the symbols and lines fooled him into thinking that he had done well, when in fact his work is so poor that cultivation deviation is a definite outcome. Vase couldn't help but chuckle. Even evil requires a minimum level of competency to succeed. Right, I can show you more examples, but the cases all start to look the same after a time. The fundamental circumstances always share similar patterns. A weak and susceptible individual is able to obtain a forbidden demonic cultivation method. He or she attempts to practice it in secret. If they are able to prevent themselves from getting caught straight away, they can usually drain power from half a dozen individuals before drawing too much suspicion. The local authorities or our specialized enforcers are usually able to subdue them quickly enough, thereby ending the selfish and destructive criminals. This can't continue to go on. Vase stated as he crossed his arms. You can't keep responding to incidents as the killings have already begun. It is too late by then. You need to figure out how to be more proactive and detect dangerous situations sooner. The virtual projection of Eliza nodded. This is one of the reasons why we are the strongest advocates for connecting everyone to kinship networks. It is not impossible to circumvent them, but they are sufficient to monitor the vast majority of cases that emerge from the bottom of our society. Before that can happen, our Red Collective must first complete the rollout our own kinship network to all of our members. The mention of the Red Collective's kinship network put a smile on his face. He had played a role in the proposal and the preparation work of it during the time he led the Interim Leadership Council. He was able to exert a sizable degree of influence over the decision-making process. There is no problem with using Lufa as the nexus of the Red Collective's exclusive kinship network, right? There are still many detractors that strongly object to using this design spirit due to your extensive relationship with him, but his influence has a remarkably good effect on many Qi cultivators. He can help the practitioners of more demanding and extreme premium Qi cultivation methods regain their sanity and reset their mental balance. The advantages that Lufa can bestow to our most powerful Qi cultivators are too great, and he has directly played a role in saving hundreds of leader figures from getting corrupted or ruining themselves. The strongest argument that Vase used to push Lufa into a central position within the Red Collective was that he could always save a cultivator gone astray no matter the time or place. Even if the members of the Red Collective did not actively draw on Lufa's help, the kinship network would ensure the Angel of Tranquility would be able to respond to sudden incidents with minimal delay. While Lufa sounded perfect for the job, there were plenty of paranoid or jealous people within the leadership of the Red Collective that advocated for a fresh and more importantly unbiased spirit to become the nexus of the kinship network. There were a lot of pros and cons to each decision, but Vase was glad that the RC saw reason. Lufa will help the Red Collective more than most people can anticipate. Vase smiled in expectation. Well, now that the initial tests have proved that Lufa can provide important boons to individuals connected to the kinship network, we are currently working to apply it on an organization-wide scale. This is expected to take several months. I have heard that the timelines are roughly similar to all of the other major organizations. They are determined to confirm the loyalty of every member and root out any traitors in the ranks no matter whether they are cosmopolitans or members of other fringe groups. Red Humanity was no longer in the mood to play around. Chapter 6523 Defending the Established Order. Vase narrowed his eyes as he faced his chief of staff. The incidents that he witnessed so far were fairly minor, but they were merely a preview for the future. For every demonic cultivator caught in the past few weeks, how many more managed to stay under the radar and continue to strengthen their powers in secret? How many more weeks and months would pass until they became 10 times, 100 times or 1,000 times more powerful? If they managed to avoid getting caught after a few more years, they would soon gain the power to slaughter hundreds of thousands of people within seconds. As long as they did not get caught, they might be able to destroy an entire city before a proper response force could arrive. This was why the Red Collective took these early incidents extremely seriously. They invested an excessive amount of funding and resources into the enforcement department because they wanted to showcase extreme deterrence right from the start. Demonic cultivation could never be allowed to gain a proper foothold in society. Even though it would be impossible to eradicate this poisonous phenomenon entirely, diligent monitoring and brutal retaliation should cause many demonic cultivators to curb their excesses. So long as they did not inflict damage to the point of destabilizing human society, their threat would remain contained. As Vase read through a list that summarized all of the incidents that the Red Collective had detected as of late, he became impressed by the sheer variety of demonic cultivation methods being practiced in secret. However, one point stood out like a glaring signal fire. These guys, how did they get their hands on these strange and obscure demonic tomes? Vase furrowed his brows. It is not strange for a descendant from an old family to stumble upon a super-secret cultivation manual in his ancestral library. However, most of the perpetrators that got caught by our enforcers are commoners who are not wealthy enough to have access to impressive legacies or competent enough to join any powerful secret societies. They are also predominantly third-raters. Ah, you have noticed that, Eliza Mo-Regadan said in an acknowledging tone. We have a theory for that. The stories on how most of these demonic cultivators obtained their practice manuals vary considerably, but we think that is only a facade. The secret department has ascertained that there is likely at least 2 or more groups fanning the flames behind the curtain. Their victims are mostly third-raters because they are easier to manipulate. They are more naive and they are more eager to attain power. It is easier to set them up and ensure they will not be caught in a short amount of time because they are more likely to live in less developed settlements where they can avoid monitoring. Vase suddenly realized what was going on. These poor fellows are being treated as test subjects. The parties responsible for doing this are deliberately throwing many different demonic cultivation manuals in the direction of these lab rats. The likely goals for doing this is to observe the effectiveness of the demonic cultivation methods, the speed in which the cultivations of the test subjects grow, the dependence on talent and more. The masterminds may also be examining the effectiveness of the Red Collective's enforcement department. By observing our modus operandi, they can formulate targeted countermeasures to avoid our retaliation. The projected assistant looked impressed. These are remarkably thorough deductions. You have even guessed that the responses of our enforcement department is also a target of observation. While we have not been able to find hard proof that this is the case, the suspicion within the secret department is strong. If the secret keepers and so on have deduced this much, then they should have an idea of who the originators of this destructive scheme might be. Is that correct? Well, one of them is most certainly the cosmopolitan movement. They have the knowledge and they have the motivation to do so. The more radical cells that are still plotting red humanity's downfall want nothing more than to spread more chaos and instability across human space. The more our existing order is destabilized, the more room they have to maneuver between the cracks. Vase made an unusual expression after he heard that. He found that he could understand the cosmopolitan movement's approach unexpectedly well. It was because their approach was similar to what the Oblivion Gate Consortium was plotting in the Milky Way. His role was reversed this time. Back in the Milky Way, Vase and his family were the rebels who sought to tear down the hegemony of the Big Two. They resorted to underhanded means to attack the support base of the MTA and the CFA because they were far too weak and outnumbered to attack them up front. Here in the Red Ocean, Vase and his clan had firmly aligned themselves with the prevailing authorities of human civilization. He even managed to occupy a high position in the Red Collective, which pretty much cemented his place in this camp. Since Vase had become an integral part of the established order, it was in his best interest to protect and preserve as much of the current hierarchy as possible. It would be devastating if any of the Red Three started to crumble and lose power. This duality made it so that Vase not only understood the position of the Cosmopolitans, but also understood the purpose behind their current strategy. The Cosmopolitan movement was old and enjoyed a rich heritage, just like the Five Scrolls Compact. While their goals were completely different from each other, it was inevitable for them to cross paths every now and then. The Cosmopolitans definitely managed to accumulate a small collection of cultivation heritages. They only had to select the more destructive and dangerous cultivation methods in their library and selectively spread them around in order to sow chaos. Wherever there were people, there were bound to be gullible fools who wanted to obtain lots of power no matter the cost. Many of the demonic cultivation manuals were able to brainwash their practitioners to commit heinous deeds due to their poisonous content. The very act of reading through the old scriptures would distort their minds and contaminate their thoughts with malice and irrationality. Unless the unwitting victims possessed clear awareness of the dangers, strong willpower or a firm mentality, they could not escape the fate of becoming mentally polluted. The resulting demonic cultivators were nothing more than raving fools whose weak minds and wills caused them to degenerate into slaves to their own impulses. Vase and Eliza Mo Regadan continued to discuss who else besides the cosmopolitan movement may be responsible for spreading these dangerous cultivation methods. The cosmopolitans traditionally harbor no special interest towards cultivation, Eliza told Vase. Their primary motive is to weaken our civilization, so they are largely responsible for spreading reckless, flawed or incomplete demonic cultivation methods that deliberately cause their practitioners to go berserk after a time. While dangerous, we are confident that we can contain this threat. It is the other parties that we are concerned about. Vase could easily figure out why. Because they are more committed to demonic cultivation, is that right? It makes sense. The demonic cultivation methods spread by these masterminds are more stable, less destructive but no less malicious. They are excellent choices for people who want to practice them seriously without losing their rationality. In order to make sure that these high-quality demonic cultivation manuals are worth studying, it is best to spread them around and observe how their test subjects are faring with this forbidden knowledge. This was 10 times more serious than what the cosmopolitan movement was doing. The reason for that was because this hinted at the establishment of a secret organization that would soon amass a high concentration of power. Once the tests had run their course, the hidden conspirators would collect and analyze all of the data before determining the best and most effective demonic cultivation methods. When a large number of people started to practice them on a large scale, their organization would soon balloon in power and become a force that could no longer be dislodged with ease. Do you have any information about who they may be? Vase questioned. Could they be a part of the Terran Alliance or the Rubarthan Pact? We initially suspected that to be the case, but our secret department has not been able to find any solid links. We are still taking this possibility into account, but we feel that the Terran and the Rubarthan colonial states are not responsible. At best, only a handful of groups or individuals may be involved. Could it be the Five Scrolls Compact? Vase mentioned the other likely possibility. Strictly speaking, we do not know, sir. It is a logical fit, but the Red Collective can be considered a successor to the Compact. We have collected a large amount of fragments of their cultivation archives, and we are able to engage in much of their activities in the open since we are a legal super-organization. Anyone with an interest in cultivation and the power it holds is better off joining the RC than start an illegal shadow organization that can only scurry in the dark. She was right. The Red Collective was an unimaginable super-organization to the old fogies in the Milky Way. The MTA and CFA hated the Five Scrolls Compact with such vehemence that they actively suppressed any organization that had anything to do with systematic cultivation. Fortunately, the Red Ocean was different. What could have turned into the Five Scrolls Compact in the New Frontier instead became a much more benign Red Collective. Unless the cultivators were truly depraved, there was no reason for them to prefer a persecuted shadow organization over the bright and shiny Red Collective. Since Eliza was not able to confirm whether any remnants of offshoots of the Five Scrolls Compact was responsible for spreading demonic cultivation methods, there was little point in talking about it any further. They only needed to take into account that this secret shadow organization would definitely become a lot more threatening in the future. The Chief of Staff soon switched to another topic. By the way, you have mentioned that I should inform you of any developments related to the greater spacetime bubble of Bridgehead 1. There have been developments as of late. Vase immediately corrected his posture. Oh, is it showing signs that it is falling apart? Not quite, sir. The bubble still remains fairly stable, but we have been able to detect that significant changes have taken place inside. We are not able to observe what is taking place inside the spacetime bubble, but we were able to detect that the barrier surrounding the Bridgehead 1 system has drastically changed. Changed in what way? Did it grow smaller or bigger or anything? No, the bubble maintained the same size, and it is just as impenetrable as before. Our observers and scanning equipment have detected fundamental changes in the operation of the spacetime bubble. We believe that the polymath and the other survivors trapped inside may have been able to alter the parameters of the bubble. This is a good sign. It shows that the red humans have not only gained a small control over their own cage, but that they are also able to change its rules. This is an encouraging sign that they may just be able to unravel the spacetime bubble from within, which is the most ideal solution. Vase couldn't help but smile. The polymath may be a gigantic egotistical madwoman, but he never doubted her competence. So long as she put her mind into it, she should definitely be able to figure out a way to free Bridgehead 1 from its current trap. The only question was whether she and her fellow helpers would be able to break open the bubble in time to help Red humanity defend against the current offensive. Let's hope the polymath prevails sooner rather than later. Chapter 6524 concerning portends. One of the critical reasons why Vase spared his valuable time on getting briefed by his chief of staff at the Red Collective on a regular basis was because he wanted to stay in the loop. The office of the chief counselor of the upper council was such a high position that Vase was entitled to learn about confidential information. This was why he had to keep his office. Getting booted from it would mean he would lose access to a lot of juicy high-level information from the secret department. The Red Collective's intelligence arm had only existed for a short time, but already proved to be incredibly competent and well-informed. It had to be because its cadre largely consisted of the members of the Evolution Witch's personal spy agency. So long as Vase remained a high-ranked figure within the Red Collective, he would continue to remain much more informed than the vast majority of other people in the Red Ocean. This was crucial because Vase needed to be forewarned of potential threats and dangers. It was better to hear it first from the Red Collective than find it out himself when he eventually stumbled into another crisis. The native aliens are beginning to stir as well. Our spies planted inside alien-occupied territory have found disconcerting clues. Eliza Mo Regadan said, the secret department along with the intelligence agencies of other groups have come to the conclusion that the native aliens are preparing to launch a decisive push in the near future. The Red Tide offensive has dragged on long enough according to our enemies, so they are trying to gather a larger concentration of forces in order to topple the 4th and 5th defensive band in a single overwhelming push. Vase furrowed his brows. How reliable is this intelligence? There is incidental proof that the native aliens are rushing the deployment of reinforcements from afar. So far, our spies have not been able to detect enough additional troop movements to justify a final push, but our analysts have concluded that the native aliens have found a way to circumvent our monitoring, possibly with the help of the cosmopolitans, in order to position their best warfleets in secret. We will not be able to predict the time of their final push until it is too late. That sounded extremely disconcerting. While it sounded as if there was no absolute certainty whether the native aliens were contemplating a final attack, it made too much sense to Vase. This was why Red Humanity could not afford to disregard this threat. So how do we respond? Vase inquired. All of the major groups have been notified of this possible development. They are currently keeping it secret because too much panic and unrest will ensue if we spread this information in advance. The native aliens will also learn about this and adjust their plans to make it more difficult to respond to their actions. We determined it is best to wait for the native aliens to make their move. Our current response is to quietly speed up the buildup of defenses of our strategic strongholds. Will it be enough? Nobody can say for certain. Eliza said, "We do not think the leadership of the Red Cabal is incompetent. The phase whales and the major races have reasons to feel confident in their final push. The losses they suffered so far has not hurt their foundation too much, but it is ultimately unbearable for the war to last so long without dealing a decisive blow against their enemies. Red Humanity is proving to be more and more undefeatable to the alien masses. This is bad because it can damage the morale of the alien population in the long run. The legitimacy of the native gods is based on absolute power. If they cannot prove to their subjects that they lack the power of an actual god, then their support base will begin to crumble. Perhaps not even the arrogant phase whales expected that their divinity would come into question so quickly after attacking but failing to defeat Red Humanity. Right now, humans only occupied a corner of the galactic rim of the Red Ocean, but this relatively small piece of territory remained stubbornly in the hands of the extragalactic invaders. The disparity in numbers and accumulation was too great, yet because of the domineering power of just 8 god pilots, the 13 major alien races failed to make any progress in wiping out the presence of Red Humanity in their dwarf galaxy. In that sense, the Red Cabal may feel pressured to the point of abandoning their attrition warfare doctrine even though it had yielded successful results up to this point. Even if a final push would magnify the total losses suffered by the native aliens by a huge extent, the sacrifice would all be worth it so long as Red Humanity suffered a total defeat in the end. Vase felt grateful that he had gained enough importance to learn about this secret development in advance. If he did not become the chief counselor of the Upper Council, he doubted that he would be on the list of those who were entitled to know about this possible turning point. Now that he knew, he could make preparations in advance. He just had to make sure that he did not recklessly leak what he learned and spread unnecessary panic. How will the RC respond to this potential development? Our organization is too new. We have not amassed enough combat-capable cultivators to join the war effort on a larger scale. Eliza succinctly answered, "As such, our war plans only involve the deployment of cultivator troops in a small number of key strategic locations. It would be best if we can engage in guerrilla warfare against the native aliens, but such weak and dispersed measures will not be able to stop a major push in any meaningful way." That makes sense, as regretful as it sounds. The RC is still too young. We need more time to develop. The history of the Red Collective might get cut short depending on what happened in the following months. The climax of the Red Tide offensive was at hand. Vase grew more nervous as he thought about how little time he had left to make his own contributions to the war. At the very least, his design department needed to rush the Riot Mark III project, Amaranto Mark III project and the Minerva Mark II project to completion before it was too late. The 2 upcoming Carmen Mech design projects were not as important in comparison. If he did not receive this crucial piece of intelligence in advance, then he may have chosen to allocate more time and effort into designing a pair of premium Carmen training and combat mechs. This was an awful use of his limited time because designing them and releasing them sooner would not help Red Humanity in the slightest in the short term. It would still take years for Carmen Mech pilots to complete their rushed training and gain initial combat effectiveness while piloting their bonded machines. Compared to the millions and maybe billions of Carmen mechs that might get flooded on the battlefield after a few years, the value of doing this was much less than granting powerful new expert mechs to 3 of the Larkinson clan's celebrated champions. As long as Venerable Stark, Venerable Orphan and Saint Commander Casella Orphan were able to break through after receiving their upgraded machines, they should definitely be able to gain enough agency to stave off defeat in a heavily beleaguered star system. Vase had a powerful hunch that this final push would test Red humanity's defenders to such an extent that a record number of heroes, saints and gods would ascend from their prior shells. As a mech designer, it was not his place to join the soldiers at the front lines and get his hands dirty. His job was to equip the mech pilots with the best possible machines that would allow them to exert their full strength and beyond. If this final push begins, Red humanity must devote all of its strength to repelling the massed enemy forces, Eliza said with a voice that conveyed grim determination. Martial law is already in effect in many states, but its severity will grow during this difficult period. Everyone must be ready to get called for service at any time. Property might get confiscated in order to better support the war effort. Private forces must unconditionally answer to a centralized military command formed by the Red Three in order for them to fight where they are needed the most. Not even the planetary guard will remain untouched. As long as they can spare any law enforcement mechs, they will have to be brought to the front lines as well. If that will be the case, then the hinterland of human space will lose much of its defenders. Troublemakers such as the cosmopolitan movement will have more room to sow chaos and inflict severe damage to our infrastructure. We know, sir, but we have little choice in the matter. Most of our military planners would rather have damaged supply chains but intact borders than the other way around. Our industries can recover fairly quickly, but the same cannot be said for our border. All of this had far-reaching consequences to both soldiers and civilians. The former would bear the brunt of relentless alien attacks while the latter might lose their jobs and maybe even their lives. Vase suddenly thought about his wife, his children and the rest of his clan. They all faced the risk of falling victim to the deteriorating security in the new frontier. He did not want any of them to come to harm. Was it time for the premier branch to abandon its foundation in New Constantinople? Perhaps it was better and safer to return to shipboard life and spend all of his day inside the protective embrace of the Tarrasque. Staying mobile made it harder for enemies to prepare an overwhelming ambush and cut off his escape route. He and his clan would also be able to move away from the star systems that came under attack by the native aliens. Avoiding overwhelming enemies was better than confronting them in battle. Vase did not dare to travel to Yernstal or other well-protected star systems because they would most certainly become priority targets to the ambitious native aliens. Vase scratched his head in frustration. There is too little time. It was no wonder that the Red Three's ultimate solution to preventing the native aliens from spilling into much of human-occupied space was to drop to their knees and pray for a peak ace pilot to successfully break through. His chief of staff looked concerned, but not pessimistic. "We shall find a way," she said. "Desperate measures are being prepared. Additional superweapons are being moved to the border regions. The Red Association may also be prepared to employ your aspect of transcendence on a large scale at that time." The Mechers believe that many of the mech pilots who have been struggling to fight and survive in the last half-year have grown in impressive ways. They too may be waiting for a final push to surpass the extraordinary threshold. Vase did not have too much confidence in this measure. The Transcendence Glow is largely effective for weaker mech pilots. It is nice if additional ace pilots can emerge because of that, but that is ultimately not enough, I fear. If we truly want to hold on to our border regions, then we will need the strength of God pilots. I very much doubt that the Transcendence Glow can offer any material help to peak ace pilots. They must ultimately rely on their own willpower and mechs to make the final leap. Red humanity was about to face its ultimate test. Chapter 6525 Priority Change of Plans. I have changed my schedule so that I can devote additional time on our high-ranking mech design projects. Vase walked up to Gloriana in the design lab and announced his latest decision. I have decided to withhold my desire to work on additional mech design projects and only limit myself to working on 3 Carmen mech design projects. This won't buy me a lot of time, so I have decided to resort to a more extreme measure to speed up the completion of our projects. I am cutting back on my sleep schedule. I am thinking about sleeping once every few days, and minimizing every sleep session to just 3 hours or less. Gloriana set aside her current design work and turned her seat around to face her husband with a serious expression. That is not a healthy decision. You have always resisted this in the past. I am a phase lord, Gloriana. Sleep holds a very different meaning to a biological life form that has far surpassed mortal limitations. Facewater flows through my veins despite the fact that it is deadly to other humans. Cutting back on sleep is not as dangerous as it sounds. Even if that is the case, this is still an adverse decision. Gloriana exclaimed. Sleep is an essential habit even for transhumans and posthumans who have entirely eliminated the biological necessity for sleep. There are many examples in the past where people who have gained nocturnal augmentations eventually drove themselves crazy due to persistently staying awake. Many studies have shown that their perception of time has warped and that their attachment to their own humanity has permanently weakened. Sleep may sound like a simple phenomenon, but it is one of the most effective natural processes to preserve our mental balance. Sleep was a phenomenon that transcended race. Almost every organism of a certain degree of complexity slept to an extent. Life persisted by alternating between activity and rest. Most people who tried to eliminate sleep from their daily life cycles had come to regret their decisions. Just because technology had advanced to the point where it was biologically possible to eliminate this mortal necessity did not mean that they were mentally strong and prepared enough to endure sleepless nights. Through theory and plenty of examples throughout history, humanity had come to a consensus that sleep was not a waste of time. It was a necessity of human life, and that of many alien lives as well. According to the intelligence that Vase was able to access, even phase whales and phase lords required sleep in order to maintain their physical and mental health. In fact, there were many cases where phase leaders willingly went into hibernation and slept for thousands of years at a time. Their ascension into godhood had caused them to develop a drastically different attitude towards time. Their vastly inflated lifespans caused them to become less attached to the moment. Once they grew bored or cared too little about stuff that was taking place in the current time period, they may easily decide to retreat to a private pocket space and hibernate for such a long period of time that most residents of the Red Ocean had already forgotten about their disappeared gods. Vase remained steadfast in his decision, though. I am aware of the risks, Gloriana. What I am doing is not natural, but the challenges that I must overcome cannot be overcome by clinging sentimentally to my humanity. If I want to do my best to protect my clan and more importantly our children from the murderous intentions of the native aliens, I need to increase my productivity by a huge extent. Completing the high-end mech design projects a few months earlier might not be enough to turn the entire Red War around by themselves, but it is the best and most effective measure I can come up with in the short term. The female mech designer began to figure out that Vase had reasons to feel more urgent than before. She was not certain whether his judgment was correct. The mech designs that I am in charge of are difficult to speed up. Much of the design hinges on the integration of Architect with numerous demanding requirements. Your assistance is helpful, but limited. Is it truly necessary for you to fixate on my 3 projects? If you want to make a greater impact on the war effort, why not design a good mass production mech such as your recent Faye Fianna and Ultimatum models? Their recent sales figures have jumped after your latest invention has brought an unprecedented degree of attention to your works. I already thought about that, Gloriana. It takes too long to design a new Carmen mech or conventional mech that can help Red humanity put up a better fight in the short term. My only consolation is that Ketty's recently released the Stormblade Samurai Mark II model. I have already taken a look at its specs and test performance. It might not be the best swordsman mech in every situation, but it is a well-designed premium product that can make a slight but meaningful difference as long as they are mass-produced and shipped to the frontlines in the coming months. Gloriana had studied the design of the Stormblade Samurai II as well. For a mass-production model that had been designed for commercialization, Ketty's did an adequate job. She had clearly matured by a notable extent. Her latest work proved that her skills had improved at an impressive rate. If you refuse to work on another mass production model and insist on spending additional time on my projects, then you will not be able to get away with taking extra classes on Architect. I do not need you to reach my level, but you need to comprehend enough theory to assist me with solving a large amount of trivial problems. Is that acceptable to you, Vase? Vase nodded. I need to learn more about Architect anyway, so I might as well do this sooner. By the way, in order to speed up the delivery of completed high-end mechs, I want to propose another change. I suggest that we do not split our time equally across all 3 projects, but instead focus on completing them sequentially. You want us to devote all of our time on completing one high-end mech design project at a time. Gloriana contemplated the suggestion. There are a number of issues that will cause us to spend more work hours on completing the projects in total. There are numerous cases where it is better if we plug in a set of parameters in a simulation program and give the processor a day or 2 to calculate a solution through brute force. Designing these complex mechs sequentially means that we will get slowed down at times. Making other alterations to the mech design may cause the results of the calculations to become skewed, thereby introducing potential flaws that we will not be able to detect in time. She was right. There were advantages and disadvantages to working on multiple projects in parallel. Both Vase and Gloriana had become accustomed to stopping their work on one project whenever they hit a wall and needed more time to mull over the problems. They also found it convenient to work on another project whenever needed to wait for the processor banks to complete their calculations. We can take measures to minimize the delays. Vase responded. For example, the times where we need to wait for our processor banks to complete their math and simulation tasks can be drastically shortened. I am prepared to spend hundreds of billions of MTA credits to build a huge underground processor facility. The processing power of D&D base was sufficient at first, but it has quickly grown inadequate as our needs have rapidly grown. Hundreds of billions of MTA credits. Are you even able to draw that much cash at the moment? Our clan's expenses have admittedly grown. This is especially the case when we are building branches on many planets and funding the construction of high-quality first-class starships. However, we should still be able to bear the financial burden despite the rising inflation and the low margins of the Yellow Jacket models. So many of them are being produced and sold every day that all of the small figures are adding up to a huge sum. The biggest difficulty is getting priority on our order, as we are not the only ones who are in a hurry, but this should not be a major issue. I think my reputation and high office should be enough to convince the processor manufacturers to put me at the top of the list. Vase was not a nobody or an immature upstart anymore. He was a big shot that had become a household name to Red humanity. His wife thought over the various proposals. If you are truly willing to cut your sleep schedule and invest billions of MTA credits to upgrade our processor capacity, then it may actually work. We may just be able to complete one of the high-end projects in as little as 2 months. However, we will have to choose the project carefully and recall the associated pilot to New Constantinople in advance to conduct examinations and perform tests. I highly suggest we do not try to complete the Minerva Mark II project first, because I am still waiting for the Mentalist crystal that you have promised. Without this crucial material, our project will get stalled at one point. It is better to wait for it to get shipped over first before we resume our work on it in earnest. Vase nodded in agreement. You are right. In that case, let us prioritize the Amaranto Mark III project first. I am on a roll when it comes to designing the two-step execution crystal. You have already overcome the biggest bottlenecks regarding the integration of lots of hyper materials in the Archimech frame, so you should be able to complete your work smoothly. How do you think Harry Heikkonen will fare in completing his own assignments? He is competent enough. You can rely on him to complete the redesign of the Instrument of Vengeance in time. His only weakness that is relevant to us is that he is inexperienced with working on a mech design project as high-end as this. We need to provide him with guidance on a regular basis to ensure that his work remains on the right track. The only other point of uncertainty is the Instrument of Doom. If the collaboration that you have proposed with the Red Fleet suffers delays or encounters any setbacks, then it might not get finished in time. Leave aside the Instrument of Doom for the time being. Vase made a radical decision. The Amaranto originally made use of the Instrument of Vengeance just fine. The oversized Luminaire crystal cannon came much later. We can just repeat history and do this again. What is important is that Venerable Davia Stark gets her hands on a functional version of the Amaranto Mark III as soon as possible. You do know that the Amaranto Mark II is mainly relying on the Instrument of Doom to inflict effective damage against enemy warships and occasionally phase lords, correct? Hehehehe. Vase grinned and chuckled. That is because the Amaranto Mark II has grown outdated. Once she is upgraded to a fully fledged first-class mech that makes use of much more powerful materials and technology, she no longer has to worry about a deficit in firepower even when she is stuck with using the next iteration of the Instrument of Vengeance. The high-end Luminaire crystal rifle was not only about to receive a massive technological overhaul, but would also become larger and bulkier. Vase believed that he could get away with this design choice because the extensive upgrades to the Amaranto Mark III also increased her mobility, allowing her to move faster and haul around larger objects with greater case. After a bit more discussion, Gloriana reluctantly agreed to work according to her husband's suggestions. Completing the Amaranto Mark III project as quickly as possible had become their greatest priority. Chapter 6526 Deep Research Mode. Vase entered a period where he drastically increased his productivity. He enacted all of the measures that he proposed to his wife and started to stay awake for several days at a time. Just as stated in the literature, Vase began to experience the side effects of this risky decision pretty quickly. In fact, he became surprised by how quickly he was able to enter this alternate state of mind. It was as if Phase Lords were naturally predisposed to experiencing time as if he was a god drifting through an entire timeline. His perception of time began to blur as the monotony of design work began to occupy a disproportionate share of his attention span. It became more difficult for him to keep track of current events. Vase was still able to register the information passed on through his briefings, but he was not able to bring himself to care about matters that he usually found important. The biggest issue was that he became out of sync with the people around him. He found that he worked best if he isolated himself in his design lab and continued to work on assignments that did not depend too heavily on teamwork and coordination. He also found it difficult to connect with his friends and family. His loss of humanity became a lot more obvious when he found it difficult to muster up his love for his children. Naturally, his perceptive son and daughters noticed his abnormal behavior straight away. When they started to cry, Vase tried harder to resist the apathy that had shrouded his mind and spirit. Fortunately, he was able to use the drastically different perspectives of his incarnations to break out of this spell. "I'm sorry, kids, I am having a bad time as of late." While Vase tried his best to restore his mental composure whenever he returned home from work in order to spend a few precious hours with his children, his inhuman side still bled through to an extent. It was as if the differences between himself and the people around him became incredibly pronounced. Vase felt an innate sense of superiority towards the weak and frail mortals around him. His true body was much bigger than theirs, and could easily survive hazards that would shred other people's bodies. His lifespan was vastly superior to most humans even if they made attainments in chi cultivation merely because he was a phase lord. The phase water flowing through his veins and the phase water organs integrated in his body caused him to become a powerful superhuman that could fight against other mechs and win. Although Vase had always been aware of these differences, he never really developed a god complex because he clung so strongly to his humanity. He was unable to do so anymore due to his altered state of mind. His mental transformation brought so many disadvantages that he felt tempted to snap out of it and work on his mech designs the old-fashioned way. He resisted this choice. The benefits were too important to him. His focus and attention became sharper. Was this how all phase whales and phase lords felt whenever they decided to shut themselves in their own pocket spaces and settled down to conduct R&D activities that could span many years, decades, centuries or even millennia? It was no wonder that all of those phase leaders eventually grew into arrogant and conceited bastards whose minds weren't always able to focus on the present. When Vase understood how serious his mental condition had become, he was still rational enough to convey his condition to the Phase Lord Department of the Red Collective. Suffice to say, the biotech researchers over there had expressed great interest in his altered characteristics. "We have not encountered this phenomenon in any of our human Phase Lords, Upper Counselor. What you have described is highly unusual, but would explain much of the behavior of alien phase whales and phase lords. When we conveyed your details to the Titans, they tried but failed to enter into a similar state of mind. We do not know why they cannot replicate your condition. Whether it is because there is a threshold of R&D that a phase lord has to meet or because the phase water concentration is still too low, we cannot be certain. Please stay in touch with us. The more data you are able to transfer to us, the more likely we will be able to decipher this fascinating condition." Vase didn't really care about what the collies were doing with all of the data on his physiological and mental parameters and agreed to cooperate with their observation study. Of course, the Phase Lord Department made sure to generously compensate Vase for agreeing to become their giant-sized lab mouse. He immediately obtained an advance reward of 500 million RC merits, with a potential to earn additional bonuses amounting to hundreds of millions of RC merits if he managed to make a major discovery about his current mental state. These were no small sums. He could purchase the right to read a lot of high-value cultivation tomes and secure the right to practice a high-grade chi cultivation method for himself or his children. He could also spend his RC merits on more material goods such as cultivation elixirs and rare reagents. These could play a huge role in accelerating the cultivation of mech pilots, mech designers, chi cultivators or body cultivators depending on their practice. Another benefit promised by the Phase Lord Department was that it would grease the wheels and expedite the transfer of the mentalist crystal that he had selfishly reserved for his own use. The annual quota of mentalist crystals supplied by the Hunting Association had become a hot commodity. They continued to grow in value as more and more people learned about their exceptional benefits. Too many researchers and high officials wanted to get their hands on a mentalist crystal that the competition for the limited quotas had intensified in the weeks after the founding of the Red Collective. Far too many wanted the crystals whole, but there were also a lot of collies who became satisfied if they could get their hands on a single fragment. This actually caused the RC to break apart more mentalist crystals, thereby causing the destruction of an extremely high-value hyper-material just to create a lot of mid-value fragments of the same hyper-material. Vase felt this was a huge shame, as whole mentalist crystals were qualitatively better. They possessed strong properties that could not be replicated by mashing a lot of fragments together. Due to his rational decision to cooperate with the Phase Lord Department, he accidentally managed to withstand the pressure of fragmenting his mentalist crystal just so that the Red Collective could satisfy the demands of other greedy parties. If everything went right, a mentalist crystal should arrive in New Constantinople well before the completion of the Amaranto Mark III project. His wife grew happy when she heard the news. Good. The sooner I obtain the mentalist crystal, the sooner I can start with conducting experiments on how to integrate it into the Minerva Mark II design. We can work on it next after we complete the Amaranto Mark III. In any case, Vase continued to maintain his altered mind state regardless of rewards. Just the ability of being able to shake off all of the distractions that used to draw him away from the design lab and waste precious time on other affairs was extremely precious to a mech designer like Vase. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. He could not hold in his curiosity and often grew bored if he worked on a single project for a long stretch of time. Not even the more diligent mech designers could maintain a one-track mind for such an extended period of time as well as Vase in his current mental state. He even kept track of his work process and roughly calculated that his productivity had risen by around 20%. This meant that Vase was able to complete roughly 20% more work on average. Nobody knew that this was even possible, so the Amaranto Mark III project actually began to progress slightly ahead of schedule. This deep research mode, as Vase eventually decided to name it, was a fantastic ability. It might not have much value to the Titans, but it was a wonderful benefit for researchers. It helped many phase whales endure many years of loneliness while they conducted solitary research on developing new and improved phase water organs. The more time Gloriana spent around Vase in his weird mental state, the more Gloriana became accustomed to his altered traits. She found ways to work around his severe deficiencies and take advantage of his strengths. One of the more welcome discoveries she made was that Vase was able to absorb theories and grasp their essence considerably faster than usual. He was also able to tackle more complicated subjects that he used to struggle with outside of the deep research mode. Gloriana eagerly made use of this discovery by forcing her husband to attend more private tutoring sessions. She intensified her lessons on Architect and helped Vase master the more basic principles and applications of Architect according to her current understanding. The time that both invested in these tutoring sessions caused the Amaranto Mark III project to progress slower until it had returned to its original schedule. Neither Vase nor Gloriana had any complaints, as the benefits of learning more about Architect would pay off in subsequent high-ranking mech design projects. My work has become so much easier now that I can delegate the less critical Architect design problems to you, Gloriana said with satisfaction as she petted a certain gem cat on her lap. None of the other mech designers in our design department has been able to learn Architect as effectively as you. It is so exhausting for me to do all of the hard work related to this alien tech by myself. Meow. Lucky agreed with the woman while letting out a lazy yawn. An awkward silence stretched for several seconds as Vase was slow to register her words and formulate a response. The two had already grown used to this clumsy manner of speaking to each other. Oh, didn't you put Maisie Ann and Rennie under your wing a long time ago? I haven't kept track of them as of late. How are they doing these days? My students are doing almost as good as yours, she said. Unlike you, I have been more active in guiding them. They have not gone astray and devoted their time to exploring odd tangents such as yours, but perhaps I have been hovering too much over their heads. Witnessing the Red Association absorbing Michael in its ranks has lit a fire within the two girls. I expect for both of them to produce meaningful results quite soon. What specializations have they chosen? Gloriana smiled with pride. Maisie Ann has set her sights on realizing the dust phase of existence of hexism. This is a broad goal as there are many ways to interpret dust. She did herself no favors by making this choice before spending years exploring many different branches of technology to find a connection with the concept of dust. However, her extensive research and exploration has broadened her foundation and set her up for success. Now that she is actually motivated to move forward, I think it is impossible for her to remain stuck as an apprentice. That sounds good. What about Rennie? Rennie has also decided upon an ambitious goal. She has decided to work out a design philosophy based on the death phase of existence of hexism. Her challenges are greater as death is much more abstract and difficult to apply to mechs. It is only after the beginning the Age of Dawn that she has been able to make concrete progress. Helena has also provided her with meaningful assistance. Chapter 6527 Education in the Age of Dawn. From what it sounded like, Gloriana definitely had more than a passing influence on her students. It didn't help that Maisie Ann and Rennie briefly studied and resided over at the Hexadric hegemony back during the old days. The time they spent while immersed in Hexer culture had definitely caused them to become changed women by the time they returned to the Larkinson clan. Why are the two so adamant about specializing in the two phases of existence? Vase slowly frowned. These are extremely broad and abstract concepts that have little to no existing basis in modern mech design. Before they can even formulate a proper design philosophy, they need to figure out what they actually mean and how to implement it into their mechs in a more concrete fashion. Why commit so much of their youth to translate religious doctrine into mech design principles? Why not? Unlike other Hexer mech designers, Maisie Ann and Rennie enjoy greater advantages than most in coming into touch with these concepts. Gloriana replied to Vase even as she began to scratch Lucky's chin right where he liked it the most. They have earnestly built up relationships with the superior mother and the daughter of death in order to experience the meaning of dust or death firsthand. Lucky rolled over and offered his dark-plated tummy to the mother. Gloriana naturally began to rub his belly, causing the spoiled mechanical pet to purr. There is no guarantee that all of their research and effort will go anywhere. Vase asserted. I vehemently disagree. You do not know what you are talking about, Vase. Hexism is real. The guidance provided by your own mother and eldest sister has ensured that Maisie Ann and Rennie are working in the right direction at the very least. Trust me, I have supervised them for numerous years. The two girls will prove themselves equal to Michael and Xanthar. Just you wait. Though Vase was skeptical about this claim, he did not voice his doubts to his wife. Gloriana had become way too invested in raising the two female Larkinson mech designers, so there was no way she could make an objective judgment. Besides, for all of her boasting, Gloriana was usually highly attentive and thorough in her work. She would have made sure to mentor Maisie Ann and Rennie extensively and prevent them from making the common beginner's mistake that could trip up less experienced professionals. Vase ultimately did not spend too much thought on the two girls. He had already shifted responsibility over them to his wife. As long as this pair of female apprentices weren't obviously suffering or anything, there was no reason for him to pry any further. The married couple continued to chat with each other. However, neither of the two intended to spend too much time on talking as they needed to get back to work pretty soon. Besides, Gloriana could not endure Vess's delayed speech for too long. Aurelia is reaching her 10th birthday soon. Gloriana brought up their daughter's name. She still has half a year to enjoy her remaining childhood, but once she celebrates her most important birthday, it is time for her to work towards her glorious future. We need to make preparations in advance and decide on her schooling. Vase turned to his wife and frowned. Why do you want to talk about this? We already decided to raise her into a politician and leader, which falls completely in line with her designer genes. I have given Aurelia a few alternative choices, but she has no objections to following our original intentions. What is there to discuss? Do you want to select her next school right away? Gloriana tried to suppress her scowl. As much as she tried to be understanding towards her husband, Vess's flawed speech pattern grated on her ears the longer they spoke. He knew that as well, which was why he readily isolated himself in his design lab most of the time. Times have changed, Vase. The Age of Dawn has witnessed the rise of many miracles. From the Carmen mechs that you have gifted to the masses to the revival of systematic cultivation, norms have much more options at their disposal than before. Aurelia has repeatedly insisted that she wants to become a part-time Carmen mech pilot, and I intend to oblige her because this age is much more dangerous than the one that came before. I fear that few people will end up growing old without having the power to protect themselves. What do you think, Vase? Should we restrain Aurelia's chi cultivation to preserve her chances of advancing to an expert pilot, or should we encourage her to practice a serious chi cultivation method? Vase crossed his arms. Isn't the answer obvious? Aurelia is not a warrior. Sure, she is still young and malleable, so we can still train her into becoming an excellent Carmen Mech pilot. It would be even better if she has gained a good genetic aptitude. She can become an authentic and orthodox Mech pilot. However, I think this is not a good direction for her. She's softer and less talented in combat than Andraste. Our oldest daughter's chances of achieving greatness is still better than average due to superior endowments, but her strengths lie elsewhere. Gloriana felt so frustrated that she wanted to bash her head against a wall to escape this torture. She maintained a brittle smile as she tried her best to endure the situation. If I had my way, I would love for Aurelia to become a political leader or a musician. The concerned mother said, yet in a society that is increasingly becoming more martial and less civilized, it is becoming clear that strength is the ultimate capital of leadership. Just look at the evolution which and how she is able to dictate Red Ocean politics. She is one of the best role models for girls and women everywhere. Her example clearly proves that strength is the foundation of power in the Red Ocean. I do not intend for Aurelia to become a leader without a sufficiently strong backbone. Vase shook his head. I know what you are dreaming about, but it is too difficult for her. Have you forgotten how much blood, sweat and tears it takes for mortals to push themselves past their limits and transcend their willpower? I am confident that Andraste can do this because she has been training for this since her childhood. Besides, high-ranking Mech pilots tend to be very direct, transparent, and dogmatic to the extreme. They make for excellent figureheads, but not necessarily excellent politicians. It is better for Aurelia to practice a variation of a chi cultivation method because she at least retains a greater degree of sanity and flexibility that will enable her to respond deftly to all sorts of situations. Gloriana's teeth were grinding like millstones. According to the Red Collective, all of the chi cultivation methods, even their most expensive premium ones, are ultimately not able to defeat a high-ranking Mech at the same level in combat. You have given me similar warnings in the past. If Aurelia does what you suggest, she will always remain beholden to the expert pilots, ace pilots or god pilots in her orbit. That is not necessarily the case. Vase said, there are ways for chi cultivators to beat willpower cultivators. I already formed a plan for Aurelia. She should improve her charm and social skills so that she can easily befriend other powerful allies. The best way for her to defeat a hostile expert Mech is not to fight it directly, but have a friendly expert Mech take her place. I want for her to amass an army that will become more loyal to her than me. She is strongly predisposed to making friends and building coalitions. His wife had to admit that there was a strong appeal to that development trajectory. Why should Aurelia ever have to dirty her hands when she could command her many loyal and fanatical subjects to fight in her stead? However, there were still flaws to this approach. Gloriana seemed much less certain than before whether this was still the right plan. Should we enroll her into one of the many cultivation academies founded by the Red Collective? Gloriana asked. Our daughter will not be able to learn as much traditional classes, but she will be able to master a structural and fully systematic cultivation framework that will allow her to make the best use out of her chi cultivation. That was a good question. As a high-ranked figure within the RC, Vase possessed a bit more awareness of the policies adopted by the education department. Those cultivation academies are a product of the times, Vase said. Under ordinary circumstances, most of the academies should have a strong civilian focus. Aurelia would be able to take classes on arts, history, languages, psychology, sociology, as well as more cultivation-oriented subjects. That is not the education department's priority at the moment. At this time, the people over there are more interested in creating military academies where enrollees will primarily undergo physical training and learn about how to kill, how to wage war and so on. The Red War is unlikely to end in the short term, so we may still be locked in a conflict against an endless amount of native aliens. Not every cultivator is suited for war, but many of them have no other choice. Gloriana grew more upset, and not just because she was being driven mad by her husband's speech pattern. That is far from what I expected out of these cultivation academies. I want our daughter to become strong, but not necessarily turn into a soldier. I believe that elegance and grace are among Aurelia's best traits. She may lose them if she is forced into undergoing harsh military training. Was that what his wife was worrying about the most? Vase scratched his head. Aurelia doesn't have the attitude of a serious cultivator. I think she is better off attending regular classes at traditional schools, and focus on absorbing more refined subjects that will give her an excellent foundation in the upper echelon of human civilization. As for her cultivation, I am totally within my rights to pass on a cultivation method to her and give her extensive guidance and tutoring to strengthen her foundation. The Larkinson clan is a sect, after all. I am confident that I can help her grow faster without needing to rely too much on the facilities available at her next school. His suggestions threw Gloriana off guard. She lost her composure for a moment as she tried to figure out whether there was any purpose to Vess's suggestions. Do you truly think you can make up for full-time systematic education and training by tutoring Aurelia in person? No, not seriously. Vase conceded. I can give Aurelia enough of the basics as I understand them. That should be enough to turn our daughter into a capable cultivator, but not an excellent one that can unravel and reconstruct cultivation methods. That isn't necessary for a future leader like her. We need a leader who can do more than declare wars and solve problems by resorting to brute force. His wife looked more and more convinced in his argument. Very well, I shall take a closer look at the traditional schools. Well, it may be fine enough for Aurelia since I have learned that more and more universities are beginning to incorporate systematic cultivation in their Logan and Lang. Makes sense. They can't afford a massive drop in enrollments. The cultivation academies are bound to steal a significant chunk of students. Their oldest daughter would be the first of their offspring to reach 10 years old, to grow into an adult and to take up a job. Aurelia had a bright future ahead of her. That did not mean she was guaranteed to attain greatness, but she had many more opportunities than others. Chapter 6528 Wild modularity. Talking became annoying when Vase entered his deep research state, but there was nothing wrong when he was left to work by himself. The development of the Amaranto Mark III's ultimate module progressed quickly. Vase was able to complete the development of the two-step execution crystal considerably faster than expected due to the advantages of his special mental state. As Vase began to apply his newly gained insights into Architect to handle relatively simple assignments related to the tech, the advantages of his deep research state became a little less pronounced. Perhaps it was because he did not master enough Architect to work fluently with it yet, or maybe it was because he was not passionate about this field. Whatever the case, Gloriana began to request that Vase pull himself out of his abnormal mental state because his strange condition was beginning to produce more and more problems for himself and the clan. Even if other people had expressed sympathy and understanding of Ves's sudden drop in empathy, humanity and charisma, it was still disturbing and upsetting to interact with a man who clearly showed no interest in socializing with others. This incident revealed that Vase had come to rely a lot on building an expanding network of friends, acquaintances and business partners to form his own empire. Fortunately, the immense reputation and his historic accomplishments propped Vase up when his current words and behavior did not always befit a man of his stature. Vase knew that he should not disregard the growing voices of criticism. There was a time and place where increasing his productivity and completing his mech design project sooner may turn out to be a matter of life and death. He did not know whether he should classify the Amaranto Mark III with the same degree of severity, but he decided that it would be enough after completing this mech design project. He at least wanted to maintain this state when upgrading the expert mech alongside his fellow collaborators to see whether anything would happen. Once that was over, he would immediately return to his normal state of mind and work on the remainder of his projects the old-fashioned way. Many people around Vase grew more and more eager to see Vase return to his original self. No matter whether Vase was providing valuable observation data to the Red Collective or not, almost everyone had lost their patience with the problems that he had inadvertently caused. Meanwhile, the people around him grew more and more concerned about the possibility of a final push by the native aliens. Weeks had passed. Red humanity had plenty of time to gather proof that the native aliens were about to unleash a final attack, yet the answers from all of the scouting parties were universal. We have found no conclusive proof that the native aliens are amassing their warships and other combat assets. All of their staging points are operating at normal capacity. Our spies and the spies of other organizations have attempted to find any logistical trails that can lead to the hiding places of the possible reinforcements, but we have yet to acquire any. A passerby may take a look at this situation and think that we are being overly paranoid to the point of spotting ghosts where there are none. Eliza Mo Regadan calmly delivered her report on this subject, knowing that Vase was incredibly concerned about any developments related to a final push. Not even his deep research state could make him apathetic towards the potential extinction of red humanity. How can this be? I was sure that the native aliens were preparing to finish the job. There should have been more indications in the past, right? Yes, but our adversaries are clever and cunning, sir. His chief of staff from the Red Collective explained. The native aliens have tightened their procedures and became more conscious of the information they may convey to enemy observers. The intelligence we have gathered behind enemy lines have become considerably less reliable as a result. That sounded tricky. Vase had no doubt that the cosmopolitan movement was behind this effective response. The human traders were still furious about their inability to stop the rollout of kinship networks across every state and organization. So do you still believe that a final push is coming? Eliza narrowed her eyes. We hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. We cannot afford to get caught off guard. We would rather assume that the native aliens have found a way to gather reinforcements completely beyond our detection capabilities than to believe that our enemies are failing to see their offensive through. This is why we are expediting many bureaucratic procedures and approving many more projects than before. Similar activity is taking place in other states and organizations. This would be an excellent time for Vase to propose a radical mech design, if he was interested in the subject. Vase was still fixated on completing the Amaranto Mark III, so it was hard for him to shift a lot of focus to another exciting new mech design. Alas, he could only stick to his original plan as he was not in a condition to do anything extraneous. I guess we can't do anything else without any solid clues. Vase thought in resignation. Are there any other noteworthy developments taking place at this time? There is, sir. The artifact warship department that you have originally proposed to serve as a joint venture between the Red Collective and the Red Fleet has recently taken shape. It is still years away from developing a functional warship that is able to harness the power of E-energy radiation in a qualitatively superior manner, but the fleeters are highly optimistic about this initiative. Good. We need better warships. The Red Fleet needs to keep up with the times, and they can't do so by squandering their time and resources into their starfighter corps. Surprisingly enough, the starfighter corps had not collapsed as Vase anticipated. In the buffer period where most Karman mech pilots still needed to undergo intensive training in order to pilot their yellow jackets in battle, starfighters were needed to make up the numbers and increase red humanity's ability to resist repeated invasions. Starfighter pilots may have lost their allure, but their duty to their race and civilization remained strong. These people willingly piloted inferior strike craft out of love and duty to red humanity. Naturally, the Starfighter Corps no longer received as much ridicule as before. Its future may be bleak, but the heroism of the Starfighter pilots who remained was commendable. Vase started to lose interest in the briefing. Eliza Mo Regadan continued to report on half a dozen other developments, but it seems the information passed through one ear and went out of the other ear. He wanted to get back to the Amaranto Mark III project. Ever since he first entered his deep research state, he had instinctively designated its completion as his most important objective. This properly focused his attention in the right direction, but also made it harder for him to care about other stuff. His work on the Rule Breaker project would have suffered badly if this was the case. It was not a good idea for Vase to anger his mother as well as the other scary true gods of the Oblivion Gate Consortium. Fortunately, Vase had already discovered that his incarnations could largely escape Ves's mental distortions. Veronica at the very least suffered little problems when she worked on the Rule Breaker project by herself. In fact, she could also choose to enter a deep research state of her own if she wanted, as she was technically a phase lord as well. The cyborg cat wisely declined to do so because of the need to maintain her wits. She also needed to remain sociable enough to collaborate with Master Moira Willix. It felt so good to be able to work alongside Master Willix on a collaborative mech this time. They worked as equals, which was an entirely new experience for the both of them. It was refreshing as the Rule Breaker project was not a technically demanding project. It just demanded a lot of variations in order to account for regional resource availability. What was especially nice about working alongside a rational mech designer at the master level was that Moira Willix was able to replicate a large selection of design philosophies with great proficiency. There was no need to bring in other contributing mech designers to this taboo mech design project. Willix could easily replicate 4 different design philosophies and apply them to the mech design. Leaving aside the richy technology aspect, modularity is central to the Rule Breaker project. This is the universal base that we must develop first in order to give birth to all other possibilities. The most relevant design philosophy that I can imitate and apply to this mech design is wild modularity. It is a rather extreme approach to modular mech platforms by allowing a machine to slot in parts and wield equipment that were originally designed by other mechs. Wait, what? The cyborg cat reacted with astonishment. Is that actually possible? There is an assimilation period that can last for months, faster for stronger mech pilots. Once the assimilation period has run its course, the wild parts that have been grafted onto the modular mech have become metaphysically integrated. This advantage should massively increase the popularity of the Rule Breaker project, as Karman mech pilots can acquire the favorite parts and systems from their favorite mechs, convert them into modular equipment and slot them into their Karman mechs. That sounds amazing. Let's include wild modularity into the Rule Breaker project, right away. What other cool design philosophies can you imitate? While Veronica made good progress on the Rule Breaker project with the help of an incredibly useful rational master mech designer, work on the Amaranto Mark III project had reached the final phases before the design team was ready to begin the exhaustive upgrade process. The design became functionally complete after 1.5 months of exemplary diligent work. It had become feature complete and only needed to be refined and optimized over multiple rounds in order to reach its final form. Venerable Davia Stark frequently moved to the practice range and changed into a strong suit of combat armor on order to test different scale models of the Instrument of Vengeance. Yes, Venerable Stark had already been recalled from the border regions so that she could do what she could to help the mech designers complete their assignments. I should have stayed with the expeditionary fleet. There are too many aliens that need slaying, the older female expert pilot grumbled under her breath on occasion. Despite her absence from the battlefield, she obediently cooperated with the mech designers to cooperate in tests and help with gathering useful empirical data. Although she was unable to properly test the performance of the ultimate module as it would only properly work on the real Instrument of Vengeance, she still looked forward to taking advantage of its amazing properties. Venerable Davia Stark had big plans for the 2-step execution crystal. She intended to nurture it carefully so that it would quickly grow and mature into a much more powerful and useful form of targeting correction and aim assistance system. When will the upgrade process begin? Davia asked as her body was shaking with anticipation. Less than a week, Gloriana replied. We have imported all of the necessary materials and calibrated all of our advanced production machines. There are still aspects of the Amaranto Mark III design that I feel are rushed, so I insist we use the remaining days to work out the more glaring imperfections and ensure that the Amaranto Mark III will appear stellar when she has unveiled her presence on the battlefield. She already had confidence that the Amaranto Mark III would exceed the Dark Zephyr Mark III on almost every level. From the increased complexity of Architect to the multiple sources of amplification of the firepower of the Instrument of Vengeance, the expert marksman Mech was slated to become the ultimate ranged executioner of the Larkinson clan. Chapter 6529 The blood-soaked castrator. Due to the mental changes induced by the deep research state, Vase had become hyper-focused on completing the Amaranto Mark III project. While he kept himself informed of other developments, his emotional attachment and interest in them had dropped to a precipitously low level. When phase whales and phase lords became engrossed in their own research and practice, they needed to be able to tune out every external distraction for extremely long periods of time. They also needed to be able to endure the passing of entire ages. Few mortal organisms were able to withstand the mental impact of seeing thousands if not hundreds of thousands of years pass before their eyes without growing mentally unstable or unhinged. Phase leaders therefore gained the capacity to deal with their changed relationship of time in different ways. From being able to hibernate for eons without causing their mental and physical state to deteriorate all that much, to the ability to dedicate entire centuries' worth of time to excessively engage in a single grand research project, these body cultivators proved to be anything but mindless brutes. True phase leaders spent far more time developing their true bodies and knowledge base behind closed doors than on waging active campaigns against their enemies. The Phase Lord Department actually gained a huge amount of insights into the true nature of the phase whale race by studying how phase largely became disconnected to society. A lot of phase whales must still be caught up in their own research or hibernation. Not even the Red War that would decide the fate of their own dwarf galaxy had succeeded in pulling them away from their own timeless perception of reality. The analysts feared that the speculation that a majority of powerful phase leaders were actually still isolated and in hiding may be a lot more probable than before. Red humanity was lucky that the current iteration of the Red Cabal only represented a fraction of all of the powerful phase whales that were still alive in the new frontier today. If the phase whales were truly able to wake up all of the native gods in isolation, then they would have probably been able to crush red humanity at the start. That was not the case, fortunately. The ability to perceive the passage of time like a distant god rather than a vulnerable mortal defined the phase whale race. It turned the phase whales into excellent researchers as well as long-lived organisms. It was the secret to their success. The phase whale race was able to establish a solid foothold in the Red Ocean despite their relatively small population base because this crucial advantage enabled almost every individual to become a genius through hard work and lengthy accumulation. No phase whale could remain ignorant and stupid after spending a million years on study and research. Phase lords were probably less able to treat time in this manner because their cultivation was not a perfect fit to their racial circumstances. Unlike phase whales who never really found any value in demanding worship from their fellow phase whales, the other major races however, for all of the advantages brought by their ability to treat the passage of thousands of years as an afternoon nap, the disadvantage of becoming detached from current events was too big of a flaw. It may even be the key to winning the Red War and vanquishing the phase whales. Whatever the case, by entering into a deep research state, Vase became so fixated on completing the Amaranto Mark III project that he accidentally missed several major developments. One of them was the reappearance of the Heavensward. The other was the completion of the promising upgrade cycle of the Mech designer system. The third was the gradual collapse of the fourth defensive band. Each of these were massive developments that had great implications for Vase, but because his mentality had become a lot more inhuman, he uncharacteristically ignored these major events as if they were inconsequential to his life. Still, just because Vase was unable to bring himself to care about the events unfolding in the Red Ocean did not mean that other humans felt the same. Kedis Larkinson had been waiting for the arrival of arguably the most powerful sword artifact crafted and wielded by humans that had survived up to the present time. Perhaps other powerful swords had managed to survive the crisis that engulfed the Milky Way a long time ago, but none of them made an appearance in public, so Kedis did not know of anything else that could surpass the splendor of the Heavensward. The female swordmaster had mixed feelings about the arrival of the Heavensward. She did not have a good understanding of its motivations and intentions, but she could make a number of guesses. She doubted that its goals aligned with her own. There was bound to be a contradiction between their respective motivations. How would the Heavensward respond if Kedis showed resistance to one of its goals? Would the sentient relic show understanding and accept a compromise, or would it leverage its enormous power to force Kedis to conform to its directives? She did not know. In order to guard against the worst-case scenarios that might unfold during the less than desirable reunion, Kedis began to make numerous preparations. First, she informed the expeditionary fleet and asked for the aid of its most powerful champions. While Kedis already secured the help of her fellow swordmaiden Dice and her husband Joshua, she doubted that a pair of high-tier expert mechs could suppress the Heavensward. If the Heavensward ever turned hostile, then she would definitely need the help of not one, but multiple ace mechs. She therefore organized a short virtual meeting with all of the ace pilots in the expeditionary fleet. This not only included Saint Commander Casella Ingvar, but also the ace pilots of the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance. The Swordmaster also invited Patriarch Reginald Cross of the Cross clan, Saint Calisandra Bouget of the Bouget family, Saint Marissa Lewandowski of the Adelaide Mercenary Company as well as the guest ace pilot that accompanied the Glory Seekers for the time being. The Glory Seekers had yet to produce an ace pilot from their own ranks, but they were able to make use of their good ties with the Hex Federation to borrow its own saints on rotation. The current guest was a controversial figure to say the least. Saint Devara Chisholm was a junior ace pilot who fought with the Hessex Impaler, a multi-armed ace mech that wielded up to a dozen different spears at a time. What caused a lot of unrest within the expeditionary fleet as well as the other defenders of the Viola Magnifica system was that she had gained a lot of notoriety during the Komodo War. During the war that engulfed the Komodo star sector in the Milky Way, the Hexers became infamous for providing mixed treatment to the captive soldiers of the Friday Coalition. The Hexers had no qualms about treating female Fredaman soldiers with the dignity and respect they deserved. Males received very different treatment. How badly they were mistreated largely depended on which matriarchal dynasty gained custody of a batch of prisoners of the Immort matriarchal dynasty was among the worst in this aspect. Saint Devara Chisholm actually insisted on meting out punishment to the POWs regardless of whether the male Fredaman were at fault. The aggressive junior ace pilot therefore became known as the blood-soaked castrator. Even though it was originally meant as a crude insult, Saint Chilholm actually embraced the title, reveling in how it was able to enhance her intimidation factor. Nowadays, no male was able to feel comfortable in the presence of her piercing Saint Kingdom. The blood-soaked castrator had turned her domain field into a weapon against all men regardless of race. The predominantly male soldiers of the native aliens arrayed against the blood-soaked castrator had very little means to defend against her overbearingly hostile willpower. It was not a strange sight to see the Hessex Impaler fly in the middle of a formation of enemy small craft, only for hundreds of alien phase fighters to spin out of control. Their alien pilots had become frozen in fear or got overtaken by the pain originating from their lower bodies. Due to Saint Chisholm's inhumane Saint Kingdom, the Hessex Impaler actually became one of the best ace mechs to assist with capturing enemy warships intact. So long as the accompanying boarding troops consisted entirely of Hexer or female soldiers, it became trivially easy to neutralize the disabled alien crew members and take control over the alien hulls. While the blood-soaked castrator along with the other ace pilots accepted the invitation from Kedis, most of them offered bad news. "We will not be available to help you defend against this ancient sword." Saint Calisandra Bouget spoke. "We have received a directive from the Red Association that compels us to upgrade the Royal Gem to a first-class ace mech before deploying to a more strategic location. The Red 3 has begun to make more extensive use of the expanded rights afforded to them after instituting martial law. The strategists above our heads are of the opinion that the most decisive battles will be waged in the upper zones. There is a deficit of first-class ace mechs, and we have been called to fill this gap." Saint Marissa Lewandowski also spoke of the same. "The Adelaide Mercenary Company has received an identical request. My Jetta Sandovar is long overdue for an Undrade Animau. All of the fighting in the Torald Middle Zone has allowed us to acome a huge amount of MTA credits and war merits. I have been saving up for an even more dramatic upgrade in the future, but it is not bad to transform my Jetta Sandovar into a first-class ace light skirmisher now rather than later. I want my mech to be able to fight at its very best in time for the rumored final push to arrive." Not everyone believed in the rumors of a possible final push by the native aliens, but it did not hurt to take precautions in advance. Perhaps the Red 3 got spooked by news of this possible alien attack as well, which was why they insisted on turning so many second-class ace mechs into first-class ace mechs. Saint Chisholm, Kedis inquired. The blood-soaked castrator eagerly nodded. "I am also being reassigned. The Red Association has promised additional material and technical support to upgrade my Hessex Impaler. The mechers even promised that all of the helpers they send my way will be women. They have high hopes that my ace mech can significantly weaken and disrupt the concentration of male phase lords." Most of the native alien civilizations in the Red Ocean tended to be patriarchal. It was not necessarily the case that female aliens were being oppressed, but they had less opportunities to transcend their mortality and take an active role in the Red War. Most of the female phase whales and phase lords remained in the rear of alien space for the time being. This was good news for Saint Chisholm. The fewer female phase lords on the battlefield, the more she was able to gain a massive advantage when fighting against the male native gods. Kedis briefly wondered whether the Heavensward regarded itself as a male artifact. During the times she was able to wield it, she gained the distinct impression that its original owner and user had definitely been a man. Sadly, it appeared that Kedis would not be able to learn the answer, because the blood-soaked castrator would soon depart from the expeditionary fleet. She turned to the champion of her own clan. "Casella, I will be available, at least for the next couple of months." The ace command pilot responded with a reassuring smile. "The only issue is that my Minerva is still an expert mech, so it is constraining my performance. My approach to combat is also not as suited to suppress a sword that is at least as powerful as an ace mech by itself. Thank you regardless, Casella. Any help is appreciated." Chapter 6530 St. Linda Cross Kedis experienced an unexpected setback in her plan to guard against any hostile intent from the Heavensward. She did not expect that the RA was so desperate to reinforce the contested star systems in the upper zones that it had compelled many second-class ace pilots to leave the second-class mech forces that they fought alongside with for many years. If second-class ace pilots of this caliber possessed the power and the resources to pilot first-class ace mechs, yet refused to do so, it was usually because they were committed to defending their comrades. This was an expression of true loyalty. It was normally difficult for the mechers or other groups to persuade these stubborn and emotionally committed saints to leave their comrades and fight for a different cause. Yet this time the Ra succeeded. The Red War had taken such a dire turn that the survival of Red humanity came under increasing doubt. Even if the saints were able to protect their comrades and loved ones on an individual battlefield, their victories became meaningless if the rest of human civilization was falling apart around them. The importance of defending the race and civilization that sheltered every red human surpassed the importance of more selfish goals. As such, the Ra's call to arms successfully persuaded a lot of second-class ace pilots to finally make the jump even if it meant that they could no longer fight alongside their familiar comrades. The good news was that enough ace pilots, most of whom had managed to break through relatively recently, had decided to stay behind and watch over the second-class mech forces. It was still sad to see so many other dependable champions depart. While Kedis ultimately believed that the Red Association's desperation measure would ultimately benefit everyone, it did not help her case at the moment. How could she protect against the Heavensward or at least deter it from making any shady moves? Should she think about turning to the regional branch of the Red Association for help? That did not appeal to her. If the mechers were able to suppress the Heavensward, then they would feel tempted to capture the priceless grand work and claim it for themselves. That was not what Kedis wanted. She did not regard the Heavensward as an actual enemy. She merely worried about whether it would force changes upon herself. Conflict should be avoided at all costs. Although she would like to think the best of this ancient and revered sword relic, she could not help the feeling that her modern sensibilities may clash against the Heavensward's ancient values. Kedis turned to another ace pilot, Patriarch Reginald. Now that the 77th Warborn Mech Division has been assigned to defend the Viola Magnifica system, you can lend a hand to us as well. Are you willing to cooperate? It initially came as a surprise to both the Expeditionary Fleet and the 77th Warborn that the two would converge in the same star system. Ever since he founded the Warborn, General Ark Larkinson always tried his best to maintain a separation between his troops and the troops of the Expeditionary Fleet. It would be much harder for him to establish his authority if the members of the Warborn repeatedly looked up to the notable individuals of the legendary Expeditionary Fleet. A few years had gone by since then. Ark had already cemented his control over the Warborn. The strategists also forced him to take his mech division to Viola Magnifica due to being the single most important port system of the 4th Defensive Band in the Torald Middle Zone. Although the arrival of the Warborn in Viola Magnifica initially led to a little friction between the two forces, they soon managed to get along fine, though not to the extent that the two could seamlessly cooperate with each other. I hate to say it to you, but my situation is similar to the others. The vigorous ace pilot and clan leader gruffly spoke. I would have stayed and guarded your back if I could. You are one of the few mech designers in this dwarf galaxy that possesses the guts and courage of a warrior. Would be a shame if anything happened to you. You should be able to call for other help. Master Benedict has been planning the upgrade of my Mars for a long time, so there is no excuse for any delays. I see, Kedis said as she tried to think of other names to call upon. Should she request assistance from the RA or RC? I was not done yet. Reginald spoke. My deputy, Saint Linda Cross, will still remain with the Expeditionary Fleet. I can tell her to watch over you when it is necessary. That was good news. The Larkinson clan was not the only member of the Golden Skull Alliance that had gained new ace pilots. The Cross clan had finally produced its second ace pilot after its patriarch by witnessing the breakthrough of Linda Cross. With her upgraded ace Space Knight, the Amphi's Extremis was able to block and mitigate damage to an ever greater extent than the current iteration of the Larkinson clan's bastion. Everyone turned to one of the more recent saints who had proven her valor in combat many times over during the Red Tide offensive. Linda Cross used to be one of the expert pilots of the original Cross clan. She survived the retreat from the Garland Empire in the Old Galaxy and accompanied the reformed Cross clan into the New Frontier and helped to win the battles that allowed it to rise to prosperity. In the present time, she was just beginning to get her bearings as an ace pilot with her recently upgraded Amphi's Extremis. The quasi-first-class ace Space Knight possessed a balanced configuration, allowing it to perform well in both a defensive and offensive capacity. While its armor system did not have the bulk to rival the much more impressive defenses of heavy space knights, the Amphis Extremis nonetheless tried to compensate for this by possessing a much more powerful custom Azure Shield generator. The Saw-Dix Azure Shield generator was one of the strong points of the Amphis Extremis. The Ace Mech was able to supply an abundant amount of electric energy to it. The Saw-Dix also possessed a high-phase water content and was enriched with high-grade hyper-materials that were difficult to obtain through regular channels. What truly enabled it to stand out was the integration of resonating exotics. St. Linda Cross was able to infuse a large proportion of true resonance into the Saw-Dix to increase its ability to withstand damage, which was particularly helpful when dueling against enemy champions. The Amphis Extremis was also able to channel true resonance into the Saw-Dix to drastically expand the radius of its Azure energy shield. This allowed it to shield a troop of mechs or the side of a friendly starship from incoming damage. However, the Saw-Dix was largely optimized for offensive operations, so this feature was not as strong as it could have been. It was unrealistic for the Saw-Dix to be able to resist repeated salvos of warship-grade cannon fire before reaching its limit. Even so, St. Linda Cross was still able to resist a huge amount of punishment for a limited amount of time, which was usually enough to escort friendlies to safety. Her Amphis Extremis therefore split its time on defensive and offensive missions. It would be great if the Amphis Extremis could approach an enemy phase lord and lock the alien monstrosity in combat, but the alien leaders were usually too cunning to get caught so easily. The Ace Space Knight was also not suitable to confront enemies that were too powerful by itself. St. Linda still had a lot of room for growth, though. Master Benedict Cortez had designed an excellent Ace Mech for her, but the junior Ace pilot needed at least a few years to acclimate to her new abilities and grow her resonance strength to a more respectable level. While St. Linda and her Amphis Extremis were not as oppressive on the battlefield as the Mars, the combination was at least a lot better in a defensive capacity. The Amphis Extremis should be able to shield and protect Kedis if the Heavensward turned into a physical hazard. The female Ace pilot directed a friendly smile towards Kedis. "You shall have my protection when the time has come. I can make no guarantees as I do not understand the mysterious powers of this weapon, so make sure that you do not solely rely on my defenses." "Thank you, St. Linda. I still remain hopeful that I am being overly paranoid. If the Heavensward agrees to respect my right to choose my own decisions, then it should not pose any threat. Your help will ultimately not be necessary. I merely want to guard against the possibility that it will force me to become its next Heavensward saint." The more Kedis thought about the relic weapon's habit of transforming any swordmaster into an ace pilot that had become completely dependent on the extraordinary weapon, the more frightened she became. Would it employ the same method to establish a foothold in human society? It was questionable whether Kedis could resist this transformation. Prior swordmasters had all volunteered to become the next Heavensward saint. They put up no resistance at all and willingly abandoned their old swordsmanship for the one imposed by the most powerful sword they knew. They also gained the right and responsibility to rule over an entire second-rate state. Kedis had no desire to become a similar figurehead, so it became necessary for her to plan for the worst. St. Linda's assistance combined with the help of other available Larkinson expert pilots may barely be sufficient to put up a strong united front against the Heavensward. Now that Kedis and the ace pilots of the expeditionary fleet gained an understanding, they began to chat about other topics during this virtual meeting. It will ultimately be good for ace pilots such as us to separate from the expeditionary fleet. Patriarch Reginald said, "The native aliens don't value the battlefields of the middle and lower zones all that much, so they always assign the more shameless and cowardly phase lords to these war theaters. They are not necessarily weak, but it is becoming increasingly more difficult to force them into an honest fight. It is not without reason that the Mechers want to move us. There are too many ace pilots in this star system that we aren't giving the rank and file enough of a challenge anymore to feel desperate and break through. Maybe that is why the rate of breakthroughs have stagnated during the ongoing offensive. There was a point in which the continued protection of an ace pilot ultimately did more harm than good. The members of the Golden Skull Alliance looked up to their established champions and protectors, so much so that they became too dependent. As long as the enemy was unlikely to divert a lot of troops or strong phase lords to the current battleground, it was fine for the regular troops to fight without so many of their powerful saints watching over their heads. Only mech pilots who were willing to brave dangers without the expectation that they would be saved by others possessed the qualifications to break through. Kedis knew that this may be one of the reasons why her husband Joshua continued to remain stuck at his current bottleneck. It would ultimately be better for his development if he had to shoulder greater burdens. Other Larkinson expert pilots were in the same position. When Kedis thought of the dramatic events that took place during the fight against the Emperor Tree, she knew that Joshua and his peers had not yet exhausted their potential. They just needed a powerful enough opportunity to trigger their second apotheosis. Chapter 6531 The Bottlenecks of the Design Department. The Mechers eagerly want us to switch to upgraded first-class ace mechs before carting us off to the upper zones, but doing so will reduce the safety margins in star systems such as Viola Magnifica by a large extent. Saint Marissa Lewandowski warned. That means that if the native aliens do not completely act according to plan, they may send more phase lords to this strategic location. All the troops under us stand to suffer much greater losses if that happens. That is a possibility that we cannot dismiss. Saint Commander Casella agreed. In this day and age, we cannot protect and save every individual soldier no matter how extensively we try. There is an argument to be made that by removing us from their orbit, many more of them will die, but that the survivors will grow multiple times faster than now. If a handful of ace pilots and a dozen expert pilots emerge from a single battle, then suffering 50% losses does not necessarily represent defeat. The former Legion commander of the Living Sentinels abhorred such views, but that did not mean she was unable to understand the cold-hearted perspectives of the higher-ups. The Red Association has sent enough messages to make Casella understand that the Mechers made the decision to relocate the ace pilots partially for this reason. Only by reducing the strength of the defensive forces in the contested star systems would they be able to stimulate more desperate mech pilots into breaking through. Since Casella was able to figure out this much, she made another prediction about how the Red Tide offensive might unfold in the near term. Pulling away the champions from the middle zones might create circumstances where the invading forces may actually be able to overcome the defenders and conquer more strategic locations. If that happened frequently enough, then the 4th defensive band would collapse sooner than most people thought. This may mean that the RA and by extension the RF and the RC have privately decided to abandon the 4th defensive band under their own terms. This could be regarded as a potential masterstroke, but only if the upcoming storm produced enough powerful breakthroughs. If the trade-off worked as intended, then this was effectively a desperate and costly measure to trade territory for crucial breakthroughs. It may end up worthwhile if enough expert pilots, ace pilots and maybe even god pilots appeared in the following months. Casella was not in a hurry to share her opinion on the RA's latest move to others. It was a controversial gambit, and many people may not be able to accept the callousness of this brutal calculation.